Welcome to Three Geeks.
Thank you so
Happy to
much.
have
Thanks
you
for
here.
having me. Oh
How are
my
you
gosh,
doing
I'm
today?
so excited. I'm great. I told you before this, I'm like recovering from a cold, so pardon me if I like clear my throat in a really gross way or something. But hopefully that won't happen.
Hopefully not. It'll be okay. We'll take it
Yeah.
out of you, do. It's fine.
Yeah, no, thanks. I feel like we're getting really close. Like we're on that
Yes,
level where,
for
hopefully
sure.
it's okay.
So what initially got you started acting?
Oh man, I kind of happened on it by chance. I was going to the mall at the time and I just stopped into this acting studio in Greensboro, North Carolina. Shout out to In Studio. I love them so much. It's a second home to me still. Um, and I was watching a class going on and I just completely fell in love with it. I was so mesmerized by Drew Matthews, the head coach, and he was teaching and the exercises that they were doing. And there happened to be an agent there at the time, scouting people from the class. And she watched me watch the class. And she was like, "Have you ever thought about doing this before?" And I was like, "No, never." But I guess maybe now. And so it just like one thing led to another. I did a few commercials. And then the role of Annie came into my inbox, and immediately I was super drawn to her as a character, as a person. And the town, I grew up in a really small town in North Carolina. It's a bigger town. There's a Target. So it's funny when I say that. And then if people like have ever been there for whatever reason, they're like, there's a Target, it's not that small. And I'm like, that only got there like 2 or 3 years ago. Like, it's grown, but it didn't used to be that way. When I was there was like nowhere to eat. The grocery store was so far away. Like, it's so funny, but yeah, no, I just really connected to her and her roots and her having these really big creative ambitions and wanting to pursue those, but also trying to understand how she can do that, in her town and
Right.
appreciating her village and growing into that and growing up. And I was 17 when I started the show, and so it was similar-ish age range, but
Yeah,
yeah, it went from there. And that's a long way to say that that's how that all happened, but it was by chance, and it's been the greatest gift of my life.
that's incredible. I love it. Were there any like actors or filmmakers that like inspired you creatively?
Oh my gosh, there's so many. Oh, trying to think about like that time growing up. I think it was really a lot of the people that I was surrounded with actually the most. I trained with Madison Bailey, who booked Outer Banks around the same time that I booked Sweet Magnolias. And I remember being in classes with her and just thinking she was the coolest. I still think she's the coolest. But watching her work and watching the dedication of the people that I think I was surrounded with too was just really inspiring. Like seeing that this was a job that people could really have and seeing people pour so much of themselves creatively into something, it was really inspiring. And like I mentioned, Drew Matthews, like his coaching style, but then also him as an actor, Lee Spencer, who was another coach that I worked with, just incredible people. So there's definitely a ton of like really big celebrities that I feel like growing up I watched on TV and I really loved. But I really think it maybe was more so the people that I was with every week in class and getting to see them work and their
Yeah,
work ethic especially, I think was really inspiring.
yeah. I love that very much. Do you kind of feel now like this for sure can be your career? You feel like a little more solid in it since Sweet Magnolias?
Yeah, yeah, I definitely hope so. There's always like ups and downs in the industry.
Right.
And when the work comes, it comes, and then sometimes it's like, oh man, like I haven't auditioned in a while. This is a little scary.
The nerves
Um,
again.
yeah, that like uncertainty I think that comes with a creative pursuit, I think can be daunting at times, but
Yeah.
I just love it so much, and I think when you're that passionate about something and you're willing to go for it like wholeheartedly, you make it work. So I
Yeah.
think that's kind of my mentality about it all. But no, and I have interests in directing and producing and all of the things. And so I think it's cool how multifaceted so many people in the industry are
Yeah.
today. That's very common. So I'd like to say that I would always work in the industry some way, somehow.
I love that. No, and you're right. There's so many outlets you can do, even if you're not on screen. You can be behind the camera, and there's so many writing and directing, producing,
Mhm.
and just get to check all those boxes and wear all those hats. And that's such a cool thing that I think the entertainment industry offers that so many don't. Like you can kind of play all the roles.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's so cool even to think like I'm a huge reader. Like I have a book club on Instagram, and I've always loved to read. And so I think it's also just really cool to be privy to the work that everybody else does and have a real appreciation for it. Because everything that I do, on screen was first written on the page.
Right.
And the same when I'm reading books, like that's such a great like exercise in a way for me reading because I just feel like I see it all jumping off the page in my mind so easily. And it's so fun. But so getting to like think about how I would direct a scene in a book that I'm reading, or to think about how that would look on screen, or where maybe it would film, or when I'm traveling anywhere, being like, this would be such a cool place to film something. It's such a big part of my life in so many different ways.
I love that. So then for fun, if you could play in a movie or TV adaptation of any book you've read, which would you pick?
Oh man. Well, I really love, oh, there's a couple that come to mind. The first that came to mind though was Annabelle Monaghan. She's a really incredible author. I've told her before I would read her grocery list. Like anything that she writes, I love so much. And she has so many great books. Summer Romance and Same Time Next Summer. I would be in any of those. I'm like, I don't know if I'm quite old enough for some of the characters, but if she could see it, I could see it.
I love that. No, I'm the same way. I love books and like you, I picture it in my head when I'm reading it. Like when I'm reading my head inside my head, it's a movie.
Yeah.
And it's
I feel
so
like
much
that's so
fun.
common for people. Like, yeah, you get to read it, and especially now that there are so many book adaptations coming out, this
Yeah,
summer there's so many really good ones that I'm excited for.
incredible ones.
Um, yeah, it's like I think it's everybody's thinking of that in the way that like I don't know, there's just this like newfound love, and I mean it's I don't know if that's really the right way to put it. I think there are people who have always loved books and loved writing and
A new
but
appreciation, maybe.
yeah, like a more general appreciation where like
Yeah.
I feel like more people than ever are reading and reading romance especially, which is so amazing.
Yes.
So I
This
love
is
it,
such
yeah.
an incredible genre.
I know. I know. I feel like I could talk to you about that all day, so I have to like reel myself
I
back in.
know. I could too. We get started on books and we're never gonna
Yeah.
finish this.
That's all we'll talk about. Well, and I think that like is another thing. Sweet Magnolias is based off of a book series by Cheryl Woods.
Yes.
And like that is just like such an honor. It's such like a privilege and something that I like can't even really believe sometimes that like as someone who loves to read and loves romance, even if it's just a romance thread in a book, to get to bring that to life is
Yeah.
so special and just the coolest thing. Like I go back and I read the books all the time. And we're loosely based on the books at this point. Our writers took kind of like the characters and the town and some of
Yeah.
the plot, but they've taken some creative liberties as you do with TV, and I
Right.
love the direction that they've taken it, but I feel like such a fan of the show as well because I would have watched it regardless of if I was on it or not.
I think that's incredible. I think that speaks volumes for something you're in because most people don't watch what they're in. And so to be
Yeah.
like, I'm a fan of the show, even though I'm in the show, that speaks volumes to the show and to how well done all of y'all do, how well the
Mhm.
creative and the directing team do. I absolutely love when people love what they're in.
Yeah, yeah. No, and I really do. I feel so fortunate. And then also to love the people that you work with, I think is just
Yes,
the cherry on top. Yeah.
for sure. So, I mean, your character Annie in Sweet Magnolia, she's grown so much since season one coming into this season. What's been your favorite part of portraying that evolution?
Oh man. I think So many things come to mind because I think I love reading and watching like the coming of age story of anybody. Like I think that is such a special time in people's lives where they're finding themselves and they're really figuring out who they are and what they want and how to be the truest versions of themselves and like stepping into that and finding a confidence and finding, people who really elevate you and inspire you. I think it's just really special. And so I've really loved playing that. I've loved like season one, I think Annie, she really struggled with balancing like feeling like her town wasn't necessarily big enough for all the things she wanted to achieve. And I think that she was really concerned that she couldn't love both. Like she either had to like love her small town and want to live there and want to be there, or like she needed to move really far away. And that was the only way that she could really like open herself up and experience everything that she would hope to experience.
Yeah.
And I think like her journey of realizing that like the people all around her are chasing their dreams and they're doing it at home and with the support of people who dearly, dearly love them. And then realizing how many people dearly love her and I just think her emotional growth and her emotional intelligence and her ability to communicate honestly and openly and directly with people over the seasons has been really cool to kind of watch and watch her transform and open up. And I think that's been super fun from like a psychological perspective, but also I just feel like so proud of her because I think it's like I'm also doing that. Now I'm like a little bit older and our age isn't quite as close as it was when I started the show, but it's like I feel like I'm still growing up in a way. And so getting to kind of like mirror
Yeah.
that and like learning the lessons that she's learning, having either already learned them or being like, whoa, this is a really cool perspective. I just really like that.
Yeah. Well, and like you said, you know, that's it's a very pivotal time in everyone's lives. We all go through that age range where we're trying to figure it out. And I think a lot of people probably have those same thoughts like, well, I'm never going to get to do this if I stay right here where I grew up. And then realizing, like you said, like you just said, all those things. So I think it makes Annie just such a relatable character. Um, most of the characters in Sweet Magnolias are it's such a realistic show, and I think that's part of the beauty in it. Um, do you think they like? Do you think that that's why fans have? Ugh. Okay, yeah, we're gonna start that one over. Do you think that's why fans seek so much comfort from that show?
Yeah, I think it's a really hopeful show as well. And I think that, it is I don't know. I think everybody, it's such a gift. I've talked to so many people about this. I feel like it's such a rare gift to find people, an author that I interviewed for my book club. I think I'm literally going to take his quote that it's like it's such a rare gift to find people who truly see you and know you and love you and like want to see you succeed and be your happiest. Like I think that is so important. And I think that with COVID especially, I think our show aired at a really important time and a very pivotal time where, everyone was in their homes. Everyone was trying to keep other people safe and,
Yeah,
so they were very isolated. It was a very scary, very sad, very um like quarantined time where you really couldn't interact, you couldn't connect with your village, or it was much harder to do so.
yeah,
Um, and so I think that the show, kind of sharing this town where people like love each other and excuse me, I knew I was gonna cough. I was trying to hold it in.
it's okay.
Um, goodness, now I'm crying. Um, I should have grabbed some water, but I did not. But yeah,
If you
COVID.
if you want to grab water, you can.
I might run and grab something. Goodness gracious. I'm just crying. This means so much to me. But
There you go.
yeah, no, I just think it's like a show that was sharing with people a town that really focuses on community and the importance of community and the importance of female friendship and how beautiful that can be, and people who do say what they feel and are received, really kindly, and who are making mistakes but learning from them and uplifting each other, and who just genuinely care. I mean, I think that that was really comforting for people, and I think it's continued to do that and continue to comfort people and show that there are really nice people in the world. And yes, this is a fictional town, but it's all, these people do exist. There are people who
Yeah.
really love each other, and there are friend groups who really see themselves in the sweet magnolias and in the mini magnolias and the silver magnolias. And I just think that it is, I think, a very hopeful show to people, and showing, what it can be like to lead with kindness and honesty and integrity and all of these things, even through the ups and downs of life.
I fully agree. I fully agree.
Yeah.
What has it been like for you to see the audiences react so passionately to the show in general, but then to Annie's relationships and her storylines?
Oh, there's my cat. I mean, it's been really incredible, and I think it's been really cool, and it definitely, I think, makes me think about, I think about it going into each season of filming, really wanting to honor the importance of these relationships to viewers. And, it's not something that I take lightly. And so I think I'm really excited for this season, for people to get to continue to follow Annie along in her journey. I think I hope people see her as a relatable character, and that people continue to root for her and root for her happiness. But did that answer your question? Sorry, my cat is like, you can't see him, but this is his tail. He's sitting on me, and I was like, oh, his birthday's tomorrow.
Oh, I love
So
that. I have a
he's getting
5-week-old
that.
bottle kitten that
Oh my
is
gosh,
asleep beside me. So,
that is
and she
so
turned
sweet.
5 weeks yesterday.
I wish he was asleep. He was asleep, and then as soon as I start talking to anybody, he's like, "What? You're not paying attention to me? You're not
Oh, it's like
fawning
they
over
know.
me?"
They
Yeah,
know,
then
and
he's
they're like,
like, "I'm
"Well,
just gonna come here."
yeah,
Yeah,
I
they're so
I
rare.
need to be the center of your attention."
Yeah, always. He's like,
They
"What do you
know.
need, mom?"
I
Like,
swear
"Hello."
they know. Yes, that did answer my question. I think
Oh,
that's
great.
great. And I mean, so with season 5 and Annie's
Mhm.
journey, without giving too much away, we don't want people to get spoilers. How would you describe her emotional journey in season 5?
Oh man. It's so hard without spoilers, because it's
Isn't it?
funny doing interviews. I'm like, "Oh yeah, like I can talk about it. Like I can finally talk about it." And then I have to be like, "Nope, not yet. Really soon, but not yet."
It's so hard not to.
Um,
It's so hard.
yeah. Well, her emotional journey, I think, is really emotional. If that doesn't say literally nothing at all. But I think I continue to be really proud of her, I think, and Annie really is continuing, as she's done over other seasons, but I think especially this season, she's really growing into herself. I think Annie's really, I think, such a kind, compassionate, open-hearted person. She's super empathetic. I think she's a rock for so many people. And I keep saying, like, I think this is the first season that she almost turns that compassion back on herself. Like, she started to a little bit last season, but
Yeah.
I think really she's learning, like, the importance of pouring into herself a little bit. And I think she's really reflecting on, what she wants, who she wants to be around, where she wants to go. I guess she knows where she wants to go to college, but like what she wants to do in college, and who she wants by her side when she does that. And I don't know. I think it's really cool to see her. This is like her most coming of age era, I think, ever in all the seasons. Like, she's the most like she's growing at such a rapid pace, and she's really like she's just so smart at times, and I think she's learning how to prioritize herself and listen to her gut, and trust her intuition. And even if she's making mistakes along the way, like she's learning how to apologize and she's learning how to voice like where that was coming from and how to fix it. And she's going to the people in her lives for advice, you know, her trusted adults and her group of friends. And I just think it's so beautiful to see her, you know, growing up.
Yeah. No, I love that very much. Are there any new cast dynamics or pairings this season that you really enjoyed?
Oh yeah. I know I can tease a love triangle this season for Annie. I'm pretty sure. We're doing it. I'm pretty sure. I'm like
We're gonna tease
99%,
it
but
anyways. We just
I
won't say
know.
who.
Yeah, well, I always second guess myself. Like they'll be like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, you can talk about this," and then I go to talk about it, and there's a voice in my brain that's like, "Can you really? Can you really? Can you really?" Because I just think I would be the Tom Holland, like looking at the poster, and it's
Mhm.
like confidential on the back. That would be me. I'd be like, "Oh, this is so cute."
And then they start only giving you
Oh,
your own lines. Yeah,
I know. They'd be like, "You don't get to know anything anymore. You're
you get
done."
nothing. This is the
Um,
scene we're doing. This is all you get.
yeah, and you don't even know who it's with. Just you. It's just you and the camera.
Everything else is blacked
Um,
out.
Yeah, no, no. That's like I think I have nightmares about that. Like how people have nightmares of like not studying for a test or not. I'm like I have nightmares before like doing an interview where I'm gonna be the person to say something and it's like,
I'm
"Oh
gonna be the person to
God."
leak everything we weren't supposed to say.
Yeah, yeah, I have to like go over it and I'm like, "Okay, yeah." But there is a love triangle for Annie this season that I think is going to be really fun. It was really fun to perform. I get to work with, I mean, everyone I work with is just such an incredible performer and so generous. Like all of the scene partners I've had on this show are so generous in the way of like, you know, really having fun and playing and like wanting to find something like really special in each moment. And
Yeah.
that's so valuable and so fun. But yeah, I'm really excited for that because, you know, romance girly, I love a love triangle trope.
Love it.
Um, I think that's a part of like Annie's decision making, you know, her trying to really figure out what she wants and what her life is gonna look like. And I'm really excited about the mini magnolias you can see in the trailer. You know, there's some new additions, some honorary mini magnolias that I think is just really sweet. I love the female friendship aspect of Annie's storyline and getting to explore that more. And yeah, and then her family dynamics, you know, get a little complicated this season. I think it's also hinted in the trailer. You know, there's a little bit of trouble in paradise between Ronnie and Dana Sue. You know, Ronnie, I think it really comes down to like a difference in love languages and understanding how people, you know, what people need to feel loved. And I think that's also, you know, everyone learning to communicate, everyone learning to voice like what they really need. And I think that's also just going to be a really cool thing for people to watch. But there's so much for Annie this season. I really feel so grateful that there's so much that we get to watch her explore, and her journey I think opens up so much more beyond just the romantic relationship with Ty, which I think is amazing. I mean, I think that that is obviously a really important and meaningful relationship for a reason, but getting to see her, you know, really open herself up and really like see, you know, some other things unfold is exciting.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite episode this season that you filmed?
Oh, that's so hard.
I know. It's like trying to ask a
Mhm.
parent to pick their favorite child.
I know it is. It is. I really like something big happens in episode 5, I think it is. When I was watching the screeners a while ago, they send them early to us, which is just so nice. Um, and I was watching it, and I was like, oh my gosh, this was such a good episode. Um, ooh, yeah. I'm trying to think what else was in the trailer. I should have watched the trailer again because I'm like, yeah, I can say that this
I can.
specifically was something I really liked. Um,
I know I can talk about that. It's public.
Yeah, I was like, we all saw that. We all saw this. But yeah, episode 5, we didn't see anything in the trailer about that, so I know that's all I can say is that I really liked episode 5. But so I'm really excited for that. Um, And then the episode with no, I don't know if we talked about that. Let's stick with episode 5. Episode 5 is great. But I think every episode has something really special in it that I'm hoping. Yeah, they did such a good job. Every episode this season has something that I was like, ooh, but this moment is really cool too. And like either like really emotional or like really, really like, whoa, okay, like I like this. So it's a good season. I posted that with my posting of the trailer. I was like, spoiler, it's a good one, and it is.
I love it. So, as someone who lives local to Covington, which for fans, if you are not sure of or not aware of, is the setting for the town of Serenity.
Mm.
Do you have a favorite place to stop in during filming?
Oh my goodness. Ah, that's so hard. I love to just go to all the shops, honestly. I love like any chance that I get to kind of like peruse and like browse and window shop. It's such a sweet small town, and I love how walkable it is. I was like, I wish that I lived like right here. That would be so cool. And then you're also like so close to Atlanta, so you kind of get the best of both
You
worlds.
really do.
Yeah, but I really like oh gosh, this is terrible. I'm forgetting the name of it. There's a coffee shop right by the soapbox, I think it's called. I love the soapbox too. I love just I can't go in for too long because I'm really sensitive to smells and I'll get a headache. But like going in and like doing like quick sniffs,
Oh, yeah.
they always smell really good. But the coffee shop right next to the soapbox, I'm so sad that I can't remember this. They have really good
Is it
coffee.
local? Is it local?
Yeah, 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 I think so. Yeah.
Local's a good one. Local's
Yeah,
a
I like that one. There's also a great sushi spot, not on the square, but like behind it, one
okay.
street.
I
It's
cannot think of the name of the sushi place at all, but I know
okay,
where you're talking about.
but you should go. It's good. It's
I'll
good.
look that up and put it in the
Okay,
comments
thanks. Because
when
I'm
this
like,
video
what?
releases.
It's been a couple months. Yeah, but I really like I guess I filmed in Covington like quite a bit, but I feel like I didn't really get a chance this season to go into the square as much. But really I feel like any opportunity to just like walk around and see like what like all the little shops like pop in. You could spend like just a couple hours there. It's so great. It's such a sweet town, and
Yeah.
everyone is really nice about us coming in and filming because I know it's a bit of a disruption to like traffic and regular business doings
Yeah.
happenings. But everyone has always been just so kind, and it's really cool to see people come out and watch. And there's always other things like going on as well that I just think is really sweet.
Such a fun town.
Yeah.
Well, Anneliese, thank you so much for coming on and talking to us today. Everybody, please go on Netflix June 11th when season 5 premieres. Sounds like it's going to be full of surprises and full of fun this season. And Anneliese, where can people follow you on social media?
Yeah, no, thank you so much for having me. This was so fun. People can find me. My username is Anneliese C Judge, which is like kind of verbose, but it's if you like look at it, it's spelled out. And then if you wanted to look at my book club, it's Who to Judge Co. It's kind of like a play on my last name, but there's no deadlines and there's no judgment. We're just there to read and have fun. So it's a very non-traditional book club, but it's a ton of fun if anybody was interested in checking it out.
Absolutely. And I will make sure that I link those below when this video goes live.
Mhm.
And as always, guys, like, share, subscribe, and we'll see you next time. Bye.
Thank you.
Welcome back to another Three Geeks conversation, everybody. Today I am joined by Jonathan Sadowski. Jonathan, thank you so much for coming on. How are you?
Fantastic, Destiny. Thanks for having me.
Oh,
we have a special guest today too.
Oh goodness.
We got my meathead.
Oh my gosh. Hi, baby.
Say hi to the people at home.
Oh my gosh. What a sweet baby. I love it. Is he Pip?
He's a bully, American bully.
Oh, I love it. So cute. So you just got back from Netflix is a joke. What was that event like?
It was 2 events a night for the last week.
Crazy.
I'm a partner at a theater in Hollywood. It's like a lounge bar theater. And we were fortunate enough to have 2 shows a night every night last week. So it was
Wow.
It was a lot. It was a lot.
Yeah.
But it was great. Great performers, some amazing shows. Yeah, it was fun to be a part of the whole thing.
Yeah, I imagine so. I've seen a lot of the videos and like people meeting different, celebrities they admire, things like that. Have you ever kind of had that like fangirl moment where you've met someone you really admired?
Yeah, a couple times, it's weird though, like, being an actor,
Yeah.
I don't really get starstruck with actors, but like, meeting athletes, like I'm a big fan of like seeing stuff like that. And there were a couple times I met some fighters and stuff, and I was just like that was pretty cool for me. Yeah.
Yeah. It's so funny to me when people in the industry also kind of do get starstruck.
Yeah.
Like I worked a convention once and I watched Quentin Aaron from The Blind Side completely fangirl over Lauren Cohen. And it was so funny. And I was like, that's just so cute and wholesome.
Yeah, there were a couple of times I got to hang out with Brad Pitt, and and it was like this is not real life, this is just weird. It was weird.
That funny surreal moment.
Like, love him. He's awesome.
That's great. So, Jonathan, what originally pulled you into acting?
I played sports growing up, and when I was in high school, I was a part of the Fine Arts Club. I went to a really small all-guys Catholic high school in the south side of Chicago. And I was always into the arts. I always played music, and, I was on stage as a kid. And then we got tickets to see the Phantom of the Opera, Andrew Lloyd Webber's Phantom of the Opera, downtown at the Auditorium Theater.
Amazing show.
I was blown away. It was like the first time I ever saw, a full-blown, large-scale production. And I was like, holy cow, like people can do this for a living. So that was like the bug, I was like, oh, wow, this is something I want to look into. And when I was in college, I was originally a finance major, and that did not go well. I was like failing out I was in serious depression, and I just could not wrap my head around this is going to be the rest of my life. And one of my mentors back in Chicago, the great Franchini, he's a magician and an amazing musician. I do magic. Yes, I'm a nerd. I'm that big of a geek.
That is so much fun. We'll have to talk about that.
I was just talking to him about my life at the time, and I was like, I just want to be an actor. And he said, Jonathan, you're an artist. He said, do you want to be an artist on stage, or do you want to be an artist behind a desk with a calculator? And I was like, I'm done. And I changed my major. My first audition ever was for the acting conservatory at the University of Illinois. Nice. And I got in. I wound up focusing in directing and playwriting. I got my Bachelor of Fine Arts in Theater, and literally moved to LA. I graduated in December of 2001, and I moved to LA in January of 2002. I never looked back. Bought a one-way plane ticket.
I love it. Determined. You're like, nope, one way.
That's it.
So what was your moment where you realized doing this that, yes, you 100% could make this your career?
Funny enough, so the place that I'm an investor in Hollywood, it's called the Three Clubs. If you're ever in LA, come and check us out.
Yeah.
I was a bartender there from like 2003 to like 2006. And in 1 week, I booked She's the Man. I booked the lead of a Fox pilot, and I sold a screenplay to Sony, all within like 10 days of each other. It was crazy.
Wow.
And I was like, oh, this is it. Like, this is it. And I remember that's when I quit my job. And that was my last job in Hollywood. And for the last 20 years, I mean, I've been working in TV and film, and then full circle in 2023, I bought into the club. That was my last job. And
that's incredible.
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
I love that. I love the full circle moment of that.
Very. And the crazy thing is my birthday is November 23rd and the address to the club is 1123 Vine. It's like, it's weird. It's weird.
Sometimes just all the stars align perfectly.
Yeah.
And everything just works out. Well, you've worked across the board. Like you've done theater, comedy, drama, horror, action. Did you always intend to be that versatile as an actor?
Yes. I mean, the short answer is yes. People ask me like who my favorite actors are. And I look at somebody like Robin Williams, who is such a dynamic actor. He's a comedic powerhouse. What his drama is so poignant. It's so moving. And I think, to be taken, well, not to be taken seriously. I mean, there's plenty of brilliant comedic actors, plenty of brilliant dramatic actors. But me personally, I think, my definition of an actor is like truly being a chameleon. I think you have to, comedy comes very naturally for me. So, for a while I was just like, people would only hire me for comedies. Like they always just viewed me as a comedic actor. So it was kind of I had to really prove to people that I could do what I wanted to do. But I think, for me, you gotta run the gamut. You gotta be able to make people laugh. You gotta be able to make people cry. I think those are the most impressive actors.
I agree. I think it really does show the skill level when you can across the board really check all those boxes and be equally as moving in each genre.
100%. Yeah. And that's I think, when you look at the theater masks, like the comedy and tragedy masks, you got to be able to do both,
Yeah, most definitely. And like you said, there are amazing actors that they have this is what I'm great at and what they do.
Absolutely.
And they can do more. They totally could. But
I think it's like a typical Hollywood trap too. It's like, the more you do one thing, the more people see you as that. So for me, I try to Hollywood is a fickle business. And, I have to audition and really fight for every role that I get. Yeah. I'm not, a household name where these people are getting offered roles left and right. I've been the lead of a show for 6 years and I was on, so many shows and I'm still auditioning and fighting for like every role I get. It's a grind, and it's, you really do have to keep putting yourself out there and prove to people that I'm not just going to be pigeonholed,
Yeah. No, and I love that. And to advocate for yourself in that way and really push and be like, no, I can do this and I'll prove it. Yep. And I think if you look at your career, you can see that you have done that.
We're trying. Every day is a grind.
Yeah.
And especially these days, like Hollywood is just in like, it is in free fall right now. It's you have your staples, you have your people who are never not going to work, right. These celebrities who are just like, it's never going to work again. They're never going to not work. Yeah. And for a minute I was like, oh, this is great. Like, coming off Young and Hungry, I was like, I'm good. Like I have established myself. Not the case, that's just not how it works. And production is down now. And, and there's just all these massive stars doing television. So it is a grind, man. It is a grind. Yeah. But, when I came to LA, it's like, there's two reasons that people come out here. It's like, do you want to be an actor or do you want to be a celebrity? And I never wanted to be a celebrity. I was like, if it happens, it happens. I want to be an actor. Like you don't get a degree in theater because you want to be a celebrity. It's like you get a degree in theater because you love theater. So, and don't get me wrong, man. There have been some days where I'm like, I am freaking done. I'm done with this business. I'm done. But it's like the mafia, man. It keeps pulling you back.
Keeps pulling you back in. I mean, you gotta love it. You gotta love it.
You have to love it. So many people are like, I want to be an actor. What's the best advice you can give me? I was like, give up everything, move to LA or New York, work 3 jobs, take an acting class, do that for like 3 years before you get a manager and an agent, audition 1,000 times for 2-line roles, book one of them, get told no for years.
For
And then
$999.
when you book one line, start auditioning for roles with 2 lines. And if you can see yourself doing that forever, then you should be an actor. You know?
Yeah. That's the most honest advice I have heard.
Not for everybody. Everybody sees the glitz and glam, and it's like,
yeah,
that is not it, man. It's like,
no.
it's like, you know, getting last minute auditions, like trying to get your auditions in on time. Because now there's no more in-person appointments. Everything's
digital.
like yeah,
digital age.
It's like, you know, people see the end product.
Yeah.
They don't see like the 250 auditions that you got told no to before that. So like, what are you doing? What are you working on these days? I was like, dude, I'm working every day trying to work. Like literally every day trying to work. So it's a fickle business, Destiny. It's a fickle business.
I can't imagine. I really can't. Well, I mean, then speaking of good advice, what is something that you know now that you wish you could go back and tell younger you who just moved out to LA?
You know, I think there's a lot of idiot kids out there. I think, you know, they think they all got it figured out.
Yeah.
And I was definitely one of them. But I will say the one thing that I look back at my younger self and I was like, that was smart. Going back to that one-way plane ticket. It's like, give up everything and dive in. You know, there's no, like if someone wants to be an architect, you don't say, well, I'm going to give it 5 years. If it doesn't work out, I'll find something else. It's like, no, if you want to be an actor, you want to be an actor. Like that is your life path. So little Sadowski, man, he knew. He was like, that's, you know, I would give him a high five and be like, that was the right thing to do. You know?
I love that. It goes back to you got to commit it. You got to commit to it. You got to love it. You got to love it.
Yep.
Do you think your comedic or timing is helped by your theater background?
I think my comedic timing was helped by the area that I grew up in. Like being from the south side of Chicago, like my friends and family are the biggest ball busters you have ever met. Like, and they are so quick and they are so witty and they are so funny. I mean, every family party, every hangout with my friends back home, it just turns into a roast. And it's like, you have to be quick with like comebacks. Otherwise you are going to get eaten alive. And I really do think that shaped like my comedic timing for sure. My mother, especially. My mother's the funniest person I know. She's an absolute hoot.
I love that. I feel like that's a lot how my family is. It's one of those like you get around them, you're not picking on each other and just seeing who could be the fastest. Something's wrong.
Got to be handy with the steel.
Yeah. And the thick skin. Lord, have thick skin.
Absolutely.
In theater, you kind of get that instant gratification as well, and those feedbacks during jokes and scenes and songs. Do you miss that when you're on a film and TV set?
Yeah. I mean, yes and no, because, you know, like when I was doing Young and Hungry or Shit My Dad Says, that's a live audience. So we're taping in front of a live audience. You know, we definitely pre-shoot some stuff, but on tape night, it's, you know, there's 200 people in the audience and it is very much like theater when you're doing this dramatic scene and you can hear a pin drop, it's like, that's, you know, you got the audience, you know, they're right there with you. And when you land a joke and it's just an uproarious laughter, or you make one of your castmates break on set, it is very much like, you know, filming a multicam sitcom is very much like theater. There is that, like you said, and I use that exact terminology all the time. It's instant gratification. It is a live exchange between what's on stage and what the audience is seeing.
Yeah.
In the audience. So it is very much theater. Yeah.
I love that. I've never had someone who was able to like bring those two together in that way. But
I'm here for you. I'm here for you.
I appreciate it. No, I like that because like I love theater and I've done theater and go to theater and it's like they know they're doing good immediately when they're on stage or when you're on stage. And I feel like when you're filming or, you know, like when I've been on sets of things, it's completely different because you're like, was that good? Did I do good? I mean, they didn't yell cut, so maybe it was good.
Yeah, I think there is a fundamental difference though between like multicam acting and theater. You know, when you're doing a play, if you're doing a dramatic play or something like that, you know, you don't want to be present. How do I explain this? You don't want to be present for the audience. Like you almost want to tune them out. Like you should be engaged. Like you should be dropped into the role. Yeah. And the audience is like secondary. It's like you still have to pretend there's a screen there, you know? In live performances, like, you know, especially in dramatic, you know, theater, you don't want to play for the audience. You know, you want to play the character that you've rehearsed. You want to play your part in the story. So you don't want to cater just to them, because sometimes it's not about you in a scene. Like the scene is its own thing. So there's a fine line to walk. Like, you know, on a sitcom, it's like, you know, you're expected to make the audience laugh. Like that's it, you know? And that's why when you're filming a sitcom, you know, sometimes the jokes don't work. Like sometimes a joke doesn't land. And so I don't know if you've ever been to a live taping, but you have like your entire writer's room there. So they're watching. So after the director yells cut, the writers get together and they rewrite the jokes in the scene on the spot. They're like, this didn't work. What else can we do? So the next take is going to be different. Like there's new jokes in there. So you're like learning new lines and new jokes, like right there on the spot, just to keep the audience, just to see what works for the audience and keep them laughing and stuff.
Yeah. No, I never have. I think that would be a really cool thing to go do.
Highly recommended. It's a wonderful night out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, kind of back in theater, what is your most recent theater role you've done?
Funny enough, I am producing and starring in a play with a very talented team, Joe Nussbaum and Bridget Murphy-Stokes. Bridget's an Emmy winner. Joe wrote this play called Consenting Adults. And he called me. Joe actually directed an episode. We met because he directed an episode of Young and Hungry. And he
Uh-oh. You froze. No, not frozen.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. This is why we record. We can cut that.
Okay. He was like, I want to talk to you about this thing I'm doing. I wrote this play. He's like, can I send it to you? He's like, I think you'd be great for this role. And I think you can help me get it done. So I was like, great. So he sent it over. And I remember I was like flying. I was on like a multi-leg trip. I was like going to New York. Then I had a convention in Toronto. And then I was going to like Kentucky. And I read this on the flight and I was laughing like uncontrollably on the flight. It was like, I was like making a scene. I was laughing so hard. And
that was you on the flight.
It was. You heard it. So basically the play is there's a group of parents whose kids all go to the same school. And there's this overnight like school event. So they have like a night off from parenting. And there's a new couple in town who invites these three sets of parents over for a party. But the rumor is these new couple, they're swingers. So these parents don't know that if it's true or not. So they're going to what may or may not be a swinger party. And it just kind of explores like all these various different stages of like marriage and, you know, where you're at in your relationship. And like, you know, if like some couples are down for the swinging, some are like, not. It's wildly funny, but no one knows if it's actually a swingers party. And it was incredible. It was an incredible script. So we got back to LA and I was like, dude, I want to do this with you guys. Like, let's make this happen. So I said, I can get this thing cast in like a day. And he's like, really? So yes. So I called in a bunch of favors from my actor friends. We did a table read, which is basically like, we have a small audience and it's just the actors sitting in front with their scripts, just like reading it out loud for the first time.
Right. And
then we did some tweaks with the cast, seeing who was available. And we had, like, I brought James Snyder in from She's the Man. I had my buddy Mitchell, Mitch Bishop. He's like a Chicago actor buddy of mine. We had Erica Hernandez. We had Mia Serafino. We had just Abby Cobb, like another young and hungry person.
Yeah.
We had just an amazing, amazing, amazing cast. And we did a staged reading at this theater. And then we sold that out like immediately. And then we did 2 more nights at my club in Hollywood. We sold those out like immediately. And it was like incredible. So we are now like looking to put on the full production of the play. Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah. It was pretty amazing. And I know I left out 2 people. Like I just wanted to say Christina Elmore and Tiffany Smith. I know you guys are watching and be like, he didn't mention me. So
there,
yeah, that rounds out.
Mentioned?
We're all good. We're good. We got them all.
We got everybody. So are y'all going to do that at your theater, or will that tour?
No, I don't. I mean, it could tour. I don't think we're going to do it at my club. Like we want to do like a proper like theater, like proper stage and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. That'd be cool. Hopefully it tours. That would be so much fun.
It'd be
If
great.
it does, keep Atlanta in mind.
I got you. I got you.
Okay.
I have family in Atlanta.
Well, see, there you go. It's the perfect reason to bring it to Atlanta.
I'm going to do this for you. We're going to Atlanta. We're doing it.
Thank you. I will be there. I will be there, front and center. What's a dream production or role that you would still love to play?
What's a dream production or role I would love to play? You know, there was, this is a very sore subject.
Oh, no.
So I wrote a TV series with my friend, my writing partner, Chris Taggart. And we got the script optioned by an amazing studio. Shout out to Nick Nantel at Boat Rocker. We had the script optioned by this amazing producer, studio, Boat Rocker. We got an amazing showrunner on, Dan Levy, who was like the EP for the Goldbergs for like 10 years.
Right.
And it was going to be me and Jason Biggs starring in it. And, and we were this close to making it happen.
Oh, no.
At the 11th hour, it just kind of fell apart. But that role, I mean, we had been working on this for years. But again, it's like that, you know, it's that fickle business. You just gotta let it go. So that was always a dream of mine to create a show that I was a producer on and kind of a star of.
Yeah.
So, but as far as other stuff, I always say that, like, people ask me a lot. They're like, what kind of, what's your dream role? It's like, I don't have one. Like, I love reading a script. I love reading a script and going, this is the next thing I want to do, Yeah. I love being surprised. It's like, it's like, would it be, yes, it would be great to play a superhero. Like, it would be great to play a spy or something like that. Right. But, yeah, I'm excited to read something and go, this is the next thing for me, So
it's kind of one of those, what your next dream role is when you read it.
Exactly. I couldn't have said it better myself.
I like that. That. What's your favorite role you have ever played?
Oof.
I know. Pick your favorite child.
Man, what's my favorite role I've ever played? So I think there's a few ways to answer this question. Because, like, obviously Josh on Young and Hungry was so cool because I got to play that for, 70, almost 80 episodes. Yeah. And with that, you really get to explore like nuance and like the character, and it's weird. You really get to dive in, and he becomes a part of you in a weird way. Yeah. So I think you can answer this question by like my favorite role I got to play, or my favorite role because of the people I was surrounded by. And for me, like doing Friday the 13th, that cast, we're still thicker than thieves. Like, we are so tight. And that production was just, it was a once in a lifetime experience. Like, that was literally a perfect storm of, they cast a group of friends to play a group of friends. We all knew each other in LA, and just to work on a franchise that big. Yeah. And something at that scale. And then when the movie came out, we like broke the all-time box office record for like biggest opening for an R-rated film. That was lightning in a bottle. That was awesome.
Yeah. No, that was a good one. And fans still love you on Friday the 13th. What's your kind of current relationship with the horror genre?
I love it. I'm currently producing. I produced films as well, and I'm producing like this comedic horror film right now with an amazing director attached, Darren Bousman, who directed a bunch of the Saw movies, and he wrote some of the Saw movies. I love horror. I've been a horror fan since I was a kid. My mother hated it, but my dad would always let me pick out a movie I wanted to watch at the video shop. And I was always into horror films. And my dad was a big creature feature guy. Like, he loved that stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I'm big into the horror genre. I love it. I love it. I love being scared. I love Halloween. It's like my favorite holiday. I love being creeped out. I've been fascinated with the paranormal and the supernatural since I was a child. So yeah, scare me. Let's go.
Yeah. So you fully believe in paranormal?
Oh, 100%. I literally did an episode of Ghost Hunters.
Did you? That's amazing.
When I was doing Young and Hungry, I saw that one of the producers from Ghost Hunters like followed me on Twitter, and I sent him a message. It's like, hey man, can I be a guest hunter on one of your shows? And he's like, absolutely. He's like, what are you doing next weekend? And I was like, flying with you. And they flew me to Delaware, and I spent the night in a haunted museum. And
that is so cool.
Yeah, I love it. I'm all in on that stuff.
I love that. I did a paranormal investigation at Rhodes Hall here in Atlanta with Chris Fleming and Shane Pittman, and Chip Coffey was there, and like just so much fun. I love that world.
I love it. Like every time I go to a new city, I go and walk around cemeteries.
Yes. We stayed at a hotel this past weekend, and we got there. It was dark. It was late. New place. We've never stayed there before. We woke up and there's a giant cemetery behind it. And I'm like, that would have been so much fun.
I would go take it. I love cemeteries. It's a weird fascination of mine, but I really do love cemeteries. People are like,
have you ever gone to like the really big one in Savannah, Georgia?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Have you ever gone to the really big one in Savannah, Georgia?
I have not. No.
You should put that on your bucket list. Such a haunted location. So much fun.
I've been to some old ones in Oklahoma and Kentucky.
Oh, nice.
I checked out a cemetery in Anguilla, which was like the island of Anguilla in the Caribbean. That was cool. That was weird.
Oh, I bet that was cool. Yeah. That was crazy.
There's a really cool cemetery in Manhattan that I love. I always try to walk through it when I'm there. Yeah, it's just like they're so like old, and every like tombstone kind of represents a lesson. It's like on a life and
their own stories.
It's 100%. Yeah,
you gotta like think about it, and such a neat place. Little crazy people, us that enjoy it, but such cool places.
Wonderful, man. I think it's
it is. Yeah, it is. But some people are like, that's weird, and I'm like, well,
No, and there's something really cool about all the art there and the sculptures, and
yes, there's beautiful gravesites.
Yeah, and how people choose to be remembered in their resting place.
Yes.
Like what? Yeah,
I think it is absolutely beautiful. What do you think is more difficult, making people feel scared or making people laugh?
Well, you can cheat with scaring somebody. Like jump scares are easy to make someone laugh, so long as you misdirect them enough to get them to
Yeah.
I think making people laugh is harder because comedy is a really intellectual art form. Like you have to really understand psychology, and not everybody's humor is the same either. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, comedy is very subjective.
Yeah, 100%. I think fight or flight is like, if it's like, if you're either scared of ghosts or you're not scared of ghosts. So if someone goes to see a ghost story, it's like, how do you make them, if they're not afraid of ghosts, how do you make them afraid of ghosts? It's the same thing for comedy. It's like if people aren't a fan of sitcoms and they go to a sitcom, it's like, one, why are you going to it if you're not a fan of it? But also, how do you make them laugh? I think there's a very distinct human connection between both of those. It's like whether it's comedy or whether it's scaring somebody. I do think it's about connection. It's tapping into the lifeline of the audience.
That's completely fair. So Young and Hungry became such a comfort show for so many people, myself included. Did y'all know while filming that it would kind of have that kind of chemistry with the audience?
Yeah, I did. I'll tell you. So I auditioned for Young and Hungry, and when I was doing the screen test, they told me they wanted to screen test me for it, and I knew I was going to book this role. I felt so in tune with the character. I had great conversations leading up to it with the creator, David Holden, and I remember calling my attorney, because you have to do your deal. Like when you do a screen test for television, you do like a 6-year deal, like up front. You have to sign all the paperwork before you go in there. So you're literally sitting across from the other person. It's like, one of you two people is booking this role. And it was a crazy story. It's it was me and Jason Blair, who wound up playing my little brother on Young and Hungry. We were the two people up for Josh. And I didn't know it was going to be him. When I walked in the room, I was like, oh my God, it's you. And we've been friends for years before that. But leading up to that, I remember talking to my attorney and my agent, and I was like, they're like, let's get this deal done. I said, I'm going to book this show and it's going to be on the air for 5 years. I literally told them that on the phone call. I was like, this is going to run for 5 years. And they're like, you think so? And I was like, I go 100%. I go, this show is awesome. And just talking with the creator of the show, I just knew like the writing was brilliant. The comedy was brilliant. It was so relatable. The cast was so diverse. It just had all the makings of a classic sitcom.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, called it.
Yeah, like spot on called it.
5 seasons.
Yeah. So Josh has so much lovable chaos to him. Which parts of his personality came the most natural to you?
Well, I mean, they wrote for me. So like when I was saying like, the magician, like where he was like into magic, that's real. Like they wrote that because I do magic. So like, you know, I am very much like, I'm a big kid. Like I still feel like I'm like a kid, you know? And I'm very much like the whole Peter Pan syndrome has a negative connotation, but I love the idea of not growing up. Like, I think, you know, have fun every day, live every day to laugh and to smile. And if that means like geeking out over nerdy stuff, then do it, you know? But I still think I'm just a big kid. I'm very playful in all I do. And it's like, it wasn't that far outside of the boundaries of Sadowski to play Josh.
So Josh, would you say Josh is your most Jonathan-like character you've played?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I mean, Josh Kaminsky, John Sadowski.
It is kind of right there, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, She's the Man. So that was one of your first things you booked?
It was my first film. She's the Man was my first movie.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, it's become a cult classic. That's another one.
I get recognized.
Did y'all know how big that was going to be?
No. I mean, not like this. Like we knew it was going to be like a fun film.
Right.
But I mean, if you think about how many teen movies are out there, it's like,
right.
You know, how many of them are great and then they just kind of, you know, fade away.
Then they disappear.
That movie is like, I mean, 20 years later, I get recognized for that film every day.
All the time.
Like clockwork. Yeah.
What gets quoted back to you the most from that movie?
Of my lines?
Oh, yeah.
Come on, Paul. Always. Come on, Paul. Always.
Yeah. I mean, I can say
that. And then, you know, Inside Every Girl is a Boy. That one, that's a pretty popular one too. Yeah.
I love it. What's your favorite kind of fan interaction been over the years?
I was at a convention one time. And
every good story starts this way.
I was doing a horror convention. And there was a girl who drove from a different state to meet me.
Wow.
And we literally had to sit her down because she almost passed out. It was like, she was like hyperventilating. And I was like, man, I was like, this is wild. And I have the whole thing on film. It was a pretty crazy interaction. She was wonderful. And I gave her a bunch of photos and I gave her like my badge from the show and stuff like that.
Oh.
Sorry about that. I was getting a phone call.
That's okay.
She was freaking out, and I was just like, you know, when you see that, how much you mean to other people,
yeah,
and what shows you've done have affected somebody else. You're convinced that, you know, acting and theater and TV and film really is something bigger than just TV or film. You know, it's like when people go, "Oh, you're just an actor." It's like, yeah, but you don't know what that
the
means.
Impact that has on some people.
I'm just an actor. It's like, that's fine. If I can make one person laugh when I'm doing what I'm doing, I'm bigger than just an actor, you know?
Yeah.
It is a big responsibility, and it is an absolute blessing to be able to entertain.
Yeah.
And I will never take that for granted.
I love that. What's one of your favorite memories from filming She's the Man?
meeting everybody for the first time. That was crazy. She's the Man was a crazy story. Like me and the director, Andy Fickman, we're still so tight today. He's a wonderful guy. I auditioned for every role in that movie. Every role. I auditioned for Duke. I auditioned for like every role. And finally,
I'm going to get one of them.
They're like, you need to put him in this movie. And they're like, they like called me and they're like, would you audition for the gay guy? And I was like, yes, I don't care. It's like, yes, I love, like, sure. So I auditioned for Paul, and I got the next day, they're like, booked, you booked it. And then getting to meet everybody who, like, because I auditioned for everybody else's role, getting to meet the cast who actually played it. And then Channing was he was the last person cast. So we were all in Toronto, and then he was the last person cast, and we came. And I remember, like, we all went out one night, and it was just, it was fun, man. We were in, Vancouver. And we all went out for drinks and just like dancing. And it was cool, man. It was like all of our kind of big breaks. I mean, except for Amanda, who had already been, she was a pretty big star at the time. Yeah. But it was all kind of cool. Like, this is, what we all dreamt of, like being in a studio film, like, and here we are, like in Vancouver, like we are the cast of like what's people are hoping is the next big teen movie, Yeah. It was wild.
And I mean, people watching it, introducing it to now children and new generations, younger siblings, 20 years later.
Yeah.
It is a big teen movie.
Yeah, it's pretty special.
If you could actually visit the Chernobyl site, would you do it?
No. I mean, yes, if I had like the proper protective gear on.
Right.
Sure. Yes, I would. Yeah. But we did not shoot that there, by the way.
Yeah, no, y'all. That's Ukraine. Y'all filmed in like Hungary or something like that.
Hungary?
Hungary. That's what it is. that one.
So close. I'll give you that.
Close. Yet so far away.
That was adorable. Are you looking? You're blushing. You're blushing.
That's gonna go on a blooper reel, and we will share that.
You're not gonna edit that out. You can't edit it out.
We have to. We have to keep it.
You better leave that in there.
Have to keep it.
Whoever's watching this, you better leave that in there. No, so we shot in Belgrade in Serbia, and then we shot in Hungary as well. They're kind of like right next to each other.
Nice.
But yeah, dude, we were like, when we were in Serbia, we were shooting at all these like abandoned military bases and stuff like that. And that's where like the old apartment buildings were. So, and then like literally there were some buildings, like when we were walking around, they were like, don't step here, you fall through floor. It's like, what? They're like, yeah, don't step here.
Cool.
Like, we would not have been able to shoot that in America. Like no way we would have got like covered with insurance and stuff like that. But like we were shooting in some pretty sketchy like locations, but it added to the production value exponentially,
Yeah. So it wasn't just as creepy as it looked. It really just was.
Oh, it
was
creepy
and dangerous.
It was creepy. We shot in, so during World War II, Hitler and the Nazis established this like web of tunnels through the mountains in Eastern Europe. We shot in those actual tunnels that Hitler built. Like you walk down like this massive staircase and into the side of a mountain, there's a bomb door, and you like open this bomb door, and we were in Nazi tunnels. And it's like,
that's crazy.
The minute, and I'm a big guy. I'm like 6'2", like 190. Like when we were in these tunnels, like I had to turn sideways to like walk through some of them. And it was like all these turns, like you didn't really know where you're going. There's no electricity down there. There's no lights. And nice. We like, you walk down there and it was, I can't even describe like the hair on your neck just stood up. Like you knew, like you could feel like the atrocities that were happening in this like system of tunnels.
Yeah.
It was really a real dark energy, like a really dark, it's like, I don't like this at all. It was wild.
Yeah, there's some things you're just like, this is not comfortable.
No, it was not cool. It was not cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Don't get me wrong. It was cool to be in there, but like
cool,
the energy was like
not cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I get it. So one of the best parts to me of 8-Bit Christmas is how relatable that childhood desperation is for getting the perfect gift. What were you obsessed with getting as a kid?
A Nintendo Entertainment System.
That is a completely fair obsession.
It was a Nintendo Entertainment System, and that's what made me fall in love with that book. I was playing Nintendo as an adult. This is how I found the book. I was playing Nintendo. I was in my house playing Nintendo, and I had a few whiskeys in me, and I was playing Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. And I remember when the opening credit, I took a video of the opening credit for Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, and I posted it on Facebook, and I was like, I'll never forget playing this game. I talked about my cousin Danny, who lived downstairs from us, and he was the first person in the neighborhood who bought a Nintendo, and I would go downstairs and watch him play, and every once in a while he'd give me the controller, and I was like, I'm playing Nintendo, like this is crazy. And I got a DM from a high school buddy of mine, this kid, Patty Houlihan. Shout out to Patty. He was like, dude, you should read this book, 8-Bit Christmas. It's written by a dude from Fenwick. Fenwick was like one of our rival high schools. And I ordered the book on Amazon. And the next day I got it. I read it. I called my producing partner. And I was like, we got our movie, man. It was our first film we were trying to produce. I was like, we got our movie. He's like, really? He read it. He was like, this is awesome. And it was just so relatable. Like, it's a story based in Chicago. It was, I was obsessed with the movie A Christmas Story, little Ralph with a BB gun. And I was like, this is a Christmas story for the Nintendo generation,
Yeah.
It really is. And it was such a dose of nostalgia for me that was it. It was great.
That had to be a really fun set with like Neil Patrick Harris and all.
I actually wasn't on set.
What?
It was during COVID.
Oh.
We shot during COVID, and we only, through COVID regulations, New Line only allowed one producer on set. So there were a bunch of us producers, but there was the director and one producer on set. So it was this guy, Alan Mandelbaum, who now runs, he's the president of production for Imagine. He was the head of production for Star Thrower, our production company that we teamed up with. So he was the only producer allowed on set because we they would not risk anything with all of the testing. And it was literally, so we were 1 week away from shooting, and COVID happened, and Warner Brothers pulled force majeure. They shut down the entire production. And
wow.
So we were in Toronto. I was doing Sex Life, and we were that was shooting in Toronto. 8-Bit Christmas shot in Toronto. Warner Brothers pulled the plug on 8-Bit Christmas. Netflix pulled the plug on Sex Life. And then later that year, Warner Brothers, later that year, I went back for Sex Life. And then right after that, Warner Brothers gave us the green light to go ahead with 8-Bit Christmas again. But because of all the testing and all of the, the risks with COVID, we couldn't risk having any kind of infections or so it was minimal people on set. It's only the necessary people had to be there. So man. I was literally watching from a laptop in Los Angeles every day.
How disappointing.
I was miserable. It was like my baby. It's I found this book.
That FOMO had to be so real. I would have been like, I don't even know that I want to watch it.
I haven't thought about it today.
As y'all are. I'll watch it when it comes out. I trust you guys. I gotta go.
Yeah.
So magic. You do magic.
I do magic.
Is that one of the things you geek out over?
I do geek out over magic. Yeah, I've been doing it since I was a kid. I kind of that I fell in love with magic because those moments when the impossible becomes possible, and show anybody a magic trick. I don't care if you're a kid or an adult. You pull it off, and they're like, "What?" And it's just that look of wonder. I love it.
Yeah, you do, and it has to be done right. If it's obvious.
Oh, there's nothing worse than bad.
The magic's not. The magic's not there.
No,
it has to really make you go, how did he do that?
Yeah.
And then you have to spend the next 2 days trying to figure it out yourself and finally be like, that's it. He's really magic.
Yep. No, I love it. I still play around with it all the time. I'm at the magic shop once a week. Yeah.
That's so much fun.
That is
really geek out over?
That is by far my nerdiest hobby.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like magic And practicing magician is definitely up there on the geeky scale.
I'm on the right podcast.
But you're on the right podcast for that. Exactly. What's something else you really geek out about?
Cooking. I love cooking. Yeah. I love cooking. I was fortunate enough to compete on Chopped for my charity, the Children's Tumor Foundation.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm pretty chefy. I like to get down in the kitchen.
Fun.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you had to hire yourself a chef in Young and Hungry.
True. Yeah.
The irony. All right. I'm not going to keep you much longer. I'm going to ask you a couple quick rapid fire questions, and then I'll let you go.
Let's do it.
All right. Favorite comfort movie?
Wizard of Oz.
Ooh. Horror movie you won't watch alone?
I'm not really. I'll watch anything alone. I'll watch anything alone.
Funniest cast member you've ever worked with?
Will Sasso.
Nice. Favorite set snack?
Beef jerky.
Most underrated comedy?
Role models.
It's a good one. Better survival odds for you? Zombies or ghost?
Ghosts.
First celebrity crush?
Claire Forlani.
Role you almost didn't take it, but you're glad you did.
Friday the 13th.
Really? Wow.
It was a weird situation where if I was screen testing for a pilot for a pilot for Fox, and I got offered Friday the 13th. If I didn't book the pilot, I couldn't do Friday the 13th because that would have taken me out of pilot season. And like, that's, you know, I want to be on a TV show. Obviously it's like,
yeah,
you know, Friday the 13th, it wasn't, I didn't do it for the money, but so it's like, I couldn't risk like not booking a TV show to do a movie that wasn't going to pay a whole lot.
Right. So
the only way I was able to do Friday the 13th was if I booked the pilot, and I booked the pilot. So I did Friday the 13th. But it was crazy because it's like, if I didn't book that, I would not have been able to do it.
That's nuts.
Yeah. So I remember when I booked the pilot, I called the casting director, and they were like, because they were friends of mine too. And they're like, please, what's the news? And I was like, I booked the pilot. And they're like, oh, and they like pop champagne.
Yes.
Pop champagne in the casting office. And they're like, I was like the last person that one of the last people cast for the movie for Friday the 13th.
Wow.
So, yeah, they were happy because like they didn't have to audition anybody else.
Yeah. No, that's crazy. That's definitely not one I would have expected you to say there.
Yeah.
All right. 3 actors, dead or alive, that you would have at a dream dinner party.
3 actors, dead or alive, I would have at a dream dinner party. Robin Williams. Duh.
Yeah.
Daniel Day-Lewis.
Nice.
And let's go with Meryl Streep.
That'd be a great dinner party.
Yeah, for sure.
That would be a great dinner party.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely love it. Well, Jonathan, where can people find you on social media and keep up with what's next for you?
Easy peasy. I am on Instagram. That is the only thing I'm on. I think I have a TikTok. I don't know how to get into it. I'll figure it out. I think it's my TikTok's like official Jonathan Sadowski, but I don't really post on there. But it's just my name, Jonathan Sadowski on Instagram. That's me.
Sounds good, guys. Go give Jonathan a follow and like his stuff on Instagram. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe here, and we'll see you guys next time.
Thank you so much, guys.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back to another conversation with 3 Geeks. Today, we are joined by JP Manoux. It's incredible to have you on the podcast. How are you?
I'm doing great, Destiny. Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure.
We should clarify, though, 3 Geeks, but 2 Geeks right now.
Yeah, just 2 today.
Yeah.
Just 2. So,
I was not a math major in college, but I can do that much math. Yeah.
that's a good level for me too. Math is not my forte.
No. Okay.
You know, we got the incredible pleasure of getting to meet and talk with you some back during Decade Days last year. How have you been since then?
Good. It's funny. That was a very unique opportunity to meet fans of Phil the Future, but also for Raviv and Ali and myself to see each other because we don't cross paths very much. So I was really glad that happened. I was glad I got to see you, and it has spawned more convention appearances, which I never really was a part of. Like I never really went to San Diego Comic-Con or
really
any of the other ones. When I was living in Toronto for a while, there was Fan Expo, which is like their Comic-Con, and I would show up sometimes just as like a fan, and then people would be like, "Oh my God, are you? I love Disney shows. Like, are you signing stuff or whatever?" I'd be like, "I'm not an invited guest," but I never pursued it, and partly because of a year ago when we saw you guys there. I told my agents, I was like, are these, do you think these people would care to see me? Like, and they were like, oh yeah, no, it's been like 20 years since so many of those shows that the kids watched, that now they're adults bringing their own kids to these conventions. They would love to see you. So yeah, I'm going to be going in a couple weeks up to Port Angeles, Washington for SquatchCon. And
how fun is that?
I'll find out soon. And then a couple more on the horizon. So you are partly to thank for me starting this new convention phase of my career.
I love that.
Yeah, and the Phil of the Future stuff was in the news again just yesterday or the day before because Raviv has directed a horror movie, a funny horror movie, with a buddy of his, and it stars Lizzie Kaplan and Danny DeVito's daughter. I think her name is Lucy. So he was just interviewed by People Magazine and then they ask, because so many of these shows are getting rebooted all the time, like, hey, is there a Phil of the Future reboot happened? We had a big cliffhanger at the end of season 2, and then suddenly it was Hannah Montana. We didn't get to see any more Phil or the Curtis the Caveman or anybody. And so he's been quoted, and it's been used a few times about like, yeah, if Disney ever came calling, I'd be happy to. And I think everyone in the cast shares that sentiment. We'd love to get back together. We'd love to revisit these characters, and at the very least, find out what the hell happened to Curtis when he was selected.
Right. We need to know. We need answers, Disney.
Well,
get on it.
With like a turkey
the fans want
it. Yeah.
The fans want it. Bring it back. I love that. I love that so much, and I love that y'all got to have that reunion. Hopefully that leads to more reunions for y'all as well.
Yeah, we'll see.
What initially pulled you into acting?
I mean, I was the kid making funny announcements at assembly. I had done a little bit of children's theater, but I forget about that all the time. Just like it wasn't something that I actively pursued. I wasn't a kid who had any concept of like wanting to be on TV really. But later in high school, I had done some kids shows and stuff just because like I in school, whatever the drama department, like if they needed a kid for the musical that the bigger kids were doing, like JP could memorize lines, but I wasn't like trying to be a child actor or anything like that. But in high school, I really got interested in sketch and improv comedy, and was lucky enough to have a teacher at this very small boarding school I went to who had graduated from Northwestern University and knew that I would thrive if I was close to Second City and Improv Olympic and the comedy institutions of Chicago. And so, I was drawn to pursue an undergraduate theater degree from Northwestern University. And I don't remember reading a single book the 4 years I was there, but I was in a million shows and really enjoyed collaborating with other smart, funny kids. And it was just, it was a window of time where like, I got really excited about collaborative storytelling. I still didn't even, some kids like definitely knew like when I graduate, I'm going to go to New York City or I'm going to go to LA and I'm going to try to become an actor. I still didn't really have a concept of like pursuing acting professionally, but but after I graduated, and because I liked collaborating with all these other smart, funny people, I had to be in LA where they were all headed. And so came out here and then started to figure out that what I liked doing, which is mostly physical comedy and very short bits, was what people wanted at the time for commercials. So like I booked a whole lot of commercials. I did lots of tiny parts on sitcoms and little guest star roles on things like that. And then, bit by bit, it turned into a acting career. So I wasn't, it wasn't a concept I had from the beginning, but I certainly, once I got a taste of how much I enjoyed it, I really loved being on set, and especially a TV set and being like in Video Village, where you get to like watch the monitors and see what other people are doing, or if you're lucky, watch playback of what you just did. Like, then I knew that this was what I wanted to do and where I needed to be.
That's when the bug bit you.
Absolutely.
I love that. How did your time at improv and sketch, like, how did that kind of shape the way you approach your characters?
Mostly to, what's the saying about like leap and the net will appear, like to act kind of fearlessly. You can't do an improv scene without being somewhat fearless, because you don't know what's next. You don't know what your partner is going to say, or who's going to suddenly walk on stage, or what's going to happen. So you don't even know what you're going to say, and you don't have time to plan. So I think that skill set, that was developed doing sketch comedy and improv comedy, like for live audiences especially, helped in an audition room for sure, where you have a script and you prepared it maybe, and you're ready to go and present it to producers. This is back in the day when we didn't do everything via self-tape. But you would go into a room and it was lots of adrenaline and nervous energy, and you'd do it once and then they'd give you a note and you'd have to do it again differently, depending on they may have gone like, that was great. We actually know now that like, we're going to rewrite this scene. So here's what we're thinking. Let's see you do it that way. And you don't have time to rehearse. So it definitely helped in live audition settings. And then also on set, especially with multi-camera sitcoms, you do a first pass of a scene, and then the writers all kind of huddle up as they hear how the audience laughed and where they didn't laugh. They thought they were going to laugh, and they'll quickly rewrite like, half a scene, and somebody will run upstairs and get pages and come bring them down of all the, warm-up guys entertaining the audience. And you'll do the scene again, like right there with no rehearsal, just the new notes and the new dialogue. And not everybody is comfortable doing that. And so that's another auditioning process. And then definitely on set with a multi-camera sitcom environment, the good improv actors do great. And stand-ups too, stand-up comics, because they're familiar with having to deal with an audience and the dynamics changing on the, so that for sure. And then otherwise, in doing self-tapes these days, like I'm still always kind of improvising the character. I'll do a couple of takes and I'll take a look at it and then suddenly be inspired, like, oh, wait a minute, what if this guy came into the scene because he already hates his neighbor because of something that's like not in the script, but like is part of like their backstory.
You kind of get to build them their own little build a new backstory. I feel like I would have to do that.
And then you can, sometimes they want to see two different, versions of the scene or the character. And so like, I've sent in things where like sometimes really low status and vulnerable guy, and the next take he's super high status and sarcastic. It's the same dialogue. It's the exact same scene as written, but the characters are very different. And it changes. It either will help the writer producers go like, that's it. That's what I was picturing it. But for some reason, nobody got it. Well, it might not have, the details may not have been in your script enough,
right.
to indicate. But if you gave them a couple of different options, and not everybody's lucky enough to have a partner at home or a friend who comes over and reads your off-camera lines, who's also a creative collaborator, director who can give you notes. So you
Yeah.
got to have that voice in your own head. You got to be able to change hats when you're watching your own playback.
Definitely. Yeah, I can imagine that it's definitely helpful when you can make the same character multiple different ways. You're like, this helps.
I
This
mean,
helps.
it can also drive casting directors and producers crazy because they can be like, we don't need you pretending you're an 80-year-old man. We'll get an 80-year-old man. Like I'm getting closer to that these days, but you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's a fine line. It's kind of like read the room. You have to know
Yeah.
what kind of a show. I'm still talking just about TV, really. Is you have to know what the tone of the show is ahead of time. You have to know what kind of stuff you can get away with. It'll make sense in their universe. And what won't. So you can't just like, what if I had a limp and I did this and all this stuff? Like, well, at the end of the day, like it is.
Then meanwhile, it's ER, and you're like,
you are.
This doesn't fit.
You're in yeah, like ER had a doctor with a cane. It would have been weird if my doctor suddenly also decided to have a cane.
Exactly. You have done things like ER and then like Phil of the Future and comedy.
Mhm.
How do you shift so seamlessly from like drama to comedy and things like that?
So that was and again, improvisation. You'll it's not always whose line is it anyway style, like very short jokey joke stuff. The characters that I usually am brought in to read for dramas, they usually have some quirk or something kind of funny. They usually they'll want me to bring some sense of humor to the role. Although most recently, a couple of years ago, I did CSI Vegas, and it really was a like psycho weirdo. I mean, I don't think there was much funny about it, but it certainly was specific character stuff that I had to be careful not to be funny. I had to be careful to make it specific character quirk stuff, but always a little scary, and not somebody that you could dismiss as harmless, because there had to be a certain amount of threat to my character.
Yeah,
but I'm,
sure.
I'm on my tallest day, I'm 5'6" and 145 pounds. So like, it's got to come from some nuance that I come up with in the character.
Right.
It's not so much a like gear shift, learning the lines, or if you're lucky enough to have some rehearsal time with the cast to go from comedy to drama. It's for me, it's more being aware of how big, some of my facial tics are. My like, I certainly am. I started out being used to performing to the back row of a big theater, and on a sitcom stage, you are still like doing theater-based live theater. It's still like big,
Yeah,
but you pretend it's not because the camera's framed a certain
because
way.
they need you
like,
right there.
it's small.
Yeah.
Then when you do like an hour drama or something, like you can't be acting, for
You
anything
can't
bigger
act
than
for the
than
camera,
scene.
really. Yeah.
It's got to be just that one person, and you understand that like they're going to have a super wide shot, but they're also going to come in like this, So I think giving yourself an education just about the different styles, the different genres of film and TV. And if you watch it, I mean, if you're a fan of TV and you're a fan of movies, like you have an instinct about these things. That still doesn't stop directors from needing to stop me every now and then and be like, a little smaller, JP, a little smaller.
Just turn it down just a little.
Yeah, it was a super long rambling answer. It'd be like, how do you shift gears from like comedy to drama? Everything makes sense if you are listening to the script, the people around you, the director. Like you'll get all kinds of indications about what's appropriate, what's not appropriate, and what the parameters are within which you can do your great fun stuff.
Definitely. I know kind of back in the beginning you mentioned kind of those quick roles. When you kind of step into a show that is already so established, how do you find your place in that world?
Yeah, I mean that's I remember doing, one line on a sitcom, 2 lines on a sitcom, and I think it was Dana Gould was on the show at the time. It was called Working. I think Dana was on it. Yeah, with Fred Savage and some other people you recognize. And it was a short-lived multi-camera sitcom on NBC. And, I was the last guy on the call sheet, like just had to come in and say one line and leave. But I had to get a laugh. And I remember him saying after, like, we did a couple takes and it worked. And like acknowledging the audience, like, what you just saw there, that is the hardest thing to do in TV because the audience doesn't already like you. It's not like,
Yeah.
when Kramer comes through the door and everyone, claps and screams, or, any one of the friends enters the scene and everyone's like, oh, we love Chandler. We love,
there they are.
Ross. Yeah. Like you are a stranger to them. They have to be paying attention to like have your one joke land or your one setup line for the other person's joke to land,
Yeah.
And it's absolutely nerve-wracking because it's not your show, it's not your place. These people are not your fans, and you have to somehow like be in service to it, have everyone exhale a little sigh of relief of like, great, that joke worked, like, and you're gone. That is very, very hard.
Yeah.
Mostly stress-wise. Mostly just, you try to. Sorry, I thought I set my laptop to be do not disturb.
Okay.
So, those tiny, tiny bits I think are actually harder than having like 3 full scenes in an episode of a show. And you can't. It's hard to train for. To prepare for that because you're never going to get a chance to really practice with, a room full of 300 people. And again, the stuff I'm talking about is kind of almost obsolete now. Like there's very, very few chances to work on a show that is like a big live theater. And I would say the best preparation I had for that was doing live theater.
Yeah.
So now like doing a tiny bit in a single camera show, it's, do short films, make videos with your friends, do whatever to get very used to being in service of the story. To drop that one little, pebble that ripples, or, that one tee-up line for the other guy to say that makes everything make sense. Like, it's hard to practice without just like film a lot of stories.
Just doing it, yeah. Is it harder now though not having like that live audience? Because with the live audience, you kind of know immediately if that joke landed, or like you get that instant gratification with a live audience that like you don't get without it. So you don't really know till it airs if it worked.
Right. And that's why some, a lot of single camera shows, even if they're shot kind of like, maybe they're shot so they look sort of like multi-camera, they look, mockumentary style, like The Office and Parks and Rec and other shows now that are still doing that style. Those things they have to shoot, and they never, unless they show it to like a test audience and record where they laughed and didn't laugh, like that's a lot of trust. It's a lot. But usually the people who are writing these shows and producing these shows, they've already got their 10,000 hours of experience. They already know what will work and won't work.
Yeah.
And they know that when they finish an edit of the episode and they watch it, like they'll know where they need to make changes. And in the editing room, they can have a lot of latitude. They can make a lot of changes. Yeah. But still, you don't really know until it gets out there. So like Ted Lasso is an example of, I know some of those guys, and like they all were having a great time and making a show they wanted to make, but they could have never predicted like how popular that show was going to be in 2021 or whenever it came out. So a lot of it's a leap of faith. You want to make sure you have people around you who it's not their first rodeo. Yeah. But then mixed in with them, you want to have fresh voices and people who like are fearless enough to try something that has a chance to feel fresh and be good.
Yeah, definitely. Speaking of just kind of like guest star roles, you played not Moby in How I Met Your Mother. That is one of my favorite series. That episode was so funny.
It's funny because like, we were just talking about convention stuff. So like I'm trying to trying to get like some photos together to sign and find scripts I have here that like, you know, I could sign, or maybe in the past I had other people sign and like I've saved them, but like now, hey, I'll give them to fans or to charities and things. And I realized I don't have any picture of How I Met Your Mother, because we shot that episode in the first season, and it wasn't like they had a still photographer there to get my character, you know, and for posterity have a great photo of him. So I was just this last week through social media trying to find people who like, anybody know how to take a frame from an episode of a show that might even be a little blurry because it's, you know, there's motion and everything happening, and like turn it into a still that could be a photo that I'd be able to like reproduce and sign for fans and stuff. And so I just picked up a test print this morning. This was like there's me in the limo.
That is fantastic.
But yeah, with the gang in the episode the limo, that's what it's called. It's the New Year's Eve episode.
The New Year's Eve one, yeah.
And we
Going to all the party. Then it's not Moby's party.
not Moby, man. Not Moby clicked. Because
That was such a fun one.
I did an event a year ago, shortly before I saw you, actually. It was like the beginning of January 2025 in New York City with the producers of How I Met Your Mother, and a bunch of the Bowery Ballroom was full of How I Met Your Mother super fans. And I walked out on stage. They said, it was like, we're so lucky to have someone with us. He's got, you know, all these Grammys and he's known for all this music and stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, Moby. And like, and I came out there and like everybody, of course, immediately knew that I was not Moby.
That's
I think I got a bigger ovation than the real Moby would have. Because I mean, it was nuts. And so, yeah,
funny.
That's an example of like, they shot that episode and it was funny. It was fun to do and stuff. We all had a good time, but like, I could have never predicted that like that one little episode, you know, and pulling a gun on the gang in the would be such a memorable moment. And part of it also is when you're lucky enough to be in something that like they play every holiday, like every Christmas, New Year's. That episode,
it's one of the episodes,
ends up playing again, and so people kind of look forward to it and they see it and they remember it. So that was, as opposed to it just being like one of the 200 episodes or whatever, you know, like it's one that like, keeps resurfacing.
The show went on forever, and like you said, that was like a first season episode. But the character, that's one of the characters that like,
well, now you're
that
gonna make
stuck,
me mad.
You know?
Now I'm pissed off because the show ran forever. How come they never brought him back? Come on.
They should have brought so many other parties not Moby could have gone to. They should have.
He's in the city somewhere.
He's got to be there. Or just like walking past one day. Just was that Moby? No, that's not Moby.
And that's maybe why the fans really enjoyed it so much at the Bowery Ballroom, was because like they never got to see him again, but he is still somewhere in New York City, and he was in New York City that night. Like, yeah.
That's incredible. No, that is so much fun. I love that I brought that up now.
So like I'm gonna get some more prints of this made and bring them with me up to SquatchCon and see if there's any How I Met Your Mother fans there.
And they'll be like, not Moby. They'll recognize it immediately. Speaking of fan favorites, Curtis from Phil of the Future is still such a fan favorite. What do you remember most about bringing that character to life?
It really does seem like I just got these printed for your podcast. I swear to God I didn't. But yeah. So it's just, this is testing because again, don't have good pictures for the thing. But yeah. So
that is incredible.
On Disney Plus, that's the first episode they show is Meet the Curtis. And it was what I remember about filming it was the having to more often than they warned me, do quick changes between Mr. Hackett and Curtis the Caveman. So it'd be like, of course, I was always shaved bald to be Hackett. And then when I was Curtis, I had to like, you know, throw in a wig and glue on some hair and stuff. It wasn't like hours and hours of makeup, but it was like an hour. And it was the most fun thing was at the time, and then also in the years since, seeing which kids were fooled, which ones knew that it was one actor playing Curtis and Mr. Hackett, and which ones now in their 30s go like, what? Like,
Hold on.
you're the same guy? Like, yeah.
Mind blown. For everyone who didn't know, now you know. Fun trivia.
Now you know. Spoiler alert. Hackett
Yeah.
and Curtis are the same person. And it was super fun. And it was what I had originally auditioned for was the caveman. And then I didn't get it. It went to a like 7 foot tall, like ex pro wrestler dude they were trying to decide, did they want like a little funny guy who was like the same as the kids, or did they want like a towering lurch, you know, sort of a behemoth? Or did they want, at one point, I think maybe there was going to be a female cave person. Like it was,
Wow.
but they went with the giant dude and they shot a pilot. And then technically it was difficult to shoot because every time they did like over the shoulder of Phil and Curtis, they were shooting off the set. Like often sets don't have ceilings. And so when they would be over Raviv's shoulder and be looking up, they would have to put in ceiling pieces and create the illusion of a ceiling in the room, which otherwise you would never even notice because usually lights are hanging on a grid and lighting the set, and there is no ceiling. You just suspend your disbelief. But they would always have to stop apparently and like put in the ceiling pieces. And then also I think they showed it to some kids who were scared of the big caveman. They didn't want that. They wanted it to be more fun. So they scratched that whole pilot and they just started shooting episode like 2, 3, and 4. And they brought me in to be the vice principal character. And then a few episodes later, they decided, like, God, we really want to bring back the caveman. And now we know what we can do. And because we, pre-shoot all these episodes, it's a single camera show. We have time to reshoot the pilot and we'll just throw it on the front. We've been shooting these other episodes and we'll just do the pilot as episode 5 or 6 and move it. And so they went back to like the original sort of pilot story where they meet Curtis. And they were like auditioning little guys again. And I saw the producers after a casting session because I was playing Hackett. And so it was like at lunch on set. And they were like, God, we had in our head, we loved what you did. And like other people are doing funny stuff, but it's not exactly what we want. We wish it's too late now though, because you're playing Mr. Hackett. And I said, I brought it up. I was like, I could do both parts. I was like, I don't know why I had the balls, the audacity to like suggest that.
Improv. You didn't even know what you were about to say.
I didn't care. I was like, I'll do both parts. And they were like, okay. And I don't know how I lucked into that. I ended up doing both parts on Phil of the Future.
That's incredible.
Having been not cast as one, then consolation role for the other one, and then recast as the original one. And then they had a lot of fun having Hackett and Curtis be in scenes together. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I love that they went back and they were like, you know what? Yeah, let's do it. Because he did. Did you expect that character was going to have like such a fan following?
Does he? I don't know.
I think he does. Like Curtis? He does. There's people who love Curtis.
Oh,
I love
so
that.
Glad. I hope it's all PG. I hope this isn't like fanfic.
No weird fanfics.
That's like. I mean,
yeah,
I know everyone's got their own fetish and stuff, but I should point out that Curtis is wearing like a dirty bath mat. It's not as sexy as you think, people. No, that's so great. And with Raviv recently quoted as saying like he'd love to come back. Like, let's figure it out. Let's bring back Phil of the Future and see what's going on with these guys. I'm still bald, so I can still be Hackett.
There you go.
Yeah,
it would be so much fun to bring that back, even if it's like a movie, and just kind of get like.
And so many of those other shows.
Let's see where we're at now. Yeah.
Yeah, we just had the rug pulled
out.
Come
on, Disney.
Come on. Yeah, it was an incredible cliffhanger that we really at the time we did not know we were not coming back. We definitely all thought we were going to answer those questions, and then it was like coming up next season, Hannah Montana, like, and not Phil of the Future. It's like, oh.
Man,
it's still hard to listen to Miley Cyrus songs. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Miley, but
yeah,
we wanted more Phil.
It's not personal with you, Miley. It's yeah.
So it's our grudge with Disney. It's okay. You've also done.
The show was good. It deserves.
It was so good. It does. Yeah. It definitely does. You've done a lot of voice work as well. How is your creative process different when like your audience can't see you?
it's worse. It's terrible. I like, because I need someone else to say like, that's good enough. Like, I will always do, and with the on-camera auditioning too, but like usually the first, second, third take is the good one. And then like, I just keep tinkering with it and like overthinking it and stuff. And it doesn't get better. It just gets a little different. At least with the voice stuff, especially. But I don't do a lot of voice stuff. It was the window of time when I was doing Phil of the Future and Emperor's New School, and that Aaron Stone on Disney XD, when there was a Disney XD. Is there still? I don't think so.
I don't know.
It's
I
all
don't think
Disney
so.
Plus now. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was it. The voice stuff started really because David Spade didn't want to do Cusco for the Emperor's New School, but everyone else did. So it was like John Goodman and Eartha Kitt and all kinds of amazing, talented people. And so Disney Channel knew me from Phil, and I happened to be like walking through my commercial agency, on-camera commercial agency's lobby, and I overheard a voice agent say like, yeah, but we don't have anybody who does David Spade. And I was like, I started to do basically an impression of Fran Drescher, and they thought it sounded like, I'm like and so we recorded the audition, you know, even though I wasn't really a voice client of that agency, but I was in the right place at the right time. And I sent it in, and like, they liked it, and they knew me from Phil. And so, yeah, those planets lined up, luckily. And then I got to do some other voice work, but it is still something I would love to do a lot more of.
Yeah.
I never built a like in-home studio. So that also hurts my chances of like, you know, being able to submit things at a moment's notice.
Right.
You know, these things are great, but like, you really have to have like a good mic and a good little isolation booth. So most of my auditioning stuff was, I'd go to my agents where they had booths and had someone who could help tell you that's enough. That's great. Stop trying to make it better. Yeah. But during the pandemic, you know, a lot of places kind of shuttered, or agents went home. They still worked for the agency, but they didn't have to come into the office anymore. And so I lost my place to go to continue advancing my voice career. And then I've been lucky enough to be just busy enough, and especially since becoming a father, like to stay lazy about jumpstarting that part of my career. But
Parenting will do that too, for
I
sure.
love doing it. Every now and then someone invites me to come in and read something, and so we'll do more of it soon, I'm sure.
Oh, for sure. I'm sure you will. I know it. Well, I'm gonna do a couple just like quick hit questions before we wrap this up, because those are always fun.
Already over? Oh.
No.
You know what? We clearly
Stay
did
on
not
the rest
do-
of the night.
Yeah.
Right? Sorry, Jason.
This would have really dragged on with him.
What's your favorite role you've ever played? I know.
What an unfair question. What's
I
your
know,
favorite?
isn't it?
I mean, and for different reasons too, because you know, sometimes you shoot something and you think it's lousy, and then later you're like, oh wow, that was really good, or people love it, or yeah. I'll try not to answer with regard to what other people think, and just like what I think. I liked when I was on ER, and got a chance to really be with like technically the best of the best, like to deal with a camera crew that had like long one takes, and you know, there's props and there's the technical jargon and all the stuff that you see on the pit now and that you saw on ER. Like, it's hard. It's really hard. And when the team knocks out a scene, it's like you are high-fiving everybody, like, woo, like, oh my God, I can't believe we got through that. So like that was really, really satisfying. And it was a fun character too. So like, yeah, being Dr. Crenshaw on ER was a blast. I was lucky I got to do it for 2 seasons. And otherwise, the most like just fun though, like there was a sitcom called Just Shoot Me with David Spade and Laura San Giacomo and Enrico Colantoni, and it was just a really good, fun group of writer producers who trusted comedic actors to, you know, play with their stuff and then take rewrites and knock it out of the park and stuff. And I just remember getting to do, there's an episode called Hostess to Murder. And I got to like do, murder mystery party. Again, I'm a lesser character that like the fans don't necessarily love, but like the cast loved me enough to like play with me and stuff. And I just remember being at that stage in my career too. That was the most fun I was having. Like I didn't want to go home. I just wanted to stay there.
Those are the best.
Yeah, it was great. So again, the most fun is a multi-camera show, no matter what, just because it's a party and it's a big audience. It's great. And that one at that time in my career was really important for me. And then otherwise, as far as challenge as an actor, medical drama is tough.
Yeah. I imagine it is. So that kind of answers what's the most challenging role.
Yeah. It becomes your favorite when you succeed, when you get through it. Forget succeed. When you manage to
you're like, I did it. I did it. I pulled it off.
And then when they go moving on, you're like, oh my God, thank you. Like,
you can breathe again.
Yeah.
Are there any shows that are on right now that you would love to have a spot on?
We just talked about ER. Like, yes, it's been a long time, and I would love to be on the pit as a patient, a family member, a doctor you haven't met yet. Like, that shows is intense. It's hard. It's not. You can't tell everybody like you're gonna love it. Like you have to know who your friend is. Right. Like, are you ready to like strap in for a 15-hour day?
Seatbelts on.
Across, and then comedies. Oh, what have I been watching that I liked a lot? There's a new one. There's one that hasn't come out yet, but I got to be on set and watch some guys working on it. It's Will Ferrell has a new golf comedy that hasn't come out yet, but you start seeing promos I think right now. I know it's like Molly Shannon is on it, and Will Ferrell and a bunch of other very funny people. Like that one's interesting to me. That one it's on my radar.
Yeah.
One show a similar sort of sports comedy show that's on right now is Running Point on Netflix. It's the basketball comedy with Justin Theroux and Kate Hudson and all kinds of people. And in season 2, I think Ray Romano is a new coach of the team. I do a voice on it. I'm the voice of the arena announcer. So
cool.
whenever something's happening on the basketball court and you hear shooting foul number 39, like that's me.
That's awesome.
I'm looking forward to hopefully being an on-camera character, because you will have heard me for 2 full seasons and never seen me. And so that's one I really, really want to do. Because I think it'd be funny too to have this guy with this like incredible, baritone voice, and then you meet him and he's like, "Hi," so we'll see.
That would be so great.
That is not yet in the works, but I'm putting it out there to the universe. Let's make it happen.
There you go. No better way to make it happen than put it in the universe.
Sure, it's got to start somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. What's outside of things that you've got to be in do you kind of geek out about? Like, what are your favorite things to geek out about?
Since the inception of the team, I've had season tickets for LAFC. It's the Major League Soccer, the professional team here in Los Angeles that is not the LA Galaxy. So the Galaxy are the storied franchise. They've been around forever. LAFC's been around for just 8 years, and they play a really exciting style of football. And I love going. My wife never grew up caring about soccer. Now she's really into it. And our daughter likes it too. And so it's something I get to share, and I geek out about it because like I definitely would be way more starstruck, if I bumped into Lionel Messi or, Denis Bouanga or on our team, one of these guys, like, because they aren't just, I know how to act. I know how to like be funny. And then there are heroes of mine. There are guys who like, Steve Carell and people who are like just phenomenal. But I wouldn't be as starstruck because I understand what they do and how they do it. Like they're the best at it, and I'm a big fan of what they do. but like sports guys, like they are like the Avengers. I mean, I don't get how they can do with their bodies what they do, how they can stay so incredibly fit and tireless. And some of these guys never even look like they sweat. I mean, I'm sure you've watched like a basketball game, like
Yeah.
it's like LeBron James is like he's not glistening even. Like what? How?
How does this happen?
Yeah. So those guys are freaks, gods among men, and my incredibly long answer again. Like, yeah,
No, I love it.
Right at this point in my life, like live sports, and with the World Cup coming to some games here in Los Angeles, like super exciting time for me.
I love that.
So, yeah, I geek out about LAFC right now.
That's incredible. Well, JP, where can people find you online to follow what's going on in your life and kind of anything that's coming up work-wise?
I mean, apparently only old people are on Facebook, but I'm there. So
Same.
you can find me on Facebook. You can I still have a presence on Twitter, Instagram, but I'm never on those things. I'm just never there. So like, I always feel bad if someone sends me a message or tags me in something and like I don't see it for months. I'm sorry. So really, and I don't think I've updated my jpmanoux.com in over 10 years, so for sure. So you can find me online in the things I've already done that are on Disney Plus and a lot of other amazing places. And if you do send me a message on Facebook, I will see it because I still check that every day.
I love it. JP, thank you so much for coming on. It is always a pleasure to talk to you, but it was incredible to have you on here.
I hope we get to do it again soon.
Oh, absolutely. We will. Thank you so much, guys. Go check out Phil of the Future on Disney Plus.
Yeah.
Go watch the Not Moby episode.
And yeah, Running Point season 2 is launched. I think it's April 23rd. So you'll be able to hear me, if not yet, see me on that basketball comedy.
Love it. Check that out on Netflix, guys. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. See you next time.
Hey everybody, another conversation. I have Angel with me and Benjamin. How you both doing?
Pretty good.
Good. How are you?
Good, Angel. We're here to talk Dead Air, though. Benjamin, you are the writer, I believe. How are you doing? How did you get into writing? How did this become a career / maybe a hobby with Kickstarter?
Well, I mean, it's a career in the sense that Angel and I were talking before we started recording. I'm a freelance writer full time.
Awesome.
I've been doing that for almost 20 years. And for comics writing, I started, I guess, 8 years ago on a book called Code 45 with actually the co-creators of Dead Air, Joe Ng, the artist, and Angela Hodge, the designer. And this is our second book together. And how I got into comics, I mean, I wasn't really a comics person when I was younger. I read a lot of, I guess in the States, it's Sunday Funnies. Here in Canada, it's on Saturday. I don't know why it's different. But I read a lot of Doonesbury and Bloom County and Peanuts and that kind of stuff. And Gary Larson. And I never really made the transition, though, to superheroes. It just didn't really happen. And it wasn't until my early 30s, I moved into a part of Montreal where a new comic book shop had opened. And I wandered in, and it opened about 2 weeks before I'd moved there. So everyone was still new, and I made friends with the people who were working there, and they piqued my curiosity, got me into comics, and basically introduced me to indie comics, which I didn't know existed. Like, for me, everything was either DC or Marvel, right? And that didn't really do anything for me at that time in my life. And then I discovered indie comics and found all of these stories that I wasn't seeing told anywhere else. And I got very excited about it and dove in head first, pretty much.
That's awesome. It's very similar to my own path in comic books. Like, as soon as I realized Image and Dark Horse and all these other things that generated comic books, oh man, this is way more fun. I enjoyed it way more.
I think it's tough because I grew up in a really small town and there was no comic book shop, you know, so any comics that I encounter, it's going to be pharmacy, supermarket, maybe a bookstore. And a lot of those places in the late 80s, early 90s, they were not well served by indie distributors, right? So I didn't even know Image was a thing. You know, I had no idea when I was a teenager. Just it had passed me by. And it wasn't until, you know, so many years later that this world revealed itself to me.
That's awesome. Can you tell us a little bit about Dead Air?
Yeah, so Dead Air is a book set in a world where one day out of the year you can talk to the dead. There's this technology called DTalk that makes that possible. And the story itself focuses on a group of friends who were all college radio DJs in the 90s that's how they met. They became close. And then 15 years later in 2011, they've all gone their separate ways. But there's a tragedy from their past that links them all together. And one member of this group, after this technology has been invented, she decides that she's going to use it to reach out and tell someone how sorry she feels about what happened and the guilt that she has about this tragedy. And when she does that, she discovers that the events that she thought had occurred didn't happen in the way she thought they happened at all. And so she has to get her friends back together and figure out if there's anything they can do to make the situation better, for themselves, for the person that they thought they'd lost, and for their own futures. And the story moves back and forth between this 90s period and the current day, which 2011, where you have the more adult characters who are, you know, much farther along in their lives. And for me personally, it's a story about friendship and how friendship changes over time, and how time affects all of us and the way we relate to other people.
Now, when making this, did you just come up with the characters, or did you base any of your characters off of real life?
So I was a college DJ in the 90s, which is part of why the setting appealed to me. Also, I'm a big music person, so it's really a lot of fun to write about that kind of stuff. All of the characters are original, in the sense that, like, in my previous books, I had kind of leaned on people that I knew for characters, but this time I wanted to do something a little bit different. And when I was creating their personalities, a lot of it was tied to the musical subcultures that they were spinning at the station. So there's like a goth DJ, there's a metalhead, there's a Britpop DJ, there's a techno DJ, there's a classical music DJ. And it's fun because when you're designing those characters, you can lean into the fashions of the period. The 90s is really great for bright colors and fashions, aside from the goth character who's completely monochromatic. But there's a lot of bright colors you don't necessarily see today anymore in fashion. Mm-hmm. So it was a cool way to differentiate and design the characters, but also you can subvert things by having characters who are interested in a certain subculture, but they don't follow the norms of it. Like our goth character is not depressed, for example. And our metalhead is a party animal, but also like a math genius, you know? So there's things you can do to have fun with that stuff. And that's really where I kind of drew the inspiration, was mostly the music. And I think if I was pulling from the past, it would be the energy of the people that I knew, because I feel like when I was at the radio station, I started when I was 16. Somehow I was still in high school when I got this gig, which is kind of crazy to think about because I was, you know, not responsible whatsoever. But you know, everyone who's involved in something like a radio station is there because they're passionate about music. And even if you're different people, like different personalities, you're pulled together by that passion. And so you can make friends with people that maybe you wouldn't have met any other way. And that's something that's fun about this group of characters. They all have these diverse interests, but they have this shared love of music. And that is the bond that holds them together.
I love the way you explained that.
I would love to hear kind of how you determine the art style and the coloring. And there's so much that goes into a comic book in terms of, it's not just words on page, but like, how are you going to present it visually? Can you go through the kind of the thought process around that?
Sure. I mean, I've known Joe, the artist on this book, Joe Wing. He's been in the comic business as a pro for maybe 20 years now. And he's worked on books like Transformers and Street Fighter and a lot of licensed properties. But what pulled him into this book is the chance to tell his own story. Comics is such a collaborative medium, right? You know, you're taking the product of multiple brains and mushing that down onto the page, which is really cool. Joe's inspirations for this were also pulled from people that he knew in that period. We're roughly the same age. And he was just drawn to the ability to he's very detail oriented. So when you're looking at pages that he's done, the recording booth for the DJs, the radio station itself, any of the technology that is being used by the characters, there's so much going on in the background. There's so much that he packs into every scene. There's like Easter eggs that I don't even notice. Sometimes he has to tell me about them. But we've been working together now for a very long time, and it's at the point where there's a lot of trust between us. And he took me to comics college, basically, when we did our first book together. I got to tap into his brain. I got to learn all about, composition, panel placement, page turns, all this stuff that, like, as a reader, I wasn't necessarily conscious of, but are the fundamentals of like how you build a comic book story. So learning all of that from him, and now working on our second book together, it's at the point where I don't have to over describe a panel. I've learned how to pull back in terms of the amount of description or the amount of setup that I provide in a script, because I know he's going to understand what will work best in that scenario. And then I can look at his layouts, like a sketch layout, and I'll know exactly what it's going to look like because of that trust and because of that shared experience that we have. So it's a really great visual shorthand that we have together. And the book is truly collaborative in the sense that there's a lot of changes that take place once the art begins. If Joe has an idea of how a page can be presented better, or maybe we can move some stuff around, we talk about that and we get it done. It's really a great chance to improve the story. And on colors on this book, we have Miao, who's fantastic. She's really great at capturing that 90s energy. You'll notice, I mean, in the book itself, there's these two time periods, right? 1990s and 2011. So in the 90s, the color palette is a lot brighter. The gutters are white. It's kind of how your memories are of the positive parts of your past, where maybe you amp things up emotionally. So when you remember them, they're Technicolor. They're not necessarily exactly how it was. But in 2011, the characters are, mid to late 30s. They've lived some life. They've had some tragedy. They've had some emotional, not issues, but just they've been beaten down by life a little bit. Things are real. It's not the same energy you have in your early 20s. So the palette is more muted. Gutters are dark. And when you're looking at the book, you can look at a page and know what time period you're in just from the visual cues, which is, I think, more effective than always having to have a little chyron that says where you are and what time you are. So that was, I was super impressed with the way Maya was able to differentiate those two eras. And she's incredibly talented. And she's also really great at pulling out those like 90s teals and fuchsias and stuff that we don't see so much anymore. That maybe colors that I maybe forgotten about. So it's fun to have those on the page too.
All the Lisa Frank colors.
Yeah, Lisa Frank and like weird sports logos colors, like when everything was super extroverted.
For Kickstarters and comic books in general, sorry, Angel, if you got some, but I mean, you have a lot of different covers, and I just love that in terms of just the arts and things like that. At least I'm following right. You have a couple of different options. Can you talk about that at least a little bit?
Well, there's only one cover for each issue, so we have 3 issues.
My bad.
Yeah. It is a bit confusing. You're not the first person to have asked me that, so don't worry about it. But we have 3 issues available in this campaign. We're probably going to be running 4 in total. And the 4th issue is going to be a double issue to wrap things up, probably like 45 pages. But yeah, the cover's a lot of fun. Joe has done all of the covers. Maya did the colors on this one. Joe did the colors on the previous covers. That's one of my favorites. Very strong image.
This was incredible. Yeah.
I love it.
It's
the
funny.
colors
So
are amazing.
when we were thinking of the cover for issue 2, which is this one, Joe's initial idea was to create like a face or a skull out of the headphone wires. And then he did that. And he's like, this is so simple. It doesn't really come across. And then he randomly sent me this digital skull. And I loved it. And it does fit in with the theme of the book. So we went with that. And also the covers are fun because they continue along the back too. So you have the headphone wires and they come along and they attach to a Walkman. And that's designer Angela Hodge, co-creator on the book, who's putting in those details.
Oh, look at the bright pinks.
Yeah, these are all really, really cool. And you can tell definitely, you're right, the art style, the different colors that were used. It's incredible. I would love to hear about the swag bags and things like that. How did you curate your add-ons, things like that for your Kickstarter?
So the swag bags are a combination of stickers that are like fun for the era. You know, like we have like a boombox, we have a mixtape, but and a character. But we also have like, you know, when you're on campus and you see a poster for someone's radio show. So we have a series of those, and this time Ferry the metalhead, he's it's the books. He's prominent in this issue, so we went with his show, Metal Up Your Ass, and it's Angela Hodge designs those, so that's included in there too. And we also have a couple of student IDs for the characters. Some of them are modified, like, you know, you're doodling on them, you're putting stickers on them. And some of them are more straight-laced characters, or just, you know, it has their major and their radio show and what time it's on and that kind of thing. We also have a random 90s CD pulled from the radio station's library. So if you order that tier, you're going to get a CD that's produced between 1990 and 1999, but you won't know what it is. It could be Ricky Martin, it could be Tool, it could be Kenny G's Christmas. There's no way to know. The only guarantee is that it's from that decade. So that's like you're rolling the dice on that. Sorry?
No, sorry. I was like, could you also do mixtapes at a different like $5? You definitely like your favorite mixes of the.
There's challenges with mixtapes because like technically we don't own that music, right? And also I was like, I remember how long it took to make a mixtape, dubbing it even at double speed, and I was wondering like if it became popular, would I be spending the rest of my life sitting in front of a stereo like pushing those buttons? So I didn't want that to be my future, but we did something that's very close to that. You'll see here there's a 3D printed cassette, and that fits inside a regular cassette case. It has a little J card and everything, but it also has a download code because I did 18 months of dead air radio here on a local FM station where I was playing 90s stuff. So I would go in and do a 90s alt rock show, a 90s metal show, a 90s Britpop show. And it was sometimes in character of the people from the Dead Air book. And the download code gets you 10 hours of the best of those shows. So it's the next best thing to a mixtape. Plus you get like the station IDs and everything for the station. And it's a fun way to share the music with everybody.
Oh, for sure. That's awesome.
Oh, it looks so fun.
Oh.
And that's Angela Hodge, our designer, who put that together as well. This is some original art from Joe. These are like early character sketches, and then we have a couple of original art pages from the book. I think one of them is still available.
Oh, that's neat. And then addition tiers. Sweet.
And it's all Canadian dollars too, so remember, take 30% off. You guys are in Ohio, so you know you're very familiar with the exchange rate, I'm sure.
Always. That's awesome, man. That's so much fun. It's so original. You're a kind of a Kickstarter pro, though. You have like 7 different projects, right? If I read that right.
Yeah, this is number 7. Yeah.
Yeah. So what have you learned throughout this whole process, right? Like, what if I'm brand new to Kickstarter? What advice would you give me?
What works and what doesn't?
Yeah.
The number one thing I would say if you're new to Kickstarter is promotion has to start way, way, way before the Kickstarter begins. If no one knows about your Kickstarter until the day it launches, you're in trouble. The key is to get as much momentum as you can on the first day, which helps the Kickstarter algorithm push your project in front of as many different eyeballs as possible. And to do that, you have to have a way of reaching out to people ahead of the Kickstarter going live. So for us, it's a challenging question because it's been changing. Our first Kickstarter was in 2020. And at that time, what we had done was we created a Facebook group, got a lot of people who were our book at the time was called Code 45, but it's about a woman who's driving a subway car and she hears rumors that there are dragons in the tunnels and the night shift is terrified to go to work. So they're all self-medicating and she falls into this crowd where she can't tell what's real and what's not. And there's a dark secret from her family's past that kind of ties into everything. So we used Facebook advertising to invite people to a group where it was like, hey, do you like rave music? Do you like dragons? Do you like this type of comic book? Do you like Kickstarter? We grew a group and then we sent ads to them once the Kickstarter was about to happen. We still have that group and it's very, very difficult to get anyone to look at any content that you post on Facebook anymore. It's become almost impossible to target the kind of people who might actually be interested in your book. So we've moved to an email newsletter as being one of the more effective ways of reaching out to people. If you're starting out if you're starting out on Kickstarter, a newsletter, I think, is your most effective tool to be able to directly reach out to people who've expressed an interest in reading what you have to offer. You can also, once you've completed your campaign, ask people if they want to be added to the newsletter and kind of build momentum that way. That's been really helpful. I would say if you can start a newsletter 6 months before your Kickstarter is going to go live, you'll have a chance to get some momentum. And when I say like momentum on the first day, if you can get 50 people to pledge on the first day, that would be extremely helpful. You know, you don't have to have 400 people on the first day. Yeah, 50 to 100 people is going to be huge. And it sounds like a big number, but it's an attainable number, especially, you know, your first campaign, it's going to be a lot of friends and family, and that momentum will help you gather more readers over time. And my other advice would be, if you have a really long story, let's say you have like something that's going to be 200 pages, 250 pages, don't release it all at once. Split it into chapters. Yeah. And then use that momentum to build readership over time. Because the first time you're on Kickstarter, you might have modest results. But the second time, if everyone comes back, you can build on that. And then so on and so on. But if you show up with a more expensive book right out of the gate, you don't have a track record, people are less likely to roll the dice on you because they don't know if you can deliver. Whereas if you've been building trust over a period of months or years, you're going to have a much better chance of success. This just my opinion.
No, it makes sense to me for sure. And I feel like the more we talk to Kickstarter artists, writers, people that are involved, it is all about the promotion. Just it feels like that's like consistent. Like, hey, no one's being a bigger advocate than you. You got to get out there and kind of do the legwork to get in front of people.
Yeah, you got to find your people. You know, you got to find the people who are going to want to read the stories that you're telling, going to want to see the art that you're putting out there. It's a huge challenge. I mean, there's so much noise in the world. Cutting through that is difficult, and it's always the most difficult part of any Kickstarter. I mean, fulfillment is difficult too, like putting hundreds of books in hundreds of boxes and going to the mailbox and whatnot. But I think the promotion is maybe even harder than that.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So do you have a bunch of just odds and ends Kickstarter stuff just in your house, like in a garage, like a box in your garage, just like 800 pages of something? Just like
you try not to over order, right? Because you end up in a weird situation where you can have like 5 copies of issue 1 and 200 copies of issue 4, and then what are you going to do? Like, are you going to reprint? Like, what's your plan? A lot of what we have left over from past Kickstarters gets sent to, there's some comic book stores in Montreal that are really good at supporting independence. One in particular, Crossover Comics, they stock our books on a regular basis, and that's great. So that's mostly what we do with the leftover stuff. But it's all about inventory management, and there's only so much room in your house. And the other thing too is like, paper is fragile. You can't just throw it in a garage and forget about it. You gotta keep some kind of climate control going, or you'll end up in tears.
That's very fair.
Keep the tissues handy just in case.
Yeah.
So you mentioned there's a 4th chapter coming. Is that
yes?
Did I hear you right? So how did you determine 4 chapters? Is that the whole story for Dead Air? At least for this
whenever I start a book, it's kind of weird. I always know what the first page is going to look like and what the last page is going to look like, and then it's a question of filling those gaps and bringing the characters from point A to point B in a way that's interesting and emotionally satisfying for everybody, I think. So at this point, I really feel like we'd be able to accomplish that with one more issue on this story. And it'll be sad to leave this world, but it'll be immensely satisfying, I think, to have that done. That's the other cool thing about like Kickstarter and comics is like, you can just do it. You can just make your comic. No one's going to tell you you can't do it. You know, like whatever crazy idea you have, recently there are new limits on Kickstarter, so things can't get super crazy, I guess. But like, yeah, it's not like a movie where you need millions of dollars for special effects and actor salaries and whatnot. Like, you have an unlimited budget to create the visual world that you want. And that's amazing. Like, there's not a lot of other mediums that are like that. You don't need a crew of 200 people to haul cameras around and lights and all sorts of stuff. It can be just you. It can be just you and a close friend. It can be you and an artist that you trust. Like, I think that's amazing and really underappreciated aspect of independent comics.
How did you go about finding the artists that you work with? And
Well, I'd known Joe for a very long time, and when was working on Dead Air, Code 45, my first book, our first book, I just went to him and asked if he knew any artists that would be interested in collaborating, never thinking that he would be one of those people, because I assumed he was busy. Because if you're a good artist, you're busy, But he was able to squeeze me in. He was immediately interested. For another book I had that came out in the fall called Model UN, more of a black and white manga style book. That was I found someone on Facebook. There was a Facebook group that connects artists and writers, and that's challenging because if you post that you're looking for a collaborator, it's like blood in the water for bots and companies, and your inbox just explodes with people like showing you portfolios that are either computer generated or just not at all what you had specifically asked to see. But I found someone who's actually working in Argentina. Santiana, the artist that I work with, fantastic and really great to work with. Kind of a younger person who was just starting out, but had an incredible visual vocabulary. I was really impressed with their ability to, in that format. I think it's tough to create characters that are differentiated and believable, and you could see the emotions on their face. And he was able to do that while also incorporating some sci-fi style art. And those two things I think don't always go together. So I had a really good experience working with him, even though we had the long distance and the age gap and whatnot, like for common references on the story. It made it so that I had to be more deliberate when I was writing my scripts. And that was a nice challenge for me too. So I had a good experience with that on Facebook. One of the few good Facebook experiences, I think, maybe that's still out there.
That's funny. That's awesome. Well, I thought you were going to say something.
I did. I was going to ask what he does, but I didn't want to cut you off. What do you do when you get stuck when you're writing and everything and you just have a burnout? Do you work with the other members of the team, or is there a certain process that you have to get you out of that?
I've never really burnt out on comics.
Okay.
I've certainly burnt out professionally with, too much of a client load for sure. First year of the pandemic, that summer, it was rough. Burnout's a real thing, for sure. It's really easy to take on too much, especially I think there's a temptation for people who work freelance to do that because there's fear can be a motivator. You're not always sure how long this particular client relationship's going to last or whatever. So you can overload yourself. But in terms of the comic book, so I have to get up every day and I look at a blank page, and at the end of the morning it has to be full, or I don't get to eat and I can't pay my mortgage. So that's been my philosophy for almost 20 years. So when it comes to comics, I look at it in a similar way. It's a muscle that you have to use. The more you use it, the better it gets, the more toned it becomes. And sometimes, honestly, writing doesn't take place when you're sitting in front of the computer looking at the keyboard or the screen, right? Your brain is constantly mulling over whatever it is you're trying to communicate. And the weird thing for me is the shower is where I'm suddenly crystallizing whatever idea. And I think my suspicion is because I'm looking at nothing. I'm just looking at a wall. It's warm. I'm not thinking about anything. And then my brain's like, oh, hey, remember that idea that you had 3 days ago? Well, here it is fully formed. And it's the worst because I'm not near paper. I don't have a pencil. My phone is in another room. I'm soaking wet. I have to repeat the idea to myself over and over until I can get out, dry off, and make it to the computer on time and type it in. So that's where it's that kind of dissociation, I think, though, from your regular thought process that those ideas can push their way to the surface in that moment because you're not thinking about anything else. At least that's how it works for me. I don't know, but I've heard a few other people have had similar revelations when they're in those kinds of situations.
That makes a ton of sense. So I kind of goes along the lines of, I always like to hear from creatives, how do you keep that well full? How do you keep pulling whatever ideas? But it seems like you just answered it, but I don't know. Do you have a process of I have a notebook full of ideas? At any one time, I have 50 ideas in my back pocket that we can.
Yeah, I feel so. Ideas are not difficult. Execution is extremely difficult. You know, you can have the best idea in the world, and if you can't execute it, it is worthless, and that sucks. And I do have files filled with dozens of story ideas. I've got another 40 years of life left in me, maybe. Like, how many of those do I get to pick and bring into the world? It's so many. In a different life, I was a touring musician, I was a rave promoter, had a small record label, and I don't do that anymore. And I'm super grateful because I know how difficult it is to be successful at that. And knowing that sometimes can keep you from making the attempt to do what you want to do. Ignorance of difficulty is a great way to get started on something because you don't know what it takes. And so you just put all of your everything into it and you can power through it, right? And you're not intimidated by it. And now, like, when I think about this is weird. Sometimes I think about a story and I'm like, I know what it would take to bring this to life. I know how long it would take. I know who would need to be involved. And then you start thinking, okay, I'm going to triage these ideas because this one's really meaningful to me. This one is maybe easier to do. This one I can maybe do faster, you know, and then you have to realize what situation you're in life. You only have so many opportunities. You only have so much time to devote to certain things. You have to make choices. And so that's kind of how I look at the ideas thing these days. Usually if I'm stuck somewhere in a story, it's not so much that I'm stuck, it's that I'm lazy and I know how hard it's going to be to write the next 2 pages and I'm avoiding it. So like I have to push through that. I've
Take a
been
lot
at,
more
like,
extra showers. Yeah.
yeah, a lot of extra showers. My wife's suspicious. It's like, oh, you've been in the shower 3 times today. Are you having trouble with the script? You know, but it's like I'm very good at outlining stuff and knowing the structure of the story and where things are going to go. But then like my mind's like, oh, but to make this believable emotionally, it's going to be super hard. Maybe you want to avoid that for like a week. You know,
Sure.
but I'm only hurting myself.
I think you need one of those little recorders that go on the wall in the shower, so you can just press record when you're.
That's a really good idea. That's a
They
really
make
good.
everything waterproof now. The little or I was going to say the little boom box, and
I
so
did
they
not
gotta
even
have a
think
recorder.
about that. I
be
should look
great.
for that. Yeah.
Tell the wife to get it for Christmas. It's coming up.
Yeah. That's a really good idea.
Captain's log. The water's warm.
Well, now I wonder how many of like Picard's logs were done in the shower. We have no way of knowing. We don't always see him.
You got to hear the water dripping. It's
Yeah,
weird.
or maybe it's
Yeah.
a futuristic silent shower. It's something really cool we don't even know about, you know?
It's just dust. It was dust.
Yeah.
Oh man, they're good. Well, you do have one Kickstarter thing I wanted to talk to you about that
Okay.
I think is always a lot of fun that people offer. And your section's already been sold out. So I'm sorry if you're hearing this because you can't do it, but like you're drawing people in. I think that's so cool.
Yeah, that's been really popular. Joe alternately loves it and hates it because he loves it because it's tough to draw new faces from your brain, right? At least for some artists, it's a challenge to just invent a face. So when we have someone who wants to be in the book, it's great because he gets a face that he gets to put in the book. But the challenge for him is, where do you put them? You know, like, and it's a challenge for me too, because I have to, when I'm writing, I want to make sure there's room for those characters, even if it's a passing moment where we see them in a crowd or they're maybe passing in a hallway or something. But like, there has to be that physical room on the page to do that. It's a fun challenge and I like it, but sometimes I drive Joe crazy by not leaving him enough panels for like that kind of thing to work within the flow of the story. So that's like a balance that we have to achieve with each issue, which is also why we limit it to a maximum of 5 per issue.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
It doesn't sound like a lot, but that's a lot of people, you know?
Sure.
And it's just cool that people send in their faces, but also we ask them, you know, like, well, what do you want to be wearing? Like, what kind of style do you want? Do you have a preference for which era you want to be in? That kind of thing. So we try to incorporate them to their preference.
That's
That's
awesome.
so fun.
Yeah.
I want to be in one, Justin. We got to get in one next.
Issue 4. You gotta wait. It'll be
Yeah,
good.
3 Geek shirt. We're getting there.
I'm in. Oh, it'd be fun. Angel, I'm in. That's a great idea. You're full of them. It's a good idea.
Sometimes don't tell my husband.
Oh, I won't. It's okay. But my friend Ben, did we miss anything? Anything else you want to talk about or plug or discuss?
I don't think so. I mean, if people want to find the Kickstarter, deadaircomic.com will take you there. It'll take you, actually, even if the Kickstarter is not running, it'll always take you to where you can pick up the comic. So that's kind of the one-stop shop for it. And again, shout out to co-creators Joe Ng and Angela Hodge. And on the book, we have Lyndon Radchenka, who's doing the letters, Miao Paycheck on colors, and the editor is Kevin Birchner on this book. So all a great team, and I'm really lucky to work with them.
Awesome. Excited to read it. Well, I think we did it.
Thank you for having me on. I really appreciate you
Thank
taking the time to do this.
Of course. All right. See you, everybody. Thank you so much.
See ya.
Everybody, welcome back to another Three Geeks conversation. Today I am joined by the beautiful Artemis. Thank you so much for being on the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, it is our pleasure. So, I mean, fans really got to love you in Sweet Magnolias, but what is it that really got you interested in acting?
Oh, so when I was really little, I actually got really interested in writing. And so I had a best friend in middle school, and we would write together. We'd write stories together or just sit in one of our bedrooms and write side by side. And so one day I had this idea of like, well, you know, my family has a camcorder. Why don't we like act out some of these scenes we're writing and see what it's like? Because we always made it about like two sisters or two girls. So it was perfect for us. And so we set up that camcorder and we filmed all these scenes. And then as we were doing that, I was like, wait, I kind of love this. I'm bringing this story to life and living it.
Right.
So then I told my parents, like, I think I have an interest in acting. And it snowballed from there.
I love, and nothing beats making those fun little like home movies with your friends. Like,
Yeah, I'm sure if I looked back now, I'd be like, oh,
that's no one can ever see that.
No, because also we were big fantasy nerds, and so we have on like fake elf ears and things like that, like a rubber sword covered in aluminum, so it will look like a real sword. No one can
That's
ever see
so
these
funny.
things.
Yeah, you're like, these things can never see the light of day, ever.
Right.
Well, fans are excited about the return to Serenity for season 5. What excited you the most when you first read the script for season 5?
Oh gosh, I think that for me personally, Lily goes on such a fun arc. I was so excited to hear what she would be going through because it's really different than anything she's gone through before. And as an actor, it also pushed me to do new things I had never done before. That's unfortunately all I can say, but like I was so excited to really delve into it, and it changed my preparation process for some of these scenes as well. So that was all super exciting.
Yeah, anytime you get to go on new adventures and push yourself as an actor, it's got to be really fun to get to do something new and really just grow your craft.
Yeah, exactly. And I felt like I was able to really do that this time. So it was really fun.
Yeah. So how does Lily fit into the theme of exploring and chasing dreams beyond Serenity?
Well, I think, you know, in last season, season 4, we see a lot of the teens going through a big moment in their lives, which is graduating from college is on the horizon. Or sorry, graduating from high school is on the horizon. And, you know, applying to colleges has been a big thing on their minds. And so, you know, I feel like they've been trying to figure out what they want to do, where they want to go from this. I know Lily, Annie, and Cece had a conversation about that where Annie was trying to figure out what she was going to do, what represents her. And so I think that's a big question on all of the kids' minds at this point. And so it was really fun to see where that goes and where they further discover themselves this season and what they realize.
I love that so much. Without spoilers, what can fans expect from Lily's relationships in season 5?
I think a great part about Lily and Kyle's relationship has been that, you know, this is probably their first ever serious long-term relationship. And I think the only long-term relationship amongst the teens in the show. And so it's been really fun to see them like come upon problems in their relationship for the first time ever, and
Yeah.
realizing like, oh, this is something that can happen, and how do I deal with that emotionally, like with my partner, all those kinds of things. And so I feel like that carries on in this season of experiencing something new for the first time and having to learn how to navigate it. The good thing is I feel like they have a lot of great role models in the adult characters in their life to turn to for advice, or to just see them and how they deal with problems in their life, and try to emulate them in their own lives. So I think that that's going to be a great thing to further explore with Lily and Kyle. And then with the mini Magnolias, okay, no spoilers. I love I love
It's hard.
the
I know it's got to be so hard.
I know. Well, also then I start thinking like, was that this season or last season? So can I talk about it? But I think that the growth of this female friendship in the younger generation has been so beautiful to see, and how it mirrors their parents and even the Silver Magnolias. And so, just seeing that grow further, and as they each are going on their own paths in life, and they're also their paths together as friends, how that grows. And I think I can talk about this a teeny bit because Doom posted about it, but there are more girls being welcomed into the mini Magnolias, or at least into milkshake nights. And so I think that that's also great, and straying a bit from the Sweet Magnolias and the Silver Magnolias always being 3 women, seeing maybe a bit of a branching out from that, I think has been really fun.
Yeah, I love that. And the younger cast with the mini Magnolias, they have such an incredible chemistry. Like, what is something that fans don't get to see behind the scenes with, like, you and Anneliese and Harlan and that group?
I think we're a lot more silly. I think you can see that a little bit. I think of this one scene in particular from last season, I believe. It was the first scene we had filmed together that season. So, it's very exciting. You're all finally back in one room together and working together, and it feels like a reunion. And so we were on the swing sets, drinking our milkshakes and talking about, what Annie's doing, what Cece's doing. It's so easy to confuse the names for their real names. And I remember when we were filming that scene, we were all just yapping so much in between. We'd have to be like, oh, right. Oh, they said rolling, And so I feel like there's a natural kind of like silly goofiness to us. And especially in that scene, I feel like it really bled into our performances there.
Yeah.
So that was really fun. And I remember like the crew and director and showrunner were like laughing behind the scenes because we were just coming up with new things, new actions, just because of what we were doing in between. And so I think that that's really fun, and bringing that into the characters has been really fun. But then also, offset, I feel like getting to know someone in real life, especially for how long we've been able to work together, you get such a deeper understanding of them, and have, sitting together late at night having really deep conversations just really builds your bond with someone. And so I feel like that has definitely also helped with chemistry on camera, because you feel so comfortable and so close to someone. So yeah, I feel like that kind of divulged from your question, but
No, I mean, it completely fits. It's like, and knowing like you kind of you get to build a friendship behind the scenes. It would help the chemistry of your friends on camera. Like
Definitely.
that makes perfect sense.
definitely.
What's been your favorite memory from filming? I know we're going into season 5, and that's a lot of time and a lot of memories.
I was just think that's a lot of memories. That's a lot. Oh my gosh. First thought, best thought. We had so much fun during the wrap party for this season. Especially because it feels like every season it feels almost like more of a victory. Like,
Yeah.
oh, we did it again. It was so much fun. We were all we were all dancing and laughing, and it was just such a great time. Everyone brought their digital cameras, as everyone has nowadays, and we were just like snapping the silliest photos that have not seen the light of day. So that's always such a fantastic feeling, right? When you can celebrate the moment, because I feel that, you know, as great as the last day of filming can feel, it's always got this melancholic overtone, because you know it's the end. And so at least in the party, you're just celebrating that you did it. And it's a really beautiful moment.
Yeah. I think that's incredibly beautiful. How different does it feel, or how different did it feel coming back for season 5 after the success of the previous seasons?
Kind of touching on what we said before, I feel like there's an added level of comfort every single time.
Yeah.
Just because you've gotten to know everyone so well. And I've said before, you know, I've worked on other projects in between filming seasons of Sweet Magnolias. And I just remember when I stepped back into my trailer on season 3, I had just wrapped something else like a few days before. And so I felt like, you know, I'm on this grind of doing like project after another. And then I stepped into my trailer here and I was like, this feels like home. Like it truly does. And then, you know, like a few minutes later, you get a knock on on your trailer from a cast member coming to say like, oh my gosh, hi, we're back.
Right.
It really does feel kind of like a reunion of you and your friends every year. And so I feel like, you know, when I first started, of course, I was nervous. I didn't know anyone there. It was a lot like being Lily, actually. Like, oh, everyone here knows each other. And I don't, because I'm joining in season 2. But now it just feels like, you know, you're going back to something that you love and feel so comfortable with.
Yeah. I love that you said it felt like home. Like that's how you want it to feel. It's like going home when you go back on set. I think that is just absolutely incredible.
Thank you.
So one of the things, because you mentioned other projects, was Stargirl for Disney Plus. What was that experience like?
Oh my gosh, it was a whirlwind. So I went to a college in Boston that I just graduated from, actually. Yay.
Yeah, congrats.
Thank you. So I had just moved up to Boston to do some time on campus that was required. And then I get the call from my agent days afterwards, where my new apartment was just filled with boxes, like, hey, you need to be in New Mexico tomorrow. And I was like, tomorrow? I'm looking around like I haven't even settled into one place. I guess I'll find a box with clothes and pack them up. And so that's
the best.
So that's what I did, is I flew to New Mexico and we did the table read and we started doing rehearsals, because there was a lot of dancing for my character with being a cheerleader in that film. And it was an incredible experience, because I was on set 5 days a week all the time. And when I wasn't on set, I was doing dance rehearsals, and we all lived really close to one another at that time. And so, you know, you could go to the pool, you could go to whatever and just be around each other. It was one of those experiences that I feel like you get with films, where it just feels like you have a family, that you feel like you have a family so immediately, because you start spending 12 to 16 hours a day with each other. And it just feels like such a moment in time, where like, these are your people, this is your life, this is your world. And it was a really incredible experience. I loved working on that project, as you can tell. I feel like I haven't been able to talk about it in so long. I just, you know, it all came rushing back to me. But yeah, that was definitely a highlight of my career.
Such a great movie.
Thank you.
Welcome. What's like one of the biggest differences for you when filming for a film versus TV?
Well, as an actor, I feel like, you know, with the acting process, I wouldn't say they're necessarily pros or cons, but the difference is like, you know, with a film, I have the full script. I know the arc that my character takes from beginning to end, and then that's when it's over. You know, the life that people get to see is over. And so I feel like I can plan a lot more of what we're going to see, what kind of transformation we're going to have. But with a show, it's so cool because you get to do that over and over and over again. And by the end of a season, you know, if you're being hopeful, you'll get another season. Like we've been so lucky to have time and time again. You think like, well, this is the end of this period of her life, but it's not the end of the life that people will see. And so, you know, always keeping that open mind of, well, something's gonna come next. This isn't, you know, the happy ending, because it's probably not the ending. At least you hope it's not.
Yeah.
And then like from the personal side, you know, like I had mentioned before with the movie, it's like, this is your family for 2 months, 3 months. And then you all part ways to whatever different parts of the country or world that you live in. And you know, you can keep in touch, of course, with modern technology.
Yeah.
But, you know, life does separate you like that. But with a show, it's so nice that you get to think like, oh, these people will continuously come back into my life, and we're all going to be in one place over and over again, and get to, you know, keep working together and hanging out offset. It's so nice. You know, me and some of the other cast members have talked about, you know, 10 years from now in the future or whatever, when the show's over, let's hope it lasts until then. But, you know, so many years from now, like we have to plan out our own reunions, because, you know, we can't take for granted the fact that we are all brought together all the time. We're going to need to make it an active effort. But while working on the show, it is nice that something brings us all back, and we all get to experience this together over and over again.
I love that. And I like that you're already like, okay, when this is done though, we have to stay in touch.
Right, exactly.
And then again, going back to just the chemistry, you know it's there because you want that. You want to be around each other. And I think that's so beautiful.
Definitely.
So looking back at your journey so far, what role has challenged you the most?
I want to say Lily, actually, in Sweet Magnolias. I've been able to have her in my life for the longest, and go through the most life as a character with her, and you know, go through all of these different chapters of her life. And I feel like she's had a subtle but very noticeable transformation throughout all of these seasons. And so I do think that, you know, being able to portray a character for a long period of time, but also keep her ever evolving, has been a fun little challenge for me. You know, there are other characters I've played that I feel like are very different from myself. At least I'd like to think so, because I've played a lot of bullies. Like even in Stargirl, I was kind of mean. You know, I wasn't the nicest to Stargirl. At least I didn't. I didn't always act kindly toward her. But I honestly think that Lily, even though she is more similar to me, and I do feel like I put a lot of myself into her, she has been an interesting challenge to play through all of the, you know, all of the changes in her life.
Definitely. Have any of her challenges or any of the things that Lily has gone through helped you with anything you've gone through personally?
Yes, actually. Excuse me. When I first joined the show, I was actually in a really similar situation to her, where I had recently moved and I didn't really know anyone around me, and I wanted to like find my people and find my friends, and I think that's, you know, exactly where she was when we first meet her.
Yeah.
And then you know, I think a very important element of her character and her storyline is her learning the importance of being herself. And, you know, at first she is trying to be who she thinks everyone else wants her to be, because then she thinks that she'll be accepted and whatnot. But actually it's letting go of that facade or that feeling of needing to change herself, that allows her to let people into her life who actually see who she is and love her for who she is, and you know, create such deep bonds of friendship and love with Kyle. And I feel like I also went through a very similar thing myself, and now that I have my people who I could not live without, now, yeah, I think that playing Lily and, you know, thinking about her character and the kind of message that she sends keeps reminding me of that fact and how it's transformed my own life.
I love that. I love when you can use something that's a job, you know, like this is your job, you get paid for this, which is so incredibly cool. Like, but then
Thank you.
to have it be something that does actually make an impact for you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's incredible. And I think that's another thing that makes Lily so relatable is I think we've all kind of been that girl or, you know, or guy.
Yeah.
But we've all been in that position where, you know, we weren't really sure of ourselves. We didn't know people. We had to make friends, and it's really cool when you can relate to a character on screen like that.
Yeah. And I feel like I was relating to her without even really noticing it until a few seasons in. I was like, wait a second. I went on like a parallel journey to her during the same time I was playing her. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. And you're like, so look, we helped each other without even knowing it.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that. So Serenity takes place in the real life town of Covington, Georgia. Do you have any like favorite spots to visit when you're not filming?
Ooh. Okay, so every time we film on location in Covington, I get so excited, especially if it's one of those days where I might just have one scene and then, you know, they're filming scenes without me. And so I can just go wander around because that's always what I do. They're always like, oh, you can go home now. And I'm like, I'm not going home. I'm going to go wander around.
I'm going to explore.
I love grabbing a coffee at, what's it called? I wanted to say like, it's like B&B or something like that.
Bread and butter.
Thank you. I love grabbing a coffee at Bread and Butter and then just like wandering to all the shops. There's a music store there. And I went in and I had always had this fascination with like, oh, maybe, you know, one day I'll learn how to play guitar. And I was looking around the shop and it turned out that the shop owner's wife is a big fan of the show. And I was telling him like, oh, I've always thought like maybe I'll learn guitar. And so he was like, yeah, if you do that, I'll give you this one to you for a discount. I was like, oh my gosh, that's so sweet. And so I got a guitar from that shop, and it was so great. And he was like, you know, oh, you know, pick out a pick and then maybe get this music book. And so he really set me up for that. Don't ask me to play guitar yet.
Not quite there yet.
But it was such a cool experience that like I came home from set with a guitar.
That's so cool. It's such an incredible town. I'm fairly local to Covington, so it's a favorite ask of mine. Bread and Butter is one of my favorite places to go to.
It's so cute. I actually remember one time when I was and when I was still in school and, you know, going to school online and filming, there were a couple times where I rapped and I couldn't get home in time to take my class, and so I did it in Bread and Butter.
It's so nice. And then you got to caffeinate while you did it.
Yeah. Very.
And their bakery section is delicious.
Yeah, it really is. Like sometimes we'll you know, some of us will be in hair and makeup sooner than others, and we'll like, you know, say to someone else like, oh, since you have like 45 minutes before you're here, can you go do a coffee run for all of us?
The best.
Truly.
The best. What do you admire most about Lily?
I admire her willingness to be open-minded. I feel like throughout the season, she's tried a lot of new things and been open to them that maybe she wouldn't have been comfortable with, but she did it for the people that she loved. I think that, you know, even just cultivating this close friendship with Annie and Cece, I almost said Anneliese and Harlan, Annie and Cece, you know, just opening herself up to that, starting off as someone who felt nervous about you know, showing her true self. That's already a big step. But then also with her relationship with Kyle and his friends, I think, you know, she's had a D&D podcast. You know, I'm sure that's something Lily never expected that she would be doing in season 2. And so I think it's really cool just how much she puts herself out there and tries new things. And then it turns out she loves them, and it becomes a new incredible element of her life. So I love that. And I've been trying to be more of that kind of person myself.
I love that as well. And I mean, come on, we're 3 geeks, so it kind of makes Lily a perfect fit.
Yeah. Well, it was fun because like I was told that and I was like, oh my gosh, that's so cool, because I've been playing D&D since I was like 10 years old. And so then
that's awesome.
Yeah, and so I was telling Logan, who wasn't as in tune with like Dungeons and Dragons, I was like, yeah, so basically I think you're supposed to be the dungeon master. This is what he does. And then we blah 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 blah. And so I was like, hey, you're supposed to be the expert on this, not me. Like Kyle's the guy who knows all of this.
I love how backwards that is in real life. It makes it so much fun. You know, and since we are 3 geeks, is there something in particular that you really geek out over?
All right, I have two I'm trying to decide between. Well, I'm a really big Lord of the Rings girl. That's actually one of the things that inspired me in my writing and my acting, is I always loved the idea of being able to be in a completely different world. And something about Lord of the Rings is like, every time I watch them, which I marathon every year, extended edition only, of course. And I'm actually due for a reread of the books. But it's like, it gives me a sense of nostalgia for a world I've never been to. And so I think that just shows how profoundly it affected me in my life. And you know, I feel like people may discount it as like, oh, it's a fairy tale kind of story. You know, there's wizards and hobbits and stuff, but beneath all of it, the story is so human. I don't know how else to say it. Like, yeah, the characters portraying it might not be human, but it speaks to such relatable human experiences. And not only that, I feel like our protagonists bring out the best of humanity, if that makes sense. And so I absolutely adore them. And then you don't even want to get me started about the Dark Crystal. That is, do you know the Dark Crystal?
Yep.
Okay. Sometimes I say that and I get like a completely blank look back. I am such a Dark Crystal fangirl. I have like all the books. I'm obsessed with the Netflix show. Yeah, I could talk about it for ages, but I won't.
That's fair. Look, I'm the same way when it comes to like Star Wars, so.
Ooh, yeah. Okay, that's something else I definitely
could
grew
talk
up
Star
on.
Wars 4 days. That's my annual rewatch. Once a year, all the Star Wars in chronological order.
Oh, chronological from when they came out of the story.
The story.
Ah, okay, very nice.
That's how we introduced it to the kids. Actually, that's how it was introduced to me, because I honestly hadn't watched a single Star Wars film until like 9 years ago.
Oh, wow.
And because I was one of those people that always liked the shock factor of telling people I've never watched Star Wars, because I thought their reactions were hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
And then I finally watched them. I was like, oh, I understand their reactions now.
Yeah.
So now I give people those reactions when they tell me, and I'm like, what do you mean you've never watched Star Wars?
Right. I feel like I got lucky by having a nerdy dad. And so Star Wars, like, I couldn't even tell you the first time I saw it. it's been like a constant in my life, just because I must have been so young when he had it on. I mean, why do you think I was playing D&D at 10? It was him.
Yeah. That's fantastic. Well, what message would you like to give to the Sweet Magnolia fans before the season 5 premiere on June 11th?
Well, first, I would, of course, just like to thank all of them for supporting the show. You know, the viewers truly are the reason we keep getting renewed. And we are so lucky to have gotten 5 seasons. I feel like, you know, very few shows get to say that. And so that just goes to show all of their amazing, amazing support. I think we're going to have some really fascinating and beautiful, heartfelt storylines this season. I really can't wait for you all to see. And, you know, I really hope that the show continues to connect with everyone in their hearts the way that it has for these past 4 seasons. And yeah, I can't wait for you all to see.
Perfect. Well, Artemis, where can people follow you online on social media to stay up to date with what you're doing and what's coming next for you?
Yeah, my Instagram is at real_Artemis, and my TikTok is Artemis Official. And me and the other cast members spent every moment of downtime getting behind the scenes stuff. So you guys have a lot to see coming up soon.
Perfect. Well, guys, go give her a follow if you're not already. And as always, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and check out Sweet Magnolia Season 5 streaming on Netflix June 11th. Till next time. Bye, guys.
Bye. Thank you.
What's up, everybody? Angel here with 3 Geeks Podcast. I've got another wonderful guest joining us. We've got the great Daeg. Welcome to the show.
What up, y'all? How y'all doing?
So you've had some busy times going on these past few months, but we always like to start off with, and we'll get into the other stuff later. But how did you get started into acting? I know you were very young when you started.
Yeah, goodness. My mom used to take me to church. It's always just been her and I. And I seen church plays and music and dancing and stuff like that. And once I could start thinking and talking for myself, I was like, can I do that? And my mom was like, totally. So I started there and kind of just worked my way up, you know?
How was it starting off with the horror movie for your very first cast and going for that? Or was that not your first?
No, that wasn't my first, because I started with church plays and stuff, right? So from there, then student films, independent films. That was my first major part in a major movie. And it was really fun. It's not every day you get paid to kill people and not have to live with killing anybody.
Best of both worlds.
Mm-hmm.
So when you look back on that experience, is there anything that you think about damn, this really happened? From the scenes, or should I say from
I think it's bad.
That you worked with?
Yeah, I think it's, everybody I've worked with has been hella cool. And I killed Daryl Sabara, the Spy Kid, Junie, and that's pretty badass. So that's, I guess, the badass part of it that I think back on.
Gotcha. So my next question is Hancock. How was it working with Will Smith for that?
He was cool. We were hella chilling. There was a part where they were resetting cameras and lights and stuff, and we went back and played Call of Duty Zombies together for a little bit. That was pretty cool. Awesome. And then on the red carpet, him and his family walked up to me and he was like, "What's up, Daeg?" And that was, I was like, "Oh shit, that's fucking badass," Will Smith. But that day was the day my voice started breaking. So
little crackle pop here and there.
Yeah.
Everybody's dream to meet Will Smith and have your voice crack a little bit. I love it. So since acting and doing those 2 movies, now we just had the drop this week, which is amazing. I love the first episode of season 3.
Euphoria, hell yeah.
Yes. So how was it working on the set for Euphoria? Where you guys, it looks like started out in the middle of the desert for the season 3, but what was it like working on Euphoria?
Oh man, it's such a blessing because like I was in season 2 in the first episode pretty quick, but one like Lori's main goon, you know what I'm saying? And when I got that email that they wanted me to come back, man, I cried, you know, because like so sick. And then like, you know, they brought me back for a lot more, and it's just, I love acting, I love performing, that's what I do. I could just never have a vacation, you know, and just go from set to set to set to tour to set, and it would just be, I'd be fine, you know. So yeah, it's a blessing for sure. The red carpet was really cool. We were just out there last week. Yeah, 1 week ago. Yeah, it was on a Tuesday. Yeah, it was 1 week ago. That was a blast, you know. Got to see the first episode on the red carpet. Got to see a lot of the cast again and shit. Got to see Eli Roth again. We go way back. He was on the set of Halloween. And so I walked up to him and I was like, Eli. And he was like, Daeg. And like, that was cool. I'm like, all right, nice.
Little mini reunion for you.
Mm-hmm,
Not just for Euphoria, but for Halloween also.
Yeah.
So I seen that every week when a new episode drops, we got more beats dropping. So that's super exciting.
Because like I make music, so this last year while we were filming Euphoria, I was like, why don't I just start making some music as my character? And I dropped 2 songs now so far. One when the trailer dropped early this year, and then just with this first episode this last Sunday, and then every Sunday that Euphoria drops a new episode, I'll be dropping a new song right after in my character. So for any of that, you can type in Mitch Euphoria and you'll probably find it. The first song is called Hold Up, Mitch Euphoria. The other one is called Issa Glock, Mitch Euphoria. The next one's called Money, Mitch Euphoria. Then it's Money Making, Mitch Euphoria. Yeah.
We'll get those. They'll keep popping out each week.
Yeah.
So we'll make sure I'll share them along.
Hell
keep
yeah.
it going. So what's up next? Do you have anything fun planned coming up? I know you venture put your hands in all different puddles, should I say?
Yeah, working on setting up another tour, looking like maybe June, maybe September, maybe August. I don't know. You don't know until you know type thing. Couple other projects hopefully in the works, some more modeling stuff, some more art. For those of y'all who don't know, I dropped some art this last October 1st, 2025. It was the Great Daeg's October 1st project, and it was my first art collection that I dropped. Each of the paintings inspired by like one of my kills or just part of, you know, being Michael Myers, and all painted with like either a knife, a fork, a branch, a weapon rather than a paintbrush. So now once Euphoria, all 8 episodes are out, not only will we have Mitch music, a lot of Mitch music, we'll have art that's going to drop from like
I love that.
Mitch.
Use all the trap house goods to make those items.
Exactly. Yeah.
I love that you put a different twist onto your art, so it's not just your everyday thing.
Right. Appreciate that.
And I've seen it. Check out his artwork. The candy corn was amazing that he just got rid of at the last convention.
Right.
So let me see. All right.
Take a little humidifier break off to the side while you see.
Oh, you're fine. We'll edit this out. That's what Jason's for. Love you, Jason. So what is outside of work keeping you so busy and all the little mini projects that you have going on? What is something that Daeg likes to geek out over? Other than your clothes obsession, because we seen that last week in one of your posts. Like, can I have any more clothes?
I have so many clothes. It's insane. I love clothes. I don't know, man. I just like, you know, chilling with my homies, making music with my homies, skating. You know, I don't skate like I used to when I was a teenager, but just cruising the beach walk and shit like that, the boardwalk.
Okay. Sorry, my kid looked up at me. So who was, when you first started acting, or should I say even now, are there any inspiration, any people that give you the inspiration to just keep, like, this is a project I want to go for? Or is it just all come from inside the heart and you feel what you feel?
I just want to create. I love creating. I'm addicted to creating, whether it's art, music, film, anything like that. Just, I love it. I love to do that. My inspirations are anywhere from like, I mean, I started growing my hair out when I was like 4 or 5 because I saw Interview with the Vampire, and I was like, okay, bet. So I guess, you know, Brad Pitt to Leonardo DiCaprio, all the way to my music stuff, and like Mac Dre and E40 are kind of my main rap inspirations. But like, I do so many different types of music that, like, even Nirvana, the Beatles, the Doors, stuff like that. You know, it's all, I draw from everything, including like life itself, you know, and yeah.
So one little funny question that I want to throw in there. How would you see how to word this? If we were to add Michael Myers into Euphoria, what would you think that would be like?
Ridiculous. I feel like that, I guess, would probably be like a scary movie type, you know, epic movie where they're just combining movies and plots and making it funny. I guess, I don't know, that'd be wild. I guess maybe Myers would find himself in a trap on accident and maybe like get cool with some folks, and I don't know, you know, flash forward, the mask has like gangster tattoos on it and shit.
I love that idea.
Hell yeah.
So we'll see that one coming next. No.
Right. Quentin Tarantino, take notes. No, I'm kidding. Chill. I definitely want to work with Quentin. He shouted me out in a few different interviews and stuff. So, like, I'm definitely trying to work for him.
So if you could go back and say something, not say something. If you could say something to your younger self, is there anything that you would try to, or to the younger people, should I say, starting off actor-wise? Any inspiration words you would like to give?
Okay, yeah. I wouldn't talk to myself, my younger self, just because I don't want to fuck anything up, like trying to do something good, you know? But just for people trying to get into anything, like, just do it, you know? Like, you got to start somewhere, you know? Like, I started as not an actor, you know, and like, you know, pretty freaking low income, and just my mom and I, you know? So, you know, you can kind of get anywhere you want to. And then when I started even my music, like, and releasing music, that shit was trash, you know? And I keep some of the all my stuff out because it's like, that's part of the message, is just anything you want to do, you just got to do it. You know, that's it. That's it. That's the hard part. You just got to do it every day. But like, you'll get better no matter the fuck what. Like,
And you can see your progress. Like we said, you keep it all on there and you can see how much you've grown as an artist.
exactly. And then look back at the cringe stuff and be like, oh,
Don't do that again. Let's see. Sorry.
just don't let it happen again, but it's okay.
I told you, I tried to warn you. This was my first one by myself on here. So I'm used to having a couple other people tagged in here and there. Plus, I keep losing my earbud. It's a fun one for Jason to edit for me. So with all your conventions and everything you do, is there anything that weirds you out the most, or an experience that you had that still sticks to this day from a weirded out fan? Or
nothing in particular. No, everybody's a little bit different, you know, and stuff like that. Some of us are having good days, some of us are having bad days. It really just depends on the time and place when you meet someone. And you know, I'm super grateful for all of my supporters and fans, and you know, the people that, you know, kind of keep me going when I'm having second thoughts or whatever, you know.
Great Daeg for the people.
The people for Great Daeg.
I love it.
Hell yeah.
So is there anything that other than Euphoria coming out that you want to try to promote just yet, or just getting it all in line?
Nothing that I can talk about yet. Other than, you know, obviously music, my music videos that are lined up with Euphoria right now. My homie Bank Boy and I were actually dropping a new, I don't know when this episode is going to drop, but April 17th, we're dropping Smoke Brothers 2. So that's a pretty fun little project. And then, of course, my art.
I love the beats
you know.
you guys put together.
Hell yeah. Yeah, no, Bank Boy and I was just talking to Mellows, one of our producers. He knows my other homie, Prophet. And Prophet and I go back like 15 years and really started taking music seriously at about the same time. And, you know, we've got a lot of collabs together. But Bank Boy and I are stacking up on collabs quick. So I think one of them two have the most collabs with me. But it was Prophet for a long time, and Bank Boy might have already taken that in like 2 years type shit compared to like 10, you know?
How long have you guys been working together, you and Bank Boy? Because I know you guys just did the tour with Afro Man.
Yeah, that was so fucking fun. All of my tours so far have been with Bank Boy. That was my third one. We go back early 2024, probably, I think.
So just right from the start, y'all kill it.
Yeah, for real. Started making some music together, and he was like, "You trying to go on a tour?" And I'm like, well, "Yeah, like that's cool. I'd never done that before, you know." So he, you know, helped put that together, and yeah, that was really fun.
Well, we can't wait to see you guys out back and at it and making more beats.
Right.
If I know you have so many different characters that you have played, so if there was one character that you could go for, what would you like to play as next?
I have a few that I want to do. So I want to be a vampire, obviously. I want to
Get those
be
fangs ready.
right. Yeah, we just got some new things. Vampire. I want to be a surfer dude in like a rom-com. And maybe some like I want to do some pretty intense stuff too, like maybe some jail show. I want to do some cowboy stuff for sure. Maybe some like just really deep stuff, like something where like on like that What's Eating Gilbert Grape type, you know, like where I gotta like really act,
Dig deep,
you know?
and
Yeah,
pull it all out there.
yeah,
Show all the emotions. And
yeah.
so what's the hardest part about acting? Would you say you're from your perspective?
God, it's also one of the hardest parts, I think, you know, because you build a family, and then, you know, it's like, you know, like Euphoria, God, like, you know, saying like producers put so for, so think about it like that too. It's like for all of us to, yeah, it doesn't all that money because that's just, I'm talking about us, but that still costs this much money, you know, and it's like, damn, who knows if we'll all ever be together again, you know, and that's always kind of sad.
It's a bittersweet. You
Yeah.
guys make something amazing, but like I said, you get those connections, and it's like on to the next project.
Yeah.
But I'm glad some of them, like you said, you got to catch back up with, sorry, I forgot who you said from Halloween. But
Oh,
like
yeah,
you had
Eli
your own
Roth.
little,
Yeah, on the
Eli
red
Roth.
carpet.
So
Yeah,
you
that
guys
was
had your
crazy.
own little reunion. So it's like after all
Right.
these years, we're right back.
For real.
If you had to survive one horror movie, what would you pick and why?
If I had to survive one horror movie,
Yeah. Out of all the horror movies that's ever been made, is there one that you're just like, that'd be awesome?
Like, what do you mean survival in horror? Like, be it like
they're just out to get you the whole time, and you're like being sneaky and able to get away. I don't know. It's just that one I lost. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I don't know.
I've been
I think
baking in the
any and
sun
all
all
of them.
day.
I think
Any
any
and
and all
all?
of them, because I don't really drink nor get laid, and I feel like that's when those killers are getting people, is when they're drunk and having, sexy
Having a good old
type shit.
time.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to think of what else I didn't cover on you. I'm sorry. My brain's all
Damn,
fried.
didn't
from
even
the
come
sun
with
all
a
day.
list.
I did, but it kind of bounced around and I messed myself up. But I was like, in my brain, I had all these ideas, and now I'm nervous and wondering. I told you it's my first one out on this screen by myself. I did the Barney interview, the very first thing they set me up with Bob, and sent me to the table on my way. But most of the time I have a buffer. Sorry, Jason. So I will have him edit that out. Where can everybody find you at on Instagram, YouTube, to go look at all the wonderful things?
Pretty much great Daeg everywhere. Just great, and then DAEG, and there's no space. Once you get to the T, go right to the D, no space in between. Instagram is Great Daeg official, but other than that, everything's Great Daeg. TikTok, YouTube. YouTube's Great Daeg 619. But yeah, it's all Great Daeg, one word. All my music streaming everywhere besides SoundCloud.
Okay, that was my next question, so I'm glad you threw that out there, so everybody knows where to go find the beats.
Apple,
and
Amazon, everywhere.
Every Sunday, everybody watch for a new one to drop.
Right.
Oh, what'd I do? I took you away. Okay. Well, and thank you so much for chatting with me.
Of course.
Is there anything that you want to put out there before I close it out?
Make sure y'all stay posted. Like I said, I'm most active on my Instagram. Peep my mom's stuff too. She makes music. She's a OG. I always mess this up. A couple years ago, she got put into the Burlesque Hall of Fame as a legend. There we go. So she's an OG burlesque dancer on the legendary level.
I seen where she was doing a show not too long ago.
Yeah, because she's been performing again, and even sometimes with her own music too.
The moves that she does, I'm not gonna lie, I'm like, I hope I can still move that good at her age.
Well, all y'all gotta do is just stay active, for real. A body in motion stays in motion. Take care of yourself. Get on your, whether it's holistic or whatever type, health vibe, and just remember, it's okay to be where you're at right now, but it's also really okay to be on a path to be getting healthier, and whether that's mind, body, or soul, you can take a break from this one and boop, and a baby step forward is a step forward. So a little something every day for sure.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining me, and definitely we'll be checking out Euphoria every Sunday when it drops and watching for more projects that you got coming out. And then if you ever got anything new dropping, just let me know and we'll bring you on to chat about some more.
Hell yeah, right on. Appreciate y'all.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to another Three Geeks conversation. Today we are joined by the lovely Mattea Conforti. Mattea, welcome to Three Geeks podcast.
Hi, thanks so much for having me.
Oh, it's a pleasure. So what initially got you started in acting?
Well, I started out as a competitive dancer when I was really young. I started dancing when I was around 2 or 3, and I started competing right after that, and that's kind of where I fell in love with the whole aspect of performing and being on stage and everything. And I went to an open call for Matilda on Broadway, and I just auditioned because I wanted to get more into dancing, and I ended up booking Matilda after that. So that's kind of just how everything started and spiraled from there.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
What a fun, like, first gig. Like,
Yeah, it was amazing. It really, I feel like doing Matilda at such a young age really set me up, in an acting standpoint and, in a personal standpoint too. It really taught me a lot of discipline and how to work with people in that collaborative sense. But Matilda was such a fun show, and, being around so many kids like-minded, like me was really great. So, yeah.
absolutely. What's your favorite form of dance?
Ooh. I always really loved jazz because I was able to be kind of sassy with it and
Yeah.
and really, perform with jazz, but I also loved ballet. I just loved really focusing on each individual movement, and I loved the intricacy of it all, but any kind of dance, I love to dance.
I love that. My best friend teaches lyrical and acro. So
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah.
I work very closely with a dance contempora in Peachtree City, Georgia. So
Okay.
I absolutely
Yeah.
love to watch all forms of dance.
Yeah, like
It's
literally
like a
anything.
passion.
Yeah, and it's its own form of storytelling too, which I
Yes.
think also what aided me in falling in love and developing such a strong passion for acting is, being able to tell stories with my body and being able to explore movement, through dance and that kind of art as well.
Definitely. Because dance is such a beautiful form of storytelling, and it's so
Yeah.
expressive. So I can see
Yeah.
how that would lead you into, oh, wait, I can do more with this.
Exactly, and even on Broadway, you're dancing and you're singing and you're acting, all at the
Right.
same time. So there's so many, different elements of telling the story and being that presence on stage while you're, in a Broadway show or in any show for that matter. But, especially with the Testaments, we can't really verbalize anything that we're thinking of. So, exploring that
Yeah.
movement with my body, and I think dance has really helped me with that. And even just outside of acting, just regular coordination in and of itself, dance really set me up well with that.
Definitely. Maybe I should get on that. I am the clumsiest person on earth, I think. So speaking
I'm
of the
pretty clumsy too.
Testament,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's hard not to be sometimes.
Right.
But
Yeah. You just.
yeah. But speaking of the Testament, were you a fan of Handmaid's Tale before booking Testaments?
Yeah, I was. I was a really big Handmaid's Tale fan and a really big Margaret Atwood fan too. It's piece of literature and media that I just feel like is essential to be aware of and to know
Yeah.
and to have a knowledge of. I just feel like it really revolutionized TV and literature at its time, and it really started to spark conversation and started to result in change and inspired a lot of women watching. So yeah, I was a really big fan, and I was really blessed to be a part of this universe.
Most definitely. It had a lot of controversy when the shows came out because the subject matter is so intense.
Mhm.
So what was it like on set with such a serious subject matter? And then how do you like lighten up when the cameras aren't rolling?
Yeah. Luckily I was surrounded by such a talented and motivated group of actors, and our crew is amazing as well, and our creative team, and everybody wanted to show up giving their 110% every single day. No
Most
one wanted to leave questioning, if they should have done something differently, but everybody was willing to show up and support each other and to, perform best for everyone else. Everyone, it was a very uplifting environment, but we also had to remember to take ourselves out of that situation too. So
Yeah.
luckily we all formed these amazing bonds right when we all met, and that's my forever family. So when the cameras would cut, we would all just hang out and chill like normal girls would, and it was a really relaxing and lighthearted environment.
That's really good, especially
Yeah.
when the subject matter is so intense to have
Right.
that good off-screen chemistry where y'all can
Yeah.
kind of unwind together from something so
Exactly.
heavy.
Yeah, we really needed each other, and I'm so blessed that it was this group of girls. I couldn't imagine it being anyone else, any other people. Like, we all became sisters from day one. I told them, Rowan, Chase, and Lucy, I was like, I feel like I've known you guys for years when we all first met. It was just those kinds of instantaneous bonds that you just form
The
with
best.
people. Yeah, they're the best when you just become immediately close friends. And
Yeah.
that really also aided our relationships on screen too. But yeah, we would spend the days we weren't all filming together, just debriefing everything we had been around each other for. So we were just talking about anything and everything. And we would do a lot of touristy things in Toronto too, just to explore the area. But it was really fun.
I love that.
Yeah.
What was it like working animation for Frozen 2?
Oh my, animation is so much fun because you can kind of be a part of the process while it's developing.
Yeah.
That was actually a pretty long shoot. I remember we started filming that or recording for it really when I was kind of on the tail end of doing Frozen on Broadway as well. And then COVID started happening, so we kind of had to pick that up in a little bit. But doing that animation was really fun, and working with the Disney family on that one was also amazing.
I love that. That's one of my kids' favorite movies. They love
Really?
all things Frozen. For the
Oh,
first
so
year of
sweet.
my daughter's life, she would not let anything else be on TV.
Oh my gosh, that's so sweet. I loved working on Frozen, on Broadway and in the movie. It was the family that we had was so amazing. I still love my Frozen family.
I love that. Who did you play with in Frozen on Broadway?
Frozen Broadway, I played young Anna, and then Frozen, the
Lovely.
movie, I played young Elsa. So it was kind of cool. I got to play both
Could you kind of be
princesses.
both roles?
Yeah, it was awesome. If I ever had one day I wanted to be the other one, I could.
Yeah.
So, that was
Always
pretty
fun.
epic. Yeah.
What was it like working with Val Kilmer on The Super?
Oh my gosh, that was so long ago. I mean, he was so incredibly talented and truly a master at his craft, and he taught me a lot of really good things. He gave me this really cool, he made this metal box that said love on it, and it lit up too. He gave that to me when we wrapped. But working with him and learning from him, he was an actor that always kind of stayed in whatever character he was. So really learning how to be professional, but also so collaborative with, people working around me was truly inspiring and a great project to start out, so young with.
Yeah. If now that you've been in the industry for a while, what would be some advice you would have given yourself when you first got started that you know now?
To not give up and don't let the negativity really slip in there. A lot of the things you don't see with this industry is that, you deal with a lot of rejection, you deal with a lot of redirection as well. So really just, staying with it and believing in yourself and surrounding yourself with people that support and believe in you and will uplift you too is what I would have told my younger self. But I loved it so much from such an early age, and I was really lucky to just be working in an industry that I just loved. So it never really felt like work to me.
I love that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it is. It's hard at a young age to understand the rejection helps build you up.
Exactly.
And for every 10 no's, there'll be a yes, or every 100
Exactly.
no's.
You also have to recognize that, the auditioning process and even the rejection process is such an integral part of this craft too, and that's acting in and of itself. So
And
I'm so
dance.
blessed to even have that opportunity to, be told no. A
Yeah.
lot of people don't. So, you have to take that as a part of the experience as well and be grateful for those steps as well.
I love that. So, to date, what has your favorite role you've played been?
Oh man.
I know I'm asking a hard one now.
Favorite role that I've ever played. It's kind of funny. Really one of the first things I've ever done was a Charmin commercial. And it's not really a role, but it was a Halloween Charmin commercial where I was supposed to be really petrified when there was no toilet paper left, and that was a pretty fun day, pretty fun project to be a part of.
That sounds like fun. And all those commercials are always fun. How could it not be fun to do?
Yeah, I was just really young and just screaming at the camera because there was nothing, no toilet paper left, and it was a Halloween commercial too. So it was pretty fun to get started with.
So much fun. Well, where can people find you online to stay updated with things you have going on and what's coming next for you?
I'm on Instagram. My, username is Mattea Conforti. I'm on TikTok. I'm very chronically online. But the Testaments is currently streaming on Hulu as well, if you want to keep up to date with that. But yeah, that's pretty much all
And
for me.
congratulations on the renewal.
Thank you so much. Yeah, season 2.
We're excited. We can't wait.
So
And
excited.
hopefully we can have you back and we can talk season 2 when it comes out.
Oh, that would be awesome. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Everybody, please go give her a follow. Check out the Testaments on Hulu. And as always, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And we'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back to another Three Geeks conversation. Today, I am joined by the lovely Maddie Hogan. Maddie, how are you?
Well, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. So, what inspired your love for music?
What inspired my love for music? Growing up, my dad was in a rock band. He was the lead singer. He had long blonde hair and he played guitar. And I think that was the first taste I got of seeing someone on stage that was such an inspiration. And that was the beginning. Yeah, my dad.
Oh, I love that so much. So what inspired you to pursue that professionally? Was that also like watching your dad do this in a band?
What inspired me to pursue it professionally was, well, I grew up watching the millennial pop stars like Christina Aguilera, Britney Spears, Mandy Moore, like, that era.
The
And
best.
yeah, I'd have to say probably watching Britney and Christina. I was like, I want to be on TRL. I want to have music videos and dance and everything. And over the years, I've really grown to love the genre of country rock. So I've kind of, shifted into that.
Definitely. Yeah, your music is beautiful. It blends kind of that country music storytelling with kind of that rock influence so beautifully. What is that kind of what inspired that sound?
Thank you. Honestly, what inspires the sound, it's hard to say because I feel like it just comes from above.
Yeah.
Ideas just shoot into my head. And it's funny because I saw Michael Jackson, he did an interview and he said that it was like a higher power that would like shoot ideas into him. And I feel like that happens with me a lot with my songs.
That's incredible. So what does your songwriting process look like? Is it like you kind of get a melody, an idea, or the lyrics first? What does that process look like for you?
Usually a hook, a lyrical melodic hook, like at the same time, like usually when I'm driving. And I'll
when you're driving.
I know, right? It always happens when I'm driving. So I'll pull out my phone and I'll do a voice note singing it. And then I'll go into my notes and I'll write down the lyrics. But don't text and drive, kids.
Right.
Yeah,
what she meant to say was she pulls over in a safe place and
yes, 100%.
And then she does all that.
Yeah. So that's honestly how it always happens. But funny enough, when I was vacuuming my kitchen a couple months ago, I heard the hook for Singing with the Howlin' Wind. And I was like, oh my God. So like I turned off the vacuum, got my phone, did the voice note and put my lyrics in the notes. And then I just kept vacuuming and then more came to me. So I stopped vacuuming. And I'm like, that's the first time I was in the middle of vacuuming and a song came to me.
That's great. I was going to ask what inspired your newest single. It's great that it was vacuuming.
Yeah. So random.
I mean, it's incredible.
I never know when something's going to come to me. Just go with the flow.
You don't. And when it comes, you have to stop what you're doing because you lose it if you don't.
Yeah, 100%.
Sounds like a really good excuse to stop vacuuming.
Yeah.
Always a good one.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, for viewers and listeners who are just kind of hearing your music for the first time, just discovering you, how would you describe yourself as an artist?
Well, like I said earlier, I'm in the country rock genre. My influences has spans over a lot of different genres. So over the years, it was hard for myself to kind of pinpoint what genre I want to be in and what kind of audience I want to speak to.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I feel like that kind of gives me more of, like, I'm different as an artist because I'm not just pinpointed into one genre.
Yeah.
Like, you'd be surprised to know that Kiss is my favorite band.
I love that.
I love Kiss so much. And at the same time, like Michael Jackson,
Yeah.
huge influence. He's awesome. So when it comes to me as an artist, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. I mean, just describe you as an artist. Yeah. I mean, no, that's,
Yeah.
I
I'm a
like
little
that
bit of
there's no
everything.
really way, a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
That's a great way to describe it. And a great way to be. A great way to be able to pull those musical influences from so many different genres and make it work and make it your own. It's such a
Exactly.
special talent. So on season 15 of American Idol, you had won the golden ticket. What was that experience like for you?
It was very surreal. It was very surreal. So when they first reached out to me, the casting directors, they emailed me. And at first I thought it was fake, like spam. So I ignored it. And then they reached out to me a second time. So my roommate at the time, I showed her the email and I was like, do you think this is legit? And she was like, yes, you should definitely respond to that. And I was like, okay. So I auditioned in front of the producers via Skype. And they said, all right, we'd love to have you come down to Atlanta and audition in front of the celebrity judges. And those celebrity judges at the time were Jennifer Lopez, Carrie Connick Jr., and Keith Urban. So I went down to Atlanta. I got my crew with me, my mom, my sister, my childhood friend, my cousin, and just the whole experience, just being around all these amazing singers. They put us all into one room. We're all wearing our numbers on our shirts, playing our guitars, and then some of us would start singing, like harmonizing together. So it was really fun, like being around people that are like, wow, like they're just like me. Like they want what I want too. It's really cool. I was able to make a few friends too, and we're still connected today. So I get into the room, and well, funny enough, before I go any further, did you by any chance get to listen to my song Golden Ticket?
I did.
Yeah. So for the folks at home listening, I wrote a song called Golden Ticket, and it's about my experience, like what happened. So I walked through the doors, and I had my guitar in my hand. And first I sang Bohemian Rhapsody, but I didn't sing it with my guitar. I just did it a cappella. No, I did it with piano. And Jennifer Lopez, she said, okay, let's hear you sing something with the guitar. And like they all looked over at my guitar, where in my song I call it a 6-string, you know. They all look over at my 6-string. So I pick it up and I do Born This Way by Lady Gaga. And Jennifer Lopez, she said, I thought it was very pretty. And that's kind of when like I blacked out a little bit, because like she's
Right.
one of like the millennial pop stars that I grew
Right.
up watching on TRL.
You're like, Jenny from the blog thinks it's pretty.
Right? Like, are you kidding me? What is going on? So like Jennifer Lopez is looking at me and I'm just like, what's going on? I start sweating, like my makeup, and I'm like, I start in my head, I'm like, oh my God, like stop sweating. Are you okay? Like, you know, I'm like biting my lip. Keith Urban, he said, I don't think you have what it takes. So my answer is no. Oh yeah, but Jennifer said yes. She said, I thought it was pretty. My answer is yes. Keith said, I don't think you have what it takes. My answer is no. And then Harry, he talked for a little while, and I don't really remember much of what he said because, you know, the adrenaline's going and everything.
Yeah.
And he said, so my answer is yes. So I got 2 out of 3 yeses, and they flew me out to Hollywood. And there, I think my downfall was I chose the wrong song. Yeah.
Song choice is everything all the time.
You're right. You're right. It really is. Yeah. And at that period in my life, I was still trying to figure out what genre I wanted to be in. Cause like, I
Yeah.
love all these different artists and genres. So when I auditioned, I did Queen, Lady Gaga, And then when I went to Hollywood, I did Bruno Mars. So, I mean, I love Bruno. He's great, but I don't think that song was the best choice for me.
You hadn't found yourself as an artist yet. And, that's why competitions like that are great, because it helps you learn.
Exactly.
Are there any lessons you learned while on the show that you still kind of keep with you today?
Any lessons I've learned? Just to stay confident. Keep your chin up. When an industry professional tells you that you're not good enough and that they don't think you have what it takes, you try not to let that get to your head and try not to spiral. Just keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good lesson to learn. You should use it to fuel you, not let it hurt you, for sure.
Yeah. That was a hard one for sure. Because I really liked Keith Urban, that song that hurt my heart.
Oh, it would have broke my heart. It would be like, no, can't rewind. You have to say something different than that.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
So you tomorrow actually are performing at Barefoot Country Music Fest in Jersey. That's incredible. Have you performed at big festivals like that before?
Not to this magnitude. I've
Huge.
done some festivals down here in Cape May. I live in South Jersey, right by the shore. And I've been involved in a lot of shows and festivals and concert series down here. But this is huge. This is a total milestone bucket list moment that I still can't believe it. It's tomorrow.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Is there someone performing that you're kind of the most excited to get to see yourself?
Well, Miranda Lambert comes on an hour and a half after me. So definitely I want to see Miranda. She is an icon.
I'm still going to be on my high and I'm going to go see her. And
Yeah.
And just keep it going.
Yes. Yeah. Cole Swindle comes on right after me on the main stage. And I really like his song, His Carolina, Tales California. So yeah. And Kelsey Ballerini is tomorrow night. And Shabuzi's on Saturday. But yeah, it's going to be a great time.
It's going to be a great time. I'm so excited for you to get to do that. Is there an artist that you're kind of hoping one day that you'll have the chance to collaborate with for music?
Yes. Lainey Wilson.
Ooh, that would be a good one. We're manifesting that on here right now.
Yes, we are.
And that's coming. Maddie Hogan, Lainey Wilson collab. It'll happen.
Yeah. Such a good
song. You heard
song.
it here first.
Yes.
Oh, what is some good advice you would give to aspiring singer-songwriters that want to kind of break into the industry?
To not be afraid to play your originals. When you're out gigging at whether it's a restaurant, a bar, winery, brewery, cafe, and people are requesting, you're usually expected to play covers, things that people know that, they're familiar with to keep people happy. Don't be afraid to put your originals in there because you will be surprised how well it goes over with audience.
Love that. I think that's great advice.
Thanks,
People
darling.
can't hear you if you're doing other people's songs,
That's right.
Speaking of hearing you and your own songs, what is one of your songs that you would say is the most personal to you?
It's a really good question. God, Please. Yeah. Did you get to listen to that?
I did. That was such a pretty song.
Thank you. Yeah.
Y'all have to go listen to it to understand. Like, you really do.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that was one of the hardest experiences that I've had to go through.
Yeah.
Pregnancy loss. So the best way for me to get through it, my therapy is songwriting. So I wrote a song and I knew right away that I did want to release it and not just keep it hidden in like my diary for therapy, because I know that I'm not the only person that has had an ectopic pregnancy before.
Yeah.
Whether it's an ectopic or a miscarriage or any type of pregnancy loss, I know that there are people out there that when they would listen to that song, they can relate in some way and try to find some comfort and peace.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it is something people deal with daily. So to have something where people can hear someone else's experience and be able to relate and know I'm not alone it's absolutely beautiful.
Right.
And the vulnerability of sharing it is beautiful.
Yeah, thank you.
What has been one of the biggest challenges you've faced as an artist?
One of the biggest challenges I feel you have some really good questions, Destiny. One of the biggest challenges, I suppose, is pursuing my dream as an independent artist, country rock singer-songwriter, all on my own. Not having a manager or really anybody doing like the whole scope. Like when you're an artist, you like Lainey Wilson, for instance, she has someone helping her with her social media, a manager, booking, a talent buyer. Like there are a roadie, like there's so many people that can help you with your dream. And I'm not saying no one has helped me, because I'm very grateful for everyone who has helped me along the way. But not having a manager has been my biggest, I think, struggle. And I'm ready to get one.
Hey, I mean, you got yourself Barefoot Country Music Fest then. So, you know,
yeah,
you're doing it. You're doing it.
Yes.
What is one of your favorite songs on the radio right now?
Ooh. My keys, phone, wallet, and phone, keys, wallet, and you. Lainey Wilson and John Mayer. Have you heard it?
Yes. That's so much. It's such a fun song. It's so catchy. So catchy.
And I love how John Mayer, like do you like John Mayer?
I do.
So like, I feel like he has a sound, like just playing guitar.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
So like listening to the track, I'm like, that is so John.
Yeah.
And then you have Lainey's vocals on it, and it's just, I can't get enough of that song.
I love that.
How about you?
Ooh, I have so many. I recently got to do photography for the band Avenue out of Australia. And I love their music. So their song Taste is kind of an obsession of mine right now. Okay. So I would probably say that one.
All right. I'm going to have to look that up after this.
You'll like them. Like them.
Cool.
Very, very great band. And they just, I think they're on like the last leg of their first headlining tour in the US. So it was really cool to get to be one of their photographers in Atlanta.
Oh, cool.
Congrats. I was very excited. Thank you. I love doing that. So if you're ever in Atlanta and need someone to cover a show, just hit me up.
All right, I'll keep you in mind.
Yeah. What is a song that, no matter how old it is, a song that you wish you had written?
There are so many.
Right. So many that fit our own stories. They were like, I could have written that.
You know what? My mind immediately goes to the Beatles.
Ooh.
Hey Jude.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. I wish I wrote Hey Jude.
I think a lot of people wish they wrote Hey Jude.
Straight up, yeah. Oh, yeah, I wish I wrote Hey Jude.
I love that. If your life were turned into...
I'm sorry, Choosing Texas by Miranda Lambert. She wrote that with Ella Langley. Yeah.
I love Ella Langley too.
Yeah, I guess.
If your life were turned into a movie, what song would play during the opening credits?
I have my mom here. Mom, what do you think? What? What do you think? The very first song, if I had a movie about me, what do you think the first song in the opening credits would be? I'm like, I got my phone right here. Like, I'm gonna have to look at mine.
You're like,
Yeah, seriously, that's a really good question. That's something
That's a hard one. It makes you think, because you're like, wait a minute. There's a few, I think.
You know what? Probably my new single, Singing with the Howlin' Wind.
That's a really good answer. That's a really good answer.
What did you say, Mama?
I love Beautiful Temporary.
My mom said Beautiful Temporary. Have you ever heard my song?
Oh, that was such a good song.
Yeah.
Seriously. You can find Maddie's music on Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube. Go check it out. You're going to want to. We'll make sure those links are in the description when we share this. You're currently working on some new music as well. What can fans expect from your upcoming projects?
So the album that I'm releasing, a lot of the songs are a little bit more country folky rather than the hard country rock that I've released, like Singing with the Howlin' Wind and Ruin You. Some of the more songs on that album are a little bit more folky, and you know what I mean? A little more fun like that. Not as hard. I do have a ballad on it called Anthem for the Black and Blue, and it's a tribute to our police force. And I also wrote a duet called The Long Haul. And I was able to recruit another country rock artist from here in Cape May. His name is Nolan Quinn. And I was able to get him in the studio to record the male part. And that's going to be my follow-up single. So this is actually my announcement right here.
I love that. Yeah, yes.
Yeah. That follow-up single is coming out on Friday, July 10th.
Amazing.
And we're going to be promoting it, performing it live for the first time on Saturday, July 11th at the Whale of a Day Festival in Town Bank, New Jersey.
That's incredible. Guys, so if you are able to go out, you get to hear it first. Get to hear it first live. You want to be there.
That's right.
What are some of your goals you're hoping to accomplish over the next few years of your career?
Well, I definitely get a manager. I would like to sign with a label, and I would like to continue creating music and writing music with other people. I want to co-write and collaborate and just put our heads together and make some good stuff. I love being creative. I would like to perform more festivals in front of big crowds.
Yeah.
And really get my music out there. So that's my goal. Yeah.
Great goals. Is there anything that you would like to say to the fans of yours that have supported you throughout your journey so far?
I want to thank you. If it was not for you, I would not be here today. So just a big thank you. I love you.
I have had an absolute pleasure talking to you. I know you probably have so much to do getting ready for your festival tomorrow. So thank you so much for taking time out of your day today to talk to us. And guys, please go check out Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube. Look up Maddie Hogan. Do you have any other social media you would like to plug here? Instagram, TikTok, anything like that people can find you on?
Yes, you can find me on Instagram at ms_Maddie Hogan. I'm on Facebook. Just type in Maddie Hogan. My website, officialmaddiehogan.com. My TikTok name is Maddie Hogan. Yeah, I have a Spotify. Anywhere you stream music, you can find my music.
Perfect. Guys, go give her a follow. Go listen to her music. It's incredible. You're really going to like it. Don't forget to check out the new upcoming duet. And until next time, like, share, subscribe. Bye, guys.
Bye. Thank you, Destiny.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Well,
Nice.
thank you for taking time to chat with me today. I appreciate it.
Of course.
So what initially got you into creating music?
Oh, wow. Creating music. I grew up in a musical household, so it was one of those things that was kind of it was just there. For a lot of
Yeah.
people, I think it's not something that's just there. And I think I always just loved music, naturally just gravitated towards instruments and the things around the house and trying to, my grandma had drum machines and beat beat things back in the day. So I grew up in her house. So it was like she had a closet that had all the weird tech things in there, and she had a drum machine and a camera, like a video camera, and both those things. This was like, oh yeah, it was like I'm gonna make some stop motion animation cartoons with my Ninja Turtles, and then I'm gonna make some drum patterns on this beat machine. And that was like, that's how I kind of grew up. So it was a natural thing, I think, to get into what I do, basically. Yeah.
I love that. So, I mean, kind of started your love for music and directing right there.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
I love that. Yeah, you kind of did grow up in like a musical family. Do you think that helped inspire your journey?
Absolutely. I think there's something to be said for seeing things that are possible when you're a kid. You know, you see that this is something that if you put your mind to it, you could achieve it. It's not
Yeah.
something that's so science fiction, it's so far-fetched, and you don't know anyone who's ever done it. You see examples in your life and you see the work and the effort that goes into being a great musician or a great artist or whatever. And I think you learn about the discipline and then you say, okay, I see myself there. I can do this. And you try for it.
I love that. Yeah. No, I think it's beautiful that you had just incredible people to be able to look up to in this industry, and you got to see the work and what goes into it. Because so many people they want to, but they don't. Like you said, they don't see that. They don't have those examples, so it's harder for them
Yeah.
to know what goes into it.
Yeah. People don't realize that there's, for every moment that you see on Instagram of someone doing something amazing and incredible, you don't see the hours that it took
Yeah.
to build those moments. You just see the end result. And I think that's unfortunately the part of the issue with where we're at with the arts and culture and stuff. It's like everything is just, I don't know. There's not as much love for the process anymore, I think. I think
Yeah.
people just want the rewards instead of
Yeah.
doing the work.
I agree. I think social media has very much put us into wanting instant gratification for what we do and not having to
Yeah.
put the time and the work and get
Yeah,
the
it's just
no's that come with it before the yeses.
right. Yeah.
With that said, you've built some incredible worlds on albums like Cosmogramma, You're Dead. Does creating for film feel more limiting, or is there like something special about getting to create something that also goes with a project like that?
That
Like,
is a great
like
question.
the
That
Furious.
is a great question. I think there is something to be said for, yes. I thought in my mind, I was like, yeah, making movie music is definitely going to be, you get to do anything, you get to do everything, but you don't. You actually have to serve the image, you have to serve the movie, you have to
Yeah.
serve the scene. And I think it is limiting in a certain way, but I think it's more rewarding at the end of the day because you have a visual to go with the music. And it's like, it feels like there's like all the artistic elements are molded together around this music
Yeah.
too. So it's a trade-off, but I do love finishing the music for a film or something or a film project and then just getting to do anything else after because there's no visual that tells me what it's supposed to be. I can create any musical thing that I
Yeah.
imagine. So yeah, I think, but I also love limitations. I love rules. I love setting some foundational rules on projects because when you have every sound imaginable and every possibility, it becomes daunting. And it's nice to just be like,
Right.
narrow your focus a little bit into a sound or a vibe.
Right. So how collaborative was the process with the filmmakers behind The Furious? Did you get a little bit of a creative freedom with the theme, or did they have a very specific vision that you helped bring to life?
They kind of just let me roll. They gave me an early cut of the film and just like, how do I think I understood what everyone wanted. I think they just wanted to have a big, something that felt like explosive, like the movie.
Yeah.
So I wanted to bring that energy with them. Yeah.
I love that. No, I definitely think you feel the film in your song,
Yeah.
like for sure. You can picture it all. You're like, yep, there's the martial arts. It's happening right
Yeah,
now.
totally. Yeah. We want, definitely wanted to make something that felt that way. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of layers to a lot of your music. Are there any hidden details in this new track that listeners might not catch the first time they listen?
That's a really that's a really good one because I usually do sneak some stuff in there. I usually sneak a little inside jokes in there. I'm gonna plead the fifth on that one.
Ooh, okay. All right.
I'm gonna keep that one. I'm gonna keep that one to myself. Yeah. I'm gonna keep that one to myself. Yeah.
Okay. You got to listen to find out.
Maybe you'll find it. Yeah.
You've done a lot of incredible collaborations throughout your career. Is there an artist you'd still love the opportunity to collaborate with?
I mean, David Lynch. We've worked together, but I would love to have done something in his universe, something in his film world. I would have loved to contribute to something in that way. Someone alive. I really want to work with Stevie Wonder. I really want to do something with him.
That could be incredible.
Yeah, I think so. I think we could do something really cool. Me, him, Thundercat, and a couple of my other musician friends. I think we could do some really cool stuff together.
I think so. I think that could be very cool.
I'm gonna try and manifest that this year. I keep thinking about it, so I'm gonna put the feelers out there when I get off this
It's
call.
gonna happen. We're putting it out there. I'll put it out there too. Stevie Wonder, it's gonna happen. I already know.
Yeah, let's do it. Why not? Why not?
So you've worked in a lot of different genres as well, anime, horror, sci-fi, action now, experimental. Is there still a genre that feels unexplored for you? I'm so sorry. My kitten is going crazy.
No, bring the kitten out. Let's see this kitten.
Hey, hi.
Oh, wow. She is a baby. Adorable. How old
5
is
weeks
that
old
thing?
today.
Oh, adorable.
She's a bottle baby, so she gets a little cranky when it's time to eat.
I know the feeling. I'm about to be there myself. No, well, you asked me a question before the kitty came.
A genre that still feels a little unexplored for you.
A genre? I really I do want to do something, a project for children. I do want to do something for putting little children to sleep and putting little pets to sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want a
That would be really cool.
kitten lullaby music. That's the genre
I
I'm
will
next,
invest.
up for. Yeah. There's market for it. I know it.
For sure. What would be the best piece of advice you could give to musicians or directors that are scared to take that first big step into their career?
Well, I think the obvious thing is just to do it, just to get over your fears and just do it and fail. Get over it, fail, get back up, do it again, fail, get back up, do it again. Maybe you win, then do it again, and hopefully you get it right. But after a few fails, maybe not do it again.
True.
But fail a few times.
Yeah.
Fail a few times. After a few fails, you might want to read the room a bit. But honestly, though, I think the biggest piece of advice I can give to musicians is to just keep growing in your craft and keep growing on your instrument. If it's Ableton, that's your thing. Keep growing on Ableton. If it's Logic or if it's a guitar or saxophone, trombone, drums, whatever it is, just keep growing on your instrument and just keep finding a reason to be curious and passionate about what you're doing. Because it's hard.
It is. It takes work.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your time. And everybody, Mudhole comes out on June 3rd. And The Furious
Hey,
releases in theater on June 12th. Make sure you check them
yeah,
both out, and we will see you guys next time.
hell yeah. All right, take
All right,
care.
thank you so much.
You too.
Hi, Kenji. Thank you
Hi,
so much for
Braxton.
talking to us today.
Thank you. Thank you for making time.
Oh, of course. Well, Kenji, you are the director of The Furious. The Furious feels incredibly intense and physical. Was that your original vision for the tone and the action style of this film?
Yeah, I yeah, actually yes, because we made a lot of different kind of action movie, but we must analyze what's our strong point, what's our special point. It's not
Yeah.
the it's not the sci-fi film with a lot of VFX, right? It's not a lot of car chase and explosion. Not this is not our it's not our style. And of course we can make this kind of film, but not our yes special one. So maybe more grounded and back to basic and more martial arts in the Pink Asia because you know, if you ask me how much American culture I understand, not so much. But Asia, okay, yes. So I want to make some Pan Asia and then uh, many martial artists from the different country fight together. So that's our vision from the beginning.
I love that. I love that you said that because one of my questions was how do you balance the brutal realism with the cinematic style?
Mm, mm. Brutal, believe or not, I'm not a big fan of the violence. That,
Really?
that means gore. I'm not a big fan of the gore. I just
Yeah.
just a bloody and splatter. It's not my cup of cake. I need even the violence. I hope it has the humor. Humor. It's like the humor coming from the over the top. Like sometimes the virus you cut somebody's arm, but that arm still stick to your leg. These kind of things are to me is a kind of humor.
Yeah.
So I hope the audience will be exciting from exciting for the action scenes and at the same time yeah the many people laughing what happening on the screen.
Definitely. Well, and there's still emotional storytelling during these fight scenes as well. Um, how important is it for you to keep the emotional storytelling instead of it just being like a spectacle?
Because emotion is because action action scenes the fighting scene why people fighting is the most of the time most of the time people fighting is when the peak of emotion
Yeah.
and then he threw the punch right so we need a reason why he get emotional
Yeah.
and the 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 best one of the best reason, or maybe father chasing the daughter, or family matter, family issues, is
Yeah.
doesn't have to be doesn't have to explain many things. Just put the human traffic, child human traffic. 99% of the audience think, oh, they are very bad guy, right? And the father, daughter, and the father lost daughter. Father is very furious and getting emotional and beating the bad guy. That's the most basic element for this movie. And then
Yeah.
I need very emotional. Um, Action movie has a lot of different kind of action movie. But this movie, I need the emotion and the energy, and everybody get mad and furious. That kind of thing
Yeah.
is very important. For example, choreograph is very important too, but sometimes people get emotion. Choreography is not so important. For example, the ice factory. In the ice factory,
Yeah.
the father thought he lost his daughter, and then he threw a punch to Brantley's face. That choreograph is not like this, like a bang, pow, pow, pow. So looks good.
Yeah.
And
Most definitely.
everybody says that's reasonable. Oh, we punch more, right? Right? So
You would, yeah.
yeah, so emotion is very important. Yeah.
Yeah. As a parent watching, I understood completely.
Yeah.
I understood his emotion because I'm like, I could see me doing that. And then I'm like, I
Yeah.
totally couldn't do what he's doing, but I could see me being that emotional, that furious
And if
over the situation.
yeah, and if you some of the so sorry for that, but if your family kidnapped, you will chase, you will
Yeah.
run fast, even with a
Stop
50,
at nothing.
even with a barefoot. So I
Yeah.
think that most of the people, because I made this movie, I hope more people, more audience all over the world understand this movie. So yeah, 19%, 9% of the audience will understand why he get mad and why he run fast with barefoot. That's
Yeah.
that's the yeah, that's the bottom line, I think.
I agree. And I do think the audience will relate to that because a lot of the times, you know, my husband, he loves kung fu and action movies and all of those things. And a lot of the times I just don't follow the story. I don't understand the emotion behind the fights. And in this I did. It made sense. I think everyone will relate to that. And I think that that gives this film a special edge that maybe other action films don't have.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're
Yeah.
very welcome.
Wow, that means a lot to me.
I was thrilled to really sit down and get so invested. A
Mm.
lot of the times I'll kind of piddle on my phone and play, and I didn't this time.
Yes, because I really want to get attention for the audience. That's why in the opening thing, Jija, that reporter tried to save the kid, and then normally even she died, she will die. Even she died, the kid will be saved, but unfortunately, kid also died. So that means I wanna keep attention. Oh, are you ready? This movie is not a normal, and maybe like a Korean movie, maybe the we will have the bad ending. So yeah, so I need to keep the people anxious.
Yeah, most definitely. And you mentioned having such an international cast. What was it like for you to bring such an international cast together for this film?
Mm, um, because is a like kung fu movie, which your husband like. Kung fu movie has a one format, because one character, one different martial art, or one character, one different weapon, right? So characterization is very um important as much as story. That's why day one we know our leading actor is a Chinese actor, Miao, right? So, if the villain or partner also Chinese, it's not so special. So we need a because for partnership, and this movie is also a kind of a body movie, body, right? So
Yeah.
body movie, you need a different kind of a body, like a Jackie Chan, Chris Tucker. So we need a Shane Miao and Joe Taslim. And uh, his martial arts background is a totally different from Shane Miao. One is Chinese wushu, and the other is judo. And Yang is a totally different look. And Joy
Yeah.
Iwanaga and Brantley. So I called everyone. Oh, can you help me? Can you help me? And they are willing to do that.
It does it incorporates so many styles, and that's something I hadn't seen done before. So I think that was an incredible call.
Yeah, I it's difficult.
I believe it is. I
Yeah,
believe it is.
because timing wise, tempo wise, or distance wise, totally different. If boxing and boxing is easy because the same distance, but boxing and judo is different, and boxing and kicking like Joey Iwanaga is a different. So it's very hard to choreograph. But our actor did a great job.
Most definitely. Well, Kenji, thank you so much for your time. I greatly appreciate it. I could probably talk to you for hours, but I know you have other places to be as well.
Thank you for
Everybody,
support.
go check out The Furious in theaters June 12th, and we'll see you guys next time. Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
thank you, Destiny.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
It's incredible to meet you. What caught your interest with The Furious that made you want to be the producer?
Well, because I wanted to do, it's been years I've been away doing film for international. I wanted to come back 3 years ago. I wanted to come back and do, come back to this genre of film, because a lot of people that told me that they're missing this kind of film in the West, I thought that it was a challenge for me to, because I have been away to do other things, and more local films. So when I've come up with such an ambition, then I wanted to come back and do something different, and that's why I get a Kenji. I want to see whether still have the ability, and the furious to do, to come back and do another martial arts action, movie that can outdo the genre from years ago.
Yeah. I think in this one, I love that the action, it's not just spectacle like most martial arts films. There's a lot of character driven emotion in
Yes.
these scenes, and I think that kind of sets it up beautifully. What made Kenji the right director for this for you?
Well, because I work, first of all, I worked with Kenji a long time for many films now. I think he is young, he's energetic, and he's always he's always trying to top himself every time that he do something. That's what I like him, And then he has done films before as a director, but he hasn't done a lot, So, but I thought that with the right group of people, with the right script, I was very confident that he would do a good job. I don't know why, but I was very confident that. So that's why he was when we at the script stage, he was very inspirational. Telling people how the character should be added, how you beef up the character, because he said that this for me, the fight is important, but not as important as the acting of the fight.
Yeah, most
And then
definitely.
he spent a lot of time directing the drama as well as the action. Directing the drama at the same time as the action. So that's why it makes it different.
Definitely. Also, this film, y'all combine so many different fighting styles, so many different
Yes.
martial art forms. What was it like for y'all to combine so many different martial art worlds for one film?
Well, this question you should address to Kenji, But to me, to us, the reason why we hire so many Joe Taslim and Ryan Samuel from different countries because they are the best at what they do. Like Joe himself is is an Olympian wrestler, he wrestled for the Olympics, So everybody have their own special skills, and then that's why it is in. I think we started off. We started off as looking for this kind of actor, who all have their own skills. We set out to do that, and I think that it was fortunate that we were able to get them.
Yeah.
And Kenji want them. We want to have the combination of different style of martial art all mixed together in the fight. I think it was a dream able to come true. To be able to do that.
Most definitely. I think it adds an incredible layer of realism as well. I mean, as well as the story. The story itself makes this so believable and emotional for the audience to watch. They really understand the character and, they feel like they would be in that same position.
Yes.
Obviously, probably not as impressive moves, but but they would try,
I'm sure.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sure when the circumstances arises, everybody's kung fu expert comes out.
Definitely. When I was watching the film, I was thinking that. I was like, I told my husband who was sitting beside me, I was like, I would do that. I was like, if that happened, I would do that. And he was just like, you could not do that. But we think we would in that situation.
Yes. Well, give credit to Kenji. He did a good job with the actors.
Most definitely. It's an incredible film. Incredible.
Thank you. You're so nice, this lady.
Thank you. What lessons, as producing things like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and Hero, did you bring to the Furious to help with its production?
Well, I think Crouching Tiger, Hero, all those kind of film taught me fill me with wisdom and expertise in my mind. But specifically, I always look. I don't try to look back on what I do. Because what I do already in my mind, I always try to look things in the future. So if you ask me that, I think that all those experience I had with all those great movie, they taught me, brought me to where I am today. Brought me the confidence, the way they're dealing with people, how to treat, and how to bring the people together, how to encourage them, how to make them safe. I emphasize that although that we a lot of great stuff, a lot of dangerous stuff, but not one person was hurt in the production. Not
That's
one.
Incredible.
Yeah, that taught me that when we make movie is important, but never get anybody hurt. That is even more important.
I agree, and I love that you have that knowledge and that you keep that safety on set.
Yes,
especially with very action-driven and stunt-driven scenes like the Furious has.
Yes.
The potential for injury is very large.
Yes. True. I think in our action, in the film that we do in action, I think safety is always is on every mind 24 hours a day. Yes.
Yeah. Most definitely.
Yeah, I learned that from previous film. Yeah.
Definitely. Well, I mean, you've been instrumental into bringing Asian cinema to audiences around the world. Looking back at your incredible career, what are projects that you're the most proud of, and where does The Furious fit into that legacy?
I say to myself that I don't look back very often. I think that I have to give you an answer. You probably will be disappointed. It's the next one.
No, that's a great way to look at it.
Yes, because I'm a guy that I'm here because of my past, and I'm here because the world want me to make more movie down the road, in the future,
Yeah.
So I hope the next one will be even better or be even more impressive, and more entertaining to people,
That's what everyone has to hope. Each new one has to be the new favorite.
Yes. but those movies you mentioned, they're all the love of my life, you know. So and you never forget them, you know.
Most definitely. If do you have one film that you have helped produce and helped create that you really think the audience could go back and look at and really understand your style?
And definitely, I'm a producer of a film. The style of a movie is given by the director of the film. You know,
Most
the
definitely.
I don't I never take credit of a film. I only take credit as a producer of the film because I don't want to say, that is my style. You know, I would like to so I would like to say on that is the I like to be proud of saying that Bill Kong make many different kind of movie, you know, many different
Yeah.
nationality of movie, you know. And I made movie for studio. I made a movie. I made very very local film. I made Korean movie, Japanese movie. I shot movie everywhere, you know. So I don't have a but I'm very proud to say of my career is that I've been everywhere, you know,
Yeah.
and that fulfill my life, you know. So I don't have a style of its own, you know. I just it's so versatile because I don't want to copy myself again, you know.
I like that.
That's
I like that a lot.
that's why in all the film that you mentioned, there are no sequel to Crouching Tiger, there are no sequel to Hero, there are no sequel to House of Cards. Because I'm always believe in creative. Try to top yourself, make something different, make something better than what you did before, you know.
I do. I love that. And I love how you happily give credit to everybody on board.
No,
That's
it's true.
so important. It's so important. Everyone plays such a pivotal role in
Yes.
these films.
No, a film is made by not one person or two persons. It's made by hundreds of people, you know, to make one film, you know. How do you take credit for it, you know?
Definitely. Well, if you could wrap up The Furious in one sentence to get viewers to go check it out, what would you tell them?
I think I like to say, well, I like to introduce this Furious is I think for now is the I like to use my quote from my friend, you know, of Jet Li. He saw it and he said, "This is the the ultimate the ultimate action movie of recent days," you know.
I love
So
that.
so I hope that the audience will like that.
I think they will. Everybody, please go see The Furious in theaters on June 12th. You will not be disappointed. Thank you so much for your time. We greatly
Thank you,
appreciate
Destiny.
having you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Destiny.
you. Hi, Brian. How are you?
Hi, Destiny. I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing fantastic. Thank you for taking time out of your day to speak with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, it is a pleasure. So, Brian, you play Ho in The Furious. And
yes,
I mean, The Furious is absolutely relentless. What was your first reaction when you read the script?
Oh, so honestly, reading the script, it felt pretty straightforward. I would say a lot of the magic actually isn't in the script, but it's what happens on set, you know. So let's say like for the action scenes, for example, it could just be like Pak Lung fights whoever, you know, and then it's just like insert action. But I believe the magic came from the rehearsal rooms where all the actors came in to learn their choreography and rehearse together. That was my reaction.
I love that. Was there a specific fight sequence in The Furious that kind of pushed you more physically or mentally than previous work you've done?
Oh, definitely. I would say every fight scene there like pushed me physically and mentally. I would say you come home with a bump and bruise, you don't even know how you got it. You're like bleeding somewhere. Um, I would definitely say Kenji-san, our director, and Sonomoto-san, they have a world's experience of martial arts action filmmaking under their belt, and to be able to work with not only them but the best martial arts actors in the game in this very moment. I was able to learn so much, and I was pushed to my max capacity. And for that, I'm so grateful for the learning experience.
Amazing. Yeah, it's always fun each time to kind of get to push yourself further and learn new things.
No, totally. Yeah.
What does your training routine look like?
Prior leading up to the film, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So I would say what's beautiful about this film is that every actor on the film has 20 plus years of martial arts filmmaking experience, So I believe every actor came in with their own background. And then I believe the synergy is formed within the dynamic of the actors fighting each other. So although the training can just be your own training, some of us go lift weights after work or whatnot. I believe the real magic happens when we're doing the choreography within each other, because it's a synergy of two different energies clashing, not only them but with the director as well, wanting it a certain way. So I believe that every actor had their own training. But the magic comes within the clash,
Right. Yeah. Combining those and learning from each other. It's got to be so much fun.
Yeah. And I feel so lucky I had them by my side to teach me so much. Oh my God.
What was your favorite scene to film in the movie?
Definitely, I would say my favorite scene was, and again, this is including with spoilers, is the 5v5 fight at the end. I would say that's my favorite scene to film, is because although there are 5 martial arts actors fighting each other, right?
Yeah.
In real life, it felt as if we were fighting each other, but with each other for the same purpose of creating beautiful art, And again, I believe when there's a synergy of energy, I believe that's the most beautiful. And it's not only I learned so much from Joe Taslim, I learned so much from Miao, from Yayan, from Joey individually, but when we're all working together in the same fight scene, then that was my favorite fight. I felt there was so much magic that took place on that floor.
That's exactly what I was about to say. Was that fight? It was like magic. It was like eyes glued to the screen. You cannot look away.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, of course. It's such an incredible film. How do you think it compares to other martial arts action type films?
Yeah, definitely. So I would say, as the world changes, then the genre kind of takes on a new form. I would say in the 80s, 90s, it was very, I would say like the Hong Kong filmmaking style was very prominent at the time. Then within the early 2000s, when the action directors would come to America, then The Matrix, all those films would come out, where it's very early 2000s action. And then it kind of went to this world of realism, like Born Identity. And then now with AI and technology, it went into a world of a lot of CG and a lot of wire work, But I would say when the pendulum swings one way so far into one direction, an example, I believe the world right now has the pendulum swung so far one way with CG and wire work.
Yeah.
People will have a sense, like they will want something that's a little more grounded. And I believe that's what The Furious was able to bring to the game. And to be able to be part of that journey, I'm just so grateful.
Definitely. I agree with you. It does feel more grounded. It feels more real world, more realistic than some previous modern martial arts action style films, which I found very refreshing.
Oh, I really appreciate that. Thank you. And I totally agree
Cool.
with you. Totally agree.
Of course. And then, I mean, I have to ask because you shared a deathcore cover by Slaughter to Prevail, which was totally
here we go.
badass.
Oh, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
You're very welcome. What is your favorite soundtrack when you're training?
My favorite soundtrack, definitely I lean towards either Slaughter to Prevail or Slipknot. Slipknot I discovered when I was 12. My mom found an MP3 player at the gym when I was a kid, and she gave me the MP3 player, and on it had Avenged Sevenfold and Slipknot mainly. And I felt those were my two first introductions to hardcore and deathcore music and metal. And from then on, those are my inspirations that I go to when training for films such as this, you know? So
yeah,
it
sets the mood perfectly.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I saw the cover on your Instagram. I was like, okay, well, that's like, I didn't think you could get more badass, and then you did.
I am definitely a fan. I am definitely a fan of deathcore, like to the max. I am definitely a fan.
Who would you say your inspirations for acting and for martial arts have been?
So definitely, I grew up on older Hong Kong films. You know, I grew up on Jackie, Jet, Donnie, Bruce Lee, Sammo Hung, Yuen Biao, all of Shaw Brothers, all of Golden Harvest, Lau Ka Long, Xiao Ho, you name it. But for the Fear specifically, I try not to draw inspiration from those legends. I actually drew inspiration from Donkey Kong from Super Smash. You know, like I played Super Smash Brothers.
Super Smash
Brothers.
That
was how I saw the ending fight. If there's 4 characters that are upright, you know, I was like, okay, how do I bring this character to life in a way? Each time I play Super Smash Brothers, it's always a fight, and Donkey Kong's the annoying one that comes in and just like knocks everyone over, you know?
Just wreaks havoc.
Yeah, so I really dug into my subconscious to bend that universe into my reality, that I would come in as like this Donkey Kong-esque character. So when the cameras are rolling, it's almost subconscious. I don't know how else to behave but to be that way. And I believe that's up to every artist to bring their truth onto the script and into their character, you know?
Yeah, no, I love that, because that kind of, you're not trying to imitate legends. You're becoming your own legend and using things that mean something to you from your life to inspire how you behave on camera. And I think that's super cool.
I really appreciate that. But of course, those legends were my foundation. That was where I watched them growing up, and they are forever my teachers. And I always believe within that order, you can have the clash of chaos, you know, the beautiful blend of chaos and order through that.
Yeah, most definitely. What was it like working with director Kenji on The Furious?
Oh my God, it was definitely a dream come true. He is a master at his craft. I've been a fan of Kenji for a long time. Just to give a backstory, when I was trying to get my foot in the door, I was making YouTube videos with my team on Martial Club, and I would send messages out to like action directors and stunt coordinator. One of them actually was Kenji. Back in 2012, I either Facebook message or I got his email somehow. I forgot, but I basically asked. I told him, like, I'm a fan of your work. I would just love to be part of your stunt team. I would love to just shadow you or whoever, you know. I just want to, you know, I was just trying to get my foot in the door. And for this to come full circle, come into fruition, I'm grateful for the experience. You know, I'm just so grateful.
Absolutely. I mean, that's really cool to have that moment, that when it does come full circle like that, it's like, okay, this is cool.
No, totally. Yeah. Thank you.
How would you describe your character for fans before they see the film?
This is always a difficult one because I don't want to spoil anything. But I would just say, as for the film overall, not only my character, but to just expect something grounded and groundbreaking and something that's refreshing to watch. I would just leave it at that.
Absolutely. And I mean, that kind of, I was going to ask you if you could say 3 words to describe The Furious, but that kind of does it. I mean,
Definitely, yes. Those would be the 3 words.
it's perfect. Well, Brian, thank you so much. It's been incredible. Everybody, The Furious is in theaters June 12th, 2026. Make sure you go see it. Show Brian some love and the rest of the cast and Kenji. Phenomenal movie. You won't be disappointed. Brian, thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you, Destiny, for having me. Okay, talk very
Thank
soon,
you.
okay?
What is going on, everybody? It's Jason from 3 Geeks here with Travis. Travis, how are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. So what made you want to get into comic books?
Well, I've been writing since I was like a kid, and I've been reading comics since about the same amount of time. And, I originally started trying to write, stories and plays and novels, and I was always frustrated by, I'm visually stimulated, I'm visually stimulated by images and that sort of thing, and it was frustrating trying to translate that into like lines on a page. So I was like, maybe I should try writing a comic book, take one of my ideas and adapt them into that. And I was already working on a story at the time, and I'm like, I don't want to do this one, this is too long. I'll just do a short 20-page story. And that short 20-page story turned into this. This is 210 pages and is like, I out of the gate, I basically wrote a novel, essentially, but a graphic novel.
So tell us about your books.
Well, they range from horror to action adventure to mythology fantasy. Sugar Creek and In Noctum are 2 one-shot horror stories. Sugar Creek is urban legend horror in the vein of Stranger Things or It. In Noctum is a vampire story that my readers have actually compared to 300 meets 30 Days of Night. Amiculus, A Secret History, my magnum opus so far, I guess you'd call it. This is an action-adventure graphic novel in the vein of V for Vendetta or Assassin's Creed set in the ancient world. It's very... also, full disclosure, I wrote everything here and worked with different artists on each of these, so the art style is going to differ between the horror and the action-adventure and the mythology fantasy, which mythology fantasy here is Pythia, the Last Oracle. This is a mythology fantasy miniseries that runs along the lines of Sandman or Lore Olympus. Probably going to run 10 to 12 issues. We're through issue 4 now.
All right, awesome. Where can everybody find the books and you online?
I'm currently between websites right now, but Travis Horseman Amiculus Books is the name of my imprint. These are all available on Amazon. I don't know if they can necessarily use the QR codes from this, just from the video or not, but I have cards with links to each one of these at the moment.
Awesome. I will put the links in the description down below. Everybody like, comment, share, subscribe, and we'll chat soon.
Hey, Destiny.
Hi, how are you?
This is Destiny that we're meeting right now and talking about Furious. It's a
I know it. So, Joe, you play Naveen in the film. I
Yep.
think your character is incredibly heroic.
Yeah.
Would Joe make the same choices if you found yourself in that same situation?
Definitely, yes. Actually, there's a lot of
Who
connection
wouldn't?
with me and Navin because I have 3 kids and I love them with all my heart. I would do anything for them. So playing Navin is such a strong connection because me myself in real life, I have a weak spot. For me, it's so easy. My soft spot, if I see, like, especially with, the things that are happening with child trafficking, right? It's so heartbreaking.
Yeah.
If you really know the truth, what's going on, and watch a lot of documentaries that I did watch a lot of documentaries about child trafficking, You know, we're not living on Earth. We're living in hell right now. It's just insane.
I fully agree with you on that. So, what was it about the Furious that made you want to be part of this project?
One thing is Kenji, you know, because everybody wants to work with Kenji. You know, it's
Right.
not a secret. And second is Naveen, is the role. You know, I think they sent me a script and 10 pages, just 10 pages after, I was just like, I need to be part of this. You know, the issue, the message of the movie, and it's Kenji. And the Naveen itself, this character has a beautiful balance of action and story and
Yeah.
dramatic. So it's a gem, you know, it's a dream role for an actor to be part of a role that has two in the same movie. Yeah.
Most definitely. Yeah, no, I've said that a few times in interviewing for this film is
Yeah.
that it combines just character story and emotion with the martial arts aspect so
Sure.
beautifully
Thank you.
that you feel it. Like
Yeah.
even in those fight scenes, it feels more emotional. You feel more connected than just going, well, this is really badass. You're like, this is
Yeah, yeah.
badass, and I get why they're doing it.
Yeah. I'm so glad you noticed that and you picked that up. That's the purpose, you know. I
Yeah.
think we don't want to just make action movie for the sake of action movie. I think and for action movie, of course, we got to make the best action movie, but at the same time, we want to tell something, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It means more when there's feelings involved.
True. Thank you.
Well, I mean, your martial arts background, speaking of martial arts, is it's legendary.
Thank you.
Does that continue to influence your acting choices?
Um, I gotta be honest, I'm very picky in terms of doing, especially when people offer me action movies. So for me, the character comes first. You know, I gotta understand why. You know, for me, either playing bad guy or good guy. For me, the most important thing is like why. You know,
Yeah.
if I understand why, then it's a lot more easier for me to do it. But sometimes when people offer you action script, you know, and then they just like it's badass. And I don't really care about badass. You know, sometimes because it needs to mean something. You know,
Yeah.
you're playing a character that he fights a lot, but why? And then what's the end game for this guy? What motivates him? So it needs to be clear. So for me, that's more important than big budget movie or whatever, that comes with it. And then if the director can tell me the reason, then it's halfway there.
Yeah. No, I love that. And I love that you also want to feel your character. It like I said before, if there's no purpose, there's no feeling, then you're not
Yeah,
going to connect with that character.
just watch MMA. Why you want to watch movies?
Exactly.
It's real.
They're that they combine so many beautiful different martial arts styles in the Furious. How much influence did you have in Naveen's fighting style?
Well, I think it's quite decided that Kenji told me that I wanted to introduce more judo in your character as Naveen. Then he and his wife trained judo together when they were young, and then they have judo background. Um, so the way he fights heavily in judo style, which I'm very grateful because I'm a judo person. And then for me to be able to introduce this sport to more people, to the world,
Yeah.
and introduce how judoka fights and also how Kenji designed a choreography that has a storytelling in judo. It's not about throwing, it's about the process of taking control, get the sleeve, get the collar, get close, and throw. It's not like judo. The judo part is not like the fanciness,
Yeah.
but I think he did a beautiful design that is a storytelling and a progress. Yeah.
It is. I love to see the different styles all combined into one film and it not be focused in one
True.
aspect like that. It was so
So
unique.
many.
So
Yeah.
unique to the
Yeah.
Furious.
Yeah.
I mean, so kind of going into some of your background, the raid kind of became this worldwide phenomenon that
Yeah.
introduced many international audiences to your work. Did
Thank
you
you.
did you know at the time that what that movie would mean to people today?
No, we did not. That was my first action movie. I did not know what was going on.
You had no idea what it would bring for you.
Yeah, well, I worked so hard for it. I trained so hard, I prepped so hard for it, and then I trusted Gareth. I watched his first movie, Marantau, back in when
Yeah.
I was still in athlete, when I was still doing athlete, and I told myself that if I wanted to do movies, doing action movies, this person, I need to work with him. So I applied myself. I texted him, asked for opportunity for audition, and luckily he gave it to me, and I did the audition, and I got the part. Trained so hard, worked like a dog, worked so hard, a lot of pain doing that movie, and then
Oh yeah.
yeah, everything was so yeah. We shot in Indonesia, a low budget, super indie style, nothing fancy. It's just hard work every day. But with one dream that we want to do something that changed with the action world.
Yeah.
And then halfway through, we kind of like, okay, we're doing something amazing because a lot of people kind of like pay attention to this one. And the Raid release and changed my life forever.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Well, and then so was it Fast and the Furious 6 marked your Hollywood debut, correct?
Debut. Yeah, right. You're right. You're right. It did because of the Raid. I remember I was talking to Justin Lin. Justin Lin watched the Raid one, and then, well, I mean, very lucky, And then he watched the Raid one. He told, I think his wife, they were watching it together, and then Justin's wife told me. And Justin watched the Raid, and he told me I got to work with this guy, and I said, why? I don't know. You ask him. So he hired me because of the Raid, and then we've been working together of what, like one, two, three projects together: Star Trek, Fast, and the Warrior, a TV show Warrior. And he's the executive producer in that one. So we're still friends until now. Always wanted to work together in the future. So, well, that's destiny. That's destiny.
Exactly. And look, I have to ask because we're Three Geeks podcast. So, what was it like to bring Sub-Zero to life and to get to reprise that role in the upcoming film?
Ooh. Well, I grew up playing Mortal Kombat. It's not a secret. I'm a gamer until now. And I remember I was quite nervous because this game has been going for what, 30 years, more or less, more. And then I know it's such an iconic character, and that if I cannot screw it up, because I'm not just disappointing if I may, if I screw it, and then the whole world's gonna be it's gonna be all over me, and then there's no going back after that. So I took it very seriously, I took it very seriously. And then of course, I put my own identity into that character, though my understanding of that character, but I was very careful and faithful to the lore. And then when the MK1 released, and everybody kind of like really accept my version of Sub-Zero Beyond. And until now, everybody still kind of like believe that's a great, version of Sub-Zero Beyond. So I'm grateful. Cannot really say anything. I'm always enjoy knowing that.
That's great. Well, to wrap us up, what would be one word you would use to describe The Furious to get people to go see it in theaters June 12th?
One word?
One word.
Oh!
I gotta make it hard.
Oh! Can I say two words? Okay. Ooh. Awesome.
That's a good one.
Yeah, awesome.
Thank you so much, Joe. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank
And
you,
again,
Destiny.
everybody go see The Furious in theaters June 12th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's up? It is Blacksmith here with the one, the only, the man, the legend, Derek Snow. Season 3 of Fire Force.
Fire Force, yeah.
Was this year, coming off a blockbuster movie in Chainsaw Man. You're doing all the things. How's it going, Derek?
It's been a surreal, amazing experience in the last couple of years. I've been having an incredible time wrapping up Fire Force. I mean, from beginning to the last episode, it was about a 7-year process for me. So it's been an incredible, slightly wistful process, you know, like wrapping that up, and that's been amazing. And then, of course, hopping back into the Chainsaw Man world. An epic, incredible movie. And I know I'm highly biased because I'm in it.
You know, I think you're.
But it's one of my favorite anime movies I've ever seen, and it's no small feat. Like incredible pacing, amazing music and stuff. Yeah.
So, you know, as anime is picking up more in the movies, are you like obviously people are calling you because you're in just about everything, but do you prefer to do like a movie? Like, do you get to do the premiere stuff, or do you like, hey, like I'm on the show and that's cool too? You know, like what's your take on all that?
Well, the what do you call it? The promotion side. Sometimes I feel I am but a cog in the machine as an actor. So if I can help it, I managed to make several wonderful premieres. I got to go to New York Comic-Con for Chainsaw Man. I got to go to LA for some a whirlwind. What an amazing time. For Fire Force, even once again at New York Comic-Con, I got to catch the very first episode that when the dub, for season 3 of the second court. Incredible times. So like sometimes that doesn't get to happen, but like it has been happening, and I'm really, really like lucky to be able to be a part of that stuff. Yeah.
At the end of Fire Force, they changed the entire universe through the thought of man. Do you feel like we are in the original universe or the changed universe now?
This particular universe? Oh, I hope it's the changed universe. Please change it already. I want that jaunty little bouncy Soul Eater universe, please. Yes. Soul Resonance, go! Please.
All right, well, that's it. We're here with Derek Snow. Come check him out. We're at the Animate Columbus right now. Come to his booth. He has got all kinds of awesome artwork for him to sign, hang out. Super cool dude. Derek, thank you so much.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. And yeah, there's go find your Chainsaw Man pops. They're out, baby. I'm having a great time.
Hi, thank you so much for
Hi, that's the thing. Hi.
taking time to talk with us today.
Yeah.
So, you play the dad, Wang, in Furious. I think he's the most relatable character, especially as a parent. What can you tell us about Wang's journey in this film?
因为我本身也是一个13岁女儿的父亲，类似于我在电影里边的角色。
I'm also a father to a 13-year-old daughter, similar to the role I played in the film.
所以在拍摄这个电影的时候，我把我很多真实的情感都带入到我跟我演我女儿的那个角色的那个小孩当中。
So when filming this movie, I brought a lot of my real feelings into the child in the role I played.
所以我知道当我的女儿丢失的时候，我有多么痛苦。
I know how painful it can be when I realize my daughter is lost.
但我一直在寻找的一个问题，就是我如何让我饰演的一个有语言障碍的人，那么他的痛苦又会去到哪里？
The one question I've been searching for is how to make someone I play who has a language barrier feel the pain where it actually goes.
但我想应该比我们正常人要更加的痛苦，所以在一些表演上，我会选择有一点夸张的方式。
I think that level of pain should be more exaggerating than the ordinary people, so I chose a slightly exaggerated approach.
尤其是在最后我被车撞倒，然后看到那个车远走，我追不到我女儿的时候，那个时候我觉得，如果是一个普通人，他可以用大喊救命这样的东西来帮助他发泄情绪。
Especially when I got hit in the fall, I see the driver leave, I cannot catch up to my daughter. At that moment, I feel like if it's ordinary people, he could say, help, help, to vent his emotions.
但是王伟没有办法，所以他所有的痛苦全在里边。我觉得那个痛苦是非常难过的，所以我在演那段戏的时候，我会用极致的方式去处理它。
But when we couldn't, all his pain was in his heart, and the pain was extremely heartbreaking. So when I was acting in that scene, I would handle it the most extreme way.
It came off that way. It reads very emotional moment for a parent. And I think that makes this film very relatable in the fact I feel most people, especially parents, can relate to your character so much because everybody would do anything they could for their kids, of course.
Yes, exactly.
What was it like being in the action scenes that combine so many different styles of martial arts?
其实我们在这部片子当中，每一个人要做好的一件事情，就是要时刻提醒自己你的武术风格是什么，保持住自己的特色。
In this film, everyone has one thing to do is like remember what your martial arts style is, keep your own distinctive characteristics.
因为从拍摄的刚开始就已经想好了是五个不同武术流派的人在一起碰撞，所以保持自己的特色也是我们训练的一部分。
Because at the very beginning, we already know it's the 5 people's different martial arts styles, so we have to keep our distinctive style. It's part of what we train for.
所以当跟不同的人在一起，当然跟不同的人在一起碰撞的时候，都会有不一样的身体感受。
Of course, when you clash with different people, you have different physical sensations.
因为他们每个人的体型也都不一样。
Because each body type is different.
比如你跟鸦燕在一起打斗的时候，你要适应他的动作的快速。
For example, when fighting with Yayan, you have to adapt to his movement speed.
然后你像如果跟 Joe 或者跟 Brian， 就你要适应他们身体非常强壮的那种力量。
If you're working with Joe or Brian, you have to adapt to that kind of strength. They're very strong.
那么跟 Joey 之间，就是你要时刻控制他腿跟你的这个距离。
With the Joey, you have to constantly keep your legs at a distance from you.
所以每个人都不同，非常的神奇。
Everyone is different. It's amazing.
It was very incredible to see a film that did take martial arts film, but combined so many different styles to make it unique.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
How do you balance the character's physical performance with his emotional performance?
其实这个是我这部电影当中一直在做的一个事情。
This is something I have always wanted to do in the film.
所以无论是在动作戏的表达上，还是在文戏的表达上，我都会在拍摄之前，每次都提醒自己是谁。
Whether it's an action scene or a dramatic scene, I have to remind myself who I am before filming.
然后尤其当随着剧情的发展，他的人的这个王伟，他的心理会发生不同的变化，所以他所打出来的动作也都是完全不同的。
Especially as the plot develops, and one way has his mindset that changes differently, so the moves he performs are also completely different too.
所以在走到最后一场戏，跟 Joey 我们两个人在雨中用自行车打的时候，那个时候我是一直在告诉自己，王伟此刻的想法就是我想跟你一起死啊。
So by the very last scene with the Joey, two of us, we are fighting with a bike, and I'm constantly telling myself, one way of thinking right now is I want to die with you.
That's a beautiful way of thinking that. Yeah. It's such an amazing film, and I was watching with my husband, and I was like, I would do that. I could totally do that. Knowing I couldn't, but it is so relatable, and your performance as the parent, which knowing you have a daughter about the same age really helps understand how you could fully put that emotion in.
Thank you.
Is that kind of what made you want to do this film, is that connection and to perform that emotional and physical combination?
把这种情绪能够和动作结合起来。说实话，其实在拍之前更吸引我的其实是他动作上的设计，因为我是一个动作演员，我当然首先希望有非常好的动作设计，因为 Kenji 桑就是我认为最好的动作指导。
Honestly, before filming, what really attracted me was the choreography. I'm an action actor. Of course, the first thing I wanted was to have really good action design. I believe Kenji, in my opinion, is the best action director.
但当我拿到剧本的时候，我看到，我要饰演一个这样的角色，然后看到，跟我女儿的这个情感，我就觉得这部电影当中除了动作之外，它的文戏部分也非常棒。
But when I got the script, I had to play a character like this. I saw the feelings tied to my daughter. I feel like in this movie, not only the action and the dramatic scene is also good.
所以你知道，全世界的动作片有很多都是去救女儿，但是在这次当中，我想演出一个有语言障碍的人，他的女儿丢失之后，他是如何的愤怒。
You know, many action movies around the world are about saving their daughters, but in this one, I wanted to portray someone with a language barrier after his daughter was lost and how angry he was.
I love it. It came across perfectly. It is such an amazing film, and everybody, it comes out in theaters June 12th. Please go check it out. You will not be disappointed. It is absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Destiny.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye.
So first thing I wanted to ask is just from the group, what was it like working on The Lion King?
Oh, yes. Well, I didn't work on The Lion King. I worked on The Lion Guard, which is an animated show that was like adapted from The Lion King. It imagines the next generation. Kion and Kiara. Kiara is the future. You know, she's the princess, the future queen, and Kion gets some responsibilities of his own. He gets to form the Lion Guard, and it's about their adventure. So it was really great to be a part of the Lion King world because that movie meant so much to me growing up.
Right. And then being Sherry Birkin for two different video games, Resident Evil 6 and Resident Evil 9.
Yes.
How do you feel you know that character now that you've voiced it through two different video games?
I think I know her pretty well, although there are things that even that I don't know about her personal life. But I've definitely seen her grow and mature and change from somebody who's really trying to prove herself and who kind of goes too fast into dangerous situations and is a bit of a hothead to somebody who's a little bit more reserved and careful and brings wisdom and knowledge. But this new game was interesting to play because she has a personal vested interest in finding the outcome, like finding the cure, and saving the world, but also saving her, and even more importantly, saving Leon. Because
yeah, definitely.
Sherry really cares about him probably more than herself.
Mm-hmm. And you kind of took more of a quarterback role
Exactly.
rather than front line.
She's not on the field for this one, but she could at least assist him from behind the scenes and help and hack into things and try to find answers. So yes, it was more of like a advisory role than being like out on the field. So I missed being more part of the action, of course, and like actually facing off against zombies myself.
Right.
But it was still really great to be in scenes with Leon, and play scenes with Nick, and develop their relationship a bit more.
And then a personal question of my own,
Yes.
From Resident Evil 6 and now Resident Evil 9. What do you personally think is going on with Jake Mueller?
Oh, what do I personally think? can't answer that question without like accidentally confirming anything, and I really don't know. I have no inside information, so it would just be like my own theories.
Yeah, so what you personally think he's doing.
But I'm not sure. All I know is that I hope that he is back, and that we get to see more of his relationship with Sherry, and we get to find out what the hell Jade's doing.
Yeah.
And that would be really nice.
Yeah, I think everybody's wondering this because in some of the photo art for the game in Resident Evil 9, Leon's got like a wedding ring.
I've heard.
Any theories?
Any theories? I've seen theories. But no, I personally don't have it. I don't have any theories, and I can't answer. Like, I can't say one way or another. I really don't know.
Yeah, right.
But it does feel like they did have. He's known her since she was a kid, so it seems unlikely to me. But you never know. You never know.
And then with Code Veronica being the remake being spoiled, I'm hoping that they'll like throw something in with Sherry for that too, because Sherry was a huge part of Claire.
Yes.
And Resident Evil 2.
A lot of people are asking me like, what's going on with Claire? Are they still in touch? What is their relationship now? I think there's still a lot of questions unanswered, and so I hope that we get to see the characters again, and I hope there is some resolution with all that stuff.
There's some very niche rumors that Claire might be the protagonist for a Resident Evil 10 game in the future.
That's cool.
So if that happens, I personally would hope to see Sherry team up with Claire on that too.
That would be amazing.
I know.
That would be so cool. I think a lot of fans would love that, and I'm one of them.
More so, like, I would like to have a Resident Evil game where it's just like Claire, Ada, Jill, all the girls in one game. I think that would be
awesome. What
a
great
huge
idea.
fan game.
That would be so cool. They should do that.
Is there anything you want to like promote?
I guess I can promote my new animated series, which is The Knights of Guinevere, which is a new Glitch Productions show, and you can watch it on YouTube.
Okay.
Thank you.
What's up? It's Blacksmith with the 3 Geeks podcast, and we are here with Chris Guerrero at Animate Columbus. Chris, how's it going?
Goes wonderful. I'm having a fantastic time this Saturday. Yesterday was fantastic, and I expect the same for Sunday as well.
Oh, Sunday's the best day, I feel like, because it's got that last day energy. People are frantic to get in or get out, and you get a lot of fun stuff. So I think like Sunday is the good
mad
day.
rush.
Yes. But you are a hyper talented voice actor. You're in a lot of the most popular anime going on right now. Free Ren, Overlord.
Gonna pop off, and I come in with the idea of like, I'll come in, this guy's probably gonna be here for an episode. It's like, oh, he has a whole backstory and emotional depth that I didn't expect, which as an actor I love to come into. It's like, I love my random thugs, but I love like, there's something more to this character that I expected, especially with Windbreaker. I thought it was a guy, just a random stooge, and then it's like, oh, there's a lot more to this than I thought. But at the same time, it's like, boys. Maybe seek therapy with a professional instead of through your fists.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot better paths to walk down than, you know what, let's just have a gang brawl.
But then again, it wouldn't be entertainment at that point.
Yeah, you know, like I guess they want to have an anime. So
we get the 8-episode arc of therapy, and we learn a lot, and we hug it out, and we turn to pacifists. But then again, if that happened, then season 3 might be a little boring.
Of all the anime that you've done, which universe would you personally like to live in?
There's a lot of horrifying universes. I always start off by saying I do not want to be in the world of Overlord because I would just be cannon fodder. Fairy tale? Because I'm trying to be like, okay, nothing too like real world, but something a little fantastical. Yes, we have like planet level threats, but also it's not one of those animes that gets too dark. So in the end, the hero wins. So I think I could like relax and live a pretty comfortable life in the land of fairy tale.
All right, and we've seen anime doing really good in the movies recently. Do you know if any of your series are going to the movies, or have you had any experience with that yet?
Overlord did have a theatrical run with the Holy Kingdom movie that came out, I believe. Oh my gosh, it's almost 2 years now.
I'm so sorry.
But no worries. Yeah, like it's been a while. But that was a bit odd because hearing myself in the Dolby surround sound, I was like, oh wow, I sound like that? And like this? I'm years of doing it now. I'm used to the voice, but it's just like a bit odd that I could get the IMAX experience with just a show that I never thought would transition into a movie theater. So that was a fun experience, but I was most tickled that I got my own popcorn bucket of Overlord. Sadly, they ran out of dream cups, but that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, at least you're walking away with the popcorn bucket. That's
exactly.
Not too bad.
I can use the bucket as a drink bucket, too.
It works on both levels. All right, that's been 3 questions with the 3 geeks. Chris, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and I hope a wonderful rest of your Saturday and a great rest of your weekend. Until then, y'all have a good one.
You too. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
What is going on, everybody? It's another 3 Geeks conversation. We're here at Animate. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great.
So what made you want to get into voice acting?
I decided I didn't want to be a doctor and I found an acting class on Groupon. This is not a sponsored post, and never stopped taking acting classes since.
That's awesome. So recently you stepped in the role of Princess Peach for Mario Kart and Mario Tennis. What was that like?
One of the craziest experiences of my life.
Awesome. You big Mario fan before that, I assume?
Yes, I've always been a Nintendo girly, so it's been very surreal for me.
And another icon that you voiced is Barbie. What was that like?
Again, it feels like weird to step into these roles just because I grew up with them, and it's an honor to join the legacy of all the other actors who came before me.
So, stepping into a role like Barbie and Peach, what is like the prep for that? Are they very strict, or do they let you bring yourself to the role as well?
It's project to project. I mean, I feel like in order to do a good job, you always have to bring a piece of yourself to a role. And then honoring like the message of the company and the legacy of the character comes into play as well.
Awesome. My last question, what is Go Go Loser Rangers? Because I need to check this out.
I'll be honest, I haven't watched it, but it is a very popular show, and I do some bit characters on it.
That is awesome. Thank you so much for your time, Courtney, and we'll chat with you soon.
Awesome. Thank you.
Bye.
Hey everybody, another 3 Geeks conversation. I have Angel with me, as well as Hobart. How you doing, Hobart?
Very good. How are you today?
Doing well, man. Doing well. Okay. So, I think you're here to talk about your movie, but can you tell us a little bit about yourself before we get there? Like, I know a bunch of music. You're an author, an actor. You've done a little bit of everything. Can you tell us about yourself?
Hey, that's the way to do it. You got to do a little bit of everything nowadays just to survive out here. And when something's not kicking, the other ones are. So it's a circle. But yeah, I grew up in Illinois, Central Illinois. So I went to the University of Illinois. I said Illinois like 10 times for your SEO there. But yeah, Illinois. I did the track and field there, so that was super cool. And then during college, I started playing around in bands, and at the end of college, I moved out to California here, and I've been here ever since. And I came out for music, and that's been great. But I fell into acting and hosting and writing and all that fun stuff because you can't do music all the time out here. And yeah, that's the gist of it. I'm a Midwestern boy just living on the West Coast now.
That's awesome.
Sounds like a fun adventure.
Yeah, you know, the ups and downs have been. I wouldn't trade them for anything because they've made me who I am today. A lot of people say like, oh, "Do you wish you would have had this kind of success earlier?" And the answer is no, because I was a knucklehead when I was 26 versus now I'm 167. But I was no stinking way. I couldn't handle that.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and you were just mentioning how you're about to premiere your I Am Ryan movie. Can you tell us a little bit about it? That's really exciting.
Yeah, so the I Am Ryan movie, it's literally a hyperbole of my life, looking a little bit like Ryan Reynolds and working as like a body double for him a few times. And when I did it, I was like, well, this is a movie. Like, this is ridiculous. People think I'm actually him. And that's happened more than once. And when I host a little bingo game on the internet every day, people say, they think they're creative. They're like, you know who you look like? You look like that Deadpool fella. I'm like, really? Thank you.
No way.
That's fantastic. So I'm the Temu like American version of Ryan, who's a lovely Canadian man. I think he might be American now, but I'm not sure. So yeah, that's where the premise came from. It's just this knucklehead Brian Reynolds. Oddly enough, his name is Brian Reynolds. Is hobnobbing around Hollywood on accident because he gets a skeezy manager who books him on all these gigs that Ryan Reynolds wouldn't actually do. So we did the premiere in Los Angeles. It was a lot of fun. I got to see everybody's reactions on like the jokes and everything. We're going to be doing Dallas, Texas here in New York City before, we go national and global. So it's kind of fun.
Yeah, that's awesome. When did you? Oh, please go ahead, Angel.
I was just going to say the trailer for it was really fun.
Thank you.
I love the intro. It had me laughing. And then I just got to ask, how was the hot dog?
Oh, so here's the funny thing. So thank you very much. The director said, can you create like a musical? And I said, yeah, because I composed the music for it as well. And he said, can you create like some kind of fun music for the beginning? Like, trailers don't do that anymore. I said, yeah, let's do it. So that's where that came from. But the hot dog was literally like the last scene we shot because I don't eat hot dogs. I eat chicken. I eat birds and fish. That's where I've always been, birds and fish. I love a good hamburger and hot dog, but like I haven't had them forever. Because I feel like they're dogs. I look at them now, I'm like, oh, they're dogs. I can't do it. It's a story for another day. So, but that was a real hot dog. And that was on the street. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm going to get hepatitis. These street vendors, I see this all the time. And so, Carl, the director's like, yeah, go for it. So I was eating the hot dog and spitting it out as we did it. And it was so nasty. Not my favorite.
Well, and for this movie, you're also a writer in addition to an actor. So how did it culminate into like the people, what they see on screen? Like, how did you know when you were done? When did you how hard was it to kind of tabulate and formulate the writing?
Yeah. So the writing I've been saying was the easiest part for me. I love writing. I've written books and stuff. It just kind of came from fake personal experiences in my brain, just a little hyperbole. So the writing was never that tough. The acting, again, I wasn't acting. I was just being a buffoon. I was just like walking around, letting the other guy do everything, just pretending like I look like Ryan Reynolds. The hardest part was composing. The music should have been the easiest part for me, and it wasn't. I've been doing it forever. It's because I wrote like 3 songs for every song that landed in the movie. And I had to create this kind of weird genre of like, I landed on like a bossa nova college marching band. And so when the soundtrack's out, you can listen to it. But when you go to the movie, it's kind of that you're nodding your head because the music is so like intense. So I'd say composing was the hardest part. Writing and acting, and it wasn't too bad. They kind of go hand in hand with it. And, we're real loosey-goosey on set. Carl Jackson Studios is fantastic. I love improv. So I'm going to give you what I want from you, and then it's time to play. And I think the actors really respond to that because then they're listening. They're not just remembering their lines. And you can see that out here a lot. People just remembering lines, and it looks like they're acting, and that's gross. So there was a lot of improv in this movie, which was fantastic.
Do you have a... Oh,
Please.
sorry, Justin.
No,
I was going
no,
to say,
please.
do you have a favorite behind the scenes or little funny skit that happened that...
Oh, absolutely. One of my favorite, there's 2 that come to mind right away. So we cast a grandmother in the movie played by Hetty, and I'm losing her last name right now. I don't want to mess it up, but Hetty was in the original Terminator. She was the like anchor woman when they're like John Connor, whatever. We didn't know that. We cast her and didn't give her any lines in the movie. That's the joke. The grandma doesn't talk the entire movie, even though she's there all the time. And she was in Terminator. Like, if we would have known, we would have given her some lines. So there's a little inside baseball for you. And then another one, when we're filming the scene where the grandma gets in fight with a police officer, little giveaway there. It's fun to watch. When grandma gets in it with the cop, there was a crowd behind us filming it from apartment buildings because we were out on the street. And so all these people didn't know what was going on. They saw the cameras and stuff, so they probably figured, Hollywood movie. But I bet some people were filming it because there was some old lady out there trying to fight with a police officer. So that was great for me because I was standing there just watching the whole thing because I wasn't in that scene. And I'm just like, this is fantastic. What did I do?
Causing havoc.
Yeah.
Yep, havoc.
As the writer, when I know you let people play, but was there a part where you're like, hey, I need you to say it this way, or were you always just like, hey, your character living there?
Yeah, I would coach them through it, and it was really easy too because I'm not a director or anything, but I'm sitting there with you on screen. It's like, hey, try this instead, and everybody was super cool, and they're like, yeah, no problem. So they knew they were gonna get to do whatever they wanted to. As long as they were making me laugh and they were making everybody else laugh, it was fine. Because it's a silly comedy. So the best joke won on every bit. As watching it, in the premiere, it was funny because a lot of the jokes that I thought were hilarious didn't land, and a lot of the jokes that they did that were like, a little bit more, they landed, and I'm like, oh gosh, they're so much smarter than me. How did I miss that? So it's really kind of torturous to watch your movie with people, and you're like, you're just waiting for people to laugh, and you're like, oh, they didn't get the joke. Oh, okay, but they got that one. So that's fun to watch.
How did you go through your? Oh, I was going to say, how did you go through your casting for finding everybody that you wanted to play in it?
Right. So what would happen is Carl Jackson Studios would send me like a bunch of people because, there's thousands of people that audition for like every role. And so he would send me like the top 10 or something like that and say, who do you like? And I would send back, a couple that I liked. And the funny thing is the lead actor, Henry, played by Sharif, this is like his breakout role. Like he's undiscovered talent. He's perfect. We didn't cast him until about 4 or 5 days before we started shooting because he was it was so important. We had another guy that we were looking at. We're like, okay, he's really good. But then Carl sent me his audition tape, Sharif's audition tape for Henry, the lead guy there. And holy smokes, I'm like, book him. I was on the phone with him like that night going over the whole backstory, the whole Bible of the whole movie and stuff, just so he could understand. And man, he nailed it.
That's awesome. Were you pretty involved in the editing process of this whole thing too? Like, was the soup nuts on that? No? Okay.
Thank God. So I got done. We shot this in August, and they said, we'll get you the first cut in like January because I needed to know for the music. And I said, okay, cool. So they got me the first cut in January, and then I sent back my notes actually for the edit, which was, it's been a whole hands-on process, which is really cool for me. But I was like, hey, this doesn't go here. This doesn't, that sort of thing. It was just like technical things that I wanted to point out. And then they fixed it and sent it back. And then I did the composing. So I guess technically, yeah, but no, God, no. Can you imagine? Oh, that'd be awful. Oh my gosh. Hundreds of hours of footage? No, thanks.
He said, I'm already watching the little time of people's reactions. Don't give me all those hours.
Oh my gosh. I can't I'm already writing a thing and acting in it and composing. I can't put the edit in there too. That'd be too crazy.
You just do the whole circle with it all.
I don't even know how, I'll be honest. I got the iMovie over here on my Mac that I record music in, but I don't know how that works.
Oh, you can figure it out. I did want to ask about the music part of it. Do you think it was so much harder because of your musical background? Just like there's so much internal pressure to be like things to be good at, this has to be it.
Right. I can bomb as an actor, I can bomb as a writer, fine. But the music has to be good. And thank goodness it was. And when I walked away from the movie at the premiere and stuff, people were like, that was a good soundtrack. That had me. I was like, oh, good. Thank you. So that's what everybody said. That they're like, good soundtrack. I'm like, yes, it's like the '90s again. We got good soundtracks.
So I read this took 9 years in the making for the I Am Ryan movie.
Mm-hmm.
How many little black books did you have laying around, or do you just mentally keep it all up there? How was your planning process?
Dropbox. Thank Dropbox. So everything I'm very meticulous with my Dropbox, and I have like the heaviest premium, subscription you can get for all that. But all my music's in there, all my writing, I probably have like 30 scripts in there, TV, film, just waiting to go. And this was the first one that got out of the box, really. So I'd been pitching it off and on for, since 2017 when I wrote this. I did the Hitman's Bodyguard poster for Ryan Reynolds. And I was like the guy that was in the poster, and they like cut out my face and put Ryan's face on there, because back in the day, the celebrities didn't want to do posters and stuff. They didn't have to. So they brought in people like me, and you get paid like $300 to stand there and hold pistols and look cool and all that, and hold Sam Jackson in your arms. And I said to myself, I was bored, of course. I'm like, this would make for a great movie. And so I started writing it and started pitching it around, and get 1,000 no's, but it only takes that one yes before all of a sudden you're on your way.
Yeah, that's what a show of fortitude. You know what I'm saying? Like that's such a long time to be just like, all right, this is a good idea. We're gonna keep going.
Yeah. Until
it figures itself out. Has it sparked interest in doing more movies? Have you been like, I've got a bunch of scripts written, kind of a thing?
Yes. So far, people do want the sequel to I Am Ryan 2, which has been written. I have it. So that's great. So I Am Ryan 2 probably will get made, as long as nothing goes terribly wrong here in the next couple months. But I do have a movie already that I'm getting ready to film for later in this summer. So that's really cool. So all of a sudden, once you do one, people, it's kind of like with music, like when the Foo Fighters came out, it's like they do their first album, everybody loves it. You can kind of do whatever you want after that to a certain extent. So I feel like I'm there where it's like, okay, I got one out the door. I got one in theaters, and it's only getting bigger. That's really crazy to do. And so I feel really, really proud, but also so fortunate, because I come from nowhere. I come from central Illinois, where, we watch TV 24 hours a day, and we're like, how do we get there? Nobody knows. Nobody can tell you. It's like, well, you should probably just stay around here, go to community college, and, become I don't know, like anything else. It's like, oh.
Yeah.
So what would you say to those fans that are watching that want to start off, and what advice would you give them?
You want practical advice, or like the like, oh, go get them, Tiger, like the one where it's like,
no, we're
whichever one you want to give, man. We're not whichever you want to give. Yeah.
Well, the non-practical advice is don't give up. If it's truly your passion, figure it out. Just start today, go do it, learn how to do it. YouTube is a really great resource. It's so funny. YouTube is amazing now. If you want to learn how to do something, whether it's plumbing, you want to write a script, anything, YouTube is free, and it can teach you, and it's awesome. And now the second thing, the practical advice for anybody who wants to be an actor, who wants to be a musician, that sort of thing. Well, use the internet as your friend and spend more dollars on marketing yourself after you get good at your craft, of course. Marketing is the biggest thing, because you got to stand out amongst everybody else. And if you're going to do the old Hollywood route and you're going to move out here, you better show up with like literally $20,000 in your bank account that you saved up, because you're going to live in an apartment. You're going to lose money. You're not going to make any money doing movies or anything for a really long time, because it's a lightning strike. Even after 10, 15 years, I know some of the best actors on the planet. I know some of the best musicians, and they're not going to go. And that's just the way it is. It's super sad. And so save up your money, kids. Come out here, be a dreamer. But please save your money first. Don't show up with like $1,000. It won't last.
I really thought you meant the practical advice is to quit. Like I really thought it's like, man.
It's so funny, because my brother's a teacher, and he's like, "Can you come do career day?" And I'm like, "For what?" And he's like, "You tell kids about your job." I'm like, "No, it's a lightning strike. Are you kidding me? This is all luck. There's so many people better than me." And so, no, kids, chase your dreams, but yeah.
It's tough out there.
It's so hard, and it's getting harder, guys. It's getting harder. Yeah. The old days of being a background actor, like who was it? Brad Pitt was a background actor.
Yeah.
And he got a SAG card, and then there's not going to be background actors. AI guys, it's taking over the background.
Yeah. I've thought about that. Like we're almost the end of the superstar in Hollywood, right? It feels like because we're losing the up and comers because they're going to be replaced by robots, and like you're not going to have the named recognition. I don't know. It's a whole rabbit hole.
Exactly. It's going to be a lot different in the next 5, 10, 15 years. I don't think our generation will be like, oh, I'm going to watch an AI movie and put myself in it because it's fun to watch me be diehard. But I do think it is coming in the next 2 to 3 generations because they won't even be able to tell, you know?
Yeah. I think you're so right. I think you're very right.
So thank God we're alive now.
Word. Yeah. Totally word. Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
You had were you going to ask Justin?
No, please don't go.
You were going to mention, or I said you mentioned earlier about your live bingo.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking that up. What exactly is that you
Holy
do for the
smokes.
hosting?
That's a game changer. So it's a mix between like YouTube live TV and a game show. So what happened in 2020, we couldn't tour anymore. We couldn't act anymore. Like I think I did one commercial in 2020 and it was like a jeans commercial for like 7 or something like that. It was so frightening to go do something in 2020. But this bingo game showed up on the internet and they were casting for hosts. I've never hosted a day in my life at that point. And this is like, early 2020. And I get the audition call back and I go in and there's so many like great, like actual hosts there in this cattle call of people. And then I show up and it's called Live Play Bingo. And it's live bingo 24 hours a day. And I was like, welcome to Live Play Bingo. And they're like, it's live. I'm like, oh, that makes sense. Yeah. So then I'll shtick. I'm like, B11, you're in heaven. Oh, 65, feeling jive. Like it was no good. And I was like, okay, thanks for having me. And there's 2 dudes sitting there, but there was a guitar, literally this guitar behind me, not, this brand, Taylor. And it was out in the back. And I said, oh, hey, whose guitar is that as I'm leaving? And it was the CXO, not the CEO. It's the other guy. And he's like, that's my guitar. And I was like, oh, cool. And it turned out they hired me because they were just looking for like people that they could deal with and hang out with. And so when they hired me, they said, you're not a host, but you have something. You have like that it factor. You've got the charisma. We'll teach you how to host. And they did. And now we're 6 years later. And I've been like so fortunate to be with them. And the game is huge all over the world. And I've got to do Wheel of Fortune live and what else? Wadoku live and work on all other host apps and stuff. It's been wild. So they made me like a monster. I'm gunning for Steve Harvey's job now that Seacrest took mine.
I'm rooting for you. I'm very much rooting for you.
I want that Family Feud gig, boy. I tell you what, I'd be great at that, making fun of people.
I believe it, man. I very much believe it. So what was the hardest thing about learning to become a host? You mentioned they taught you. Like, was there a surprising aspect of that job? You're like, man, this is way harder than I thought.
Well, they were super cool because the guy who created the game sat me down before my first session live and was like, here's the game. And I was like, oh, yeah, I know. He's like, no, come here. So the guy who created the game taught me. So I had all the ins and outs of the game. So that was super cool. The thing that they let me do was fail. I failed 1,000 times there. They were just building up their game and they let me try things and let me, just riff and do whatever. And they'd come back with, okay, this works, this didn't, because they have objective data. They have the internet. So they could figure out what was working with me, especially. And no, they let me play. But the hardest part was like not quitting, because it's like you had hard days and you're like, oh, this sucks. I'm never going to be good at this. And then I just kept showing up and kept getting better. And all of a sudden, all the reins are off. And they're like, yeah, you did it. I'm like, oh. And then they're like, no, we didn't do anything. I'm like, yes, you did. Yes, you did. You did it. You tricked me.
You tricked me. You made this.
You made me a gangster bingo host on the interwebs. What is this?
So do you get to do a lot of improv with that?
Oh, all day. That made me, all day. So like I host every morning. And the reason why I host, I don't have to, but I love to. I host every morning from 7 to 9. So I wake up at 6:30. I put on some pants sometimes. I stand here in my studio. I used to have to go to Hollywood and host like 5-6 days a week, but now I'm to that point where they're like, we'll build out the studio at your house, just show up. So from 7 to 9 in the morning, Monday through Friday, you can catch me there just hanging out with the Ocean Mafia, my baddest bingo gang that I created. And man, it's a good time, and I'll keep doing it until I'm not having a good time.
That's awesome, man. Is there a lot of pressure at family and friends like board game nights, or like, listen, Hobart, this is gonna be a fun time with Grandma? Like,
no, nobody. So the bingo people are fantastic because they all have their families come in and play their friends. So that is a family. My family is like that typical Hollywood family where they do not give a hoot what I do, as long as I'm there, to be with the nephews and nieces and stuff, and be a good husband, all that fun stuff. As long as I'm there, they don't give a hoot what I do. I'm like, hey, I got this going on. They're like, cool. Yeah, we expect that. I'm like, you can't get anything. I got 8-year-old nephews, and I'm like, guys, I'm in a movie on the screen, and they're like, is there food there? I'm like, oh my gosh. That's a real thing that happened. One of them was like, is there going to be food? I'm like, yeah, I'll feed you.
Yep. That's all kids care about is the food.
So thank goodness for them, because they keep you normal.
Yeah, so they keep you grounded. That definitely is a pro, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Was it awesome being at a premiere of your movie, though? I have to, writer, actor, how does that feel? Like that first time you sat and you watch people around you, I bet that was super cool.
It was surreal. I'm still not landed yet. Like I said, I'm going to Dallas. We're doing it again. The LA one, I haven't landed yet. It's kind of weird to see yourself on the big screen and to hear your music and stuff. I've been performing in front of crowds for a really long time with music, but it's not the same because there's silence and you're waiting, and then there's the joke and they laugh. Versus the rock and roll, I can't hear you. I'm just, I got my in-ears in and I'm playing. But it's such a surreal experience. I can't explain it to anybody. There's not a rush to it. It's just kind of like you're out of body and you're like, what? What's going on?
Yeah. Where can folks see it? Yeah, when after the premieres and stuff, where can folks see it?
So right now we did Los Angeles for a week. It was gangbusters, did a great job. It's called a staggered start. And now we're doing Dallas, Texas for a week. And then we're going to New York City for a week. And then I won't make the announcement yet, but we do have a big announcement on where it got picked up. So everybody's going to be able to see it. I'll say that. And internationally and nationally. So things are going well, as long as I didn't just jinx it. So
no bad juju.
Yeah, no bad juju. We're just stating facts. They're already out there. Yep.
Yeah, very
manifesting,
safe.
Just manifest it all.
Mm-hmm.
Was that a pretty big concern? Because I've talked to other independent actors and directors and writers, and that's kind of almost the biggest nerve-wracking thing is who's gonna grab my movie? I did the thing, I put all this stuff out there, who's gonna take it?
It's such a weird experience too, because I've been so lucky with Carl Jackson Studios because he's done this before and he's got the distribution chain. So when we made it, he said, I always thought this was going to go straight to streaming. We would sell it to Netflix or Hulu or whatever. It's a funny, marketable story. But he was like, we're going to theaters. And I'm like, well, theaters are kind of down. He's like, you can still kill it in theaters. People want to go to the theaters. Right now, they have that blockbuster fatigue where not everybody wants to go see Marvel or Disney. And we all love Marvel and Disney. But it's like they wanted comedy. So we fit in right there where we just snuck in there with Grogu and Mandalorian for that week. And yeah, so it's just a weird thing when you already have it built in. So what'll happen is we'll run through all the theaters and then it'll die out. And then what we'll do is we'll put it up on pay-per-view online and then it'll die out. And then we'll sell it to the highest bidder, whether it be, Netflix or Hulu or Amazon, whatever. Yeah. So the cool thing is he already has all those ins with the industry. So that takes a load off of my mind because it'll be taken care of.
Yeah. Awesome.
So you said the second one, you're thinking about having all that in the works and everything. Are you going to plan to do the composing and all the roles that you did this time, even though it was a little stressful and you wanted to pull your hair at times?
Absolutely. That's the best part. There's a chance I won't get to do this again. I'm taking every day where it's like, I'll probably never get to do this again, but it's looking more and more likely I'll be able to. But absolutely. I have no problem writing it. It's already written. I'll make any changes we have to make it more, instead of MySpace, it'll be TikTok. Make those changes, of course. The acting, I have to do it because apparently I look like them. And then the composing, absolutely. Now that I know how to do it, I can do it better and faster.
That's awesome. Can I pitch a third movie? Because I don't know what you've written already. Can you also do I'm also Ryan and just you and another look-alike, and you're just fighting for jobs. It's like,
That's hilarious. I was just thinking about. I think if we get the second one done, I think there's a good chance Ryan will take part. I think he'll be like, the little cameo might be funny enough where I'm like, he doesn't look like him, you know? Is it like something like that, at like a look-alike bar contest, and he shows up, he's like, what the? And I'm like, nah, he doesn't have it.
Yeah. Oh,
That's
man.
an awesome idea.
Yeah. Then he'll sneak you to a Deadpool movie. It'll be great. It'll be perfect.
Yeah. Speaking of, here's a geek thing. I love video games, right?
Love it.
I was fortunate enough to do a lot of the video game music for Deadpool. Before the Deadpool franchise came out, there was a Deadpool video game. I think Nolan North, was it Nolan North's voice or something?
I think you're right. Yeah.
Buddy, that was me playing the guitar and a lot of the programming. That was me.
Dude, you crushed it. That game was awesome. It
That was a great game, and then all of a sudden disappeared, I think, because of legal rights or whatever.
Yeah.
And then they brought out like Deadpool VR. But yeah, that was me. That was like my really first big taste of like, this is cool. I love making video game music. That's fun.
So, oh man, you opened a whole Pandora's box of questions, my man. What's that like? So do you get to play through the whole? Are you playing the game? Like, how do you know the ebbs and flows and what kind of music to apply to a scene or like an action sequence or whatever?
Right. So none of it is fixed out yet. So what they do is it's a script. And so all of it's scripted out. So then they send you, we need this block, this block, this block. And you got to riff for a while. Like you got to give them 3 minutes of something. And they'll probably only use a minute or two of it before they repeat it, you know, as you're playing the game, especially if it's free flow. So they give you the kind of like captions on what they need. Now with Deadpool, that was insane. That's a manic game anyway. So they were just like, give us heavy guitars and then some weird programming. You know, back in the day, I was using like Pro Tools with battery, and it was like all these weird sounds. Like it sounds like you're in a sewer. And yeah. You can still listen to the soundtracks on YouTube. So I worked with Julian Soul was my partner on that. He was the one who brought me in. The Soul Brothers, they're big into video games and stuff. And so yeah, thanks to Julian, that was a lot of fun.
That's awesome. Are you a big gamer just yourself, or is it just the music? Do you have a favorite game that you've also written and composed music to? Is it Deadpool? Like, am I doubling up, or do you have a favorite?
So my favorite video game series that I still play every day is Call of Duty. I'll just pop in just for a stress reliever. Like once a day, I'll pop in and play for like 20 minutes and beat up on all the 12-year-olds. I don't have the microphone on. I don't have the microphone on. Of course not, because Lord save them if I could talk. I don't. And everything's on silent. I play on silent, which is crazy because I'm surrounded by noise all the time. So I'm sitting there in my living room. I'm like, rats. Yeah. So,
I'm sure you're saying rats. I'm confident.
Yeah, I bet we got some similar ones like on the Switch. You know, of course, Mario Odyssey was fantastic. Do you remember that?
Yeah, man.
2017.
It's so good.
During the pandemic, we did. What was the one with the island? Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing is cool.
Oh, you were in debt to Tom Nook, eh? Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. So I've been all over the map. Microsoft Flight Simulator is hilarious to me. I love playing that and doing terrible things. That's fun to do.
Doing barrel rolls.
Yeah. Sky Daddy. Yeah, all that. Yep. Just whatever.
That's awesome, man.
So when you're not working, what do you like to geek out about other than some video gaming?
Yeah. So, oh boy, so my favorite things that I get to do would be sushi, golf, surfing. I love scuba too. I'm a waterman now, so I live in California. It's awesome. But the video games would be the geekiest thing that I do. I used to read a lot more. I haven't since I started writing, but I used to read a lot more. I was really into those Dexter books by Jeff Lindsay. Do you remember those?
Vaguely. I've never read them, but I know them. Yeah.
Take the Dexter series and make it 10 times better. And that was Jeff Lindsay's series. It was wild. The books are fantastic and they're quick. So anybody out there, you want to like a quick read on a plane, Jeff Lindsay's Dexter series was really a lot of fun.
So, sorry, dumb question. Waterman, I'm a landlocked Ohioan. So, like, is that just you being active in the water? Is that, or is that?
That's just like you, right? That's like Laird Hamilton just being like, what do you want to do today? Be in the ocean. What do you want to do? I don't care. We can surf, we can bodyboard, we can just swim, we can scuba, we can snorkel, we can spearfish. I don't care. But yeah, that's
Take me to the
man.
water.
Yeah, just get in the water. And I'm not too affected. I'm from Illinois, so I'm not too affected by the cold water still. So
Sure. Oh, okay.
you know, I got a wetsuit and all that, but it's like I don't mind the cold water. We got that Alaskan current here, so it keeps a lot of people out. But I like it.
Do you have a favorite memory? Because I'll give you an example. Because I went snorkeling when I was on a cruise years ago, and I saw a barracuda like up close, and like it scared the crap out of me, but it was still really cool to see. Do you have any moments like that while you were in the water?
Absolutely. Where to start? I think the most terrifying one was scuba diving in the Galapagos, and I came up early because I ran out of air. And the boat that we had was gone. It was like a half mile away. I don't know why. And there were hammerheads everywhere, and it was murky. And so these hammerheads were just kind of like working their way around me and stuff. And I was angry. I was like, this is how I die? A freaking hammerhead shark? And I was like, I was ready to go. I was so mad. So that's the scariest one. But I have so many great memories of with scuba diving, especially. I've scuba dove so many cool places, and at night, you see that phosphorescent light and everything. I saw a barracuda recently, and I was like, bye. Those things are nasty. Oh, I'm not getting bit by one of those. No stinking way.
That's awesome.
How is it fishing in the ocean out there? I know you said fishing, so I want to ask how that is, because my son loves to go fishing.
Mm-hmm. Well, we do spear fishing, so we're late. We're like, the fish have no idea what's happening when you're down there. You're scuba diving, you're snorkeling, whatever. The fish are just like, what's going on? Now you're fishing from the top. That's harder. That's way harder because they're like, oh, do I want to go up? But when you're down there with them and you're spear fishing, you know, for sheephead or whatever it is, that's like, that's a lot easier. You see what you want. You're like, there she is. So we're really lucky. We have the Channel Islands out here. I don't know if you've heard of them. And they're massive islands off of the California coast by 20 to 40 miles. And there's a bunch of reserves there. And you can't hunt there, but the reserves don't last, you know, the whole island. So you go around it where it's legal, and there's these huge lobsters. There's black sea bass out there now, but the sheephead are easy to get, and yeah, there's tuna and whatever. There's everything out there.
That's awesome, man. I'm going to pull us back towards your kind of working life. You've done a lot of commercials. Do you have a favorite one, or like any fun stories from commercial life?
Oh, commercials have been awesome. That's really where I got, you know, into the industry of acting outside of music. My favorite one that I can remember off the top of my head would be with Alex Trebek. You remember him from Jeopardy?
Yeah, man. He's awesome.
About a year before he passed away, he did a Drive Time commercial with me. So what Drive Time was going to be at that time was an app that did Jeopardy while you were driving. So you'd be driving, and it would be like, what is the capital of Laos? And you'd be like, Vientiane. It's like, yes. And you're like, thank you. Anyway, so I'm shooting this commercial with Alex, and we're sitting in a car in like this big studio, and I'm in the front seat sitting there with him or whatever, or the back seat, I can't remember. And, you know, and he's like, Hobart, and this is a terrible impersonation, but you'll get it. It's like, Hobart, I've heard you play instruments. And I said, yeah, I do. And he's like, I have many instruments at my home. And I'm like, oh, cool. Do you play any? And he's like, not a one. But if I were to learn, I would learn the ukulele. It only has 3 strings. And I'm like, 4 strings. And he said, what? I said, what is 4 strings, Alex? And he was like, very good.
No way, dude. That's awesome, man.
We got along. He was funny. We got along swimmingly. So Alex Trebek was my favorite commercial that I got to shoot with. I got to shoot a Kobe Bryant commercial for Aeroflot Airlines with FIBA, the basketball thing. Aeroflot was like a Russian air. Yeah, you know what it is. You've seen it in the news. Anyway, Kobe Bryant was doing a commercial, and I was like, so I'm in a business suit at an airport, and I'm like dribbling the basketball. Thank goodness I could play. I'm from the Midwest. And so I throw it to him. Kobe Bryant, awesome.
What a dope
That's
memory.
awesome.
That's so cool.
I got so many great memories. Weird Al Yankovic, like all these things, especially being a Midwestern person, you can relate. You're like, holy crap, Weird Al Yankovic. It's like, yeah. It's been a lot of this. So it's been really cool.
So with commercial life and music life, have you ever did any jingles for some commercials?
Ooh, that's a great question. Probably. I've done a lot of like pilots for TV series and animated stuff and all that. I'm trying to think if I've done any jingles for commercials. Yeah, I just can't pick one off the top of my head because I definitely have before. Because I have like a folder of them, but I can't give you any good ones I can remember.
Oh, you're good. I just figured with both of those overlapping, you had to have done something like that. If not, you're calling point.
Yeah, well, nowadays they don't even need people like me to do jingles or whatever. They can go on Suno, on AI, and just do whatever they want. So I've heard that on the radio with all the lawyers and stuff. They have all the sweet, like, taglines and stuff, and now they can just get it from AI on the internet.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
I didn't think about that.
Oh, well.
You're right. Yeah. What is not AI is live music. Can you tell me about your Warped Tour experience? Like what?
Yeah.
What is that?
What my biggest memory? Obviously, there were some really dope bands there, of course. So, like I grew up, loving Fall Out Boy and all that fun stuff. That's fantastic. Yeah. But the biggest memory I have, and it's still very vivid for me, is like I'm standing there playing the guitar and I'm singing my butt off, and it's like 155 degrees out, and all of a sudden everything starts getting black. Black, black, black. And I'm like singing and I'm holding this note, black, black, black. And then I take a breath and everything comes back to normal. And I'm like, I'm not dead. Yeah, I made it. Like, I don't have to sing it. Like the song was getting done. And I was like, okay. Like that's the only time in my life where I'm like, I'm going to pass out. This is awesome.
This is awesome.
Can you imagine if I would have fallen off the stage? That would have been hilarious. I would have been viral. I'm like,
you would have been a meme, man. They would have been giving you forever.
I would have been the grape lady. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. Sorry. I think you're gonna say something. My bad.
Oh, if you're still on music, I'll let you stay there.
No, please, no, go ahead.
These are great questions, by the way. Great job, guys.
Thanks.
I was reading about your children's books that you do. Donut the Magical Dog.
Yeah, so you can still get them on Amazon.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask, where to find that. Maybe at a mom. I was like, I got to check this out.
Yeah, that was another pandemic thing where it's like you're stuck at home. What can you do? And I'm like, well, I've got a few books under my belt that I put out and everything. Why don't I do a children's book about my dog who had a blue eye? And so I did Donut the Magical Dog series, and I'm due for one more. I need to do one more. I have a fun one with the bingo hall that might be fun with the dog. So I got to do one more. So hold me to that. Ask me in like 6 months, hey, did you write that yet? And I'll say yes, because I will.
All right, we're booking you in 6 months for a recap of it.
Yeah, but cute little series. So if you got kids, anybody out there watching that's like age, I would say 3 to 8, they will enjoy it. If they're a fan of my music or they know me from I Am Ryan, they're older, like the kids in their teens will be like, oh, cool. Yeah. All right, I know him. Yeah.
I'm just gonna lie to him and tell him it's Ryan Reynolds. They gotta watch this with me. Gotta read this with me.
I think we're fooling a lot of people at the box office, which is great because the poster you've seen is me like eating a hot dog, running through explosions or whatever. The poster's pretty dope.
You should have hired him to do the poster. Just really flip it.
Hey, buddy, it's me, your American cousin. Got a question for you.
Yeah. Can you come down south real quick? You could.
Yeah.
Can you do this?
Is there anything you haven't done yet that you really want to do in the industry? I mean, you've done a little bit of everything. Do you want to get into producing? Do you want to do anything in that realm?
So I guess I'm an exec. They told me the other day, they're like, oh, by the way, you're an executive producer on I Am Ryan. It was on there.
Check.
Like,
never mind.
Because I did a lot of stuff behind the scenes. I went and picked up the rental car that they rent. I did stuff I was supposed to do as a producer. So not that there's a couple projects I want to get made, especially from like one of my book series, the Carolina Gold Highway. I want to get that made. That's a tough one though. It'll be really expensive. There's like a World War II epic I want to get made about the Himalayas and the pilots that had to fly over China. I think that'd be gnarly. So there's a couple projects that are still out there that are waiting, but the thing waiting in the wings, which is hilarious, is like the game shows are coming. I have a game show that got picked up that I created, and there's an app that goes along with it. So I'm really excited about like I'm trying to be like as much like Ryan Seacrest as possible, where I'm going to try and steal everybody's jobs because I show up on time and I keep going. And that's that Midwestern value. So you guys can relate to that. We show up early to everything.
Yeah. That's awesome. I really want though. I'm gonna go back to video games just a second, just because there's an opportunity here for you to really lay in as a host of a show.
Yeah.
To just lay into these people like online. Like you could. I so desperately want you to stream, and it's just you like calling out bingo while killing people on COD.
Yeah, it'd be really funny. I'm like, nerd. Yeah. It really hits hard when somebody gets called a nerd that like deserves it. It's like that 1980s villain kind of arc, with Ogre from Revenge of the Nerds.
You just handed out trauma. This is good. Yeah,
kids need it. Kids need a little good trauma, not bullying. But, they need a little. They got good lives right now.
It's too healthy, some would say. Too healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not built like we were. They're a little softer.
Holy smokes. I always joke, the boomers got it going on. The boomers, they just got their own thing. They come from the greatest generation, the parents or whatever. But the Gen X are hilarious because, they run into a wall, they'll come back with a sledgehammer and break the wall down. A millennial like myself will hit the wall and be like, oh, all right. And then they'll just keep moving. They'll be lambasted a little bit. The younger generation not doing well hitting the wall right now as I'm watching them. They don't like hitting the wall very much.
Mm-hmm. I think you're right. It's very fair.
Mm-hmm. I've been watching them.
Watching them and seeing it all.
Always watching.
Ross, I'm watching you. Always watching. You guys want to get into Disney? Great, let's go.
Do you have a favorite? Are you a big Disney guy?
We got my family has the highest season pass you can get. We're such nerds. If we could be at Club 33, we would. We were just there. We'll be there when I get back from Dallas. We'll head on over there. Seriously, we go often.
What's your favorite part of the Disney World there?
Well, I like Disney World better in Florida, to be honest, because I grew up with it, going there. But Disneyland's fantastic. The Cars Land we have over here at Disney California Adventure is really cool. So I'm glad they're putting that down there at Disney World. What else is fun? Small World is better here. It's a Small World is better here. I really miss.
Is it the same thing? I'm sorry, I don't have to interrupt you, but is it not the same ride? What makes it better?
It's I would say the one in Florida doesn't have the mystique outside. You know how they built up the Disneyland one? It's built all by itself, and it just looks different, and the characters are a little bit different. It's a little bit more magical, and I would give Space Mountain at Disney World is better than Disneyland. So there's just different. It just goes back and forth. But like I said, I like Disney World because it's got Blizzard Beach, and you can go to Epcot and Hollywood Studios. There's just more stuff to do.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. More stuff for your SEO. Disney.
What else can we throw in there? What's hot right now? Can you start talking about Lord of the Rings or a Harry Potter TV show that's coming up?
Yeah, Amazon. Yes, Amazon. Yes.
There we go. Yes. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Well, sir, is there anything else we haven't talked about that you really want to talk about? Anything you want to promote? You want to talk about?
No, I hope everybody really enjoys their summer. Hags, have a good summer, everybody. I hope you guys go see the movie, whether it's in theaters or you guys wait till it comes out on streaming. How dare you? And then keep up with me. The big thing I want to promote is my Instagram because that's I use it all the time. And so if you want to keep up with what the heck's going on, Big Sushi Vampire. That's me. I'm big. I love sushi and I devour it like a vampire. So Big Sushi Vampire.
Okay.
What a dope name. Let's take a moment to appreciate.
Tells all about himself in there.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Well, everybody, thank you so much for listening. So thank you so much for Hobart for being a part of it. Angel as well. Thank you so much. And I think we're out of here.
All right. Thanks.
All right. See ya.
So the way I like to start these is I like to hear the journeys and how you got started in writing. Heather, I see that you were an actress back in early 70s, mid 80s, and was acting your passion, or was it always writing?
I just liked being on camera.
Yeah.
And I also got a chance. I mean, it was a journey for sure, but I finally got a chance to produce something of my own. And I started writing simply to show the real writers what I thought we should do. And I began to think, this is what I really like. I love producing. I love being the guy in charge. And at that time, I was pretty young to be doing that. But the station that I was working at was almost like a learning opportunity for me. It was like going to film school, basically. So I thought, well, heck, if I can show people how to do this and what I'm thinking of, then why not do it myself? And so, yeah, it sort of came from there. But I loved acting. It was really fun. But I loved more being behind the camera and kind of planning and plotting things out and making a show that was in my head. And I couldn't communicate that sometimes to other people. And I thought, well, I can do it myself. And it worked for a while. And now it still works, which is great. But this is the first time. Yeah. And Alex, I don't know, she was kind of osmosis. Because while I was doing that, she was a baby, and then a 2-year-old in a van as we taped shows, and kind of I packed crayons and coloring books and stuff and set her down in the van, and she kind of took it all in.
Yeah, no, and I definitely did, and growing up being around a film set, there's really nothing like it. It's just such its own little entity, its own little family, and it rubbed off on me for sure. I mean, I tried to fight it for a while. I went to school in New York for fashion marketing and really wanted to work in the magazine industry. I was at Condé Nast for a while, and then I worked for a celebrity stylist and ended up in New York for about 6 years doing the fashion thing. But I just kept coming back to writing. When I was even a teenager, Mom would be on a show that was about teenagers, and so I really loved giving input on what us teenagers actually do, and all that sort of stuff. And I felt I was really helping. I'm sure I wasn't.
You were
probably being very annoying, but it's I mean it is a part of the blood for sure. And so around the time that I was kind of really seriously thinking about moving back home to Toronto from New York and kind of leaving the fashion industry behind, Mom got this opportunity to write a Disney TV movie. And they loved the idea of a mother-daughter writing it together. And so we did that. And it was my sort of first really serious foray into actually screenwriting. And it was incredible. We had so much fun writing it.
We had a ball.
And then, and then I had to work my way up the ranks with other things. I plowed through a web series that was really, low budget, but so much fun, and worked on a few other shows. And as a result of that, finally was able to kind of ask if I could join the Heartland team. And I came in, I guess, I was there for about 6 years with Mom as showrunner and me as one of the staff writers. And that's where I really cut my teeth. And then this came along. It had always been a dream of ours to work together in this capacity as mother and daughter, as showrunners. And this project came along. Marley Reed created this concept for The Way Home, and it landed on our desks. And we both kind of looked at each other and said, "This has to be it. Like, this is amazing." And yeah, the rest is history.
Yeah, and then I had done 15 years of Heartland, and I was ready for a change. Even though I love that show, and I'm amazed. It's still on the air, and it's 20th season, but it was just the right thing at the right time. And it wasn't smooth. I mean, we developed it with Marley at Netflix, and it got the green light, and just as it was about to go, the person who is our champion left. And so we all went, oh, it's gone. And it took a year almost though. And then that same person, Lisa Hamilton Daly, took it to Hallmark and championed it there, even though it wasn't really a very Hallmark brand type show. But they took it on, and to their unbelievable credit, they didn't change anything in the pilot. We thought, well, that there goes that storyline, there goes that storyline. Well, we won't be able to do that. And no, they backed us all the way with what we wanted to do, which was great.
That's awesome. What is it like as a mother-daughter writing a multi-generational television show like this?
For me, it's sort of it comes naturally because we kind of think that way. And we think we have very different strengths in some ways, but we have the same vision to create that with both our strengths. It's an up and down. Working with a member of your family is always weird, but we're more friends than we are mother-daughter, I guess. And it just felt right because I guess too, we'd been practicing for this moment for a long, long time. So when we were actually in it felt right. Felt like, yes, this is what we should be doing.
Yeah. And it was really interesting, going into that first season, I'd never done that job before, being a showrunner. And I was learning the ropes as we were sort of going. And it was really interesting in that first season to really see where I was strong and where Mom was strong and where I needed her help, and where, and we figured out a really great pattern, a really great routine of knowing what to kind of cover. It's certainly, this show is so complicated. There's essentially every season about 2 to 3 shows in one show. And really, I don't think there would have been any way for one person to show run it. So we were so grateful to have one another to cover all the different facets. I'd be on set when Mom was in the edit, and, I'd be prepping one block of episodes while Mom was on the floor with another block. And it ended up working out so well because, to Mom's point, yeah, we do have different strengths, but I think ultimately we share the same heart and vision for the show. And so it was amazing. It was a dream come true.
It really was.
Something like a show like this, it's really hard to keep all the threads going. And you guys did such a good job of, in the finale, closing all the loops.
Thank you.
I want more. Like, I'm a greedy person. I want all of the show. I hope that eventually you guys can make movies or whatever. But you guys did a really good job. How much far ahead did you plan?
I think when you go into a show, especially, something it was a really great time. It still is a great time at Hallmark for new, exciting projects. And they were really, really wanting to showcase our show. And so in order to kind of get behind it, you do have to kind of prove that it has legs and it can go for seasons and seasons. And so even off the top of the first season, we had developed it out. We had a version where it was only 3 seasons, and we had a version where it was 5 seasons. And so from the very beginning, there were a bunch of things that we knew our series finale would have to have, even from day one. For example, that last scene of this finale, we knew that was how we were always going to end our show, with Kat and Alice standing on that rock and jumping and starting another adventure, but we just don't get to go with them this time. That was very important to us to show that they're going to keep going. They're going to keep meeting new limbs of their family tree or revisiting the ones they've already gotten to know and love. We just don't get to be there for it. And rather than, that other way you could have gone, which is, well, thanks, Pond, we got everything we need, and walk up the hill and never go back. And it just was not, there's no way Kat or Alice or even Elliot would leave that pond alone for long.
Not at all. They're pretty they're pretty addicted. So we wanted to end it also on that amazing wedding with the Figments and from the past, watching Jacob come full circle. And it was something we always wanted to do, and it had to be meticulously planned from season 1 on, because all those little Easter eggs took their time to be revealed, and keeping track of it, believe me, was just brain melt. I mean, it was unbelievable. Alex is really good at that. That's her, we're talking about strengths. She has like a steel trap mind that remembers exactly where those things have to go and what era and what year. The rest of us depend on the whiteboard or Zoom calls. But it's yeah, it's a show that could have used 3 showrunners at certain times with the amount of crazy detail that involved. We were just so glad people liked it. I mean, we had no idea at all. We were in a bit of a bubble when we were writing it the first season and waiting for it to go to air, and because we didn't know whether people would actually get the hang of it and want to see more and figure it out and all that stuff, because a lot of people, you know, in this day and age, the attention span is not as long as it used to be. So we were amazed and happy, of course.
I got to say, one of the storylines that could have gone, I don't want to say cheesy, which was Alice and Nick meeting in the future. I thought you guys handled that perfectly when he figures out who Alice is. Like, there was no cringe factor, which easily they could have been in lesser hands.
Yes.
You guys did such a good job with that. But what made you choose the dates you chose for going back? Obviously, you wanted to go back to Colton's, but what about the other dates? What made you guys choose those dates or that time frame?
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously, yeah, going to 99 was about Kat revisiting her family during a very traumatic time. But you know, what appealed to all of us about that, other than the mystery, was going back to the 90s, early 2000s, and you know, especially in an era where I think we're all kind of craving a simpler time. It was really fun to go back there and you know, have those little jabs about the lack of technology and like, oh, I just got MSN Messenger, you know, all that ICQ. That was really, really fun. But then, you know, the romance of the 1800s really is what starts our first season. And and we loved the idea of doing that sort of model of teasing another era off the top, and then you realize that's where you're going to go the season after. And the 1800s to us was just such a beautiful era, but a really dark, gritty time, especially on, you know, Canadian history and the East Coast and the War of 1812. And it was just a really compelling time and so very different from the 90s. You know, we wanted to kind of go the polar opposite to sort of show the breadth of our show. And then, you know, within the 1800s, the idea of going to the 70s and Colton's teenage years, you know, to parallel, we've seen Kat's teenage years, let's see, you know, one generation back. That was just too good to pass up. I mean, the 70s was, I think, one of our most fun eras. No, they were all fun, but the 70s, the cast in the 70s just made it so
they're amazing.
incredible. And, you know, they were the best. I still remember the day, the very first day that Jordan and Julia came on set, you know, our young Colton and Del, was the day, it's in episode, oh gosh, no, I won't do that. In season 3. When they go on their first date and she throws up and like he pulls over and because he's taken her on a boat and she hates boats. And they came on set and everyone burst into tears, like all of our crew, because they just looked so much like them. It was wild. And we all just kind of looked at each other. We didn't think we could do it, especially trying to find someone who, you know, looks like a young version of Andie MacDowell, who's so stunningly unique. As the same with Jefferson, who plays adult Colton. It was incredible. We were so lucky to find that cast. And then, you know, the Fern of it all, the Grandma Fern, you know, she was our launching pad into the 20s, and her little rhymes in season 3 were just so great. And, you know, Jill Frappier, who plays Grandma Fern, just did it so well. And the 20s had always been really appealing to us because of that era within the East Coast of Canada and Prohibition and the fact that, yeah, Al Capone really did use the East Coast as sort of a way to get rum down into the States. And we loved the parallel idea of a rum runner in the 1800s and rum runners in the 20s. And it just, yeah, it was too good to pass up. And, you know, the whole Gatsby of it all felt very timely.
Well, that was going to be my next question, was the casting, because you guys did impeccable. I can't wait in a few years when you guys reboot it and do Future Alice. I can't wait to see how that looks, but I watched this show, the first 3 seasons, in literally 3 days. Like, it consumed my life. And I was texting everybody. I'm like, Hallmark has a time travel show, because I've always been the Hallmark Christmas guy. I recently started branching out into other things, and that it's fantastic. You guys did a great job. Great on the wrap up. I have not seen a finale that do that well with the threads and everything that happened within the mother, daughter, Elliot, all their stories tied up so nicely.
That means a lot, because there is a lot of pressure, and we really do want to give this gift to our fans, because they have been so incredible over these past 4 years, and especially with Hallmark taking it to Netflix and having that kind of massive door open of a whole new audience coming in, which was so incredible and so smart on Hallmark's part to partner with them to do that. It's been a lot of pressure, to stick the landing. So I hope we did. We were sort of talking about it the other day about what we would like the fans to feel when they see Alice and Kat jump into that pond. And I'm going to get a little misty. I think, I know they're going to feel sad. I know they're going to feel like they want to know what's next. I mean, we all do.
Yeah.
And I know, I will say that scene, those lines from Kat to Alice about it is an ending, and it is, we've done a lot to come to this place. All that stuff was very self-referential and had such a double meaning that day. It wasn't just Kat saying those words, it was Kyler saying those words. And similarly with Sadie. And so I know it's going to be bittersweet, but I hope the 2 key words that I hope they feel are satisfied and proud. I really hope that.
I hope so.
And if that's how they feel, then I've succeeded and we've succeeded.
Yeah.
I think you guys have thoroughly succeeded. And my final question is, what was it like writing a time travel show?
Oh, is that what it was?
I mean,
it was.
There was a few brain-breaking moments, more than a few. I will tell you, I think the one that broke us the most was Alice pushing Alice into the pond. The machinations of figuring out how and when that could happen, and how she had Colton's sweater, and where did she go? We had this crazy, I took a photo of it, this crazy whiteboard at Nashama, our production company, Marley, myself, and Mom, of this huge cyclical thing of episode 1, she does this, episode 2, and it went back, into itself, which is exactly what it's supposed to do. But it took a lot of work, and but honestly, I don't know how I'm gonna write a normal show after this.
It's funny because you have to think about those things, because we don't want to stop. But writing a normal show is going to be, I don't know, just normal.
What do you mean I can't go to any era I want? No, I think we were very spoiled, but it was a lot of work, but I think it paid off. And once you get in that mode of the rules of the pond and the rules of this time travel, which is what happened will always happen, and the amount of time that you are gone from your time, the amount of time you're in the past is equal to the amount of time you're gone in the present, and all those things. It became quite easy in the end to figure out how things worked and when, and I've been seeing a lot of questions about, well, after episode 9 especially, how can Elliot die in 1926 when he's alive in present day? But it can work, because the present day Elliot went back to the 26, and he can die there. That is possible in our time travel world. So once we nailed down the rules, and we certainly had to work at them, it got easier and easier to figure out how to play with them and how to tell stories around those rules, but always sticking to the rules, because the minute you break them, you've lost your audience.
Yeah, so good. Where can everybody find you guys online?
Oh, I'm on Instagram. I think my hash, what is that called? This is when I show my age. Hit me up on TikTok. No, don't, because I'm not on TikTok. I would disappear if I was on TikTok. No, I'm on Instagram. I think it's ALY Marieli. So Ali Mari Eli is my handle. But Mom, you're kind of.
I just read it. I'm not on it. I just I'm on it enough to read everything, but I'm not the type that wants that communication. But Alex loves it, and she stays on top of everything.
I have fun behind the scenes things.
All the good and the bad.
Yeah, I know. For better or for worse, I'm addicted. Yeah. It's pretty brutal, but it's
well, I'll
great.
put your link down below, Alex. Everybody, if you're looking for a unique time travel show, that because they're always super sci-fi, and this is different. It's unique. Go check it out, and we'll chat soon. Thank you.
Can I add one funny thing? Evan, who plays Elliot. Everyone sort of says, yes, you're right. It's not really sci-fi. He coined a new term for our show, which is cry-fi.
That's
and I love
accurate.
it.
Facts.
So you heard it here first. Cry-fi.
Cry-fi.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. This was such a pleasure.
So much.
Thank you guys.
Yeah,
Made
really
my
fun.
day.
Oh, well, made ours too.
We got the approval from Hallmark Press like at 2, and then I sent the email at 3, and then I got an email back at like 4. Like it was quick, and I was like so excited. So thank you.
Hi, Guy. Welcome. We are 3 Geeks.
Thank
We're so
you.
glad to have you on to talk today.
Thank you, Destiny. I'm absolutely thrilled, and thank you for having me.
Of course. So, for Out of Order, you worked as writer and director. How did balancing those roles help shape the final product?
Well, I think that this film, while it's kind of meant to be kind of like a bit over the top situational comedy, I think that actually the fact that I have a background that I used to be a lawyer at some point, to the dismay of my Jewish mother, I left to go back to the arts. Knowing the subject matter that you write and direct, I find to be very, very, very helpful. I love comedy, but I understand the law, I understand courtroom, and I think that allows you to have some maybe subtle additions to both the script and to telling the way you tell the story and how you decide to tell the story that hopefully add some extra to the overall product or film.
Absolutely. So, having been a lawyer, did any of the fun chaos in the film, were any of those moments inspired by things that really happened?
So the idea of the film. So numerous years ago, when dinosaurs were still roaming Earth, when I worked I was a student in law school. I was a post student. I actually was in California at Berkeley, and I was at the summer. You work some big law firm that try to wine dine you and convince you why you should come and enslave yourself for them for many years. And I was a post student, and I was working actually in the summer for 2 different law firms, not at the same time, but half of the summer at one, half of the summer of the other. And I remember the firm I was working was at Wall Street on World Trade Center, like 4 floors is one law firm. And I was thinking, if I worked at those 2 law firms the entire summer at the same time, nobody would know, right? I'm like, literally the amount of work I had to do was relatively, manageable. I said I could collect 2 paychecks. I really could use the money. So that's where originally the idea came from. And I said, put the idea aside. And I said, one of these days when I go back I had a few books written and a few movie scripts, said when I go back, that could be a fabulous premise for kind of over the top, kind of, Jim Carrey, Robin Williams, Peter Sellers style comedy if you have the right person to do it.
Yeah.
And then when I actually did leave Wall Street, and that's one of the premises, I said, you know what, I need to try to write it, but write it not as I was a corporate lawyer, but more, I think, put it in a courtroom and create chaos and dysfunction. So that's kind of the overall concept came from real life.
That's so funny. Yeah, I was to work it both and end up in a case that you have to be on both sides was so funny and so different from other comedies I've seen. So I was curious when you said you had been a lawyer, had any come from your real life. I love that the idea sparked from truly having worked at two different firms.
Yep. No, but it's funny because what I was trying to do, and I think Megan, being a brilliant writer, was very, very helpful. And Matt, my DP, is live and comedy. And he was our editor as well. So bringing an amazing team to work that love comedy and understand comedy, enjoy comedy, I think added so much to it. But what I try to do when I write a film, direct a film, is to keep, as you said, this escalation that if you think back on Out of Order and you say, okay, if I stop the film after 15 minutes and say, Destiny, what do you think is going to happen? What is the film about? And you'll have one answer and you think that that's what it's about. And that's what will happen. He's going to try to get his girlfriend back. And then you say, wait, actually, it's a different story. Then I'll stop there, say what it's about. And you say, oh, that's going to be, and you keep escalating both and have twists and turns that keep the audience saying, holy shit, it's not at all what I thought it's about. It's not at all, and you keep raising the bar and having a brilliant cast that loved the premise and lend me their genius and were willing to improvise with me and go on this crazy journey was amazing thing to do. But keep escalating and keep changing the story and who and what's going on. I think that's what made the film so much more fun because it's not predictable. You don't know what will happen. Right?
I agree.
Literally all the time to literally the credits.
Absolutely. Like you said, every time I thought I knew what the story was about, every time I thought I knew where it was going, I was like, wait, that's not what I was expecting. And I love films like that just they keep you on your toes and they switch you up and they keep you guessing. It makes the film fun. It makes you want to keep watching because you're like, well, what happens next?
Yep. And I think what we realized in the festivals, and the film now played in 15 festivals and won 15 festivals, which is insane. You're in the industry. I've never heard of anything like that anywhere. But we also did it in 4 different continents, right? It's not that you say, oh, did this film play well for this audience in New York City? We won Best Film in Australia, we won Best Film in Japan, we won Best Film in Sweden, we won it in Turkey, won it in Canada, we won it in East Coast, and won it in the South. And different audiences, people laugh at different things. But I think what we realize is that the people that then, if you go to the theater and you watch this film and you pay attention, very quickly you get invested in the characters and the story, and you start really having fun, and you get, oh, there's so much fun lines and physical comedy. So it starts paying off quickly.
Definitely. Yes. Winning multiple Best Feature awards, 15 different festivals across 4 continents is such a huge accomplishment in the festival circuit. Like, that's absolutely incredible. So congratulations on that to you and to your cast and writers, producers, everybody involved in the film.
Well, they all well deserve it because I told everybody, I literally met all of the key crew and everyone in the cast. And I told every single one of them, I said, if you think this is my film, don't do it. Really don't do it. I mean, I love you. We'll work on something else in the future. If you think it's our film and you're willing to lend me your genius, your creativity, and let's make it much funnier and more fun than I ever been able to write, then let's do it. And everyone, key, crew, and cast, everybody said, let's go, let's do it. And that's when everybody really, and I told anybody, let's improvise, let's play. You have an idea? Come, tell me. I don't think I know better than you. I don't think I know better than anybody. Let's tell me, how do we make it better? What ideas do you have? I told it all the way to any PA. I make no difference to me who you are, what is your role. It's your film. Come and help.
I think that's incredible. And I think that helps with the genius of this film, that everyone kind of felt they could put themselves into it. I love, one of my favorite questions to always ask directors and writers is, like moments in the film that were improvised different than what was written that ended up in the final film. So you did give kind of all the cast and everyone the ability to kind of play with it a little.
Oh, not a little. The way I view this film is, in order for the story to work, there was some blueprint that you need to hit certain elements, certain lines, certain pieces of the story, so the story works, whether it's for the legal reasons and romantic reasons and so on and so on. So in order for the story to work, I said, I need you to hit those points. And beyond that, let's play. And I can't tell you how fortunate I am. This cast is just brilliant, right? I mean, how fortunate can you be as a director to get Brandon Routh, Sam Huntington, Brooke Shields, Sandra Bernard, Luis Guzman, Usher Gordon. I mean, go deep as you want.
Phenomenal
and
cast.
Everyone is like brilliant, but then even go to people who are a bit lesser known. The woman who is playing the hostess in the restaurant, and the guy who is playing the receptionist in the law firm. And I told each of them, it's funny, these two, they auditioned to the part that I ended up giving Brooke Shields. And I said, but I love the audition so much. I begged my casting director. I said, please put me on the phone with them. I want to tell them that the only reason, Brooke is a brilliant comedian. If people think of Suddenly Susan or that, she's really funny.
Right.
And obviously she's a bit more well-known than most. And I want to tell them, you guys were brilliant. I adore you. I admire you. I loved your audition. And I told them, if you agree to work with me, I will write a character for you in the film. Just come. You're a brilliant comedian. Come, work with me. And I said, but this what role? I said, it's not written yet. And I said, but trust me. Just trust me. We will have fun together. We'll work together. We'll be on the set together. I will make you shine. Come on, go on the journey with me. And they said yes. And I think that's, you feel it in the film, is people enjoyed it. They had fun doing it. And I think that's where kind of it elevates the film for me. Not only mine, I think every film. I think that the audience feel that too. Right? That's the joyous, that it's fun to watch. It's fun
It's
to
fun. Yes.
yeah.
It's fun.
And I
Great
think that's part of
chemistry.
it. Yeah, and that's
Tell
out of it.
everyone had
Like,
fun on set.
yeah, they did, and I think that's part of what I tried to build. Is I actually realized very early on that a big part of how this film will live and die is on the chemistry between the main characters. So I actually spent time, said, let's go to a restaurant together. I put Brandon, and I took the four leading, Tao Kamoto, this brilliant Japanese actress. She just won Best Actress in Cannes Film Festival, which is the first Japanese person ever to win a major award in Cannes.
Wow.
Brilliant actress. I took her, Brandon Routh, Sam Huntington, and Krista Rodriguez, just casted to play one of the leads in Chicago on Broadway. Took them to a sushi restaurant, put them in two different tables, two in each table, said just talk to each other. Not about the film, not about rehearsals, not about how much you hate the director, just about each other. and you just get to know each other, get to like each other, get to know who the person you're going to spend, the next few weeks together with. And I think that they started to truly care about each other, and you feel that, right? And then I changed the table. Okay, you sit with who, and I just bounce and listen and let them kind of get personally invested in the film and in each other. And that's for me, the chemistry, what made it elevated beyond.
Absolutely. I absolutely love that you do that. And that shows that you care. You care not only about the film, but you care about the people that are working on it, and you want it to be spectacular for everybody. I think that's incredible, and it definitely shows.
Thank you. That's very kind.
How, like you said, an incredible ensemble cast in this film. How do you approach directing an ensemble cast while ensuring that each of those characters' distinct character shows?
I think that the first thing is we spent a lot of effort in the casting. Saying we really, really need the right person, and it even goes to some of the physical attributes, and I'll give you an example. For people don't realize it, but you think about it now. Actually, I wanted the film, the characters that are really well put together, very successful, that are driving the film are all the women, right? Sandra is a judge, and Brooke is a senior lawyer, and Krista is a brilliant research scientist, and Tao is a supermodel. The guys, not so much, right? They're like really don't have the act together. So I wanted it to be driven because the real engine of the film is actually Tao Okamoto and Krista Rodriguez, and his desire Brendan Routh desire to get Tao back after his girlfriend dumps him. So if she's not a sweet, sensitive, really nice person, you're going to lose respect. You're saying, if you lose respect for her and you don't like her and her character, you're not going to lose respect for the lead, for Brendan, and you're not willing to go on this crazy journey with him because you don't want him to get her back. So you need to realize that she cannot be some cardboard, throw out character. She really need to portray something that make him. Why does he want her?
Yeah.
Say with Krista, and if you really understand the pieces of what your story is about, then you start having a much much tougher, but much easier vision of who your character is and who do you need to cast. So it's not just the name. You need somebody who can really portray that character.
Yeah.
I wanted Brooke Shields' character to be somebody who is tall, and put her in heels. She's, as towering and big as Brendan, and beautiful, and oozes confidence, and that put him kind of in disadvantage. So he's not the intimidating person. She is. So all of those little pieces in the casting help create that call it magic assemble cast. I mean, having Sandra Bernhard, like legendary comedian, playing the judge and have her facial expression and the kind of like having Luis Guzman. You have Luis Guzman. I've been to obviously many of the screenings. Once you get invested a bit in the character, people start laughing when he walks in. He doesn't even have to say or do anything yet. They're already having fun. But so first, you're blessed to have this level of cast. But but knowing what you want, right? I needed somebody that have the amazing presence of Luis Guzman. How many people have that? In order to play the magic trick. Luis Guzman for me is the rabbit in there. Look at Luis causing all of this chaos in the courtroom. Oh, you don't see John and Jack running in and out and changing outfits. Ooh, Luis. And that's kind of the pieces that make it. But you need somebody with big personality and presence to make that work. So that's all of those little pieces in the casting was so important.
Definitely. Well, you've tackled very serious topics as well, like in Holly and Red Light. How does your creative process differ when working on a comedy?
So I think that it's funny enough, comedy it's kind of harder, right? Because we cry of the same things.
Yeah.
If you speak about different people, different places, different countries, different languages, different cultures, different religions, you cry of the same things. We scare of the same, get scared of the same things. We don't laugh at the same things, right?
Comedy is very
Especially comedy
suggestive,
and
yeah.
barrier and language. So to a significant extent, comedy is somewhat different in that respect. If you wanted to play broadly enough that we literally have kids as young as 5 watch the film and enjoy it, and people in their 80s watch the film and laugh. So, and I said we won in Japan and in Australia, and those are different cultures and languages, and so trying to play to such a broad audience require kind of a lot of effort, thinking, balancing, pacing, and so on. So that's one. But what I like to do, and I told you I did it in Holly, I would love to hear your thoughts if you ever get a chance to watch it, which is obviously a very completely different, hard-hitting drama, very touching, very powerful, but completely different, obviously, genre.
Yeah.
But the way I do the film is somewhat similar in you watch Holly. I would love Destiny. Call me at any time after we watch it and tell me. Stop the film after 10 minutes, tell me what it's about. And you'll see it's the same as Out of Order. You don't know. And then you get to the end, write yourself what you think the film is about. Stop after 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. At any point, all the way to the last 5 minutes. Stop the film in Holly, last 5 minutes, say, how is the film going to end? I assure you, you will not know. And that's how I like to engage the audience. And I think in comedy, it's a bit more difficult because I said people laugh at different things.
Yeah.
But if you
most
keep
definitely.
engaged with the story and with the characters, I think it will work in kind of almost any genre. If they invested and they loved and they get they get invested in it, they will go on a journey with you, regardless how difficult it is or how crazy it is.
I agree. I agree with you completely. If I get invested in the characters and their stories and I want to know, I'm watching it all the way through. All the way through.
Yeah.
Were there any scenes that y'all had to cut from the final film that you do still wish the audience could have seen?
So one of these days, hopefully after the film is released and the audience get to enjoy this cut, I would love to do a director's cut. If you knew how much more, I mean, you see it actually in, right? I tell people, and it's not giving anything away, stay for the entire credits, right? You will have some fun and changes and twists you will not see. and so watch for the credits. But so you can see we have so many like fun material, deleted scenes. We had so much fun making the film, and that we had so much. I mean, and the cast was so into it. So we have I mean, literally, I can make a film that is 40 minutes longer with new scenes that you have not seen in this cut. I'm not exaggerating at all, and you will laugh, maybe even funnier. Not following the same rules and for release in theater and so on and so on. But we can make a 2 hours and 15 minutes film that you will be crying laughing.
Well, I look forward to seeing a director's cut later on.
Thank you.
Can't wait to see all the extra.
It's a fun. It will be a fun film to do one.
Oh, most definitely. The film balancing humor, workplace humor, misunderstandings, relationship chaos. Which of those elements did you feel were the most important making this comedy?
I think that it's the correct balance and mix of all of these elements that
Yeah.
make what I want to believe make the film more fun and unique is that we actually we were aware that it has some elements of a buddy comedy. We're aware that it has some elements of a screwball comedy. We're aware that it has some elements of say, a workplace comedy, of a buddy comedy. And if you know that all of these elements are going to add to the total, right? So here, 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 is not 4, it's 12. Also, I would like to believe, because you feel the homage, if I may say that we actually did to these, to the Peter Sellers, Jim Carrey, Robin Williams, A Fish Named Wanda, My Cousin Vinny, Mrs. Doubtfire, Tootsie. Going back to His Girl Friday with Cary Grant and Rosalind Russell. But if you understand the genre and you're willing to put the effort, which I hope we did, and say, oh, we can. It does have some elements of buddy comedy. Let's explore some of these elements to make this part funnier. It has the elements of romantic comedy. Let's explore this to make it even funnier. It has the workplace comedy. Let's explore to make it funnier. And I think all of these additions is what I hope made the film maybe unique, maybe better, not better than other films, but better than it could have been without doing it.
Most definitely. Yeah, you could have easily said, well, this is a workplace comedy. That's what we're sticking with. But you saw those elements and y'all really leaned into all of them and said, no, we can have workplace, rom-com, buddy comedy all in one. And it did. It made it so unique.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Who are kind of your inspirations when directing?
Ooh, that's so difficult. Well, Blake Edwards. I mean, if you look Pink Panther, I mean, does your dog bite is one of my favorite lines in That's Not My Dog. I mean, if you know what I refer to. But if you go, I think that it's even more than just specific directors, it's specific films and specific genre. So, I hope that we brought a little bit of the Jim Carrey zaniness and Nora Ephron kind of like comedy, romantic comedy elements, and some of, said the Black Edwards and some of like the screwball of the Naked Gun, some of the history of the world, kind of. A Fish Named Wanda, My Cousin Vinny, the classic situational comedies that brought. I mean, listen, having Brendan Routh that be able to do some of the physical comedy and bring both the charming, handsome, romantic comedy part to a physical comedy element, it made the film so much easier, and he did it brilliantly. But then being able to say, here's some of my absolute favorite films of all time, comedies of all time. And if I can borrow some of, John Cleese and in A Fish Named Wanda and just borrow the brilliance of others and kind of combine what hopefully is the best of them into this one little film. I can't say it's like one, it really was. Let's bring it all together.
Yeah, that's great. If you could have any filmmaker, past or present, watch out of order and give you feedback, who would you choose?
Ooh. So can I take more than one? Please, please, please. I promise to share some wine. and I have only 6,000 bottles, so.
Very nice.
So I'll share. I would love to have Peter Sellers. I would love to have Robin Williams, and I would love to have Mel Brooks to hear, some of my heroes, some of the greatest actors comedic actors of all time. Some of the films that I enjoy beyond how I can describe and touch me and inspired me. So any one of these three, and obviously two of them, I will have to wait for a while, and I would love to hear the thoughts. But I also got to work with a couple of the giants, right? I mean, working with, Brooke Shields, who is a brilliant comedian, and Sandra Bernard and Louise Guzman. Those are some giants. So
Yeah.
hearing from them that they enjoy working with you and working on your project, that's a huge compliment.
Most definitely. What are you hoping the audience feels when they leave Out of Order?
I hope they do three things. One, immediately rank us on some, Rotten Tomatoes, whatever others, and say, I love the film and enjoyed it. Two, come back with friends, relatives, enemies, people they know, people they don't know. Just say, you know what, we love the film. Let's go and watch it together. I think it's a film. You watch it the second time, you suddenly see a lot of things you missed the first time, whether because you were laughing or because, just the pace is blazing. So I think I really want them to come out and say, I want them to have a debate which of the women he should have picked. I want them to say, I loved it. I'm going to see it again with other people. And saying, you know what, that was a worthwhile 2 hours of our time to spend watching a comedy and having fun. So come out with a smile on your face is the biggest compliment I can get.
I love it. And where can people follow you and follow the film online to keep updated with where they can watch it and where they can go see it, other than the LA premiere screening June 22nd, 8 p.m. at the TCL Chinese 6 Theater? You can still get tickets to that. We will make sure we link that below.
So first, thank you.
You're very
I am on Instagram. I think it's under Guy Jacobson, so pretty easy to find me. Also on Facebook and others, usually posting some foods that my wife, who is a Michelin star chef, cooked, but and I think that Out of Order, the film, have a website to follow that we post, screenings and news and so on, and we truly hope that it's coming to, other theaters soon and available on some of the main streaming, platforms. So a long answer to a short question.
There you go. Well, we will make sure that we link those things in the description. That way y'all can give it a follow and keep updated with it. And make sure you check it out. And Guy, thank you so much for your time. It was an absolute pleasure. Can't wait to see more of Out of Order. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Destiny. Completely my pleasure.
What's up? It's Blacksmith with the Three Geeks, here with the great Elizabeth Maxwell. Elizabeth, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fabulous. How are you?
I'm awesome. Just to get to be here with all you wonderful people. How did you get into voice acting? And you're in some of the top anime going on right now. My Hero, Overlord. We're just Attack on Titan. So, how did you get in? And how's your journey been?
Well, the kind of Reader's Digest version, because the full story is pretty long. And, nobody wants a long video. I wanted to be an actor my whole life, and I went to school, got my BFA in theater. I was living in LA doing on-camera work. I ended up moving to Texas, and it was kind of like, okay, well, if I still want to make a living as a performer, I need to kind of broaden my horizons. And I was talking with some friends, and they're like, you play video games, you love anime, you watch anime, you have a good voice, and you have acting training. Why don't you do voiceover? And it was kind of like, how have I never thought of this? Yes, that makes so much sense. And so, again, long story short, I put together my own demo reel and just started like kind of marketing myself to companies within a certain radius of where I lived that I knew hired voice actors. And after about 8 months of doing that, I got my very first audition with Funimation, and it was for Attack on Titan. And we all know how that ended.
So, I mean, yeah, of all the anime you've been a part of, which universe would you yourself like to live in?
Gosh. Maybe actually Fruits Basket, because like, you know, nobody's dying. Or at least not by like, you know, villains and monsters and titans and stuff.
Yeah.
And everybody's like such good friends.
No, that's wonderful. That's actually I agree. Attack on Titan is cool, but that's for somebody else.
Yeah. I don't want to actually live in that. I feel like I'd get motion sickness if I was an actual scout. Like I'd throw up on the Titans.
That might work. That might be an effective. No one ever tried that, and so that might be an effective method. Oh God, I always run out. I'm so sorry. I always run out on the third question. It's. I'm terrible. All right.
You tell yourself that.
No, I'm just gonna call it that. No, you're so wonderful.
Mama Midnight says, "Be kind to yourself, or else."
Ooh, I might. What if we're down for or else? No. All right, we're here with Elizabeth Maxwell. She's so great. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Mwah.
What is going on, everybody? Angel and I are here to talk to Raymond Wallace. Raymond, how you doing?
Doing well. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
So when my daughter and I were at Horror Hound, which is a great convention. If nobody's ever been there, make sure you guys go check it out. But she wanted to go see this movie, and we couldn't fit it into our time because we were waiting in line for something. So you were kind enough to send it to me, and I'm glad you did. It was a lot of fun. What kind of got you into wanting to become a filmmaker?
I've always wanted to do it ever since I was a little kid. And I remember the specific moment. It was at like this Tuckaway Innsbruck is like a daycare, and they were having a sleepover, and it was around the time of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, and they were doing like a behind the scenes documentary promotional thing of it. And I saw Steven Spielberg like directing the tanks, directing the soldiers, directing everything. And just in my brain, it was like, that's who I want to be. That's what I want to do. And then ever since then, everything has kind of just been focused on, not to say becoming Steven Spielberg, but, having a career where I get to create things visually, see it in my mind and then do my best to make it happen on camera and hopefully get people to watch it and hopefully have them be entertained by it.
Is horror your genre of choice?
I like to think I'm a mixed bag. It's always like a toss-up between horror and sci-fi. I like to say like examples, like X-Files is the perfect example of kind of my taste. It covers horror, it covers sci-fi, it covers, drama. So yeah, I can't say that I'm a horror only kind of guy.
I loved X-Files growing up. I'm not gonna lie, it was one of my favorites. So I'm glad you went there.
Yeah. Huge inspiration. Absolutely huge.
So when coming up with ideas, do you have lots of little notebooks lying around, or do you just keep it all in your head?
I use Google Drive as my notebooks. So, the awesome part about it is I can access it on my phone. So whenever I'm driving around and I see something and it kind of spurs an idea, I kind of go to the phone real quick, create a new document, and then just write out the idea. It generally starts as like a sentence of kind of what the initial spark and the initial story is going to be. And then over time it progresses and kind of fleshes out. And like with Paranormal Investigations, that one kind of happened rapidly, where I was watching another movie called The Innkeepers by Ty West. And then it just struck me. It's like, well, wouldn't it be cool if a Paranormal Investigations type show went into a house and they all ended up dying? And then like that week, I just knocked everything out, only to discover later, you know, it probably wasn't the most original idea. You know, what was it called? Grave Encounters had been done and all that stuff, and I'd never seen it or heard about it until after the fact. And it was like, well, I think my idea is different enough where, you know, it'd still be worth making. But yeah,
have a different take on it.
yeah, exactly.
I thought it was a really good watch. I just got done watching it after work. Jason sent me the link, and I was like, okay, let me check this out real fast. And it kept me interested the whole thing. So I have to say, good job.
Awesome. I really appreciate that. That's very kind. Thanks.
So I want to take you back a little bit. Tell me about Lost in Buffalo City.
Yeah, Lost in Buffalo City. Wow. So Lost in Buffalo City was a short film I made, gosh, probably about 10 years ago. So that came to me. I just moved to the Outer Banks, which is where I live now. And, you know, we have great beaches, of course, but there's also this beautiful landscape, swamps. And there was a small town back in the day, which was like the biggest lumber operation in northeastern North Carolina, you know, over 100 years ago. And now, the lumber operation closed back in, I think it was the 50s and 60s. It was a huge moonshine capital of sorts in North Carolina. But now there's nothing there. So if you go back in the swamps, it's all disappeared. And that idea of, you know, this whole culture, you know, just disappearing and vanishing and kind of being consumed by the swamps led me to kind of have an extreme incident, and then going out there one day, just kind of traipsing around in my waders and getting stuck in a swamp hole. The idea kind of came to me of, you know, what if there was something more evil out in those swamps that maybe spurred the town to disappear. You know, because I'm fascinated by the idea of places kind of having evil that we don't know about. And so that kind of gave me the perfect opportunity to combine all that stuff together.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So how do you go through the casting process for your movies?
Everyone is different. That's a really good question. So for instance, Paranormal Investigations, you know, we had the open casting. I always wanted to work with Jamie Bernadette, and honestly, I was working on a feature film idea for Lost in Buffalo City and really wanted Jamie to star in that. But because of finances, it just wasn't going to be possible. And then Paranormal Investigations came up, and my executive producer, Sam, he's like, well, why don't you just reach out to Jamie and see if she'd be interested? And I did, and she responded, and she was, you know, her and her team said yes. And I was like, oh my gosh, was not expecting that. And then, you know, for the rest of the cast, we opened it up to basically just a national casting call. And we were so lucky and fortunate to find some amazing talent, you know, such as David Rivera, Tatiana Robledo, and then locally from the Outer Banks, Logan Stem and Nick Opria joined the cast and were able to, you know, really give their talents to that. But as far as like having a casting process, I think it kind of changes for me with each project. A lot of times I'm thinking back to Lost in Buffalo City, the main Terri, the older actor, I saw him in a community theater play, and his performance was just amazing. And I was like, I have got to have him be my my retired sheriff. And then I'm trying to think, Jeff actually came to me because I was working with my DP, and he was like, hey, you should really check out this guy. You know, he recently did a theatrical show in Lynchburg, Virginia, and reached out to him, and he was just the perfect fit. And then I've really, really been lucky working on the Outer Banks with a great community theater of Daeg, and really sourced a lot of talent from there. We're very lucky where we have a national summer show called The Lost Colony that brings in a lot of really talented actors. And some of them stick around the Outer Banks and hop into community theater, and that's where I'm lucky enough to meet them and be like, hey, let's, you know, try and make a project together. And that's how kind of some of the short films I've done have come together.
That's awesome. So what like to you, what's harder, the long form or the short form? Because I noticed you made quite a few shorts.
Yeah. Which one is? I'll be honest, I actually enjoy the long form more, especially if you can work it in a way where you're just totally involved in it for like 2 weeks straight. It's both a miserable and exhilarating experience. For instance, Paranormal Investigations, I basically did not eat for the entire time that we were filming. It wasn't until like the last 2 days where I was actually able to eat food because I was so nervous. But just kind of like being in that mindset constantly without breaks, it was really exhilarating. Short films that we do, sometimes those shoots are broken up and, you come into continuity issues, or, one of your child actors breaks his nose in a karate class and then you have to cancel shoots for a week. So I don't like having the possibility of those kind of issues pop up. So for me, being kind of focused really helps with that. But yeah, as long as we can keep all the shooting consecutive and nobody goes out and gets their nose broken, it's fun. It's fun either way.
Yeah, short form just seems like I saw my first short film 6 or 7 years ago doing this, interviewing somebody about it, and it fascinates me. And I saw a lot at Horror Hound too, how much people can fit into 12 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
That just to me, it seems like it'd be so much harder than the hour and a half, because hour and a half, obviously you've got more time, but it fascinates me.
Yeah, well, and the hour and a half format for storytelling, I guess one way for me to think about it's, well, I need to tell 3 to 5 short films in one story, and it all needs to make sense and be congruent all together. Whereas, the short films, it's okay, you're just focused on one action, one resolution. So I guess in that regards, it's probably a little easier. But as far as the process, I think the features are really a lot more fun.
So what do you do to get yourself, like if you're working on a project and you get stuck, do you have a routine that kind of helps break you out of that, or what's your little ritual that you do?
I am still trying to figure that out. I'm actually in one of those spots right now with the sequel to Paranormal Investigations too. I think so far the process has been take myself out of it and away from it for a little bit so I can come back to it with a clearer vision. Maybe, more objective versus subjective. So I'll tend to focus on a different idea where I can just write something else and then come back to the older one that I was kind of hit a wall with. And for the sequel specifically right now, it's kind of like, it sounds weird, but in my brain, things are clicking and I know what changes I need to make. And now it's reaching the point where it's like, okay, I'm ready to make those changes on paper and get things moving forward. Great questions, guys. Seriously.
Do you have anything that you geek out over outside of being a writer and a director and just working on that, to where when you get stuck, you can go focus on a different hobby just to have fun with?
Yeah. Honestly, that's probably really lame, but my hobby and my work is kind of all in one. I love making video projects and creating, and that's kind of what I do to relax, as weird as it sounds. I'm a workaholic. I have a problem. You can
No,
ask my
I
local
completely
Chelsea
understand.
that.
If you don't have something, I'm the same way. If my brain doesn't have something to work on, it's like, what the heck do I do?
Yeah.
Feel lost.
I think to like tune out, driving, listening to music generally helps. Helps it, crank it up and just kind of, sounds weird, but blast everything else out of my head. So if anything, that would be the thing I probably do to relax if not working.
Yeah, I get it. I leave work and I go immediately to doing this stuff for 8 hours, and then I sleep for 8 hours. Like, this is my side of working. But you mentioned being in the sci-fi and horror. Do you have some favorite movies?
Oh yeah, of course. So I'm not limited here, right? I promise I won't go on too long.
No, take it off.
Now, top 600, go.
Yeah, okay. Horror movies, Night of the Living Dead always is going to be up there as a favorite for so many reasons. For me, George Romero is a hero because he started from nothing and built their show or their movie from scratch, and massive amounts of respect for that. Films like The Witch, I love that. I'm trying to think of another movie. Close Encounters of the Third Kind is a favorite. A lot of TV shows lately have kind of popped up there into favorites where they're kind of on the level of movie favorite, like Breaking Bad, X-Files, obviously, those kinds of things that I can rewatch over and over again.
You think you'll ever do a TV show?
I would love to. And I've been exploring this idea of almost kind of doing like an Instagram Reels series, and then if that's something that we could transfer over to television, if we could get the funding for it, that would be super awesome. I have a really good idea, I think, which is definitely inspired by the X-Files. So I'm kind of hoping I can, if I'm able to start that as an Instagram series or a web series and build it into something a little bit bigger.
How excited are you that Jordan Peele is doing the X-Files?
It's not Jordan Peele. It's
Ryan Coogler.
Yeah.
Ryan Coogler is doing the X-Files.
Nervous and excited. The X-Files is like, so sacred and holy to me. I'm not gonna lie, I was disappointed by their reboot of it, and after getting that, it's like I just don't want anybody to mess it up. And I know he does great work, and I have super high hopes, but I'm also trying to keep those hopes tampered so I don't get disappointed if it's not good. But with all I've been hearing, the hopes are starting to really creep up, and looking forward, staying positive, looking forward to amazing things from that.
I don't know, man. That reboot did give us one of the best episodes of television where the guy gets bit by a human and starts turning human instead of the other way around. And I thought that was brilliant.
Yeah, and I love the Monster of the Week stuff. Those are my favorite episodes and have always been. It's just when they did the through line story of the conspiracy, that's when I was kind of like, okay. They lost a little bit of that magic, in my opinion. But the Monster of the Weeks, yeah, I mean, you can't go wrong with those.
You look like you were about to say something.
Oh, no, sorry.
So how do you find the locations for the projects? Like with working with the Hennessy house, how did you find the location? Because that house looks creepy as can be.
Yeah, and that we really lucked out with that. So that one was the result of, I want to say, a tri-state search. We were hoping to film it locally on the Outer Banks and had a house in mind, but they ended up tearing it down. And then it was really just driving around, doing online searches. There are Facebook groups where they're like, hey, it's basically abandoned houses are the subject. So, see a photo of a house that looks good and reach out to the person you took and be like, hey, where is that? But I think Dunnington actually came up. I can't remember if it came up via the Virginia film office. And, then kind of doing online research and really lucked out where, there's a foundation that's trying to restore the Dunnington mansion. And they were like, yes, we want photographers, we want filmmakers, we want music videos, we want people to come here and use the space so we can bring awareness to it. And working with them was truly a great experience. They were so welcoming and helped us figure out lodgings, went over all the safety of the house, because the house that has some bad spots where you can literally fall through the floors. And we only filmed in our film, you only saw about half the house. There was like a whole nother half that we really wanted to explore, but it was like trying to explain it to an audience. Everybody would just get so lost and confused about where they were. We had to kind of limit it to just the front section of the house. yeah, a lot of research, and again, so grateful to the Dunnington Mansion Foundation for their assistance and in allowing us to film there, and for their patience and a little bit of the blood that we stained the walls with. But yeah, we learned a good lesson on that one.
So when does Paranormal Investigations comes out, and what's next for you?
Yeah, so Paranormal Investigations right now is set for July 24th for release on digital for paid rentals. So that'll be like Amazon, iTunes, or is it Apple TV, and those different rental sites. And then what's next is hopefully we'll be filming the sequel in December is kind of the plan. And then if everything goes well, then doing another horror film after that, knock on wood, in Ohio. I'm saying it out loud so I can make sure that I keep steering towards it, because I really love this idea. And going out to Ohio for Horror Hound, it's always like we should really do something here, and try to bring in even the podcasters, like have y'all come be extras in it and stuff, and just have it be like a really fun horror party, so to speak.
We have so many spooky places here in Ohio.
Oh, yeah.
So you are picking the best location.
Yeah. So fingers crossed we can make it happen. That's the goal right now. Yeah.
That sounds fun. I want somebody to make a slasher at a convention. Like, I don't care if somebody
Oh my
steals my
gosh.
idea. But there's a horror convention happening, and the slasher is also happening within the convention. I think that'd be a lot of
Yes.
fun. I don't know
That
if it's
is
been done yet.
genius.
Giving you
I
ideas.
definitely have not heard it. Yeah. No, and you just know, like, the folks at Horror Hound would totally be into that. We got to make that happen. That's a really good idea, Jason.
There's your
Yeah.
little short, and you can be the killer, Jason.
It's all
Yeah.
yours, man. Just give me a 2-second cameo.
Yeah.
I die first.
There you go.
Where can everybody find you online?
Yeah, so online, RaylightProductions.com, of course, for the movie, paranormal-investigations.com. And then, we are on Instagram, Facebook, Raylight Productions, also Paranormal Investigations. I think it's _movie for the handle there. But yeah, we're kind of, and then YouTube, of course, Raylight Productions and Paranormal Investigations. So we try to be everywhere, including, I'm forgetting, TikTok. We're even on TikTok now. So just kind of do a Google search or look up Raylight Productions or Paranormal Investigations, and you should be able to find us.
Awesome. I'm going to plug my friends. Raymond was also on Don't Fuck With the Original podcast a few weeks ago.
Yes.
So everybody go check them out. Love those ladies. Like, comment, share, subscribe, all the fun stuff, and we'll chat soon.
Absolutely.
Hello.
Hi, Brandon. Thank you
hi,
so
Becky.
much for taking time out of your day to talk with me today.
Yeah, happy to be here.
So, what was it about Out of Order that immediately grabbed your attention and made you want to be part of this project?
It was the comedy, the opportunity to be two very outlandish characters, and to be a part of a comedy is what I'm always looking for these days. They've been
I love
far
that.
and few between.
Yeah. So what can you tell us about your character and what has made him unique to roles you've played before?
Well, John is a lawyer, and he's kind of he's not the best lawyer, or he just doesn't think he's the greatest. He's kind of just getting along. He's doing okay. And then his girlfriend breaks up with him because he's not really, doing much with his life. And so he gets motivated, tries to get a new job, does get a new job, but for some reason has to stay on his old job, and ends up becoming, through certain circumstances, the prosecuting and defending lawyer on the same case, which is probably not really, can't happen in real life, but is a comedy, and it does in this movie. And so then John has to put on a disguise and become Jack, the other lawyer. So I get to play, two different roles in the movie.
That's a lot of fun. Did you kind of have a little bit of Superman deja vu having to go into the disguises?
There's a little bit, yeah, and the fact that John is in a suit and glasses for most of the movie, but he's definitely not. There's, I'm sure, crossover and look-wise definitely look like Clark, but they're different enough characters.
Very different characters.
That it was fun, but yeah, I definitely had a lot of memories from Clark.
Yeah. So Guy said that he was able to kind of be with all of y'all and give y'all some freedoms to play with your characters and play with the script a little. Do you have a moment you improvised in the film that's your favorite?
There are a lot that and sometimes it's hard to remember like what was scripted and what was on the day. But there's it's just like I like a lot of the physical stuff that I do sometimes. There's a scene when I first meet Brooke Shields' character in my office, and there's a conversation about coffee, and I say nobody likes cold coffee, and I tap the cup as I say nobody likes cold coffee, just as like it was just something that came to me, and there's just those little moments that not people wouldn't necessarily laugh at on the first viewing, but if you watch it again, there are those kind of rewatchable moments that you can the play along at home game version of it.
Those things you catch on to the second and the third watch.
Yeah, and like a lot of the stuff in the bathroom when the characters are running in and out of the bathroom to change clothes quite often, and I wanted each one to be different. So with some of the other background actors, I choreographed some movement with them to incorporate them and to give John obstacles. So those were fun things to create in the moment also.
Yeah. So what was the collaboration like on set with y'all and all the characters, all the different actors? Because it's such an incredible ensemble cast. Like what was that relationship like on set?
Yeah, it was nice and easy and great. Guy set a great, Guy Jacobson, our director, set a great, energy on set for everybody to feel comfortable to improv, to come up with something if thought it was funnier or funny, period. We'd see what it looked like and see where it could drive the scene. And, sometimes that doesn't end up in the cut, but it gets you to the next thing that is in the cut. So having the ability to explore that, deepen and enrich in the characters and the relationships, have the actors feel more comfortable, like working with each other's energy, is good. The business can be so transactional and not even that transactional, but there's not a lot of money to make movies these days. Sometimes it seems like there's not enough time, so you don't get a lot of preparation and rehearsal even with your fellow actors in a comedy. Like that's like super important to build out that relationship. So
definitely
thanks to Guy and everyone for allowing us to do that.
Yeah. Do you find it difficult to prepare for comedies, being comedy's so suggestive and different for everybody? Do you find it more difficult to play in a comedy than something like Superman or Zack and Miri?
No, it's much more fun for me and easier.
Really?
Almost, hands down. Yeah, if I have a way into the character, comedy. I don't often have to think. I used to have to sometimes think about how I was going to do something, and sometimes I still would have to, depending on the character. But a lot of time these days, like I just can feel when something might be funny or that I'm on the right wavelength, and I'm much more in my body and relaxed in comedy. I think sometimes drama, I feel like I have to deliver on an emotional moment. So while some actors are feeling like they have to make sure they bring the funny or do the right rhythm for something, to me it feels like in there already, so I don't think about it as much. But for the drama, I feel like I sometimes I'm overwrought. I'm too much.
Feels a little more natural to you.
Yeah, it's just easier for me to access my happy side than my sad side.
Yeah, that's fair. And people want to have their happy side out. They don't want to have their sad side out.
Some people are more attuned to giving it and to like feeling it, to like giving you like their raw humanity. And I'm like, I could do that. I've done some of that before, and if I was asked, I could do it. But and learn a lot every time you do that. But I also want to be the Pied Piper, and, be the guy who's not leading us to danger, but like giving us something to dance and celebrate. There's a bit of a jester in me that, when I know people are watching and want to watch and that it's fun, I like to act a fool, from time to time.
It's fun. And this world needs so much more fun and so much more laughter.
I think so. I think it would help. It does. It does help, and it continues to help.
It does help. Yeah. I mean, kind of like you said, with the money situation in films and the time, independent films do often allow actors and the directors to take creative risks. Did you feel like this project gave you opportunities to explore your craft in a new way?
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. I think the thing with this being an indie, a small indie, is that I knew if I swung for the fences and missed, unfortunately the movie would probably fail, but not a lot of people would see it, and so they wouldn't see my failure. But if it was successful, then we'd be here now, and we're doing all right. So right. Everybody was on point and did a great job, and we get to celebrate it now. And so there's that versus, a studio movie. Had I done this early in my career and tried it, I don't know that it would have been, that I would have landed as much of it. Yeah. So maybe it would have been hampered my career to a degree. So.
Absolutely. Well, what are you hoping people talk about, or how do you hope people feel when they leave the theaters after watching Out of Order?
Yeah, I would hope that people, after watching Out of Order, are having fun and talking about the scenes that they thought were funny, and maybe the next day or a few days later thinking about something in it that made them laugh and that they'd enjoy watching it again. I think it's a kind of a rewatchable moment, and there are a lot of fun little pieces and gags that make it fun in a second time viewing it. So, but even beyond that, just that, this is a movie like they used to make. I've heard that comment a couple times, and it's one reason I wanted to be a part of this too, because it's a more, I don't want to say clean comedy, but it's a more hopeful comedy. Comedy can definitely veer dark and or then to in your face and raunchy at times, and there's a place for all that in certain projects. But I love and appreciate that this film is kind of more for more audiences and is just there to be fun and to lighten people's days.
I love that. Well, everybody, you can still get tickets to the LA premiere June 22nd at the TCL Chinese 6 Theater. We will make sure to link the ticket link below. And Brandon, thank you so much for your time. It was amazing talking to you. Out of Order was incredible, and I can't wait for everybody else to get the chance to see it.
Well, thank you, Destiny. Thanks for talking about us.
Thank you so much.
Jason from 3 Geeks here with Braden. Braden, how are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. So I wanted you to tell me about your book, Starry-Eyed.
Perfect. So this is Starry-Eyed. It's my debut novel. And Starry-Eyed is about a world where mechs are a relic of the past. And in that world, our main character is a mech mechanic at a museum. And that's really all he plans to be, is a mechanic. But then disaster strikes the galaxy. And when that happens, Abbott has to rise to the occasion, and he becomes a mech pilot and becomes much, much more. So,
awesome. What made you want to be an author or write this book?
Yeah, so I've wanted to be an author my whole life. It's just something I enjoyed as a child. I grew up in libraries. This in general, I was inspired by Gundam, Pacific Rim, all these great mech novels, and also the progression fantasy that's really so good right now. Things like Dungeon Crawler, Prowl, and Cradle. And anything that's got a kind of upgrade, level up path.
My last question is, do you have a favorite genre or favorite book that kind of inspired you?
The progression genre, I love in general, anything like that. Again, things like Cradle. I do love Brandon Sanderson. Fantasy, sci-fi, Red Rising is excellent. Love all of it.
Where can everybody get the book and find you online?
Yeah, so you can find the book right now on Kindle or Kindle Unlimited, and then my website is bradenphillip.com.
All right, thank you so much.
Hey everybody, another Three Geeks conversation with Justin and Deece Casillas. Deece, how are you doing?
Good. How you doing, Justin? Thanks for having me on.
Oh, doing well, man. Doing well. You're a jack of all creative trades, it feels like. Author, comedian, comic book, I guess comic book owner, right? The Inferno Comics, whatever is that production side of it, but
yeah,
like comic writer. I mean, that's a lot of stuff. That's like, so what got you into comics? We're here to talk about Kill Stan and your Kickstarter coming up. So what dove into comics for you?
I always loved comic books from a very young age, man. I late 80s got into comic books. That's back before they had shops everywhere. I'm old enough to where I was pulling them off spinner racks at grocery stores, and that kind of stuff was my entry into comic books. I think the first comic book I ever got that was mine was, I went to some kid's birthday party at school, and his mom had put stuff together like little, candy and like to get thanks for coming, now leave. And there's a comic book in it, and it was Guardians of the Galaxy number 21. Which for you kids out there, it's not the newfangled Guardians of the Galaxy. There's no raccoon or autonomous tree or any of that crap. It's good old fashioned 31st century Guardians of the Galaxy with a bunch of characters you've never heard of, and I was off to the races.
That's awesome. Do you still have it? Do you have it?
Oh, yeah.
More in the collection?
Yeah. Well, yes and no. So like that particular copy, actually, in 2009, my collection got stolen. So that particular copy is gone. Unfortunately, I do have copies of that book again, but not that original one, unfortunately. But I probably have like 6 copies of it now. So. That's awesome. I keep buying them, nice copies I find, because eventually I want to send one in for a 9.8, try and get a 9.8 out of it. So I pick it up anytime I find it in a good shape that looks like a prospect for a high grade.
Sure. That's awesome. And I was reading a little bit about your biography. I mean, you've been writing just offhanded comics for forever, but this Kill Stan's the first one you've actually kind of pen to paper, I want to back it, Kickstarter it, the whole thing. What made you decide this story was the one? Was it?
Yeah, so I mean, I've written, when I say this, sounds crazy when I say this, but I mean, literally, Justin, probably hundreds, if not thousands of comic book scripts in my life. I've got I probably 120 plus properties. I'd be happy, if I had the time and the money, I would be putting out right now that are written and ready to go. I just need, it's like time and money. It's just like everything in life. Not to mention, I have my X-Men, swan song. I've got my Batman story, my Spawn, every property you can imagine, I've written a story for it that I want to tell. So it was what I always wanted to do, and I've attempted to make my own comic book a couple times. It just never panned out. It was always like try and find an artist, and this was kind of before social media was as ubiquitous, so it was a little harder. And then you find someone, and their art's okay, and they're not that motivated because there's no money in it, and so. I wrote this story during COVID in like 2020, early COVID. And I kind of the reason I the reason the ball started rolling is because I'm kind of friendly with Fabian Nicieza. If listeners, you don't know who he is, famously he, depending on who you ask, co-created Deadpool. Rob Liefeld would say he didn't. Marvel would say he did. So his brother Mario Nicieza, who is also a comic book writer and creator, is involved with this small imprint called Apex Comics, and they were looking for volunteers for their booth at the LA Comic Con a couple of years ago. And I was going to be in LA that weekend anyway, doing comedy. I had shows booked in LA that weekend. And Fabian had posted, he said that he'd mentioned that his brother was looking for help. And I'm like, hey, I'm going to be in town that weekend. Like I'll volunteer. Like I'll go kick it at the LA Con and, with this indie booth, and maybe I can gain some knowledge and have some fun. I'm in LA anyway, whatever. So I go, and I didn't want to mention I had written this thing that I was working on that I wanted to do, because I didn't want it to feel like, hey, I
wrote script.
Yeah, I didn't want to get something out of this, right? I just wanted to be like, hey, I'm just like, if I happen to glean any knowledge or whatever. I just didn't want to. It just felt kind of gross to be like, hey, also. The weekend came and went. It was great, a lot of fun. And after the weekend, Mario actually called me, and he's like, hey, I didn't really get to talk to you much during the convention. I know you do comedy, and I just want to, first of all, thank you for doing the volunteer, but also kind of get to know you a little bit. He goes, you do comedy? He goes, you write all your own material? I'm like, oh yeah, of course. And he goes, you ever written anything else? And I go, yeah, tons of stuff. I've published books. I've written for TV, film. I've been a contributor, like a columnist at a bunch of online sites, comedy and otherwise. I mean, I've done a million things. You name it, I've probably written for it. And he goes, have you ever thought about writing comic books? And I go, well, it's funny you mentioned that, Mario. I happen to have this project I've been working on. And at the time it was pretty much all written, all 10 issues. Well, it was 12 at the time, but 10, the whole series was written. And he goes, well, send me over the script to issue number 1, and I'll take a look at it and I'll give you some notes or something. And I'm like, great. So I send it over to him. Week goes by, he emails me back. He's like, hey, I'm going to send this to our editor-in-chief also and have him take a look at it too. I'm like, okay, great. Yeah, more notes is better, whatever you got, And then he emails me again. He's like, hey, do you have time to hop on a call next week? And I go, sure. So I get on this call with him, the editor-in-chief, and the publisher. And they were like, hey, we want to do this book. And I was like, oh, shit. Okay. I'm like, I didn't know that. That wasn't even in my head at the time. For whatever reason, I didn't even think that was on the table. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, yeah. So we kind of started talking about it, and it was kind of we were going rounds about how it was going to work, how it was going to look. And ultimately I ended up walking away just because it was it wasn't going to end up being exactly like I wanted it to be. So, and kind of at the end of the day, and no acrimony, I still consider Mario, friend adjacent. There's no animosity. It just was like, hey, I don't think this is going to, work, but thanks. So, shout out to Apex Comics, but going rounds with them and talking about it and talking about the production process and talking about how it worked, looking with them. And it kind of gave me some information. And then that also coupled with the fact that they wanted to do this book, it made me go, I think I can do this book. I think I can just make this happen, and I started kind of penciling out the economics of it. And I talked to another friend of mine who has his own little indie company, and I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to do this. So I found an artist, found a colorist and letterer, and I'm like, figure out contracts, page rates, and just off we went. Here we are 4 issues later.
That's awesome. And I was perusing your website, and you have a bunch of issues of Kill Stan just for sale. The links in the ticker below.
Yeah.
Does that just mean you have like a bunch of short boxes of bulk that you bought just like in mass, like in your house, or how does that work? I assume so.
Yeah. So I mean, I've got a bunch, and then I reorder, also. Sure. So like I'll, but I always keep, oh man, probably like close to 100 copies of every cover in sitting around, because the reality is I'm fortunate enough to where we are carried by quite a few retailers. Some of them do very well with the book. I will drop off 50 books and then, of all 3 issues, and then 6 weeks later I got to do it again. So I got to keep those up. I do a lot of conventions, and then we do a lot of online ordering. We get a lot of online orders, so I've got to have fulfillment. It's cheaper to buy, just buy in bulk. I'll order a few, 500-600 copies at a time, and you just kind of figure out my inventory, what's coming up for conventions and stuff like that, and kind of predict as best you can for the next 2 months of what I'll need.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just before we get too far along, what is the storyline that you can give someone that's never heard of your book?
Yeah, so buckle up, guys. This is the pitch I give people at a convention, and you'll know why and this happens afterwards. But I give them this first line, and they're looking at the book, and they either go, "Oh," and pull it closer, or they go, "Oh," and put it farther away from them. And it's polarizing, but it's a story about a guy who wants to end his own life, so he decides to do it through vigilantism. Essentially suicide by vigilantism. It's a neo-noir crime thriller on the surface, but really it is a character piece about one man's journey of loss, trauma, and the crazy things we do when we feel as if we have nothing left to live for.
Sold. I mean,
all right. There you go. So yeah, when I give him that first line of like, it's about a guy who wants to kill himself, or in his own life. So he
it's heavy. It's for sure heavy.
So, some people go like, "Oh shit," and they're like, they pull it towards them because that's like, "Oh, this person's in." But if they go, "Oh," because some people are, what's the word? Pussies. So they can't handle it, because apparently their life is all just, butterflies and hand jobs or something. I don't know what's going on.
Man, I wish.
I know, right? But it's, it's one of these things where I get it a lot. Like, I get it. It's a tough topic, but people will be like, "Oh, that's really dark." And my answer is, no, I don't think it is. I think it's very realistic. And I think it's very realistic of how people feel today, of desperate, lost, at their bottom, don't know where to turn, don't know how anything is ever going to get better for them. And, you have to fight through the darkest shit to get to the light again. That's just reality. We can all pretend life is good and fine and, living for the gram and make people think, you're living well. But we all know life is shit. It's hard. It's tough. And I wanted to represent that and let people know that it's okay if they feel that way. And it's important to let that out and, deal with it. I took a pretty extreme approach, but that's kind of the way that's what art is for. You take a very ugly topic, you take an extreme hard line, and you display humanity through it and what people actually deal with and go through on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, and you kind of reframing, and I know you're a comedian. That's similar to what they do, just in the form of a joke, at least in my opinion, right? Like, you take a hard topic and make it funny. You're taking a hard topic in making a vigilante story. Like it just feels very like for like. But that kind of goes down a path that I wanted to think about is you being a comedian. Is there a level of expectation of like I get a Deece thing and it should be funny, or like was it a hard thing to disconnect when you first started writing?
Not a hard thing to disconnect because I was a writer before I was a comedian, and that the writing is what I've always wanted to do, and I've always kind of been drawn towards that more darker, realistic, kind of gritty feel. It just is. It felt more. I mean, Silver Age comic books are silly, right? Like I'm not going to make a comic book where Magneto's has a car that's shaped like a magnet. That's fucking ridiculous, right? Like, I mean, it's like, it's fine. It's fine. It was 1964. Stuff was weird, but like, this is the real world. And I'm not saying there's not room for that comic book somewhere in the marketplace, or there's not a need for it. I'm sure someone's filling that niche. That's fine. I'm not hating on it. I'm just saying that's not what I want to do. So, people do ask me a lot. They're like, "Is it funny?" And I'm like, "Well, not really. I wouldn't call it a laugh a minute." But like, there are funny moments. There's levity. There's gallows humor, dark humor, and cynicism in it. But it's not like set up punch. What's the deal with airplane food or something? But I mean, personally, I've written in so many forums and I've written so many mediums and types of things and styles and like stuff that was mine, stuff that's other people's. And I like to write different stuff. I don't always want to just write comedy like that. Yeah. That my mind works. This may shock people, but you can have nuanced thoughts. Like you can think, you can think other things than just whatever is in your echo chamber. You can broaden your horizon, feel other feelings, feel what's actually in your head and express it in different ways. Sometimes I'm feeling silly and goofy and I want to write comedy. And sometimes I'm like the weight of things is on me and I want to really, it's pouring out of me in a, more fatalistic expression. And I think that's good. We should all be able to experience that gamut of emotions and learn how to be able to feel them and still feel okay.
Yeah, that's what a wonderful message, Deece.
Thank you.
It's the same paragraph of butterflies and hand jobs, and I love the.
It's like I said, man, nuance. Maybe it's what I do. Got a lot of range.
You're right. You're totally right. When does the Kickstarter for issue 4 come out?
That is a great question. We don't have a hard date yet. I was shooting for mid-April, which we are past. So probably mid-May. What's going on is like I try to run the Kickstarters where they will end right around the time the book is completed. So I kind of want to be able to have, once the Kickstarter ends, I want to be able to almost immediately send it to the printer. I don't want to have to wait another 3 weeks, 4 weeks, and then send it to the printer. I want it to be basically ready to go. So I think if I run this in like mid-May, that'll give us, plus the Kickstarter time, we're talking almost 2 months, which is plenty of time to complete this thing. And then we'll be able to get it right to the printer as soon as it ends.
I'm always interested in Kickstarters, like the bonus or like perk rewards and things like that. Like, how do you come up with it? Because I've seen some crazy ones. I talked to some guy that had like a purchaser was written into the comic book in terms of like art and things like that. Like, how do you go about deciding what your perks are or whatever, the variant comics or whatever?
Yeah, I haven't done anything like that. Although I have, no one's grabbed this perk yet because the price is a little high. But I have offered. I do, but I always put it up there because I'm like, someday someone's going to, and then it's going to be worth it. But I always do the highest tier, that I will come to your house and I will give you a 1-hour private comedy show for you and up to 30 of your friends. So that, and that's anywhere in the continental United States. Outside of that, we're going to have to negotiate a higher price for the flight. But, you know, and then obviously date TBD. We got to work that out. But, you know, I put that up there. Beyond that, I don't do anything that crazy. Like, you know, I offer the book digitally, physically. We do a main cover, we do a variant cover, and then with the Kickstarter we do a limited to 25 edition cover where we only print 25. They're just for the Kickstarter. If we don't sell all 25 on the Kickstarter, I'll sell them on the convention circuit soon after. And then, you know, I did like a CGC 9.8 of #1 signed signature.
I saw that. That was cool.
You know, we're going to do some of those again. That one was pretty popular. I wish I would have done a couple more because I only did one because I kind of wanted to make it special, but I had like 7 people ask about it. So I left like $1,500 on the table. So I'm like, all right, maybe I'll do a couple more this time. The one thing we are doing different with this Kickstarter is I am offering a limited edition of blank sketch covers, which I will draw a custom sketch cover on before I send it to you. So you're going to get a one-of-a-kind sketch cover done by me. I'm only going to do 3 of those. So those will probably be a pretty high price tag on those, to be honest with you. Not high, just a premium because it's worth it. My old sales training kicking in there. It's a great value. So yeah, so we'll do that. Only 3, just because I know with my schedule, there's no way I could have a timeline I would feel good about to get them out to people for. If I did more than 3, I would just bury myself. And then we are also doing a collected edition with this Kickstarter. So if you don't want to do individual issues, or if you want to do the floppies and a collected edition, we're offering you can get #1 through 4 in a collected edition in this Kickstarter. We're doing a digest size 6x9. So if you've seen like the DC Compact comics, I'm doing that size. So they're a little smaller, but great for travel, fit in your backpack. So you have options.
I love it. That's probably the option I'll do because I have too many short boxes. I almost killed my love of comic books. It's not true, but the storage capability of my house is limited to the point where I was like, I can't buy more single issue things.
Oh,
it's got to be like, you know what I mean? Composed.
I've got literally over 150 long boxes in my house. So.
I believe you.
That's just my collection. That's not even the comics I'm selling and the inventory and shit.
That's awesome. What's something that you, when doing a Kickstarter, was a surprise? Just starting it off, was something harder than you expected, or is it kind of what you anticipated when you're going into it? Let's say I wanted to start a comic book and jump into Kickstarter. What would that?
It is very challenging. There are a lot of challenges. I have this weird thing. I know, and it's different for everyone too, because I have a hard time. I mean, we've gotten over the finish line with all the Kickstarters. The first one's always going to go gangbusters for people. I think we funded in 24 hours last time, because you'll have everyone support you the first time. And then people are like, listen, we can't support you every time. We don't care. We helped you chase your dream one time. Now get a job, loser. So I have this weird thing where I sell a ton of copies after the Kickstarter. on my website, we sell a ton of copies. At retail, we sell a ton of copies. Conventions, I sell a ton of copies. But I have a hard time getting the Kickstarter to get a ton of traction. Like I see people, other indie creators I know that will blow past their goal, which is great for them. I love that. It's really, really great because it's so helpful to the creator to be able to, have a $4,000 goal and you get $9,000. Like it's, it's amazing. For whatever reason, well, I know why. I do know why this happens, and it's because Mark Zuckerberg is a piece of shit. So the problem is, Justin, doing stand-up comedy for a living is the description of my job is essentially professional shit talker, right?
Sure.
So, I do that. I fulfill my job obligations. The problem with that is our digital meta overlords don't always like what I have to say. So I get shadow banned on social media so much. Like, it's especially now as things are more politically divisive, but like, because I talk a lot of shit, and I don't think my opinions are very well in line with whatever the upper ups like to be heard. So I was talking about this with my buddy the other day because I was actually trying to figure out. I know these things happen because I will literally run ads for upcoming comedy shows, and I'll run it, and then I won't look at it, just assume everything's good. And I'll go back and I'll look at the ad. This just happened a couple of days ago. The ad had been running for 12 days. Mm-hmm. It had been shown to 0 people.
Why spend money on it then? Holy
cow. It literally showed it to 0 people. So I'm like, oh, and again, this has happened before. So I'm online talking to this AI chat bot, trying to figure this out. And I already know what's, in my back of my head. I'm like, well, I probably know what's happening. And even the AI chatbot let it slip. It's like, oh, you had an access block put on your account on this and this date. I'm like, I did. And I'm like, I'm looking at my account. There's no flags. There's nothing saying I'm restricted. Everything's good. I'm like, it doesn't say anything. It's like, oh, the AI bot was like, oh, crazy. Well, don't know. Yeah, that's weird. Anyway. Oh, so you just confirming that internally you can see I'm fucked, but you're not telling me I am. Got it.
Right.
So this happens to me a lot. So it really throttles my reach. I was really good about it on the first Kickstarter where I 6 weeks leading up to the Kickstarter, I'm like, okay, just keep your mouth shut. Just don't every time you get on, let's walk away from the keyboard. And then I didn't post anything during my Kickstarter, or I did, but really innocuous stuff.
Tame stuff, yeah.
Yeah. And then that had more reach. And then I kind of forgot about that with the last one, with the second one. And then the third one, I kind of did okay dealing with it. But literally on Facebook a couple of years ago, I would get hundreds of reactions and comments on my stuff. And now like 10 to 30. Yeah, so they're just absolutely throttling all my content really hard, which sucks, but that's the world we live in. So that is part of why my Kickstarters also struggle, is because I can't advertise them. But I do podcasts, I try, and we always get there. But then after the fact, again, we do really well. So that's, it's it'd be nice to get it in the Kickstarter, but whatever, if Kickstarter isn't getting their beak wet on 15% of it, I guess that's better for me.
100%.
Yeah.
So I guess to future Kickstarters, be wary of shadow bans.
Yeah. Yes. I just yelled about Mark Zuckerberg for a while. Yeah. So yes, don't talk shit. Be a good boy. for a while leading up to it and during it. Also, like, but realistically, it's hard because you have to. People will find your Kickstarter organically. I get organic traffic on every Kickstarter, every campaign I do. Like, people go on to Kickstarter and they look at the event, campaigns that are running, and because I see names that are in locations where I'm like, I don't know anyone there. I don't know this name. I've never been. It's not like a place I've done a convention, so they bought a book and followed me or anything. But if a lot of people just post to Kickstarter and then they just assume it's going to fund. It's like, no, you're going to have to, I think the first Kickstarter I ran, I did like the month before and the month it was running, I think I did like almost 60 podcasts,
damn, dude.
Advertising the Kickstarter. And that's not to count conventions and then my weekly podcast from Shouting It Out and other shit too. So, it's just, you're going to have to hustle. You're going to have to hustle really hard. Message people, email people. It's going to feel like a little dirty because you're like really grinding, but get it out there. Join a bunch of comic book groups. There's a lot of stuff on Reddit, Facebook, Instagram stuff, and just it takes hustle.
Yeah, that makes sense. Is it a faux pas to mention it in your comedy stand-up thing? Like any of your what I mean? Like, hey, I'm a comic book creator. Come look at my shit.
No, I sell shows.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, I slang it as merch, man. I bring it to all my shows. Because it's like another thing I did, and so it doesn't sell like gangbusters at a comedy show, but I sell a couple every time. So
yeah. You mentioned your podcast. What's the Social Hour about? I believe it's the Social Hour is what it's called.
Yeah, Social Hour is I call it weekly. It's not really weekly anymore. It was weekly for like I don't know, I don't know how many years I've been doing the show since 2014. So
wow, man. That's
I got in early. And it's changed a lot over the years. When I first started the show, where I lived, I had a actual like audio studio in my house. So I had a producer in the studio with me. I had a news anchor that would, bring news to the show. We would bring guests. We had segments and bits and like, it's like a comedy talk podcast thing. It was a lot of fun. And it was that for a long time. And then when COVID happened, it kind of forced me to go to one-on-ones virtually like this. And then I moved from Washington to Texas, and the thing I ran into is the space I was in Texas didn't have what's it called? Didn't have air conditioning like in the house. It had wall units, right? So they were too loud for every room, and I couldn't bring people into a room together and record. So I was still doing virtual, and also I just had a hard time finding people I wanted to talk to anymore. Like in Washington, I had access to a ton of artists, writers, comedians. It was really easy to bring people in that I wanted to talk to. It's a little harder now. Now I'm pickier if we're doing one-on-ones, especially. Like I really want to be interested in what someone's doing. I have people message me a lot and be like, "Hey, can I be a guest?" And I'm just like, I don't really want to fucking talk to you. It's just like there's just nothing. It's an empty bag, I'm like I did a couple shows where I kind of wasn't super enthused about the guest, or like I didn't really know, and I just like this show sucks. Like I'd rather do no episode than do a bad episode. So now I'm traveling so much, so it's like maybe I'll do a solo episode. My old producer, one of my old producers who lives in Washington, he's also my best friend. We do a lot of shows together virtually and kind of shoot the shit. Those are mostly those are mostly like current events, political stuff, which is fine, but I'm trying to get away from, because I feel like it's just people get a metro ass ton of that everywhere they go in life now. So I kind of want to get away from that and start getting back into more funny, ridiculous topics and just kind of shooting the shit.
Love it. What's con life been like for you? It's been very successful, it sounds like. Or do you have a con schedule you can share, or that I can get from your website? Is somewhere that I can?
My dog's joining us for a second.
That's okay.
Hey, Ross, say hi. I will be my website. We post it on the inferno.earth Instagram page all the time, though. I've got a show this weekend in San Antonio. It's the launch of this Laguna Studios. It's this thing in San Antonio. They're kind of doing a school of comic books where they're going to be just have this studio space for creators, artists. They're going to run a bunch of programs for upcoming artists and people who want to learn about, comic books or just drafting, and then they're doing a big grand opening Saturday, which I'll be at, selling the book, doing another show in San Antonio, Queens of Horror, it's called. The weekend after that, I'll be at the Del Rio Comic Con. I do that every year. I'm one of their featured guests. That's a really cool thing. I think I'm doing Big Texas this year, which is in October. And I've got some other stuff too. I mean, I'm all over. I scaled back the conventions a little bit this year. I went too hard last year. I did 36 weekend shows last year.
That is too many, my man. That is way too many.
So between that and in the comedy life, it was like I was just always somewhere,
Yeah.
So, I mean, literally, I did the math in between June and November of last year. There was one weekend I was home without anything to do.
Brutal.
Yeah. So I'm like, I scaled it back this year.
Awesome. Well, I do want to ask, just because I have it up in front of me, are you making more like Catalina, Holy War? Like, are those things that are about to come? Are they in the pipe?
Yeah, they are. They are in the pipeline. Yes. So which one comes first? I keep going back and forth on. And it might be neither of those. At the end, might be wild card, do something else. So this is part of the problem, Justin, is I have too many things I want to write. Yeah. And the thing with these is most of them are written. Some maybe need a little thickening, a little some scripting done, but the beats are all there at least, which is the hard part, to be honest with you. So they are coming. Which one is the one that ends up coming first? I don't know. It was supposed to be Catalina, but honestly, it'll probably be Holy War. Catalina it needs a little more cooking, and I've got some, I've broadened some concepts and made it a little longer. It's probably going to be more like a 50 issue series. So I think I'm gonna wait. Holy War is about another 10 issue series. So yeah.
Dope. Anything else you want to plug or talk about? Any social medias you want to get out there before we wrap up?
Yeah, if you guys go to inferno.earth, that is our website. And there's no .com, it's just inferno.earth. That's the website. Inferno.earth is our Instagram. Inferno.earth is our TikTok. I haven't posted anything on TikTok yet. I hate it. I think Larry Ellison is a cyborg demon from the future that's come to destroy us, and I don't want to use his stupid platform. But
Shadow Man, what?
Yeah, now you understand. But yeah, I'm also a cheap whore that's easily bought, and some of my homies in comics keep telling me that TikTok is where it's at. So I'm going to give it a try. And I will defeat the evil Larry Ellison and his cyborg golems. But I'm most active on Instagram. That's the best. That's where I'd really like you to go. I mean, follow me on TikTok. We're gonna do some stuff but Instagram is where I'm most active. I post stuff pretty much every day, and I don't do just stuff about Kill Stan. I do a lot of just comic book in general stuff because I wanted to make it a landing pad I'm trying to curate it as a thing of just like, if you're a comic book fan, it's a place to go, like every Monday I post my pick of the week for upcoming New Comic Book Day, the book I'm looking forward to the most. I do review videos. Like I just did a review video, like a short 3-minute reel about Morrison's X-Men run and why I think it's bad. Which watch the video. It's a very charitable view. I think you guys will agree with me if you watch it. You gotta, you sell the sizzle, not the steak. So you give a salacious headline and then you walk it back a little and tell and explain it. But I'll take like I've been doing this thing where I'll take like a cover, like an X-Men cover, like X-Men #1, and I'll rate the characters, my favorite to least favorite, just things like that. Or I'll do on Wednesdays, I do Old Comic Book Day, where I'll take out an old comic book out of my collection and I'll do a short review on it, just to talk about, it's New Comic Book Day everywhere else. I want to talk about old comic books and why I love this one and why I think it's special and things like that. So, I don't want people to come there and just feel inundated with like, hey, here's my thing to buy, here's my thing to buy, here's my thing to buy. I do have a thing and I don't want you to buy it, but there is a lot more going on here than just that. So do all that stuff. Follow us, follow the Kickstarter for #4. The pre-launch page is up. The more followers we get before we launch, allegedly, is better. I'm not 100% convinced of that, but that's what they tell us, so that's what I say. Let's see. Yeah, man. I mean, check out the book. You can buy #1 through 3 now on the website. It's a really great book. I mean, not to toot my own horn, but I'm just going off reviews of what other people who've read it. People love it. People relate to it. People resonate with it. It's, I mean, the highest compliment I got is someone compared it to like, someone said it was like Ed Brubaker level good. So
that's a definite compliment.
That to me is like high compliment because Ed Brubaker is one of the best to ever do, in my opinion. So I don't think it's that good. I strive to be that good, maybe one day. But we put a lot of work into every piece of this, from the writing to the art to the coloring, even the paper stock and the cover stock. Like I use really hardy, heavier duty paper stock and cover. Cost me a little more, but I want the book to be substantial and stand out in quality. Every piece of this is, very put together, professional.
Awesome. I'm sorry, did we not talk about the art? Who was the artist? Was it?
Oh, fuck that guy. No, I'm gonna fire him. No, I'm kidding. I'm so, don't ever leave me, Felipe. My artist is Felipe Sobreira. He is a Brazilian artist. At least that's what I say. He's somewhere in South America. Brazil, the biggest country there. He is Brazilian. He's an amazing artist. I'm blessed to work with him. I should pay him more money, but I can't. He's a great guy. I love working with him. I hope to continue working with him. And he's a guy that I want to keep under my wing and keep in the Inferno fold. I want to do more stuff with him. He's really talented. He brings stuff to life that I've asked him to do some things that, like, there's like a car chase scene in #2, right? And I remember writing it and just being like, good luck to whoever has to fucking draw this shit. And I'm like, I don't have to, so I'm just writing away. And he just nailed it. No problems, just 100% crushed it. He's really good at, you know, I write a pretty intricate script, but he's very good at bringing it to life. He's very good at, you know, adding things to help thicken it out. He's really great at expressions. You know, his people look, you know, like a lot of artists end up with like same face, you know, like I hate to say this because I love Adam Kubert so much. I think he's a really great artist, but like all his women have the same face, you know?
Sure. Change the hair. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, Felipe is really great at like different. I mean, the expressions and the depth of his art is really, really amazing. I mean, I'm blown away by this stuff. He just sent me some pages for number 4, and there's like this big cityscape scene, and it's just, I mean, it's beautiful stuff.
That's awesome.
And also shout out to Jimmy G, my colorist and letter. The coloring on this book was super important to me. And Jimmy just knocks it out of the park. Like we went a couple rounds trying to figure it out back and forth, like trying to convey what I wanted. And once he finally, you know, took him a few rounds to get it, but once he figured it out, he is just nailing it. You know, we really use color. It's very noir feel. We use a lot of color to convey story in this. And which I'm always confused why more creators don't do that. You know, color, it's a visual medium. You have color. People use the plot. They forget about using that to tell the story. So yeah, Jimmy does a great job coloring it. It really makes it pop on top of Felipe's art. So got a great team, and yeah, it's looks beautiful.
Awesome. Can I make a suggestion for the 3 covers that you are hand drawing?
Yeah, you should
do it live on TikTok.
Oh, yeah, interesting. That it's not a bad idea. I mean, I get it would be a long video. But maybe I'll do like a time lapse or something, because like
whatever you want. Just the general idea. Yeah,
that's a good idea though. Yeah, I could see how that would be beneficial. But yeah, I'm gonna I should, something like that would be good, because that would get some eyes, you know. But yeah, I it's just gonna be, they're gonna take me a long time to do, you know. I did a lot of art as a kid, and I was good, but like I was never gonna be a comic book artist. I could draw characters pretty well, but like, you know, if you asked me to draw like a horse, and I'd be like, this is we're done. I'm, you know, can the horse look like a person? Is it a person horse? Is it a centaur? You know, but the so I mean, when I did this book, I challenged myself to at least draw the covers, you know. And I've been doing it all digitally, which was a learning curve, but it's pretty easy once you get the hang of it, and it does a lot of heavy lifting for you, to be honest with you. So I'm gonna do some hand rendering for these bad boys. So we will see how long that takes me.
That makes sense. Makes sense. Well, Mr. Deece, it's been wonderful chatting with you. So happy to have you.
Thank you.
Come on anytime. But I think we're out of here.
All right.
Everybody, another 3 Geeks conversation. I have Angel and Terri Apple with me. How you guys doing?
Hello. Good. How are you guys?
Hi, guys.
So, Terri, we got you. You're, multi-talented actress, voiceover artist. What kind of got you in the industry? Was it acting first, then voiceover, or what was your first foray into this whole thing?
It's funny. I think originally just regular acting, and then I got this raspy voice when I turned like 13 or 14. I also smoked at the time. So I thought, do I just have this raspy voice because I smoke? But my mom has the same voice, and I used to hear people on TV and the radio, and was like, who are those people? I didn't know those were actors doing that. And I had done some local theater and whatever else. And So when I was 15, I did a homemade voiceover demo, which you don't do those anymore. And I took it to the local agent. It's like, I don't even know what a voiceover is. No, it doesn't. Go be a secretary. I'm like, I'll see you on Johnny Carson, which you guys probably don't even know who Johnny Carson was, but that was my brain back then. But then I did do my first voiceover job at like 15 for a drive-in movie, and I still have the actual tape. I still remember going in and doing that session. I made a deal with God. I gave up smoking. I made a deal with God, and I said, okay, now that I'm doing a lot of these voiceovers, which was a parlay into on camera for me, like it was just another element of acting that got to use your voice. And I remember saying, all right, if I quit smoking, you better not take away the rasp, because then I'm booking jobs like that. Not that it's all mood. So, it's kind of when you do California avocados, they're as good as you've heard. That's a little different than your house is so hot, not even. So, I mean, it's all different voices, but it's mood driven. So, and I still had the rasp after I gave up smoking. So I said, okay, all right. That was my first negotiation with doing it. And I honestly was not going to pursue them when I came out to LA. I really threw those. We had cassette tapes back then. I had done some industrial films, some plays. A couple movies came into Kansas City. One called, one that got my SAG card. My first speaking role was against John Goodman. I played a reporter on a movie of the week called Murder Ordained with JoBeth Williams. Kathy Bates was one of her first roles. John Goodman, one of his first, I think it was John Goodman's first role. Terry Kinney, who started Steppenwolf with John Malkovich. JoBeth Williams. It was a great. So a couple of those came through. But then when I went out to LA, I'm like, all right. I went and grabbed my cassettes in my car because I left on my birthday on January 3rd in the middle of the snowstorm to go out to LA with a couple of people that had also been in the movie. And I brought those demos with me. And I remember my boyfriend at the time in LA said to me, you ought to pursue those voiceovers. I was like, nah, it's going to be too tough to make it. I'm Karen Allen. I'm Deborah Winger. I'm Sissy Spacek. I'm doing, but it's so funny. I mean, thank God it's been a fabulous business, but I think you take for granted, not that it came easy. I got fairly successful, fairly young off of it, but it really was always just a foray into doing the other. But now I look and go, wow, I'm appreciative of what a fabulous career it's been with that.
Yeah, for sure. And I saw that you stumbled into or acting in one of my favorite cartoons ever is All Real Monsters. Can you tell me
really
all
one of your favorites? Yeah.
I have the full series downstairs on DVD. I absolutely do. I love that show.
Yeah. Oh, that's cute. Do you know that I've probably never seen? I've seen like my area. Well, I play like 2 or 3 different monsters. I don't even really know, to be honest. Yeah.
And you said you've never watched it?
What?
And you said you've never watched it?
No, I really haven't. I think.
Oh goodness!
It's really
that was a great part of my childhood.
I've seen the little a lot of it were kind of what we did on Minions, where it's kind of like some vocal weird stuff, right? Mm-hmm. But I think when they send me residual checks, once in a great while I've gone to Google it to see the episodes, and I've seen them and it's adorable. But sometimes when you're auditioning for animation, they show you your character. You know this when you go in, and it's very interesting. What you guys don't realize is like you get specifications about what they're looking for in characters: fun, quirky, upbeat, playful. Like even the let me see if I could do it. Babe Pig in the City. I read for Babe Pig in the City, and I read for the initial Babe. I don't even know if that's the voice originally. I think she was a little softer. I think it was a little softer and a little more innocent. So you imagine you got all these grown-ups in a room creating these, based on, and then once in a while you see a picture and then you create the voice off of it. But yeah, it was fun. Sometimes you just do it and you're handed the stuff and you do it. But yeah, it's been a ball.
awesome.
Are there any big challenges that you've faced over the years with all these different projects? What's one that sticks out the most?
As a challenge, I'll tell you what's interesting is that trying to have control over a career that we maintain very little control over, especially if you're not Julia Roberts, Sandra Bullock. I'm going to compare it to people that ideally back in the old days, I would have wanted that kind of career, not as much for the fame aspect, although I wanted that aspect way more than I am interested now. I just want to work as an actress and be like, oh, she's good. I saw her, she's funny, or she's really good in that, or blah, blah. To me, that's great, like a Catherine Keener kind of working career. But back in the day, being a Sandra Bullock, being a Julia Roberts, those guys have production companies. Having your own production company gives you the power to not only ascertain the rights to something, and I went after the rights to things before and tried to get them set up, but when you have the power like that, it's much easier to attach yourself and to say, I really want to play that role. And I do realize this is what I've done with my career throughout the years, and it's constantly probably been a challenge, is that you negotiate and say, well, God, I'd really love to play that. But we don't always get the power to decide that. You know, it's not up to us. It's up to a studio or it's up to this. But as an actor, you really sink your teeth in wanting to do a good role instead of just like, I want to work. I don't care. Throw me anything. So that's been a challenge in the sense that when I started doing quite a bit on camera in my mid-20s and the voiceovers kind of took off, one of the challenges was actually that I had written a script that I attached Ed Asner to. And Tom Selleck was interested. It was called Bomb Squad. I wrote it, and my cousin actually, we went to lunch and we were talking about my great aunt, and I created a character and did all this stuff. Well, I got it into CBS, and they wanted to stick me on a show as a staff writer, which would have been phenomenal. But I was already had such this huge career in voiceovers, the same kind of money. At the end of the day, probably had years. Gone to be a staff writer, I would be on a set 12 hours a day. Not that, by the way, it's such a lucky thing to get that. I wanted them to set up Bomb Squad at CBS and call it a day. They're like, that's not the way it works, Terri. I'm like, well, yes, let's just make it the way it works. Ed Asner's attached, Tom Selleck's interested. Let's just do this thing, you know. But
Make it
naive
happen.
sometimes, whatever. So, but I had to choose the voiceovers because I was booked probably 5-6 times a day in a voiceover job. So it was my career. I was at a talent agency prior to that part-time, and I had been on a daytime TV show called The Home Show, and I had done a few movie of the weeks. But when an area takes over, you got to divert it to that. But then I always have made negotiations. Another challenge was, all right, I'm getting back into my on camera, and how do I make this happen? The rights to this, how do I do this? I think trying the challenge negotiating and having any sort of control in a business that you really are throwing it. I mean, I understand. So you have tenacity, you got to have some drive, you kind of know what you want, and you really have to have, I think, a realistic idea of your talent that's not blown up and ego driven to the point where you're like, I'm blah, blah. You know what I mean? You want to bring something different to the table, and you want to be a good actor and you want to do your work, but it is constantly a challenge and you're constantly fighting against the wave of somebody like, well, you got to get current. Okay, well, now you're current, but you got to do this. And, you know, it just always hopefully leads to the next thing, I guess. But it's always like this, because I think once you also think you make it in a business, that you think, once you're on that ladder, but I think this is a fallacy about life in general, you think you're never getting off. Life is full of pivots and challenges and changing direction and using all of your talent and all of your creativity in a smart way and getting the right classes and the right help to understand how to mold something so that you are making smart choices. You know what I mean? Because I think that's just as important. And you have to know when to pivot as well.
So I guess I'm trying to follow. When did you know it was the right time to pivot out of voice working? Like, I need to be back on screen. this. I love voiceover work, but I want to really put myself out there and be that actress on the big screen.
I worked at CAA back in the old days, which is Creative Artists Agency, and I used to go through their breakdowns. They hired me part-time, and they said, do not tell the agent that you're an actress. The minute I got the job, I told them I was an actress. I went through all the breakdowns. How the heck, Kevin and all the guys that still run the company now, call me. Terri, I have a call back for you. Did I send you on this? Yes, you did. Thank you very much. One guy called me, Adam Bennett, and said, you got this movie of the week, but it's just scale. It's like, 4 or 5 days. I'm going to turn it down. I'm negotiating Courtney Cox on Friends right now. I don't have time for this, Terri. What do you want to do? So I said, no, don't turn it down. I want it. So, I have so many stories like that, but I think that it's not about as much as that as much. There was a different point where I had done a few series and some movie of the weeks, but I didn't really hit like I kind of thought I was going to hit on camera. And so I said, all right, if I'm not going to hit the way I thought I was going to hit with that, let's make me like the top voiceover chick in the business. And then that actually ended up happening. True story. Then I was going to kind of give everything up, because I worked quite a bit. I've done a lot of indie features. I've done some movie of the weeks. I've done some other things. And I thought, yeah, maybe it's time to cash in the chips. But I kind of felt like, no, I really haven't shown my best work yet. And I also didn't just want to get, I know it's so weird to say, my agent, you say you're going to get a series. And I'd be like, F you, sorry. I'm like, no,
no.
Listen, not that that's not a huge thing. It's fabulous, but I wanted more than just set up, joke. And to me, a lot of times, especially network TV, is set up, joke. You can't be funnier than joke. I like the indie world where I can kind of just play and create. I'd much more have like Amy Madigan, although I don't know about this last role, but much more of a career in which I kind of can kind of be playful with stuff and do some weird characters and things like that. And you don't always get that on network, but I'd love to do a network series now. Well, I'd rather do like a Netflix or I don't know, so many different ones. But I think that there was a point where actually it was around the pandemic and I was thinking, what should I do? Because I'd written some shorts during the pandemic that I actually put myself in, acted, and got around to festivals, solely to see if they'd work and solely to see if I can get them done for around $1,000 instead of 30 grand, which a lot of people spend. And I thought, let's just see if these work, because I've written my whole life. And I did. We went to festivals. We have our YouTube channel. I've written 3 of them. I have another one that I'm doing this spring that I guess then I'll send to Sundance if they're interested. But I think that I also at that point said, I'm giving it a last hurrah, because I'd had a manager for a long time and I got very close on so many series. And I did probably 8 or 9 indie features that kind of would go to places, but then stream and then, so I thought, I didn't really ever hit mainstream. And I thought, I'm going to give it one last shot. And I said this to myself, I think like 3 years ago. So just based on your question, it's exactly what happened, because the voiceovers, although still busy, slowed down a bit. I have books out on it and I used to speak all over, but I thought, I don't think my days are done with this. I think I'm going to have a run in my 50s and 60s. I'm just going to try it again. And if I don't hit, I'll stop. And the first thing I went out on an indie feature called Lumped In, which is not out yet. I wish she'd get it done. I play a mom with a double mastectomy that gave up a kid for adoption. She's kind of quirky and strong, and it was an ex-alcoholic. It's a great freaking role. So that I booked that, and I shot that, and then I booked like 8 other things in the past 3 years. So I went, okay, I guess I made the right choice. And Strange Harvest came in. Strange Harvest was during the pandemic. And I read for that, and that role kind of freaked me out, but I really kept dreaming about her and go, I really like this Lexi Taylor character. That's a thing when you hold on to a character, right? And that's what it is. So that's what happened. This is what I kind of negotiate with myself. Not that I'm some all-knowing, all-power, but once in a while you got to kick it into gear and say, well, I guess I'll give it a last hurrah. So that was going to be it. And that's led to me working quite a bit again, which I'm happy about.
Yeah, incredible.
That's amazing.
You mentioned Strange Harvest. I'd love to hear more about it. I mean, was that your first foray into horror? That looked like a really cool premise of a movie.
It was my first foray. You know what? I was just thinking about that. Absolutely. And I play the lead homicide detective. It's very much what they call found footage. Stuart Ortiz is the writer-director of Grave Encounters. He had a partner. So these Grave Encounters were huge. I was not familiar with the genre except for what? Blair Witch Project?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. For
Back
found
in the
footage.
day.
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure of it. Now, Peter Zizzo, who plays my co-star, he had read the script. I guess his manager got him the script. I had not seen the script, so the only thing I saw were pieces, but I loved the character. But I thought, I don't know how this is going to play. And then I worried if it was above board in the sense that you don't really know with a lot of these things. It was a very professional set, but I also didn't think I was going to be able to handle the graphic nature without giving too much away. But the minute I kind of put on Lexi Taylor's big girl pants on, I go, Terry Apple can't handle this. Lexi Taylor can handle this. So I ought to, that's what my brain did, because there was a lot of behind the scenes and a lot of things he did that you don't know how it's going to show up on camera. But it's a great experience. Really, I have to say, it was really we laughed on that set more than I have on a lot of sets. And it was a thriller, you know?
So how do you decompress after a big horror film like that? Like just to leave it alone when you walk away? Or does it come with you in a little bit?
Well, the character does. You know, when you play a character, I'm really looking forward to, there's a teaser at the end after the credits that Peter attempts to go into a cave. I'm not giving it away by that. And so I think I would love to play her in a series, actually. I mean, there's a different, you know, it's very interesting because on the one hand, you always like to play new characters and new roles. I just feel like there's more to divulge with Lexi as a character. Certainly, I'm not the writer of this project. He is, but I see so many more ways it could go. So if that's a second film, or that's this, but yeah, I think all characters. It's interesting that you asked it like that. I think they always stay with you to a degree. And then when I write my own stuff, it's like I go, what kind of character do I want to play? And then you got to come up with a concept that's, you know what I mean? That's my short. The new one that I came up with is just such an absurd concept. And I like the character. I went, okay, that's the two connecting factors. But yeah, I think a character always does kind of stay with you. I hate to say it's kind of cool. I know I shouldn't probably say this, but there is a difference between being on an episodic that you shoot like 100 things of the same character as the actor. I realize it's great. The money's great, everything else. But when you're on these limited series where they get to dissect a character and you go to, I know it's a shorter run possibly, but as an actor, you're getting to explore more than just, I guess, showing up like as a soap opera kind of thing every day, you know?
Yeah, for sure. What you mentioned a short. Is that one you're currently writing? Maybe I missed that. Is it?
I've written.
Yes.
It's done. I wrote it. I'll give you just a type. Do you guys watch Black Mirror?
Yes.
I've seen some episodes, not the full season, but Angel, yes.
It's so cool.
I'm catching up with that one. My husband started it without me, but he told me I had to go back and catch up.
Yeah, you do. Is it only the second season, right?
Yes.
It's so good. So, you know, it's very interesting when you're doing a short. The three that I wrote, I came up with the ideas and I went, you got to do, because I've been to Sundance so many times, it has to be something that really grabs the attention in a very short amount of time. And, you know, people do them and they spend a lot of money and then they don't get set up as features or nothing happens. And you've spent 30 grand on a short. I happen to be blessed in the fact that my best friend also does singer-songwriter, but composing, all the post-production. So we started a company during the pandemic, and we just said, let's just knock these out and see if we can without spending a huge amount of money to showcase the work. I wasn't intending to direct any of them, but the director said to me, no, you're directing it. And I went, no, Frank, I hired you to direct. He goes, no, but you write like you know what you're doing. I go, I don't have a shot list. Well, we winged it. It's fine. And it worked out. I mean, I have a good sense of, like, I guess, shots. I don't know. This one is just the concept is no one wants to die alone. Everybody's afraid of death. So in the future, you can choose to get chipped with the one that you love so that you can enter into eternity taking the ride with someone else. But then you realize you're fucking up God's plan. You're messing with destiny. A woman gets chipped with her dog because she doesn't have a significant other. It's very Black Mirror versus Sunshine of the Eternal Mind, or that kind of thing. So I really wanted to make sure it wasn't my ego getting in the way of a tight script. So I'm really making sure it's tight. Then I'll shoot it this spring. I had it cast once before, and I'll just recast it. I'm going to play the lead gal in this. She actually, the whole point is she fell madly in love, spending eternity, can't stand the guy now, 30 years later, dying to get this damn chip out. But she invested in the company. And so, and it brings in reincarnation and life and God and going, what the hell are these humans doing to make sure the only thing that is unnatural, you come into Earth, you're born alone, you die alone. So, but it's, I like the concept. So it stuck with me because I thought, I've written things before, and then you go, it's not, doesn't play anymore. Bomb Squad's another one. I kind of put it to the side for many years because I could never get it set up. Ed Asner loved his character. He goes, Terri, go get it set up. I go, oh, okay. I go, how am I going to? He was from Kansas City. I reached out to him when I moved out here. And then my buddy Lorenzo Muzak, if you love animation, Lorenzo created the Mary Tyler Moore Show, the Rhoda Show, but he was Garfield the cat.
Oh, fun. That's awesome.
And he was also Lorenzo the doorman on the Rhoda Show, if you remember, where Rhoda answers the buzzer and he goes, hello, this is Carlton the doorman. And he was very flat and wry. So we were good friends. But that's another one. It's very interesting because my friend's very good friends with John Travolta. And she said, why don't we get this to John? Because he'd be good for either the captain or probably not the guy retiring. And I thought, but things time out, you know, and then I don't have, you got to have the network connection. But I mean, if he wanted to do it because he has a production company, but you never know. I mean, I think you have to kind of use all your skills. It's hard to do. You don't, I've written my whole life and I've had things published and published poet and things like that. But sometimes you don't think that you have the ability, but people do. Billy Bob Thornton wrote his own. I mean, you just kind of have to have the tenacity and do it, I guess, and see if it leads to anything.
Yeah, I mean, you're no better off than you are today, right? Like if it falls, it goes away. Yeah.
It is crazy though to chase when you think about, some people grow up and they go, okay, Terri, that's an unrealistic dream. We're not going to pursue that. We're going to settle down, get married, have babies, and you're just going to put those silly dreams aside. Those are childhood dreams that you know what I mean? And some other people go, nope, I'm going for it.
Yeah. I love that.
Yeah.
Well, we make choices, I guess, huh?
Yeah. You always make new ones, though. It's all good.
Yep. You know, it works out. It works out. I'm happy that, it's nice.
Yeah.
Strange Harvest has been a nice ride.
I believe it. I was reading your article from the Kansas City newspaper. It was a fun read. Yeah. Sweet.
Well,
are you working on anything?
Huh?
No, please finish your thought. I didn't know I was talking over you. I bet.
No, it's fine. I was going to say that what's interesting, and in the climate that's going on right now, the fact that Strange Harvest did not have any star names, but yet Saban and Roadside bought this film and put it out the same day as Weapons in 1,000 theaters across the country. That's a pretty big, you know what I mean? I'm thinking, and then Hulu bought it. So it's doing really well on Hulu. I think it's number 5, and the Rotten Tomatoes is at
It's
like
doing great on Rotten Tomatoes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's doing right. So I'm really happy for I'm happy for us as a whole, but I'm really happy that it worked out because I think this was his first foray on his own. But he really had a vision and knew what he was doing. And this wasn't a tiny budget, but it wasn't a $3 million movie. I mean, he did this movie and a lot of Canadian crew. But I think I've been in the business long enough to realize it could have absolutely gone straight to streaming, even if we're lucky, straight to streaming. So the fact that it had a theater run at all is pretty, it's cool. It's nice.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. That's a tough weekend against Weapons, though. That was highly touted. So that's as good as it did. That's awesome. Yeah.
It's funny. I say the same thing. Why would they? But I guess they have things set up the way they do. But here's what's interesting. Once I saw Weapons, because Weapons kind of goes to the campy side a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was good, but it is a different movie. I was told there were several papers that put out that people were doing them as double headers. That people were going to Weapons and then going to see Strange Harvest. So it really kind of only helped us on the road there, which I didn't even think, but that was kind of cool.
Yeah, almost like a Barbenheimer. When people watching Barbie and Oppenheimer at the same time.
Yeah, Oppenheimer. Yep. Exactly. God, that's right. Yeah.
What else do you have going on in your world? You got anything you're working on right now besides your short?
Well, I don't. Besides this short that I'm doing an animated series called MAD. It's a little political, mutually assisted destruction. I'm up for something that films in Denver. If I think I'm getting it, I think I got it. So I think that'll probably film in the next couple of weeks. I have other movies that are coming out. A Girl Like Him, Smoking It, and I'm just up for some other things. So that's what I'm working on.
I do have one more question. I was just thinking about it. What is the festival circuit like for you as the actress? To go into any of those things, is that pretty cool or is that exhausting?
No, it's great, but you have to listen. I decided a long time ago I wasn't going to go to like the Cannes Film Festival unless I had a reason other than just being an actor and being like, hi, let me try to finagle some work or just to have fun. The one time I did go in 2000, I had a movie out called Tapwater, which is still, that's another character I'd love to play again. She she runs a studio. It's an absurd kind of indie film, but I think it's on streaming somewhere. But we were at Market Week during the Cannes Film Festival, so I got to pair that up with business and to go do the Market Week along the same time, even though it was in sales and getting distributed, but it wasn't. I think they played it at the Cannes Festival, but it wasn't like one of the main things. Sundance, same way. I've been to Sundance probably 15 times. The final time I said, I am not going back to Sundance unless I have a project here. And I got a project, the lead in a short that actually won that year, Jordan Scott, who is, huge. Her father's a huge director. I can't think of his first name right now, but I played a kind of an abusive, mean mom, and it was really cool. And that was great. It's always fun when there's something to promote and people ask you questions about it, and then they're already seeing a character. And so they're coming in with questions based on that character and the project. So it's a much different experience to do Sundance that way when you have something to bring to the table and then you're going and you're having conversations with people. A few people said to me, Terri, go to Sundance this year because of Strange Harvest is doing so well. And I was even a director friend of mine was like, Terri, everyone's talking about the movie, you should go. And I thought, it's like, I'd rather if I had something there or if it was at Sundance, you know what I mean?
Sure.
But then to just go and say, hey, have you seen Strange Harvest? I don't know. I don't know, but it's great when you do that. Now I'm doing a lot of press now and interviews. And when I do go to something, people are coming up to me and knowing, and like the guys at Saban and the guys at Roadside. So that's kind of cool. That's kind of always nice to go, hey, I just saw you in this movie. You're great. And go to gifting suites and fun stuff like that. But, you know, you want to try to take as much as I've been in this business a long time, and I know a lot of people in the business, like agents and directors and those kind of things. But I've never been one to be like, bring me on, hire me. You know, I'm just trying to keep it separate and let them see my work and say, oh, Terri, I'm putting you in this or whatever.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Is there something that you would, in some type of insight that you would give to new actors starting off in the or the voiceovers? Just
in just voiceovers or on camera too, or just
on camera also? I didn't want to link them together, but yeah, I figured it would work in both ways.
You know why? Because it's all acting. So we don't really, there's so many different mediums. There's on-camera commercials, there's industrial films, there's all these vertical shorts that are huge right now. I want to say that about 68% of the business is non-union now. So depending where you live, and the reason I wrote the first voiceover book was because you can live in Ohio or Kansas City or Michigan or anywhere else and isn't one of the A-list places to book national commercials and work non-union. I would say do as much work as you can, get into a great class, learn your craft, learn what to do on a set, learn how to audition for something, learn how to get the right picture taken, learn how to approach this business. There's something called Actors Access, which regardless of whether you have an agent or a manager, you can be going on there and you can submit for acting work. Everything now is self-audition, meaning that you put your filter up and you do it on your iPhone and you send these in and then you book the job. Once in a while you go in still, but it's a little less. But I would say take as much work as you can. Even go do a play, but also these vertical shorts are wonderful if you're just starting out to get out there because they're set up like a feature film, but then they're intercut in these little 2-minute overalls. They're done real shorts and a bunch of different ones. You know, they pay basically almost scale, what union scale is, but you can also get the tape and you can start to use that to book other jobs. I don't think you have to wait until you decide to move to California because a lot of the work isn't really here anymore. There's a lot of work in Ohio. There's work in Atlanta. There's work in Texas. There are ad agencies that you can send a voiceover demo to. I would suggest not doing your own voiceover demo. And then have it professionally produced. And I would go learn how to read scripts and do that correctly. But there's a lot of ways to be able to get better at your craft so that you get the work so that it leads to more work. Because then by the time you do get on a set, you'll know what you're doing because it's not all what it looks like. In a voiceover, the taster's choice, the taste of choice, that may have been what went to air, but they have you do 30 takes of something. You know, you're in a booth doing 30 takes. And by the way, those 30 takes started with a script with specs and me and 30 other actors that were lucky enough to read on that. And then you read on it and it said warm, sophisticated, off the cuff. And my version of warm, sophisticated, off the cuff was the one that did it. Now, maybe my vocal quality, but I don't sound much different than Tasia Valenza and a lot of other people. And we both work quite a bit. So at the end of the day, it comes down to your interpretation of that mood. And it's the same thing with an on-camera script, you know? I mean, you've got the basic things of like, well, if I'm reading for a nurse, I shouldn't go in with a baseball hat and a jean jacket. You know, I mean, there's just the obvious of whatever. And if vocally you don't fit a role, that's a little different. But it just depends, because even in the voiceover world, there's animation, there's tonight at 9 on Fox, so promos, there's the trailers that you hear in the movie theaters, there's the dubbing, there are Walla Walla groups where you stand and you do the different sound effects in the background. I said trailers, there's live announcer, live announcer. there's oh God, my cousin Carly is huge in audiobooks. She and my other friend Hillary Huber, and I got her into regular, but she was an actress before. But I think she wanted to make a demo, and I helped her make a demo. But she became huge. She's got to deal with Random House and everything. I don't have the patience for that. But you can also chase that world. But you've got to. I can't even do my own book. I get past like the first page, and I'm like, oh, I can't. I got to move on. Like I've done 1 hour shows and 2 hour shows. But it's then you knock it out a couple times and you're done. These books are like 350 pages. I tried to get through, I think I got through 5 pages on even an audiobook for one of my books that I have published. I'm like, I can't, I gotta move on. And she has a lot of patience, but there is a gift there's a gift in that world too. It's very cool. It's very cool.
Terri, where can folks find you online?
Yeah. Oh. Where do you find me? Okay, I think my Instagram is Terri, and then it says _Apple1. You'll find me because I think there's just 1 or 2 on there. Terri Apple, and then you can just Google Terri Apple, and then Facebook I'm on there under my name, and then TikTok I just kind of put fun stuff up. TikTok is, I'm too old for all this. I don't even know, is it at Terri Apple 7? Like it says humorist and then it goes at Terri Apple 7. So that's probably it.
I hope so too.
We'll find ya.
Yeah,
you'll find me.
Anything else you want to discuss or like call out that you're working on? It sounds like you're doing a bunch of stuff.
See when a girl like him comes out and smoked it and lumped in, hopefully, but I've got The Fair that's streaming. Tapwater streaming, Strange Harvest. You got to check out Strange Harvest because I think we'll probably start shooting another one coming up at some point here. And just a few other things.
Thank you so much, Terri, for being on our show.
I know. I don't think I know the YouTube. I got to, you know what? I don't know what it is.
We'll find it for you. We'll add it to the description of the video.
We can tag it below.
We'll find it.
Great promoting. Great promotion, Terri.
My
best friend knows. She put it together, but it's with our shorts up there, and they are cute and fun to look at. So anyway, yeah,
awesome.
I'll give them to you.
Oh, please do. Well, it was wonderful having you. Okay. Thanks, everybody, for listening. Talk to y'all soon. See you, everybody. Hey everybody, another Three Geeks conversation. It's Justin and Phil Grieve here with me. How you doing, Phil?
Good, thanks. How are you doing?
Doing well. And I'm so excited to talk to you. I'm a giant Lord of the Rings fan, so I'm so excited to chat. But what got you into the industry? What got you into acting in general? What pulled you in?
I had a speech impediment when I was a kid, so I was going to speech and therapy and got interested in the various pieces of literature that you did as part of that. Got into school plays when I was at school. Did theatre studies at university. Got into professional theatre while I was at university. And that's the way I went. It's the kind of thing I felt I was good at. Limited options.
Yeah. That's awesome. But so I've interviewed someone else from Lord of the Rings, and they mentioned they were also in Hercules, like you were, and that kind of pulled them into the Lord of the Rings kind of universe as well, just being kind of in the acting scene from that to Lord of the Rings. Was that a similar case for you, or am I reaching?
I got into Hercules right at the tail end. I think I might have been in the final episode. Yeah, but there was obviously an established industry for fantasy, in New Zealand. Swords and sandals, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, awesome. How did you become an orc? How did you get pulled into the Lord of the Rings universe?
Yeah, I mean, I moved to Wellington right at around the perfect timing for it, I suppose. People started coming on board a year or two after I got to Wellington, and of course everything was based out of there. So almost everybody in our industry was either auditioning or eventually performing in that. Be few and far between who didn't have some involvement with it. And it just happened to be a case of right place, right time, I guess.
Awesome. And you were primarily in orc. I see a goblin credit too. Was that a lot of time in like the costume chair or the latex and like the just like all that? I have to assume so, but like
Yes. Roughly about 3.5 hours in the chair each morning to apply the prosthetics, and about an hour and a half at the end of the day, and still a 10-hour shoot day between. So very long days.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
It's so crazy to me too, because I interviewed a gentleman before who made the prosthetics for the Orc armies and stuff. So there's a non-zero chance he helped make the stuff that you wore in like it's full circle for me. It's just kind of cool. Do you
was he based at Weta?
They brought him from America to do like they said, hey, we need more hands. Like a lot of the New Zealand folks did it, but like, hey, we need some more people. So they were just grabbing bodies from the story he told me. He was just like, hey, ship over here. We need some help. That was what I believe was Mark was his name. But it was awesome talking with him. But it's full circle. So 3 hours in the chair. Now, how did that correlate on screen? Like, did you have a sword? Did you like? How elaborate were like the sets and things they were in? Because my understanding is it got pretty detailed in terms of even like everybody got a sword kind of a thing. Like how detailed was your character?
Well, there were certainly props depending on the character that you're playing. Some of my more famous characters in that realm didn't need a weapon. So I was pretty much big dude yelling orders a lot of the time, or else middle management, that kind of thing. But yeah, we certainly had, we were given a chance to have a look at props if we needed them. The props department are incredible, of course. So making everything look, part of that world, incredible achievement, I think.
Oh, for sure. Now, you being in the area, were you able to just go home every day, like to your actual like physical house, or were you just because I know they filmed those back to back to back, I believe, right? So like you were just on that set for a long period of time. Yeah,
I was living in Wellington over that period, so yes, I could go home.
Go cool
and wash off the rest of it. The things that didn't get washed off in the makeup room, a lot of it's quite residual, sticky bits on the face.
Yeah. What's do you have a memorable scene? Like what from I guess you were all three of the movies, so do you have a favorite from each or one that's really sticking out to you from when you were in it?
First movie was a little limited in terms of my involvement. The only movie that I did without prosthetics, actually, just like a split second before Peter Jackson's cameo in the first film. Menacing-looking man walking towards him and Brie. Which a pan passed,
Yeah.
Probably the biggest amount of dialogue was in Two Towers with Saruman. Talking about how we were going to logistically make an army appear, and then the third movie, probably the scene where Frodo and Sam are press ganged into the Orc army and there's an inspection. But all of my scenes are extended, so I wasn't in any of the theatrical releases.
Oh, was that a bummer when it first came out? Were you pretty pissed? Like you spent all that time and
I was still credited alongside some very famous people, so I was quite happy about that.
Yeah.
In terms of the scenes, I could understand why they cut them in terms of running time. But once you've seen the extended version, they are great scenes. And
there's no going back. Once you've seen extended, there's no going back. I'm sorry, I didn't talk over you, but
a lot of great scenes in that category, so I'm not upset.
Yeah, the whole mouth of Sauron, like that those scenes are crazy, and like just they cut them all out. Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, great until the point. Well, it's a philosophical divide over that one because of the beheading, of course.
Oh, fair. Yeah, fair.
Don't believe that Aragorn would have done that, but yeah, up until that point, Bruce Spence gave an amazing performance, I thought.
His performance came to an abrupt end, as you would say. That's
yeah. Not
so
like
I was. So I was reading on one of the Wikipedias about your characters. Did you play a ring wraith? Someone was crediting you a ring wraith, and I was like, I don't know.
I did a signing recently, and they asked me to sign things with the ring wraith, and I was thinking, okay, and it was pretty much a generic thing. All the evil guys were put in one box, and that's as far as they went, really. But no, I never did that. Not tall enough.
That's awesome. That's awesome. What do you have a favorite behind the scenes moment or several? You basically lived there for years, right? In that world. Do you have a favorite or a couple of favorite moments while being there?
Oh, interesting. My big memorable day was for me anyway, was on in the Mordor scenes, and we were filming out of a famous we were based in a famous hotel up there that's open in the winter for the ski season. And we were all staying in the hotel and then going up the mountain to film the scenes. And we wrapped our scenes, went through makeup, went back to the hotel, had a bath, went downstairs to go and have dinner. And here was Richard Taylor coming in from the mountain, having spent all that time in between, packing up all the props into containers and all that kind of thing. He was out literally hours after everybody else left, and he was rushing upstairs to grab a bag and drive back to Wellington, which is about 5.5 hours drive.
Oh my God.
And he said that he and Tanya had not seen daylight in months.
Oh my God.
Not seen their house in daylight in months.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So dedication too.
Yeah. So I never thought about this until you mentioned, because you're local, you're in the industry locally. Are you really friends around, it being such a community? Have you ever established relationships with people going into it? A lot of it, was it you hanging out with a bunch of friends on set? Is that a fair statement? Yeah.
It's a reasonably small community, but at that stage quite vibrant. There were about 4 professional theatres in Wellington at the time, so the community was robust, and we had a lot of film work going on at this time as well. So there was definitely crossover. Great working with friends. One example, Jed Brophy has done a lot of prosthetic work and character roles, all that kind of thing. He studied drama with me at Otago University, so we were in the same class back then, and he's pretty much meteoric rise since that point in this world.
Yeah. Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah.
Now, you've also stepped into the TV show too. Was that fun? Was that cool, going from the movies and then kind of transitioning to the TV show, The Rings of Power? I think that's pretty cool, right?
I was very pleased to be involved in the world again, because I was brought up on Tolkien.
Yeah.
The Hobbit was my first chapter book.
Oh,
and I think I bought Lord of the Rings when I was 10 or 12 or something like that.
Yeah, same.
So I love that world anyway, and I was very pleased to get back into it. Quite a few differences from the other, in the sense that there was a lot more, well, I don't know how much research the writers went into, but there was a lot of thinking over that period in between. And we had philosophical differences. Joseph Maul, who originally played Adar in season 1, had insisted on a culture for the orcs where they were just a people who were looking for a homeland, a whole other political aspect for them, rather than just evil dudes who killed everybody, And that's a fundamental shift for me. And also basic differences too, in terms of the medium that was used. in the trilogy, we were using latex for the prosthetics, and in the TV series, we're using silicone, which gives a lot more kind of realistic shine for the camera, I suppose. Yeah, so I hear they're going back to latex for the next one. So that'll be interesting.
Does it feel does one feel better than the other? Is one more comfortable, or does it indifferent in that regard?
I think there's more movement in the silicone because it just maps to the skin better in some ways. But I guess they're looking for consistency with the original because it's at the same timeline, of course.
Sure.
So
I guess that the shadows and things coming off of it is that kind of the thought, is like the reflections and things coming out. Is that, or the colors, you can't really color match the two? Is that kind of the thing?
They can paint anything. My first day on set was with the head of prosthetics department, Gino, and basically he was painting me most of the day while I had the voices of Ian McKellen and Christopher Lee in the background, servants of the enemy here in Isengard. And I'm just in a deck chair in the sun getting painted.
That's incredible. That's so much fun.
Yeah.
So you mentioning you being a big fan. When you heard they were filming in New Zealand, were you just, you have to be in it? Like, was that regardless of role? Like, were you just like, hey, I grew up reading this stuff, I know I got to be in this thing?
Please. And so much of it was categorized by physicality. So, people of a certain height were drafted one way for hobbits, or, tall, slender, often blonde-haired people were elves in that direction. And, it's a little bit eugenics. So I'm just...
I can die this way.
I'm old.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Did you ever want to play a character that's not an orc then? Could you have been like, all right, guys, I can at least be a dwarf. Let me be a dwarf. Give me something.
Yeah, I had postulated that theory to other people in the past. I got as far as doing a screen test for PJ on The Hobbit. Before kind of they got into filming, they were doing some storyboarding for Hollywood. And we did a scene where I think in my mind, I was Bomber. And we were kind of trying to run into Beorn's house and hold the door against the bear,
Yeah.
So, but that didn't happen. And I've spoken to friends of mine who did do it, and they said it was very hard work. Lots of weight in the costuming and the prosthetics, and lots of running. So... yeah. I mean, I would have loved doing it, of course, but I don't know how good I'd have been. I was hanging on to the thought of being Bomber and dragged everywhere asleep by the end of it.
And I think I heard you right. You're doing conventions and different signings and stuff. Like, how's the fan interaction been fun? Have you enjoyed that aspect of this whole thing?
I have had very little involvement with that world, actually.
Okay.
My first involvement was maybe 10, 12 years ago. And at that stage, they'd been doing signings for, over a decade, of course. And it was like they'd gone, now, who haven't we got? And scraping through the barrel. But I'm pleased I went. It was, by that stage, it was a situation where they had to have buffers between more famous people, shall we say. So we'd have...
Oh, jeez, don't diminish yourself like that.
No, I'm serious. We had like very famous people on either side and me in the middle, just so there was a buffer between the long queues. At one convention, I was sitting between Christian Nan, who plays Hodor, and George Romero's, who, neither of them.
Oh, jeez, dude. That's rough. That's rough. I'm here at work. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And then we'd have like my small queue of diehard fans who had like 10, 12 years worth of signatures on this one object and they wanted another, that kind of thing.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah. Great experience.
For sure.
And now more recently, they've taken to, instead of sending people over to conventions, they bring people here with product and you just go somewhere and sign lots of product locally.
Can you go into more of that? That's interesting. So do you just have a manager that collects all the stuff that like you want to get signed,
it's
or
a company that does it?
Oh.
So in this case, a UK company who gathered up stuff from fans and bought it, and but also some new product, like bought new product that hadn't been signed.
Mhm.
And these guys schlepped it all over to New Zealand, and they did a whistle stop tour. They did a lot of driving, and half hour signing, got through the product. Yeah, so it's a different world now.
Yeah,
even more so
100%.
now, I think, given the
Yeah.
fuel crisis.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, it's gonna be, it's gonna be very different.
I see that
do you-
they've had to postpone Comic-Con London for a year, I think.
Oh, due to all that, the
Yeah.
cost of. Oh, wow. Okay,
Because they have lots of international guests.
sure. Can't
Yeah.
travel, you can't travel. That makes sense. Man, that stinks. Is Comic-Con big in your area? Do you get a lot of cons in your just general vicinity?
The guy who was facilitating to get me across to the UK for those couple of signings I did, he runs an outfit called Armageddon in New Zealand, and they have, I think, at least 3, if not 4, iterations of that throughout the country each year. And they get quite a few international guests, of course, but
Sure.
I just don't know how they'll go now.
Yeah, it's gonna be harder
Yeah.
for sure. Do you have a favorite fan interaction at a con? Then, do you have a favorite memory, one you want to share? I guess.
Well, you can imagine me as a little fangirly on the bus with all these famous people going from the hotel
Sure.
to the thing.
Sure.
I'm sitting next to Casper Van Dien from Starship Troopers.
Shit. Yeah, I lose my mind too.
This is so surreal. Trying not to kind of impinge on that world, because they, of course, know each other quite well, a lot of the others.
Sure.
And he's sitting next to this dude that nobody's ever seen, and they don't know who he is because he's normally wearing prosthetics, right?
Oh. That's
So
oh man.
imposter syndrome.
Oh no, no. But it would be a lot of fun though. One day you hire a guy to put some prosthetics, and you just show up as an orc.
Yeah.
As cons.
Like, that guy, I was on the bus with that guy.
That'd be super dope. Are there any stories about that Lord of the Rings experience you had that you've not gotten to tell folks? Like, is there anything, like a memory that you wish, man, I wish someone would ask me this question, but just no one ever does? Do you have any fond memories you wish to share that just hasn't had the opportunity to be shared?
I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
That's okay.
But I don't know, just little things like, the first day on set, after the painting job, first day in front of the camera was the scene that I did just before PJ's cameo. And we were in the town of Bree, and they'd made the place super wet with rain machines, and the whole place was like a sea of mud.
Yeah.
And they had us in this footwear that just sucked off into the mud as soon as you stepped into it. And it was like, okay, so now what do we do?
That's awesome.
A lot of thinking on the fly, I think, at the time.
Oh, I believe that very much.
Yeah, mostly just friends, dealing with things like having prosthetic teeth and how to eat meals, that kind of thing. Famously, a lot of Marvel stars or, superhero stars talk about costume and how they don't exactly make costumes designed for bathroom breaks, that kind of thing. So practicalities, I suppose. Yeah.
I had, sorry.
Not a fan of rain machines, let's put it that way.
Very fair. So you said something there that I had never once in my whole life, I think I can honestly say, thought about. Prosthetic teeth? You can't just pop them in and out? Like you can't just like.
Jed's first character couldn't have solid meals.
Oh.
He had to sip everything through a straw because it was just not logistically great to be able to be dealing with the teeth in that way. So then I think they became a little more, you can have the teeth out, that kind of
Sure.
stuff.
Sure.
But yeah. And it's interesting, some of the characters that you're alongside in the lunchroom are deeply method. So you've got, Brad Dourif, for example, who's American and just did not want to break character at all as Wormtongue, and he'd just be like Wormtongue in the lunchroom. And it's like, oh my God, this guy. Both creepy and awesome,
Yeah. I love that. Do they have their own little corner of people staying in character? I like to picture them all in their own little table, like pretending they're still in character.
No. At a table with Wormtongue, What a square meal.
That's awesome. Well, if you don't mind, let's leave Middle Earth for a second, because you've been in a bunch of other stuff that I'd love to hear about. Spartacus, I love that show. If you can tell me anything about your experience, I binge watched that whole thing. I feel so bad about the star with the whole cancer thing, but I love that show.
Very talented guy. I had very little to do with him. My episode, he was on the injured list in terms of, the character was on the injured list, going through all sorts of mental things, dreams, bad dreams, all that kind of stuff. Whereas I was on set with John Hannah in the arena watching the person who should have been him fighting instead. So, yeah, but what an amazing day. Sitting there watching, green screen, of course, but, having this long rocker wig, down to my kind of waist almost, that it had been like curled up into this pretty looking. It's very funny.
Oh man, I bet. So it was just a day. It was a day shoot for you. Do you have any fond memories of that day, or just that experience?
Well, I mean, the sort of chat you'd have with somebody who you'd previously seen on screen, and then you realize there's an actual person, and you understand why a lot of actors are great conversationalists, because they're very empathetic, I suppose, and they look for connection. So the conversations can be amazing.
Oh, awesome. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Bridge to Terabithia. Now, I have not seen it, but I've heard so much about it that I feel like I've seen it. Can you tell me at all about being Mr. Bailey in Bridge to Terabithia?
There was a very small role. It was pretty much the school janitor who discovered them where they shouldn't be, that kind of thing. That was another day shoot.
Sure.
But awesome to be spending time in the company of these kids who go on to do amazing things, of course. Anna-Sophia Robb, Josh Hutcherson. These were just kids doing Terabithia. And you watch their careers and think, I mean, I spent a few days on set with Ryan Gosling doing Young Hercules when he was 19, and what a guy at 19. Obviously, well-parented.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. That's awesome. Do you ever send him letters like, hey, remember me? We were in Young Hercules together. How are things?
I got to show him the photo, but I'm sure he had a lot of interesting characters that he was working with on that.
Yeah, I bet.
I think I played a character called Fatuous.
No way. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So, do you? What was it like being on Hercules? It's like, as a kid, I loved that show. It was just enough, over the top, that you could just really sink your teeth into, and just watch the fights and things like that, and creatures of myth. What was your time like on Hercules and Young Hercules?
Yeah, I mean, Young Hercules, I think, was a bigger outlay for me. Hercules, I think, was not a big shoot, but characters at that stage. 2 characters. One was Oceanus and one was Helios, and I was the Helios, so I was red, and the other guy was blue.
Were you a god? Was Helios like the god Helios? Oh, Titan. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. That's dope.
Yeah. But always a lot of fun,
Yeah, for sure. Wish I mentioned those whole sets were a lot of fun.
Mm.
What was Pete's Dragon? I have seen it, but it was a while ago. But I remember really liking it. Did you?
Yeah.
Do you have any fond memories of being in Pete's Dragon?
Great bunch of people.
Yeah.
Excellent bunch of people. David Lowery was just starting out as a director at that point. I think he'd done one well-received indie kind of movie, and he's gone on to do quite a few good things since. Married, of course, to Augustine Frizzell, who's done Euphoria and stuff like that. So she's a powerhouse in her own right. She was on set some of the time as well. I think she might have been involved with the writing. But yeah, just the tight-knit group of people. A few Kiwis and Marcus Henderson, who's gone on to do a few things in America. I think he was in Get Out. He was recently on Lincoln Lawyer, so he's doing well, I think. Just a great bunch of people. The fact that it was shooting 20 minutes from my hometown for a lot of it was very surreal. So I could live at home with my mom and get picked up by production and taken 20 minutes down the road to set. It was just a bit weird.
Yeah,
never think back growing up in your little hometown in New Zealand.
Yeah, that's incredible. Now,
So
I should have asked.
definitely comes to
go ahead,
town.
sorry. Yeah, that's incredible.
I love the comment from one of the locals when the production was over and they'd had the wrap party, and they said, "That's great, but can we have our internet back now, please?"
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Because they had used this huge pipe of internet to send everything to the States, and everybody local was getting minimal,
That's incredible. Now, King Kong, I would love to hear, did the Peter Jackson, like, you know what I mean? Like, would you just like, hey, Lord of the Rings, now we're going to do King Kong? Is that how that happened? Like,
he'd
bing, bang, boom?
always had an affinity with the movie, and I think we did too. I remember as kids sneaking out of bed to go and watch the Friday night, late night movie.
Yeah.
And, being nabbed in the process and having to sneak out again and all that kind of stuff. And he was talking I think at a similar age, watching that movie at a similar age and just falling in love with it. It's a beautiful movie, the Fay Ray version.
Yeah.
And it had always wanted to do it, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, sorry. What was your experience like on there, on King Kong? I think he's Laughing Man, so was it probably a lot, but it'd be fun.
Yeah, flashover scene before she goes to the island and she's performing in vaudeville, and I'm in the audience eating peanuts and making a mess, kind of. And then they said, well, maybe we should try it with dialogue. And I panicked and thought, I don't even know who this guy is. Is he American? Is he German? Is he, where's he from? What? So he said, just try something. And I went, show us your tits. And he went, no.
We're going to go back to just laughing, huh?
Yeah, because he seemed like that kind of guy. He seemed like a real pig of a guy. So, but yeah, they decided not to go that way.
I love the idea of like, you can say whatever you want. Well, you gave me the option. I'm going to take it. That's awesome.
So I think they decided against that idea. But yeah, we had a scene where I was sitting in the audience. I don't know if you remember much about the movie, but there's a scene where she gets back from the island and she's back in the old game and she's on stage as part of a big show with big ostrich feather fans and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And there's a guy comes on and he's doing tap to Bye Bye Blackbird. And it was just mesmerizing to be able to sit and watch that take after take. And she just stops in the middle of the action and just walks off stage because, she's thinking, how can real life be any, different, better than what I've just been through,
Yeah.
And so we got to hear that maybe 3 or 4 times. And then when it came to the edit, it was like montage shots. And it was like, oh, no.
Oh, you're missing something.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
really?
really missing that. It was just a beautiful choice that song, that tapping, that but they just intercut it.
That's a bummer. That's a bummer.
But it's one way in which actors get to experience something that the audience never do.
Yeah, that's true. Does that well? What's a good? My thought is, does that happen a lot? Do you have a lot of memories where, like, man, they should have kept that in? Like, not a specific movie, but it's like when you're watching back your performance and the movie, like, boy, I wish it would have kept a little bit more of that scene. Now, the extended editions aside, right? Because we talked about that, but like, do you ever have moments like that? Like, man, 2 or 3 more minutes here would have really served that movie.
Yeah, my career. Yeah. I think there were, because David Lowery on Pete's Dragon encouraged us a lot to just do wild lines, ad libs, that kind of thing. And I think I wish there would have been more in that that was kept for the film. But I think it was a way of, making the characters feel alive without necessarily worrying about script or anything like that, So it was a good trick. But I think there are some genius moments that were left cut on the floor.
That's fun.
As you have to do when you're an editor, I guess.
True. Are they, now thinking forward, are they pulling into the next couple of seasons of Ring of Power? Are we going to see Phil?
No, we're done with that. They did 1 season.
Okay.
And then they committed to using UK studios because they had as much money and tied up in those studios as they did here. So they scrapped whole sets, the new Manoux set. A lot of the sets that we were on just got put in the bin or transported, and that was it. Largely a COVID thing, I think, because we were quite strict on COVID at that stage. So their first year of shoot got held up terribly on it.
Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't know. That stinks.
That's all right. I don't mind. I've been involved. That's what I'm happy about.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. You've been. Yeah. So speaking of the next one, do you have some stuff coming up you want to talk about? Do you have anything next up on your list?
About it in case I...
Oh,
but I will be
okay.
involved. Yeah.
All right.
I think they were looking for opportunities to marry up some of the stuff that was done in the trilogy. So we'll see how we go. But, the sketches I've seen of my character are very cool. So
Phil, you can't say that and then just not tell me more. So
I can.
When this thing gets announced, can you please come back on and we'll talk about it?
Okay.
Is that like I'm not trying to get you in trouble. I just want to hear about it.
Yeah, of course. That might have to be after the fact.
That's okay. You tell me when.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
I go on Reddit quite a bit on the different fan groups, that kind of thing. And there's an awful lot of negativity out there about, there's a lot of people who are purist at heart and think that whatever project is going to sell the world of Middle Earth down the river, just as a money grab or something like that. But I don't know. I keep saying all of it's a money grab. They didn't make the movies for no reason, They wanted to make money. New Line wouldn't have greenlit it otherwise. And people love the trilogy. There were definitely naysayers at the time for the trilogy. Certainly after The Hobbit. But
for sure.
But to mark things down before it's even been one reel of film shot, it seems to me a bit premature. They're basing it on other things, like the reception for Animal Farm or something like that, or how can you compare? All the old team is back, most of the old team in terms of production. So I expect it to be a great experience.
Dope. I'm very happy to hear that. I had something for you, but then I lost it mid thing. But what else you got coming down the pipe? Anything you want to talk about? What else in your world? We didn't cover.
No. I think that pretty much covers it. Things again, because I just turned 60, so I'm reaching the end of my useful action life, I suppose, in terms of set. If you've seen any
Phil,
of,
we can go to 80. My money's on 80, Phil. We got it.
Well, Ian McKellen's coming out at 86. So, you know, to do Gandalf. So, and
You can't let Ian McKellen show you up,
Phil.
Sorry.
What?
No, I said we can't let Ian McKellen show you up.
Oh, no. I mean,
still the 90.
I mean, he's got 26 years on me.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So, but in terms of an action figure, I don't know how many of his own stunts he'd be doing on this, but I don't know what Gandalf's involvement is in this movie.
We'll find out.
And I don't think he'll be involved in the Colbert one either, because that's a period where he's not on screen, right? Or not in the books, at least.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So, yeah. I mean, if you'd seen Rings of Power, you'd have seen my character was pretty much the guy who barks orders and, you know, that kind of thing, rather than any kind of action scenes. I didn't do a lot of the fighting. I was known on set for falling over quite a bit.
Not on camera? You just tipped over?
Not on camera. But, you know, tripping over hidden pieces, or, you know, because the thing about those sets is they've got a myriad of people with lots of different jobs to do.
Yeah.
And they don't necessarily all create a perfect environment for an actor. So you've got one guy who's making the set look shiny by spraying water everywhere. And you've got people who are using fog machines and all that kind of stuff. So it's designed to be atmospheric for the look on the camera, but it's not exactly conducive to finding a path as an actor.
Awesome.
So you've got to think, you know, every time they add a little bit in, so you've got to go, oh, that plus that plus that plus that, you know, there's a lot of kind of thinking on the hoof.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense.
And we had an amazing costume designer on the first season of Rings of Power, who has gone on to win a BAFTA for Frankenstein. But her costuming is practical. So everything is as it might be in that world. So it ties up and, you know, the cloaks are heavy. They're supposed to be, I think, fire drake skin or dragon skin to prevent, you know, light getting on the orcs. And all of that is very heavy, along with the costuming and the armor. And it could have been done in a film set way. So it was easy to get on and off. But no, it was practical. So that has its own kind of limitations.
That is probably hard to balance to your falling over part of it. If you're wearing that stuff, I would tip over too. If it's practical, it might sway you one way or the other. Is that a fair statement?
And so in terms of once you're getting older and not that fit, it's sort of you're kind of reaching the end of your useful life.
Oh, Phil.
I mean,
we're going to 90, damn it.
In that world. I don't think they have orcs in retirement homes.
I think you're right. You probably become soup. It's fine.
Yep.
It's okay.
Yeah, I've done enough.
Well, sir, I know it's not morning, but like you mentioned, just getting out of bed before, but I don't want to keep you too long. Where can folks find you online? Where can
Good question. I don't really have a sort of promotional aspect to my career. I just tend to go into spaces that already exist for other reasons. My agent is furious at me that I don't even have a show reel, for example. But, you know, technology is not my great friend. So, and I could probably work harder on that, but I haven't. You can find me pretty easily, I would guess, on IMDb or through sources like that. Or if you're in the chat groups.
Sure. Are you pretty active on the boards, huh?
I tend to read a lot of Lord of the Rings stuff, Rings of Power, that kind of thing, and try and give kind of perspective from production side rather than, you know, the purists.
That's fair.
So I feel like I know enough of the world to be able to comment and also have the aspect of having worked in the industry as well. So, yeah, that's my contribution, really.
It's a dope contribution for sure. Are you a big reader? This is a tangent. I just thought about it. Are you a big reader? Mentioning you read The Lord of the Rings as a kid?
I think I read less now than I used to.
Okay.
I think that's probably internet. I'm a big quizzer, so a lot of the stuff that I read is trying to expand my knowledge about what's happening in the world at the time. And there's a lot happening, of course.
There is.
So spending that time reading tends to be, less of a priority, I suppose. I've just recently gone back to a sci-fi series I read when I was first at university in the early 80s, and just trying to get a perspective on how that still reads. I don't know if you know Julian May, but she deals a lot with in terms of human potential psychically, or using the higher mind powers, I suppose.
Okay.
That kind of thing. So that's a whole different genre. I mean, I still reread parts of the Lord of the Rings every now and then. Some of my favorite pieces of prose ever written, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. That's kind of where my mind was. Like, are you reading any fantasy lately? Because there's a lot of new stuff out there. That's not. I mean, Lord of the Rings is way up here, but there is other stuff. So I wasn't sure if you've delved your feet into any of that and other fantasy novels out there.
I haven't gone to any of the. I mean, I think I branched into David Eddings. I read the Aragon series, that kind of stuff. But this is all back in the day. Some of the stuff that's coming out, I'm sure, is brilliant, and a lot of that owes its origins, I guess, in some way to Tolkien, because of the care.
100%. Yeah, Tolkien, and then Dune, the whole thing.
Creating a fantasy world.
Yeah, for sure. Well, sir, it was wonderful having you. I love talking with you.
Yeah,
I think we did it. So have a wonderful day.
It's great to
See
meet
everybody.
you.
It was wonderful to meet you.
Hi, everybody. How are y'all?
Just fine. How are you, Destiny Finley?
Doing fantastic. Thank y'all so much for coming on. I'm part of Three Geeks podcast, and we are thrilled to get to talk to y'all today.
Awesome.
So, Joey, my first question is for you. It's been 30 years since Wishbone's come out. Is that what made now the perfect time to make this documentary?
That is one of the many reasons. That's what I would say. It is the perfect time because of the 30th anniversary, but it's also the perfect time because when we look back on our careers, it's the main thing that everybody continues to talk to us about. And it's also because we're still friends with the cast and crew. So knowing at this time in our career that it was probably the best thing we ever did, and with the huge reactions of fans and their constant energy of wanting more material and anything Wishbone, we knew we were the right people to tell the story, and we have the means to do so.
Yeah, I love that. Watching it, it feels more like a love story to the legacy of Wishbone. Even after all this time, is that what y'all are hoping the audience takes away from this?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I can't speak for Joey and Betty. I came on board to co-produce this film for two reasons. Number one, definitely as a love letter to the fans, but also 30 years down the road, I thought it was high time to tell the story of all the incredible people who collaborated and came together to make this show what it became. And that paid off for us in November of last year when we held a private screening for cast and crew and their families. And we saw people we hadn't seen in 30 years. And within 90 seconds of reconnecting, we were talking in that old set shorthand again, and remembering all these inside jokes that we had and everything. And so, it those were my biggest motivations.
I love that.
Yeah, and I love that you used the word legacy, because that is exactly what came to my mind, because I'm a little older than Joey and Larry, and it just kind of dawned on me, we should tell this story. It's an amazing story. And it's funny because I'm learning more in the talking about it after we've made it, how remarkable it really was. And that's really, for me, is just a legacy to something really special that we all created together.
Yeah. Without a doubt, watching it, there's so much. I mean, I was a child when it came out. I watched it. Probably the reason I do love literature and love to read, and started writing myself. So it's very cool to get to see that years later, everything that went into it and how much love and work was truly put into everything, from the sets, the costumes, the voices. I mean, there's so much you don't know behind the scenes, and it is really cool to get the opportunity to see that when you don't get to in so many cases.
Thank you. We agree.
I mean, so the Wishbone team built a world. I mean, figuratively, creatively, but also quite literally in Texas. So much love went into every detail. Like I said, how important now, like, for everyone involved, is it to kind of get to share all of the details that we didn't get to see back then?
I mean, I think it's super cool to be able to tell this. The one thing that we went into this documentary thinking is that we would tell even a bigger story, even more stories, because we had over 350 cast and crew as part of this show. And so every person had a story to tell. We really went in thinking this could be a 6-hour, 12-hour miniseries. But we just couldn't tell each of those threads. But what we did when we got into editorial and we got into post, and the documentary just starts telling you what it wants to be. And it became this 1.5-hour love letter to the fans. And I'm excited about the content that's in there right now. It would have been nice to tell 12 more hours.
But then we remembered that none of us are Ken Burns.
Yeah,
But we love him.
Yes.
For sure. Was it emotional for y'all getting to revisit all the footage and the memories of being on set?
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, oh, Lord. So I conducted the interviews. And I called each and every interviewee ahead of time so that I could just sort of reconnect. In some cases, I had already been in touch. I'd stayed in touch. We were all in touch via social media, but this was, I was having conversations with people for the first time, whatever. And so I was trying to get that initial shock of reconnection out of the way, so that when it came time for interview day, they could sit in the chair across from me and we'd just be professional. That went out the window with the very first interview. I can't remember who was first, but I'll just take, for example, Carol Kaleson. She was our still photographer. She flew all the way in from Los Angeles to be a part of the film. The minute I saw her, we both started crying and just embraced and held on to each other for a real long time, not even saying anything. And I probably did that with 2 or 3 more people. And then Gigi Coker, who in addition to being our hair and makeup artist, did our hair and makeup for the documentary, finally comes out and says, "Honey, I need you to wait until after the interviews are over before the happy reunion because they're ruining their makeup."
The makeup.
Yeah. Got it, Gigi. So yeah, it was very emotional. And what was really interesting to me was once somebody sat down in the chair to start talking about their experience on the show, like the stories just started coming out with very little prompting. And it was amazing to me how fast those memories could come back. That was a really interesting part of the process.
Yeah. And one thing that was fun about that is, people would do their interview, and I was sitting there in the studio watching, Joey direct and Larry do the interview. And speaking of Carol, she's an example where she did her interview and she left. And then she texted me later and she said, "I'm coming back." She just wanted to hang out. You know what I mean? So yeah, to a number of people that would just kind of go sit in a director's chair to watch the other people being interviewed or go hang out kind of in the lobby. near the craft service or get a coffee just to be together. And then at the end of that day, one of the second day, I guess, one of our crew members started a brew pub. So we all went and hung out there and took lots of photos. It was just ridiculous and in a wonderful way. And our sound mixer, Michael, said it best. He said it's like a family reunion with people you really want to see.
I like that saying. I like that one a lot.
Very emotional. It's the answer.
So in the documentary, there's a quote from Mo that said it was about not dumbing down the classic literature, but adapting it. When y'all were doing the film, how important was that or the show? How important was that to not dumb down, but to keep the impact of those stories even in a child show?
It was Stephanie Simpson's #1 rule. She was our head writer and our showrunner, and that was literally the law she laid down from day one, is that we will not write down to kids. Well, some of the issues we're tackling in some of these great stories may be complex, they may be difficult, they may even be scary, but we're never going to shy away from that. We're never going to parody those emotions. And I got to tell you, as an actor, that was so great to hear. I remember off camera, I was having a conversation with Matt Tompkins. He's one of the Wishbone repertory actors that we interview in the film. And I remember him telling me the story about like learning that gave him the freedom to do what he's really good at, which is act. And, so he was the creature in Frankenstein. And so he got to play that creature. He was frightening, but he was also endearing. My friend Joe Nemmers played Jekyll and Hyde in an episode. And it was, no one was ever worried, is this too scary for kids? Because the whole point was the kids are going to get it. And the kids are probably going to go, hey, good on you for not dumbing this down for me.
Yeah, most definitely. As a kid who watched it, thank y'all. Because there are so many things that they'll try to teach you those lessons or show you in ways that they weren't impactful the way that the stories were meant to be. And Wishbone was.
Well, thank you for saying that.
You're very welcome. What can y'all recall about your first day on set for Wishbone and now for What's the Story Wishbone?
The first day on set, I just remember thinking, I better get all these people parked. Because if they don't get parked, they can't go to work. And that's my job, and I'm going to get fired.
And you were so good at that, parking. My big recollection, this is in the movie, but Bert and Rick were getting real artsy fartsy with lots of cool shots, like we were making a TV commercial, which you can spend more time. And I was like, oh my God. And we were behind the very first day. And we had this conversation that's in the film I describe at lunch, where I'm like, I can't do this. And we didn't, but it was terrifying. It was terrifying to realize we were behind. It was terrifying to say something about it to two people I really, really looked up to, and I didn't want to hold them back in any way creatively. However, we couldn't be creative as a whole if we didn't make our schedule. And that's why when, there was so much pressure on the AD department. That's why Joey never got fired. He did a really good job. Okay.
Nobody else would want the job. My first day on set was very different. I did not see this big picture that Betty saw, and I certainly didn't have to spin all the plates that Joey did. I walked on set. I remember they called me the night before and they said, make sure you have your badge on. You got to have your badge on to walk on set. So I had my badge on and I walked on set and I rounded the corner and I was in Victorian England. We were shooting Oliver Twist and cobblestone streets and shops and people, already extras, dressed in period costume. And it seriously felt like walking onto a movie set. Like I could have been on the Warner Brothers lot or the MGM lot. That's how high the production value was. And I was just like a Gomer. I was looking around like, holy, this is pretty cool. And then it became a question of, oh yeah, they brought me here for a reason. Like, where do I go? What do I do? Like, So fortunately, there were people there like Joey who told me where to go and what to do, and he's been doing it ever since.
And it's worked out very well.
Yeah.
He's very good at it. In the documentary, it mentions kind of everyone was pretty young and newer, maybe over your head a little bit, but in the best way. Do you think that really helped the drive of the team to kind of get there? Like, I know it does mention, like, it kind of, the naivety kind of helped. Oh yeah, we can do this. But do you think it also helped the drive? Like, not only can we, but like we have to prove ourselves.
We had to prove ourselves, and when you're young in your career and that's what you want to do the rest of your life, you want to do it right.
Yeah.
That's what we all coalesced around, and that's what we had in common was, we wanted to have a career in this industry. And so we came together and we made this impossible task happen. But at the same time, we knew it was a special project. So it wasn't just a job of a mayonnaise commercial we were trying to get shot. It was a special story. So we were young, we were excited about what we're doing. And it was extremely difficult, but when you want to make it work and you're young and you're hoping this is what you want to do the rest of your career, you're excited about taking on a task like that. And that's what I think we all did.
Love that. That's a beautiful way to put that. Larry, you voiced the childhood of millions of kids all over the world. And in the film, it mentions kind of being like, what's a voice audition? Did you ever expect that call to become such a huge moment that impacted your life?
No, of course not. I don't think any actor does. I just remembered, and it's in the film. I won't spoil it, but that callback audition, that it was just a serendipitous moment. I was the youngest, most inexperienced voice actor in that room by a very wide margin. And through just sheer luck and magic, I had the opportunity to play to my one strength, which was making it up as I went along. And so I wound up for my audition, not reading the copy that they had given to me, but improvising my way through what was happening in that moment. And it felt right, but what do I know? Or, I was acting out of intuition and instinct, certainly not experience. And then after I got the job, I walked onto that set for the first day. I had this huge bout of imposter syndrome. Like, oh, I am so in over my head. But then I just put my head down and I got to work. I was working with these amazing actors, these unbelievably talented actors, people like Matt Tompkins, Joe Nimmers, Sally Vale, Gabrielle Green. I mean, just the list goes on and on and on. And every single one of them in every scene I ever played with them made me up my performance. And so at the end of the first season, I was proud of the work that I had done, and I was proud of how far I'd come in my craft. But never in a million years did I believe that 30 plus years down the road, we'd still be talking about it.
Right. I loved that story in the documentary, and I can't wait for all of you watching to hear that and how Larry did land the voice of Wishbone, because it's such a fun story.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Which story was y'all's favorite while filming?
My favorite was probably The Prince and the Pooch, The Prince and the Pauper, because it was the first. I had started when Betty hired me. I was the second AD, so I was the behind the scenes guy doing the paperwork and the call sheet and telling everybody where they're going to be tomorrow. And that was the first time that I had bumped up to the guy that was going to run the set. So my favorite is The Prince and the Pooch, because it was the first time I got to run the show, schedule the show, and tell everybody what to do.
Which is always fun.
Well, and he's been doing it ever since. Betty?
I have a few. I love Joan of Arc, just because of it's Joan of Arc. I really love the Inspector General because it's so meta, because inside of that story is the Mr. McPooch commercial, and all of us were the crew in the commercial. making the commercials, so that was really fun. Plus, it was just so outrageous, because it was performed as a play. But I really love this Talon Twain in this speech that Mary Chris gives at the end under a tree about community. It's just always very moving.
For me, it's now become known as the Lost Episode. It was called The Canine Cure, and it was based on Moliere's satire, The Imaginary Invalid. And it was absurdist. It was an absurdist play. And so again, when Wishbone goes into the story, they are all actors on a stage performing this play. And the production design was amazing on it because it just looked cartoonish. Like the furniture was kind of cockeyed and the costumes were crazy. And the director had told every actor, like, you can't go over the top enough. And for an actor like me, who was always being told to dial it down a little bit, to be told safety's off, that was a great moment for me. And I felt like I was starting to hit my stride in that one. And then I agree with Betty. Inspector General was also that kind of thing. And to watch some of these on-camera actors, Chambly Ferguson, Sean Hennigan, again, just all these guys, watch them do physical comedy and have an opportunity to do that. Oh, it was the best. Those were the two episodes where those guys were cracking me up. Usually it was the other way around. Usually I'd fire off some not scripted smartass remark to see if I could get anybody to break. But when they started doing their stuff in those two shows, I had to turn my mic off because I was busting take after take.
I love that. I love when the other people on set can make you break because it's so good.
Yeah.
Like, that's the most fun.
There's another little story about that one that you probably will like, and let me see if I can tell it the right way.
Yes.
So it was satire about someone that, the contemporary story was about a mom who's sort of a helicopter mom and thinks her son is allergic to everything and can't spend the night at Joe's house with Wishbone. That's the contemporary story. And so in the scene where he spends the night and Wishbone's not supposed to be there, and they wake up in the morning and Wishbone is there, okay, Soccer sneezed. I thought that was hilarious.
Right in this kid's face. Because they had this sort of nose to nose moment. It was, I think remember this, it was a two shot, and Nathaniel's there and Soccer's there, and he just goes.
You cannot train a dog to sneeze.
No, that
So
you
it's
cannot
like-
train.
it's
Too
Wishbone
funny.
had an allergy to this. It was wonderful.
I love that. Well, that kind of perfectly sets me up for my next question. What was your favorite soccer memory?
Oh man.
I know, years of it, hard to pick.
Y'all take I'll go last on this one.
Well, the memory I have of soccer isn't probably what you're asking. The memory that I have is the fact that I was spoiled by how good he was on set, and I didn't realize it until I left that show ended, and I went off to other movies and TV shows, and every other animal that I worked with could not do half the things that soccer did on that show. So that's my memory, is that at the time I did not know how amazing he was.
Yeah.
My favorite memory really is in finding him, when he, in the audition, when he was the last dog that we saw, and he did this little flip, and I was like, oh my God. And then we got to see his real personality, because to give him a break, he would play with his soccer ball, and he created this whole little thing. He'd throw it in the air, and then he'd run and find it, and he'd pick it up, and then he'd throw it in the air, and he'd run and find it. It's just that joyful part of him. Yeah, that was my favorite.
Shortly after the show debuted in October of 1995, Rick and Betty decided it would be a good idea to put me in soccer and soccer's trainer Jackie Captain on the road together and go out in support of the show. So we'd go do television appearances and radio interviews and live appearances in stores and stuff like this. Those are some of my favorite memories of soccer, because when we were on set, that was it. We were all working, we were all there, but getting to see him just be a dog and realizing that he was just a dog a dog who has, who wants to find joy in everything, who's curious about everything. Now, of course, there were moments when he had to work where we would go up on a stage and, Jackie would put him through his paces and I would do a voice or whatever, and people ate it up. But it was those in between moments in the car on the way back to the hotel or something like that, where you just see it, like he'd worked his little tail off and he was just lying down on the bench seat there, fast asleep. Those are the moments that I remember.
I love that. That's so special. I messaged my mom when I watched the documentary and was like, Wishbone went on tour. I never got to go see Wishbone. And she was like, uh-oh. I was like, yeah, uh-oh.
One more thing you're going to have to answer for, Mom.
I know. I'm like, this is not okay. How am I just finding this out?
But
if y'all could pick a story that you didn't get to do, what story would you pick to do if you could still do Wishbone today?
Well, I grew up with my parents had a first edition of Dracula growing up, which is right there. So that would be the one I would want to do today. I don't know what part Wishbone would play. If he'd be sucking blood or what would be happening, but Dracula would be my pick.
That would be cool.
When we were still in production, I had become very close with Stephanie Simpson, our showrunner, and I pleaded with her, can we please do Jules Verne's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea? And she patiently listened to my pitch, and then she lovingly pat me on the shoulder and she goes, "Oh, honey, we will never have the budget for a show like that." And she was right. And when the technology didn't exist then, and she was like, "Give it 10 years, and if we're still in production, we'll come back and talk about it." That was the one that I always wanted to do.
And for me, there's so many, but I'm actually rereading Robinson Crusoe. I have a vintage copy, and I think that would be a fun one.
That would be a fun one. Those are all really good answers. Personally, for each of you, why do you think the educational TV today rarely takes the risk creatively that Wishbone did?
Well, maybe it's because of money, because it was creative, but it was expensive. And live action is, sometimes, I don't know if it's more expensive than animation, but most kids programming is animation these days. And I always thought of animation as more expensive, but it's also, there's more control and you can outsource it literally all over the world to 5 different companies, to make sure we make a deadline. So we really aimed with purpose at high production value from the actors, the classically trained actors, and shooting on film and things like that. We want it to be cinema. So I think that's a factor.
I would agree. It was the most expensive kid show ever made at the time, and maybe up to this date. And so to get a return on that, getting into the weeds, getting a return on that is very difficult. So pitching that to a bunch of executives these days could be pretty challenging.
Yeah.
Neil Young once famously said, "You have to meet your audience where they are." And I believe there's a lot of truth to that. I also believe that once in a great while, a project comes along that pulls people out of what they're used to, grabs their attention for one reason or another, and holds on. And I think that's what we were in 1995. It was the right group of people at the right time under the right circumstances, sometimes very difficult circumstances. And that truly is lightning in a bottle. And, you don't always get that. One of the great things about working on Wishbone was we weren't beholden to any studio. We weren't beholden to any people who were holding these giant purse strings over our heads and wanting to have their input on our show. We were given more creative freedom than most people get. And so now that bottom line has become so very important. I think there are fewer storytellers taking as many chances. They're still out there. They can be difficult to find, but they're still out there, and they'll always be out there. There will always be rogue storytellers, always people trying to buck the trends. And, those are the people that I love. And we were definitely that back then. I certainly haven't grown up in that respect because I still believe in that. I still believe that it's possible to create something outside the algorithm that makes no sense to anyone, but that is going to capture the imagination of everyone.
Bravo. I like that.
Yeah, very well said. Very well said. So do you think had PBS switched the way they were putting out Wishbone that it could have gone longer? Had they switched to maybe like once a week airings instead of daily, that it probably could have been more sustainable?
Absolutely. Absolutely, I do. Because there would have been a lot of work going on in behind the scenes to make all of that work. And absolutely, I do.
Yeah, I mean, it took us a week to do each one. If it would have been shown once a week instead of every day, it would have given people more time to search for more funding, to make it work, to get more products out. But at the time, and it's in the film, kids' scheduling was every single day. It was just Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So the show, what we did in a year, burned out in 40 days with reruns. So, yeah.
That's crazy. Do you think that this is something y'all would ever revisit as a new series?
Yeah.
Well, we don't own the IP, first of all. That's important to recognize. Of course, Joey and Betty did have some conversations with Mattel when we were thinking about rolling that big boulder up a hill. But it became pretty clear pretty quick that they weren't particularly interested. They had other things that they wanted to pursue. And so we just let that go. And not long after that, the idea of, well, instead of trying to recreate the lightning in the bottle, how about we tell the story of the lightning in the bottle, which was our story. Yep. And there was no reason in the world why we couldn't tell that story because we felt it was worth it. We felt we had good ones to tell. And so, that's what we did. I've long since made my peace with that. That was maybe the best moment in my career. I've been chasing that feeling for 30 plus years. I've worked on a lot of great shows since then. I've had ups and downs in my career. Nothing will ever top the experience of working on Wishbone. And I'm happy to let that just live in my history and my memory now, because now that the three of us for the last 2 years have been working together on this exclusively, I realize how important these two are in my life, and I'm not done collaborating with them. So for me, and I'm only speaking for me, I'm not thinking about revisiting the past. I'm thinking about the future and what I want to do collaboratively with these two next.
Love that.
We'd certainly have a conversation, but as Larry noted, most important thing is the IP is owned by Mattel. But sure, we'd have a conversation, and it would all start with story. Stephanie was in some of those initial meetings, and we would want to go back to that collaboration, and she's one of our producers on this documentary.
There's certainly an endless amount of classic literature that could be revisited. So it's not about that. But you got to have a dog like soccer again.
And that's
find that.
Yeah.
He was pretty I like the term Larry used, lightning in a bottle. And sometimes it is. Sometimes that's what you get. And it's something amazing. It has a fantastic legacy. And it doesn't even really need to be revisited. It would just, the nostalgia of it would be cool. For everybody. As y'all saw doing the documentary, that would be fantastic for the crew. It'd be fantastic for the fans. But sometimes it's not needed. Sometimes the legacy speaks for itself.
There's a lot of fans that want to see the episodes be broadcast again, but at the same time, those same fans will comment that they do not want to reboot. They're scared it could taint the legacy.
That's a really
My
good
curiosity went both ways for sure. Because I'm like, could it be done as good? And it doesn't really need it, you know?
That's a really good point, because some really classic pieces, you know, you kind of hate it when they get redone in
Yeah.
it's live action and then it goes to animation, or you know, Charlie Brown's Christmas all of a sudden has real people in it. You're like, no.
And the word no
Exactly.
creative person who's ever done anything like that ever wants to hear is the word reimagined.
Yeah.
That is the death knell. That means that this thing that you loved and worked on and cherished is now going to be wiped off and something completely different happen. And I mean, I will tell you this, because I travel and I do cons all the time. Wishbone fans are exceptionally loyal to the original show. And, you know, they'll let you know that, hey, that was a shining moment in time. It was a shining moment in my childhood. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Very true. Very true. Which, speaking, I mean, most Wishbone fans now are old enough. They have children. And I think that's where some of the maybe wanting more comes in, because it's what I was saying is, but we were able to find the episodes and are able to introduce it to our children. So what does that mean to y'all now? The kids that grew up watching, getting that ability to show this special part of their lives to their children.
It's super special. In that way, it's like a Princess Bride, you know, because A Princess Bride was not a huge success when it first came out, but it was parents wanting to show it to their children. So that aspect of it makes me exceedingly happy to know that parents want to share with their kids.
Yeah.
And actually, we talked to someone earlier today that was interviewing us that was showing it to his kids. So all good.
Yeah, the comments we get online are mainly about how it changed their lives, how it made them get interested in reading books. It made them become scholars and librarians and change the course of their careers. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, if y'all could sum up what this documentary means to you and what the Wishbone legacy means to you each in just one sentence, how would you sum it up?
The best job of my career.
I love that.
What is for craft service today?
Too good.
Joyful work I've ever experienced.
I love that. I think it's beautiful. And I think it is beautiful that not only the fans, because fans can love things forever, but that all of you still love this to this level this much later. Because most people, it's a job and they move on. But to have something that was so impactful to y'all as well, I mean, it speaks volumes on the legacy, truly.
Thank you, Destiny. I as you were saying that, I was like, okay, I wish I could get 50 or 100 more people on this interview right now who worked on the show. None of them would tell you it was just a job.
Yeah.
None of them. And I mean, when we did our private screening for cast and crew that last November, that was like everyone felt compelled to have that conversation. It's like, do you have any idea how important this was to my life? And it was never just a job. And that is an environment that could only have been created by people who had a shared vision and the wherewithal to stick to it no matter what.
Absolutely. And I think also, I mean, I won't give away all of the incredible things in the documentary, but there's some amazing things that are talked about that Wishbone did that to this day other film sets or TV sets just they haven't done, between how they picked certain actors and sets and things like that. And it's incredible to hear that and to get to appreciate everyone that was behind the scenes, everyone that was on the scenes that really made it happen. I think it's beautiful to tell those stories.
That's why we made it. And we made it for people like you for that exact reason.
And people like us, we made it for all of us.
Absolutely. Well, I have had the best time talking to y'all. Thank y'all so much for coming on, for taking time out of your day, and for making this documentary, because it brought up a ton of nostalgia. And for everybody watching, May 27th through June 9th is when this documentary will be on television. It will be on digital on June 10th, and we will also be sharing an Apple TV pre-order link that you can use as well. And we really, really hope you guys check it out, especially if you grew up on Wishbone. The nostalgia will really hit you.
Thank you.
Thank y'all so much. I really appreciate it. Y'all, please enjoy the rest of your day. And we can't wait to see what comes next from you guys collaborating some more.
Thanks, Destiny. Give our love to the other two geeks.
Absolutely, I will.
Hey everybody, another Three Geeks conversation. I have Ernie Altbacker with me. How you doing, Ernie? Long time no see.
Pretty good, Justin. Pretty good. Thanks for having me back.
Love it. Issue 3, man. I mean, I remember we were talking about issue 1 for Area 51. This is great. It's already backed. It's so good.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I've been killing Josh White, the artist. This one is, we're back bigger than ever. 31 pages of story. I think the entire thing's going to be 36 pages. Outside chance it might be 40, but there's a lot of stuff. So he's really working overtime on. He's got all the coloring done. He's just doing backgrounds. He's got backgrounds to do about 10 pages, and then we got to do the draw me ins. We got a couple of those so far. I think we still have one slot left. So those we might have to change some panels, change some drawings to get the person in. Can't believe that's so popular. They're like, I want to be in your unknown comic.
I mean, just the fact that you have yourself in paper, like, I get it. I think it's fun. It's cool.
I mean, like, if it was, if it was like a DC comic or something, this is kind of an indie comic, but it is pretty funny. And I've discovered a whole subset of people who are like, this is my 23rd comic that I'm in. You know,
no way. That's fun. A little universe for him. That's cool.
Yeah, there's a little universe, right? So yeah. If you know one of those people, please, forward on our links.
That's incredible. Well, for folks that are just finding out about Area 51, can you give them a little backstory about your comic?
Absolutely. We are okay. So Area 51 is not exactly what everybody suspects it is. It is actually a giant set of sound stages where aliens who are trying to save a buck come to shoot their galactic reality programs and B movies and like soap operas and stuff like that. So it's kind of like Seth Rogen's The Studio, or dating myself a little bit, Larry Sanders Show combined with Men in Black. And so it's comedic, and it's got the kind of behind, if you're behind the scenes Hollywood person, if you like those shows, this is that with aliens, so there's a lot of funny situations.
Yeah, and you guys always do the best covers. Like, I love that. I mean, you sent us some images. I have the Kickstarter up too, but hopefully this loads for us. But you have variant covers and things like that. It's just so much fun. This Total Recall. I just really dig it.
I mean, that's been the funnest part, doing the variant covers. At first we were like, what are we going to do? And then, someone was just like, I would just put your characters in a famous scene or image of something. So that's Josh really wanted to do that. It's like the 40th anniversary of Total Recall. And he had everything except I'm like, well, I want to change the poster a bit and put Quado in it. So now two of our characters, the doctor and his test subject cat of his, have become Kitty Quado there basically, and people seem to like that one.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
And then the other one from like a specific episode and scene from classic Star Trek. One of my favorites called Amok Time. And we worked with this great artist called Don Wynn. And he did this for us. He actually did watercolors and ink. He was so excited about the idea because he's such a huge. Yeah. We let the artist go, hey, what would you like to see? And like issue 2, we had Livio Ramondelli, and he did this great Matrix cover of Neo on the roof, except it's actually our guy on his phone. So that has become a theme, actually, is like our guy, and then he's on the phone no matter what the scene from the famous movie is. Yeah, we've been having a lot of fun with that, and it has been good. Sometimes too much fun. Josh is like doing that, and I'm like, no, I need the preview pages to like do the to do the landing page, man. Like stop drawing those. He's like, but these are fun, So yeah.
So I guess do you vote on it, or does he just like, hey, this is my top list, and like we're doing Total Recall?
We kind of vote. We did vote on it, and I wasn't. I was like, hey, you're the artist, go for it, go for Total Recall. But I was just like, I looked at the poster. I remember the original. Well, I didn't remember the original poster because it's not very memorable. It's like it's got Arnold in it, and then that's about it. The 40th anniversary is a little bit more memorable because at least it has like Sharon Stone in that outfit, which became iconic and stuff like that. But the first one's just all about Arnie. It's like an 80s action movie, and we have Arnold Schwarzenegger, the biggest star in the world, so let's put him in front of the poster. Just a Total Recall on him. It didn't have the other characters, I believe. So I'm like, why are people going to like that? Like, I don't think they're immediately going to get it. Like in issue 1, Josh did a Men in Black cover, and that's just an iconic cover. The two guys with the guns facing the other way, the great title, and you could see that even with our characters in it, and everybody knew, oh, Men in Black parody. I like it, right? But when he put in Kitty Quado, now all of a sudden it's gotten popular. Right. Now all of a sudden, when we switched it out in the middle of the campaign, and I said, check it out, check out the Total Recall now with this edition. Now all of a sudden people started grabbing that one too. Before, Don's Star Trek cover was just winning by a lot,
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
How did you land on the main cover? How'd you land on? That didn't go down. That is the image. Yeah,
I mean, it is the image. It's got. Oh God, I didn't put in the. You know what? If you go to the
Kickstarter, I got you.
Yeah, then you'll just see half of it, not the full thing. Josh always likes doing the back of the cover too, so it's not for the main cover at least.
Yeah.
So that's kind of neat, but that one's usually pulled from the story. So there's an alien landing in this one. And so that's part of a double splash page, and so we just took half of the double splash and used it as our cover. So in some of the other ones, we just like make something up, but something that's going on in the comic. And now if you lay them like together, they all kind of have these muted colors with the red Area 51 studios, and they kind of go together. The variants, they just go off on their own, you know.
Sure, just a random tangent. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, that's why we got like it's got Star Trek font, right? Like like classic Star Trek font, actually, which is a thing I didn't know. He's like, no, this is gonna be good. I'm gonna put that on there.
That's awesome.
But yeah, so that's kind of neat. We had a blast doing it. This one's gonna be funnier. It's like bigger stakes, more worlds, more aliens watching the show. That's kind of the fun part of it, is to kind of look at the alien race and how they would kind of interpret the show or what they would say about it, right?
Sure.
So like, I mean, like there's a race of plant aliens, right? And one of them wants to say this show is shit. Well, they wouldn't say shit, right? Because that's their food. So what the person says is like, this show is such O2, which is their waste. Right.
Yeah, they're expelling it for sure. Yeah.
Right. And then the other one who's like into it is like, shut your stamen or no fertilizers for anyone. Right. Like, so I kind of love doing that stuff. Like the specific, we kind of go from that, and then we do like what's happening as somebody else is watching it. And so some of those are kind of runners that we're doing, you know. So those are really fun to do, and I think it's going to all come together. As I said, Josh and I have both, we were, you know, we would get Kickstarters a long time before we ever started, you know, doing our own. And kind of, you know, the little bit of the annoying part is when, and I know they have to do this sometimes, is when you haven't even started yet. So you get your book like a year later, like you forgot about it, right?
Yeah.
So we only go into the campaign where he's done with the inks and the coloring. And so he's doing backgrounds and just doing a little. So we anticipate once this thing ends on June 18th, we're going to try and be mailing out stuff in 2 months.
That's real reasonable. Yeah.
It's more like kind of reasonable. As we've managed to do that. I think the first one took us 3 months, but then it was 2.5. Now we're going to try and get 2. We're going to try and get the time down each time. Although I don't know what's going to happen with the trade paperback when we get it for 4 is going to be a separate thing, because we're going to do both at once. We're going to go, hey, there's 100 pages here of the story, or I think it's 102. And then there's going to be like 20, 30 pages of extras. So you can get a graphic novel, or for the completist, you can get your 4th floppy also.
Sure.
So we're only going to make like 100 floppies. So the first 100 people can get the 4th issue in floppy. Everybody else, we're just going to be doing that. So I don't know when exactly that's going to fulfill because of the trade paperback. You know, is that going to take longer? This will be like a whole new thing to see what we're doing. So, but we're excited. We're really excited.
For sure. And our trade I own trade paperbacks. Is it as simple as just mushing them together, copy and paste the PDFs into like one large PDF and sending it to the printer? Is it usually that forward?
I don't know, but
we'll find out.
Yeah, I don't think so, because, well, what we're going to do is we made a couple of mistakes in books 1 and 2, and who knows if we'll make another in 3. I'm going to fix all of that. And then I'm going to go through the dialogue again and I'm going to add dialogue where I think it needs it. So it's going to be a little bit of a different book too.
Sure.
So who knows? Maybe those floppies will be something. If I ever can get it on Netflix or something, you never know. You never know what can happen.
Very true. Do you know how that usually works? Do they reach out to you and say, "Hey, we read your comic," or do you send the comic to them and be like, "Hey, this would be great for you"?
Well, sometimes if you're lucky, they'll reach out. I mean, if
Yeah.
your comic is that big, then there's a bunch of comic book fans there that are in those development positions, and sometimes they reach out to you. Other times you got to go in and pitch your comic. And since I've written cartoons and kid shows, I can get those meetings to go, "Hey, check this out. We got the art. Here it is." Now it's like it's more of a thing. It's a lot easier than a bunch of paper and 2-3 drawings. I'm like, you want to know the tone? You want to know what it's all about? Here it is. Here it is.
Yeah.
You want to do a $5 million movie version? Let's do that.
Yeah.
So that's the plan. That's always been the plan, is to kind of, I mean, for those who don't know me at all, I've written cartoons and kid shows. I started out on the Spider-Man, the animated series. I think they're calling it 95 these days, but that was my very first job as a staff writer for 1 year on that, or its last year. And most recently, I just did something, a movie, an animated movie for Warner Brothers Animation called Aztec Batman. But I've written stuff like Batman Hush, Justice League Dark, Teen Titans, the Judas Contract, and another 3 or 4 of those, and a bunch of shows. So I know the people that are there that are looking for shows, and there's also private investors that might want to throw their hat in the ring. So you can only hope.
Your story is perfect for a TV show or like some ongoing. So like, there's always your world is so built in a way that can be like just expandable, like limitless in terms of the story you can do. You know what I mean?
It is, yes. It's just like I can do behind the scenes Hollywood type stories, but it's also in alien worlds and causes different things, a cascade of actions, just exactly like what's occurring in the comic, basically.
Yeah.
So, yes, I think there's a lot there. So I'm going to be pretty psyched to have it. I mean, even like every issue has been so cool. It's like, man, I finally made a comic, So I thought it was neat. And Josh is the same way. It's his first. We kind of met each other at Comic-Con. And so he wanted to do it, but then life intruded, got married, kids. So now they're old enough where he's like, you know what? I want to get back to that. I want to try and do, I mean, he's a graphic designer. He had to be graphic designer for, I need something with a check involved because my kids want to do unreasonable things like eat, So he had to do that for 15, 16 years. And then it was his first time going in, and I'd written all this stuff, and people were like, you really should write comic books, and I was trying to get into DC. I just couldn't crack it. And I'm like, well, the only reason I want to work on those books is really to do my own thing. So I guess I'm just going to skip that step and go do my own thing. So I got to find it. And there's this great panel that occurs at WonderCon and San Diego Comic-Con every day, I think, usually from 5 to 7, called the Comic Creator Connection. And they advertise it as speed dating between artists and writers.
Oh, I love that.
The artists have their portfolio down there, and you pop in for 5 minutes and you pitch a couple of your stories. And if you make a match, you exchange cards, and then you just move like to the next 5 minutes. So I met like 30 people, but Josh's art, I thought he had just one particular image of Princess Leia standing on a stormtrooper with a smoking blaster.
Sure.
And I was
Yeah.
like, this is it. This is it. Now, we actually simplified the art even more to go faster. And I thought to just do it as a 2D show. The drawing that inspired me to think that he could do it was actually a lot more like finished and stuff. But
sure.
So yeah, you know, and he thought the same way. He's like, oh man, this guy has got some well thought out ideas. And I think what sold him was he actually went with his friends to a panel for Justice League War World. And I was on the panel because I had written part of it. And so he's telling his friends, that's this guy's card right here. And his friends were like, maybe you should call that guy if you want to do a comic, right? So I got kind of lucky that they went to the panel that I was on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, that's incredible. It's funny how life works out like that. Oh, that's fun. What have you learned so far doing 3 Kickstarters now, all being backed? Like, do you have any advice for someone starting out, or like, was there something? Are you an old hat, at least at this version of the Kickstarter? I realize the trade paperback will be different, but like, is there?
Yeah.
Are you still learning nuances, or?
I'd say yes. You make new mistakes, but they're smaller.
Yeah.
The first times you're like, oh man, I'm making some big mistakes, right? Yeah. And then the second one was like, oh, we're making totally new mistakes. And then the third one has been, we're still making a few mistakes, but they're kind of small and don't matter. Sure. And we're going to roll through them, you know? Yeah. So who knows what's going to happen for the trade. We'll probably make a couple big ones too. But it's fun. I think that the great thing about this is usually I'm working with properties like Batman, and you know, you can't go in. You're like, man, I'm going to change Batman. Well, we did on Aztec Batman, right? Yeah, but you can't really go in and go, hey man, I think Batman, he's going to be, you know, like more chill and like a vegan. And into astrology while he's capturing the Riddler, you know?
Yeah.
And like they look at you like, what are you insane? Like Batman is Batman, right? So with this, it can be literally, this was an idea where I had written a novella. So I actually had written the novella first, and I knew Josh liked it because he read the whole thing. You know, like it's not like a book, but it's still about 125 pages, right? So he kind of so it was a story. But when I was talking over with Josh and he added so much, I'm like, you know what? The novella is the novella and the comic is the comic. So we've gone and I've strengthened in numerous things, but also some characters that are in the novella don't appear in the comic. And then other ones which were just one-liners in the novella, Josh drew something and I was like, man, that character looks so cool. And suddenly they became a much larger thing. You know, I'm like, I'm totally fine with whatever the latest version is. I want that to be them to go, or the audience to go, oh yeah, that's the best version. Like right now, I do think the comic is the best version of this story. And if we end up making a movie out of it, I would hope that the movie is the best version of the story. But the fun thing is, if you like it, there's so much other stuff in the novella, which you can get. We have a digital copy. I think we still have some regular copies, and they're both signed by Josh and myself. Like we have print copies of that too. I think there's 15 left or something that we're still selling, but you know, we're not going to sell 15. You know, so that's fine. Like we can keep offering it for the next 2, I think, because most people don't go for books during while they're you can buy a comic. They might do the digital, like throw that in for whatever $7-8. I get a book to put on my Kindle, and you can check it out. You can see, I'm reading this section, and now here's how they animated it. Here's how Josh drew it, which is. But you have to leave so much out of any book if you're going to do it as a comic, especially. Actually, you don't have to leave out nearly as much in a TV show or a movie as you'd have to leave out in the comic, because the comic is like that's just flashing photos.
Oh, sure, yeah.
So you're like you've got to tell a story, and it's like. Yeah, there was like 50 people in the room in the book. There were 50 alien reporters. And I'm like, well, now we're drawing them. It's like, we got 6. Like, that's enough. All right.
That's incredible. So do you have a timeline on the Kickstarter for the trade? And do we want to promote early here? Or is that too far out to even worry about?
You know what? We do want to, we got to get to the end, but that is going to be, I think it's going to be in September or October when we start it, and we'll do a 30-day Kickstarter. But we still have 9 days, I think, on that one. So if they want to hop in, and I'm going to throw this in our private chat. But so I and Josh. Well, Josh is the technical one. Right.
Oh, that's awesome.
We have a secret podcast link for you to put into your notes or whatever this thing is published. I don't know. It's not live, right?
It's not live. It's not live. Yeah.
So there's a print catch up and there is a digital catch up for people who your audience who are just hearing it now, and it's actually lower than you could get it for. And I was like, how much were those? Because I didn't know. He made it up and then he didn't show, right? So I'm like, well, what was it, right? And he goes, I think it was this and this. And I go, you got to be sure. I can't announce it on the thing and then it's more, right? So he came back with it. And so I'm going to read it off the phone. The digital, which there wasn't enough characters, it's Digita bundle catch up podcast special is $14, and you get issues 1, 2, and 3 digital. The print bundle catch up, the podcast special, is $32, and you get 3 printed comics. So I think just buying the one by itself is 14 or 15, and I think our regular bundle is something like 40. So 32, man, I got to talk to him. That's a little low, but I mean that's less than. Well, that's pretty good,
Yeah, no take backsies though. No take backsies. It's already out there.
$13, $12.50 for a printed comic, and we're gonna mail it. And I think we're. Oh wait, it is +5, but we only charge $5 for printing. If the order gets big enough, if anybody does the all in, we send it by print bulk mail or something like that. Well, no, media mail, right? We send it by media mail. And so I guess if we could send up to whatever 6 or 7 comics, it's $4.50. But if they have everything, including a hard copy of the thing, it's $5.50. So we're like, I'm like, I don't even want to charge $6. I'll lose 50 cents. I'd rather lose. Some people are charging $7, $8 for freaking, postage. And I'm like, for one comic, that seems a little extraneous. But the postage is killing us. I mean, it's not them trying to make money. It's like you don't want to lose money. But I think $5 is my limit to charge people, unless they're from Europe or Canada. Then all bets are off. It's crazy. Europe is $30. I can sell a print comic for $15, and then I have to charge them $30 to ship to Europe. Which is
gosh,
it's like I would just go digital.
Yeah, no kidding. That's crazy. I'll back this one. I backed the previous 2. I love them. I love the arts. I have the variant covers. I'm a big fan. They're not near my desk at the moment. I showed them last time, but I love them. What else is going on in your world, Ernie? Anything else you want to talk about, or all Kickstarter all the time?
Did I come in for Aztec Batman at all?
You did. We talked about Aztec Batman. Yep.
Okay, we did. I don't. Yeah, like I think that was like really fun in that it came out and it went into it basically went and was a theatrical release in Mexico, and it ended up finishing 10th out of like all movies, which was
that's incredible.
Great, like live action movies too. It was everything. So that was really cool. I've recently sold a fantasy novel to a company, and we're hopefully going to announce that at San Diego Comic-Con. And to that same company, I have sold an original graphic novel, which means it's not going to be floppies. It's just going to be 100-pager. Might be up to, I think I can go up to 140. I don't know exactly how much it's going to be, but it should be very neat. And it's going to be called Aviana 6. And it's kind of like this advanced avian, like bird race has conquered the world about 50 years ago. And so you can still see everything, but the kids are now raised with that they're all for the Carconan bird empire, and they're ready to work themselves to death, except for like this 0.01% of troublemakers, and they go to re-education camps. So they get, so it's basically 15 to 18 years old kids, and they discover this secret military base with this alien tech, and they start an insurrection. So,
that's awesome, man.
It's kind of it's a really fun idea that I pitched a long time ago as a book series, and no one bit. And now I'm like super psyched that I'll be able to do it as a graphic novel. So those are my two very, very newest things that I'm really like kind of super psyched about. As far as, then there's all sorts of other developments, but Hollywood seems to be taking it right in the family jewels lately.
100%.
As far as getting stuff off the ground. So if I get something good, I will definitely, it'll definitely be on my socials. Anybody wants to follow me, I am on Ernie. I'm Ernie Altbacker. I'm the only Ernie Altbacker apparently in the United States or Canada or Mexico, obviously. So the Northern Hemisphere, I don't know. So I'm in Facebook, X, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Too old to dance, so I'm not on TikTok. Sorry, people.
You could get in there. You just never leave your chair.
I already got the overbite. It would be awful. It would be like truly, truly awful.
Incredible.
But yeah, so I'm really psyched about that. And right now we're right in the middle of this. We're gonna go to the end. I mean, I wanted to get you in here and some of the other people that have supported me. I mean, obviously in the next week or so, if you hear anybody that needs a guest, I'm
sure. I've got plenty of podcast friends, but I can get you in more places if you want.
Yeah. You can tell them, and I'm happy to talk about anything, especially if I haven't been on it before, about whatever show or whatever movie they would like to talk about. Do you have any other questions?
No, you're good. I just had a great time chatting with you, man. I just love when you come on. We do talk about some cool stuff around aliens. I see your cool variant covers. It's just a pleasure to having you on, and I can't wait to have you on again when the trade paperback's out and issue 4. And I can't wait for you to get way more donations and pledges for this one.
Well, that would be awesome. I don't know if in the first one did I get the 3 geeks? I'm only getting the 1 geek experience right now. Or
I'm so sorry.
Me? Are we counting me?
Today we're counting you. I think Jason was in our first one, so I think you had 3 geeks for one.
Jason. His last name is like CAR something, or no?
That's me. Jason Taylor is who you're thinking of.
Jason Taylor, Justin Carcatoni. No,
nailed it. Yeah, that's
nowhere near, but something. When you guys support, and I thank you so much for your support.
Yeah.
I was like, now which one is he?
No, it's me. I buy all your stuff. I enjoy it. I have your stuff somewhere in my bookshelf over here. I have to go find it. But no, I love it. You're doing great. Well, all right, everybody. It was wonderful chatting with you, Ernie. I'm going to get you out of here. All right. See you, everybody. Thanks for listening.
Welcome back to another 3 Geeks conversation, everybody. Today we are joined by the incredibly talented JoAnna Garcia Swisher. Jo, how are you? Welcome to the show.
I'm good. How are you? Thanks for having me.
Oh, we're thrilled to have you.
Very thrilled.
Our favorite first question to ask our guest is, what initially got you started in acting?
Oh my goodness. Well, I played competitive tennis when I was young. Like that was my big thing. And I kind of got burnt out really early on in my life. And my parents were like, you have to find something extracurricular to do. And so there was a local theater company that did, put on plays and did acting classes. And my mom was like, would that be something that you'd want to do? And I said yes. And the rest was history. Literally, the rest was history.
I love that. Well, we have a lot of people that, theater is kind of the start. And I love that so much.
It's like theater starts it for everybody, it seems like.
It does.
It's really exciting when you see my daughter just at her school. She played Wednesday Addams in the Addams Family. And it was really cool to go there and watch these kids like give it their all. I got to help out, which was so exciting. I was so nervous. I almost barely breathed. But even like before the show started, one of the boys was like, Miss Jo, I'm so nervous. What happens if I mess up? I was like, the show must go on. Just like, nobody will know it. Just have fun. But I was so nervous. My husband's like, your heart's racing. I was like, I know, I'm really invested for all these.
You're like, I'm nervous for them. I've been here. I know what that's like.
I'm so proud of them too. It's just like, I don't know. It's what life's all about.
Yes. And it's so easy to get wrapped up in everything. The children.
Yes.
Yours, so then you're equally nervous for every part.
Yes. I was in it to win it for all of them. They were so great though. And I also just think it's like so cool for, especially, and it was like a small amount of boys that were willing to do it, but just to see them enjoy it and come into it. It was really cool.
I love that. I love that you got to help. That's amazing.
Me too. I was really grateful.
Well, you got started acting at such a young age. Is there something that you know now that you wish you could tell yourself back then?
Oh, where do I begin? I mean, I could probably write a book about that, not just in my business, but just in life in general. I think that one thing that I will say that's kind of struck me this year in particular is that, not to limit yourself and not to it's easy in our business to be put in a box and to be a certain type, or especially when you're younger, you're reading these like breakdowns and you're like, okay, I kind of fit into that, or I fit into this. But I remember really early on in Florida, someone told me and my mom, they were like, oh, she's not funny. She'll just do drama. Well, then I moved to LA and one of the biggest things I've ever done was a comedy. And I remember being so nervous because I had been told that was sort of something that someone had said to me. And then I just did a movie where I sang in it.
And it was such a surprise. I know it's been a surprise for a lot of people. They're like, do you sing? And I'm like, yeah, I do. I do now. It's like, it just, for me, it's this idea of, allowing yourself to, put yourself out there, be vulnerable, and to not put yourself in a box. Like the sky's the limit. And I think I probably would have benefited a little bit more with that notion went through life, but you learn your lessons when you're supposed to, right?
That's very true.
Well, with all of your boxes that you've kind of come out of, what has been your favorite?
Oh my goodness. I think I have, meaning like different shows or different projects I've been on. I have favorites for different reasons, like especially because, my career has sort of traversed almost my entire life. I started when I was 10 years old. So I have, shows that, obviously a show like Reba, which they raised me. And when I moved to LA and I was so young, and I experienced my 20s with this family that is still family to me today. Obviously Sweet Magnolias has been such a gift for so many reasons, because I just love the story so much and I love the people that I work with, but it also came at a time in my life where it was a season of great loss. I lost both of my parents while I was doing the show. And so that was something that they carried me through. I mean, my mom passed away in season 2 weeks before season 2 started. I don't even know how I got through it, but I remember the last day of shooting, I just sort of was with everybody and I just broke down. I was like, thank you. It was like my angels and these people that are now like family. Now we've done 5 seasons together. So many of us have been there from the beginning. And so that was super meaningful. But I did a show called Astronaut Wives Club, which was the show about the wives of the first 7 astronauts that went into space. And that was like such a cool opportunity and a cool story to tell. I got to meet Betty Grissom, the woman that I played. And so for so many different reasons, and like even just like moments of my life where I was like particularly unhinged or, a little wild, I was like, well, that was fun. And that was a good memory. Or I did a show called Animal Practice, and I had just found out I was pregnant. And I also did Fist Fight, the movie Fist Fight, and I had just found out I was pregnant. And so like those 2 stand out for me because of that, like knowing that I have my girls, growing. And so, I feel like by and large, I've been so blessed and to work on things that I love and to work with really great people. And that's just, I don't know. It's just, to me, it's like the greatest gift. It takes a lot of effort and we're away from our families so much. So the time that we spend together is really meaningful. And so that's like important to me.
Makes it more that for sure.
I mean, since you have worked across different genres like comedy, drama, fantasy, is there a genre that feels like home creatively? And is there a genre you'd like to explore more of?
Well, I will say going back to do Happy's Place this year with Reba and Melissa and the whole writing team and creative team behind Reba and their incredible new cast. That was really fun. And I haven't done a sitcom in a really, really long time. I've gotten so far away from it. First of all, it's the greatest life. You like go in at 10, you're out by 2. It's like so fun. So I remember we were on that and I was like, I should maybe, my manager's like, why don't you do another one? I was like, I don't know. Maybe I would, because that's a really good life. I told my husband I'm putting this into the universe because I am, strangely, if you look at my body of work, you probably wouldn't peg me for like a conspiracy theory, spy thriller kind of girl, but that is my jam. That's what I binge, and that and Outlander, which is just, I'm devastated that it's done.
Right.
But I feel like doing something in that world, which going back to the first, one of the first few questions that you asked me about lessons, I would never really think of myself as like, I'm sure a lot of people wouldn't think of me as a spy, but I would be a really good spy or like a good detective because I feel like I could solve like real cold cases. So I feel like that would be really fun to do, something a little bit more heart pounding, like, suspenseful.
Yeah.
And I would love to do something, you know, a period drama. I'm very, very, very into history. That's like my jam. And so going back, maybe like a Western or something that would take us back to like, you know, a long time ago.
I could
That
see
would be fun.
like,
Yeah.
and especially I could see you like on a horse out in the wild.
Yes,
life.
yes. Let's manifest this. Let's put it in
Yes.
the universe.
Absolutely.
Yes.
You know, that kind of works though. Before you got on, me and Jamie were saying like it'd be really cool to see you in like a horror piece. But,
Yeah.
like, a spy piece still kind of gives that like dark, edgy, and we were like,
Or, like,
she
a
can pull that off
detective
so
or
good. Yeah,
something with like murder and intrigue, and I'd be into that.
that'd be fun. So yeah, we're gonna put it out into the universe. That's
Okay,
gonna
great.
happen.
They can start writing that now.
Yes, let's do it.
It'd be iconic. Which, speaking of iconic, how did it feel for you getting to step into the iconic role of Ariel for Once Upon a Time?
That was a dream come true for sure. I mean, the timing of it, it was like 10 weeks postpartum with my first. So I was like, oh, I'm definitely going to be wearing a seashell bikini. But they were so lovely. It was amazing. I had convinced my older daughter that I was actually Ariel in real life. Like in kindergarten, all the way up until kindergarten, she was like, wait, tell me, is Poppy not Poppy? Is King Triton? I was like, they share the title. But yeah, it was just so special. That show was so much fun to do. I loved everybody on it. And it was just wild. It's like nothing I ever have done. And it was fun. It was really fun.
I love that show. It's one of my favorites. And it was so cool to see you in that role. I was like, oh, they picked the perfect person.
Oh, thank you. That's so nice. Thank you.
So if we get into Still Magnolia, I did it.
I did it.
Sweet Magnolias.
Oh,
Oh my gosh. One of our team members calls it Still Magnolias, and we were making fun of him, and I knew I was gonna mess up.
A lot of people do that.
I knew it.
I'm like, no, Sweet Magnolias.
Sweet Magnolias.
Yes.
So stepping into Sweet Magnolias, what was it like for you originally reading for the role of Maddie?
Well, I got a call one night and they had sent me 3 scripts and they said, would you move to Georgia in like 3 days and start this show? So that's how it started.
Wow.
Yeah, I had worked with one of the producing directors, Norman Buckley, before, and I immediately got on the phone with Cheryl Anderson, who's our creator, showrunner. And the second I talked to her, I was like, oh yeah, I'm in. And it was funny because I remember I didn't sit with it for very long. I had a very short window once they asked me to do the show to say yes. And my husband was like, go for it. This is like, you know, right up your alley. You love this kind of storytelling. I knew I really felt like super connected over the phone with Cheryl. And then I got there and she came up to me. They were actually shooting and I was headed to my wardrobe fitting and I was like, we just like kind of like blurted things out to each other. I was like, I'm so excited. This is sort of like what I was thinking for Maddie because I had sat with it at this point for a couple of days and she's like, yes, and this and this and this. Like we just sort of dreamed together and we still are. She's one of my favorite creative partnerships that I've ever had in my life. And everybody on the show is so wonderful, but it's been a really special story, an incredible journey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you kind of got to put a little bit of yourself into Maddie as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think that Maddie's very, very, she's so similar to me in so many ways. And then, I think I kind of like infused a little bit more of like my Cuban feistiness in her, you know, that like spunk that I really wanted her to have. And, but that comes with also the chemistry of, you know, the nature of my relationship with Heather and Brooke and like how we've created this friendship and partnership as the three of us, because it really is a story about friendship. And and we have this, like, I remember our first margarita night that we shot. Norman Buckley was directing, and I remember just the flow of it. I loved the way, and Norman had talked a lot about wanting the show to look special and not to look just like a little kind of what you would imagine that it would be. And he was like, I want the cameras to be moving. And I was really excited about that and how they were going to light the show and all of that stuff, just sort of aesthetically. That creative choice I thought was really cool. And so the cameras were moving around and the three of us were there, and it just felt like this moment, and we didn't even know each other at the time. And I said to my husband, I said, if we were able to capture what we felt in that moment, I think this show is going to be a really big success. And so even margarita nights now, to this day, it's like the only time the script, bless Cheryl's heart, she's like, whatever works for you guys, we get, like, we tell the story that needs to be told, and we kind of get all the parts, but we have a lot of fun together, and it just feels like a really unique experience that, and a lot of the other cast members have never been a part of margarita night, so they don't really even know what that is. They're usually not even there the day that we're shooting them, because they take a really long time. They're usually really, really big scenes, so they take a lot of time to do. It's just, I mean, I don't know if I can say batshit on, you can beat me, but it's good. It's just like the three of us, and it's just like herding cats, but it works, and they are really fun to do.
I feel like there's such important moments for the show too, where y'all can like decompress with each other.
Yes.
And maybe in real life, y'all are kind of decompressing everything else that you've done up until that point.
100%.
But it's, even from a viewer's perspective, it's like, we should really be doing that in real life.
Absolutely.
It's such a moving moment every time y'all do it.
Well, also we have our individual storylines. So oftentimes we're recapping things that, I wasn't there when Helen and Eric had that fight, or Ronnie and Dana got into it or two, or like something that Annie did, or, so we are kind of recapping, even though we know the scripts and we know the stories, we're recapping a little bit, and we have that natural chemistry with each other, that we just sort of are, we've done a lot of life together at this point. And so there is that, like, take a deep breath and just kind of like let it all out. And yes, I mean, I feel like that is the beauty. I think that's the aspirational part of the show, is that, there's nothing really about the show that is out of touch, it's all within reach, right? It's very relatable. But I think that the aspirational part of the show is really the fact that we do make this time for each other in a season that is, inherently chaotic, raising kids and trying to figure it out. Like, all of us have been unsettled in different parts of this journey, at different times, and kind of carrying each other through that. It's very real life stuff that we're experiencing together. So I think that's the part of it that is, nothing makes me feel better when I meet people and they're like, you got me through my divorce, or through my cancer treatment, or the loss of my mother, or something like that. It just feels like that's really, I think, the goal. Not every show is meant to do that.
Right.
And I think that one of the main goals of this show is to feel like you can see yourself in serenity, and you're not alone. And, we hope we aspire for it to be really relatable.
Yeah, I love that. And as I was going to mention, even like Maddie's relationship with her kids feels so incredibly authentic, because there's so many shows that don't show how like realistic, messy, and emotional motherhood is.
Yes.
But this show does just such a fabulous job in that. How important was it for you, especially as a mother, to kind of have very much realism into that relationship?
Well, I mean, it's beautifully written, first and foremost, and very honestly written. And I think that just for me in general in life, I just have to keep it real. And so I don't know that the show would work. Like, the show is in itself is very sweet and lovely in that way, but I don't know if it would work if we weren't real about what all of this felt like. And we talk a lot about even just dating, kind of, and restarting your life. And what's funny is that people, am I frozen? I don't know if oh, there, I'm back. I don't know if you guys heard this, but a lot of people were really triggered by Maddie taking the job in New York City. And I didn't know that because I don't read anything. I like to live in my own little bubble.
Yes.
But I thought that was so interesting because for me, it was such an exciting moment. And it was, I think, was such a cool storyline for even for Cal. To get an opportunity to step up for his family and to be able to make space. And I have a similar marriage in that, like, my husband is my ride or die and like ultimate cheerleader. And no matter what, if, you know, I just did a movie in New Orleans where I was gone for 6 weeks and he was like on the plane with the girls every 8 days and, you know, carving out that time in his schedule. I mean, obviously, you know, it was an effort that needed to be made for our family, but I really related to that storyline because I thought, how lucky is Maddie that she has a partnership that says go for it. And you'll see in season 5, there's a great scene. Some of my favorite scenes are with Logan, who plays Kyle, my middle son, and my youngest son, but he's my middle child. And he was like, it was inspirational watching you go after your dreams. And I only can hope that my kids feel the same way about me in real life, where they're looking at, you know, these opportunities that are coming into my life, or, you know, storytelling that I'm really excited about doing, or things that we're creating. And I pray to God that they're like proud of me for that and inspired by it. And, but also know that they're still like loved and protected. So it's like, we've gone through enough seasons that we have a lot of stories that we're like, we have a little baggage too.
Yeah. I think even for me as a viewer watching that show and seeing you leave, well, you, Maddie, leaving to go to New York, it was one of those bittersweet kind of things because we don't know where it's actually going to lead after that. So it's like, she cannot leave. She's like the main person of the show.
Yeah.
And so I think that's where a lot of it may stem from, because I'm like, oh no, she cannot go. She's got
no, for sure. And I promise you, I don't.
So it'll be interesting to see like how everything's woven in and still kept tight and knit. So, you know.
Yeah, it'll be, you know, I think it'll be really fun to see, you know, the lenses of our cameras sort of expand and see a new city. And we do get out of Serenity a little bit more in season 5. And that was really fun for all of us to do. But the heart of our show is right there in our small town with each other. And it is a bumpy ride this season for sure.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask. I mean, season 4 left Maddie at such that kind of emotional crossroad. How would you describe where we find her emotionally when season 5 begins?
So you find me on top of the world, like bliss, the job that I love. You know, it's 6 months in. I go home on the weekends, but the girls are with me in New York. So they come to visit me in New York because we were trying to find Helen's wedding dress and all of the things. So you find me on top of the world. I don't know that. I'm trying to think what I can say.
Without spoilers.
I end the season in a really good place too.
Well, that's good.
But not everyone does.
Ooh.
Not a spoiler alert, but like be on alert.
Right.
Like don't like get your popcorn out and think it's gonna be like smooth sailing. It's like
don't get too comfortable in the happiness. And
Yeah.
the bliss.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't. You still have to have that balance of life problems and relationship issues.
Yes.
I mean, that's kind of the staple there. You need those things to keep it rolling.
Very much. What is your favorite behind the scenes memory with the cast of Sweet Magnolias?
Oh my gosh. We've had so many, like whenever you get us all together, it's insanely chaotic because there is that genuine affection. There is a wedding this season, but like every season, it's like herding cats again with all of us. And this one in particular felt like it went to another level. Like my wedding in season 4 was insane because everyone was dressed in their costumes and like they were feeling it. You put a bunch of actors in the room in like a different costume and like everybody was feeling it. But this wedding in particular, it was like 3 days. I felt so bad for the ADs. I mean, nobody's shut up. Music's blaring. At one point, it was just pure chaos. We were working into the middle of the night, so everyone's like tired and punchy. And but I think those are the really fun moments, or any church scene. And I feel so bad saying this, but okay. So Brandon, who was Ronnie, we've known each other for a really long time, and Brooke is also extremely mischievous. She is probably one of the funniest people I've ever met. And she just tickles me. Like her brand of comedy is my brand of comedy. And at this point, we've all gotten to know each other. Like we just know what each other are thinking. And so I feel always so embarrassed because the church, there's always so many background actors that don't know us as well. And I'm like, these people must think that we are psychos. But anytime I think we're really like all together, even though those scenes are hard to do and they're not like, they're just like, pushing a boulder up a hill, oftentimes they are really fun because we're all in like the same little holding area and, kind of, we just have a good time together.
I love that. It's like a family outside of the family TV show.
Yes. It is.
Since Maddie's kind of always been the one who tried to hold things together for everyone else, does this season kind of, with the new job, does it kind of finally force her into focusing on herself a little more?
Meaning like working on her control issues? That's something that Maddie and I both still struggle with. So I wouldn't say that we're fully past and like grown out of that. I think she's just, at a place in her life where so much has happened since, her and Bill split up and then Bill died and all of these things have happened. It's just like inevitably she's just a survivor. And that was one of the first things I said to Cheryl when I was saying earlier about the conversation that we have. And I was like, I really want her to be a survivor. I didn't want her to be a victim. And, and I think that we've done a really good job of that. Her optimism is her superpower.
Yeah. I love that. I couldn't agree more. Without giving too much away. So I'm going to give you one word.
Okay.
How would you describe Maddie's storyline this season?
Okay. Let me just think about it because this is a good one.
And one word's hard.
One word is hard.
But it's a good way to ensure no spoilers.
Yeah. I think there
feels tricky.
There's a bit of serenity to her.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah. I would say that's I know that's like kind of a cop out, but there is like, I was going to say like peaceful bliss. But there's a serenity to her.
I like that. I don't think that's cop out. I think that's full circle.
Yeah.
I think that's full circle and I love it.
So my question, I guess I have, would you consider like Sweet Magnolias being a comfort show for you? Do you watch it or do you have a comfort show that when you're like, I'm done working, this is what I'm going to go watch?
It's funny because I watch it so differently, I think, for everyone else. This season I directed 2 episodes. Last season I directed an episode. So I watch it on such a, like broad spectrum. Yeah. Like, I have it not a critical eye because it's not that at all. But I always love to be able to go back and see the things come to life that I wasn't there for. Because, we have so many, and this season especially, we have any storyline is so cool. So there's a lot of new faces this season in Serenity. And, so I enjoyed that part of it. Like I enjoyed being able to kind of like sit back and watch it all unfold. But knowing my episodes that I directed were 5 and 6, and a lot of stuff goes down in those episodes. Like that is kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back episodes, if you will. So that was like interesting to kind of like watch up until that point, but knowing what mine looked like and then watching like the journey to the end. But yes, I think something like Sweet Magnolias is my heart and soul, but something like Sweet Magnolias are things that I like. I love watching romance. I love watching heartfelt things. But yeah, that like it would be a show. I think it's a show that you can really just like turn your brain off and enjoy.
Absolutely.
Without a doubt. So I have to ask, because me and Jamie are actually both fairly local. Do you have a favorite spot in Covington, which is actually the set for Serenity, for those who may not know that?
Yeah.
Do you have like a favorite spot to go to while you're filming?
I don't usually get out in Serenity all that much, but I love Bread and Butter.
I love Bread and Butter.
Yeah, I love that. I love it there. My girlfriend's sister owns a clothing boutique there that's super cute. I think it's called Woven.
Okay.
And so I've shopped in there, but I don't get out too much. I've gone to Scoops. We get after it
Scoops
every now and then. I'm down there, but we actually got out in Serenity. Like we shot at the floral shop this season. We shot at a little boutique right by what is considered our Sullivan's, but was the Vampire Diaries, like
Mystic Grill.
Mystic Grill. And so yeah, we did get out a little bit more in Covington than we normally do.
I love it. Yeah, Bread and Butter is one of my favorite spots ever.
Yeah. Oh, it's so good.
The coffee, the desserts, the bakery side is to die.
Amazing, right? Yeah.
Well, I want to thank you so much for coming on, for your time. It's been absolutely amazing talking to you. And everybody, Sweet Magnolias is back on Netflix for season 5 on June 11th. Make sure you tune in, because you don't know what's going to happen in Serenity this season.
No, you don't.
Or New York. Gotta watch and see, guys. Thank you so much for your time. As always, like, share, and subscribe. Till next time.
What is going on, everybody? I saw Revenge of the Nerds when I was way too young to have seen Revenge of the Nerds. And then in 5th grade, if this tells you how young I was when I saw the movies, I wanted to do the rap from the second movie at our talent show, but I wasn't allowed to. So Destiny and I are honored to have Curtis Armstrong on the show today. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well, thank you. And I have to say, after all these years, there are so many people, most people, when they talk to me about Revenge of the Nerds, preface it by saying, I was way too young to see that movie when I saw it. And it's all, I mean, it's an interesting generational thing that that when cable and videotape came in around that time, it allowed kids who were way too young to see a movie like Revenge of the Nerds to see a movie like Revenge of the Nerds. They didn't have to go to theaters to see it. And, you know, they could watch it with their older siblings or babysitters or whatever and get away with it. But it was just, it was the beginning of a long relationship with nerds.
I watched it with my grandma. I was like 6 or 7. I don't remember the exact age.
Wow, interesting. I've not heard that often.
But Curtis, what made you want to get into acting?
Geez, I just had a proclivity for it, I guess. I just felt like, it's a hard question. It was, why do you get into anything? You have an ability towards it, and you, I had given, as far back as I can go, I was in probably 5th grade or so in the 60s in Geneva, Switzerland. And there had been a coup d'etat in Greece. And I did a speech about it, a forensics speech on the coup d'etat in Greece. And for reasons which are shrouded in time, I did it in a way that got laughs. And it wasn't a particularly funny subject, but I still remember standing up in front of the class and the teachers and some parents and so on, and talking about this coup d'etat and getting laughs. And that was a significant moment. I remember liking that. And then as we moved back to the States, to Detroit, and in junior high school and high school, both, there were still drama classes in those days. And in both of those cases, I had teachers who were professional actors, had been stage actors. And then they had families and they needed a steady income, so they became teachers. But these were two men, Will Young and Dwayne Thompson were their names, and they were people who had actually done it. There was in the neighborhood, or near my neighborhood, an apprentice theater where one of them had gone back in the day. It'd been there forever. And they recommended that I start going out to there and taking classes and doing plays there. And that was where all of that started. So as of high school, basically, there was never anything else that I wanted to do. That would be the short answer. I wanted to write. I wanted to be a journalist. But aside from that, I never wanted to be anything but an actor. But there was nobody in my family, no one I knew aside from these two men. There was no one that I knew who'd actually done it. So I was just feeling my way through.
You had a nice little run. Like your first movie is Risky Business, and then Revenge of the Nerds, and then Better Off Dead. Like, what was that experience like, going just right into?
Well, that wasn't what happened. That's my film career. I had a theater career before that. So this was, it doesn't sound, it's not as, it isn't quite as sudden and magical as you're making it sound. It started with leaving the Academy of Dramatic Arts, which I'd studied at for 2 years at Oakland University, learning how to be a professional stage actor, a classically trained actor. And my intention was never to do movies or television. It was always going to be doing stage. And I started doing stage work in regional theaters last year was my 50th anniversary. So 75, something like that, where I was doing either regional theater or dinner theater, off Broadway, those kinds of things. I did tours. I did a national tour of a play. So things started progressing over time from 1975 to 1983, which was when Risky Business happened, so that as the more that I did in the theater, the better auditions I got. So it was a slow process, not that slow, but it was a process working up to starting to get auditions for film.
Yeah.
And then, but I would never get the film. So I just kept doing stage, which was what I wanted to do anyway. And then Risky Business happened, and that was a big change. It was like suddenly there was, for me, I look at it, there was I had done a play, a national tour of a Pulitzer Prize winning play called Daeg by Hugh Leonard, an Irish play. And that had been a tour that had gone on for maybe close to a year, I think. When that happened, that was when I started getting movie auditions. And then Risky Business happened, and everything that came after Risky Business, so Nerds, Better Off Dead, One Crazy Summer, even Moonlighting after that, when I got into television, all of that happened because the people who were doing those movies were fans of Risky Business. So the director, Jeff Canoe, of Revenge of the Nerds, huge Risky Business fan. Savage Steve Holland, same thing. Glenn Caron created Moonlighting, also big Risky Business fan. So Risky Business made everything that came after that happen.
That's awesome. So I'm not going to ask you about Nerds 1 and 2 because I know you've talked about it so many times, but I am curious about 3 and 4 because Booger becomes a main focus, becomes the first 2 movies more of an ensemble, and then the third one, especially the fourth one, you become essentially the main character. What was that transition like for you?
I was not very happy with it. To me, the Nerds worked best when they were an ensemble, and Booger was the kind of character who, the less he did, the better it was, because it tended to be, it stood out because it was he was sort of an asocial, fairly explosive, disgusting character. And whatever was going on around him was informed by what he was doing. And that was great. But when he becomes the lead character, to me, it lost some of the magic. So I would have been perfectly happy in retrospect. I would have, if there had to have been multiple sequels, then, I would have been happy being less the center of attention than I was. And that's my take on that. It didn't feel like it was necessarily a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair. You've had such a diverse career, from theater to comedy classics to some of those darker, more dramatic roles. Do you actively seek that variety, or does it kind of naturally find you?
Yeah, I don't. Well, at the time I did. I don't actively seek anything anymore. But at the time, I was living the life of a professional actor, which meant you auditioned for all sorts of things, whatever came along. I never felt like, there were some actors I know who they become known for comic roles, and then they start feeling trapped.
Yeah.
You want to do dramatic things to show that they're real actors. That was never an issue for me. I always enjoyed doing comedy. It was always my strong suit. I never felt the need to try other things to prove anything. I would just do, pretty much I would do whatever job came along. If I auditioned for it and got it, that would be great. If somebody offered it to me, most of the time I would take it. That's what actors do.
Yeah.
But I didn't really, when something would come along like Ray or Aquila and the Bee, those kinds of movies, they were wonderful, wonderful experiences. But I wasn't feeling like finally people can see me for what I am. For example, with Ray, not so much with Aquila and the Bee, but with Ray, the whole thing pretty much happened without people realizing who I was, because it was so much different. And physically, I looked so different with the shaved head and all of that, that there were people who knew my career but had no idea that was me. Which was a strange thing, but it didn't do anything. It was Jamie Foxx got an Academy Award for it. It was nominated for Academy Awards. It didn't do anything for my career, though, because people sort of missed it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, like like you said, people they end up getting that typecasted. So I love when we get to talk to people who have had such a wide variety and range like you do. It's very interesting to see kind of the differences in those genres. Do you kind of approach those genres like differently, like how you prepare?
No. In Ray was different because I was playing a person. A living man who was still around and a legend. And Taylor Hackford, who directed it, put me in touch with him. And so I had like a half-hour conversation with Ahmet Erdogan. And
that's amazing. I said, that's amazing. You kind of got to actually speak to him. And
yeah. Well, Taylor was a friend of his, and Ahmet had a lot of he was very supportive of the project and all of that. And Taylor just thought it would be a good idea for me to talk to him. And I think his idea was that I would somehow pick up on his vocal quality and try to do an imitation of him, which was not in the cards. That was not going to happen. It was always going to be, I didn't mind looking like him, but I wasn't going to do an imitation of him.
Yeah.
I'm not that kind of an actor. I can't do that. I don't disappear into parts. And if you're doing an actual living person, there are lots of people who do that very well. I'm just not one of them. And I think it turned out fine, but it was nice to have the opportunity to talk to him and that sort of thing.
Definitely. Well, one of your well-known roles is Metatron in Supernatural. He kind of became one of the most complex characters in Supernatural, I believe. Like, when you read for that role, like, what kind of stood out to you about his character?
Nothing, because I was not approached to do a series, to do a recurring role. I auditioned for Metatron. Actually, I auditioned for him the same day that I auditioned for Principal Foster on New Girl, and wound up getting both of them, which was uncanny. That had never happened before. And so I was doing those two shows at the same time. And but my understanding was I was based in LA, Supernatural shot in Vancouver, and New Girl in LA. So I would just go back and forth and back and forth. But I had no idea who Metatron was. I had no idea what was going to happen with him. They did not have any idea. They had a sort of, as they told me later, they had this general idea of saying it was maybe going to be 3 episodes. But
Wow.
they didn't even tell me then that. It was just an episode with a possibility of returning. It wound up being, I think, 15
Yeah.
episodes over 3 or something seasons. But the character evolved. And what was nice about it was that he evolved in a very natural way.
Yeah.
It wasn't something that was really sketched out beforehand, which would have been, it would have been a totally different experience.
I think so too.
But as it is, it was just another job. It was really just